with my soul. Lately I'm skinny bones so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home.
Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back?
They're looking at us, an audience, keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this, yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause that we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause that we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. It's just the way we live. We know it. It's just the way we live. We own it.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Macam tak ada respon diberikan dari penjaga penonton. Dicuri. Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka bisa mengenai Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul menyebabkan. Masih lagi terselamat. Wan Rakit telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari peta.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the League of Legends Wild Rift. This is the C Icon Series MY, the summer season for 2021, brought to you by the ESL Mobile Open. And this is all made possible by our sponsors, MAGGI Hot Cup, Udu, as well as JBL. Today is the day 2 of the playoffs, and we also have some fun, exciting segments coming your way. My name's the AJ Mustachio. Together with me is the one and only Contra.
That's right, and I've been waiting for this clash to happen. Over on the upper brackets, we've got some amazing games in our way because that's Berjaya Dragons taking on Geek Fam. On the lower brackets, we will have RTZ UndeRank, who have yesterday beaten Eminence Raptors, and now they will challenge SEM9. But on top of that, of course, you mentioned about fun segment. We've got 2 very special guests that'll be joining alongside us for some fun games, as well as, any sort of shenanigans that actually will be happening across the show. Well, we'll keep you up to speed with that, but we first want to welcome you guys here to witness every one of these actions unfold in the C Icon Series Malaysia of League of Legends Wild Rift.
Yeah, shenanigans as well as Fattahzie, they are quite synonymous, right? For anyone that does not know, our 2 influencers that will be joining us for the fun segment later on, that will be Biu Biu as well as the legendary Malaysian streamer Fattahzie himself. It's gonna be absolute chaos in the Rift for the opening match, and then we're gonna get crazier with Fattah and Biu Biu, and then we're gonna drop down and see what happens in the match between, of course, RTZ and SEM9, and that's not gonna be anywhere like what RTZ took yesterday. This is a totally different ball game. SEM9 has been on top of, in their best form ever since hitting the group stages. They showed their absolutely what they are capable of doing at the qualifiers, and at the group stages they just elevated their performance. Will we see a brand new SEM9 today, which is even more a bigger threat to BJD as well as Geek Fam today? Is yet to be seen, Contra. What are you expecting out of the day, my man?
Well, I'm pretty sure that many of these teams have prepared for the best or even the worst, but for the lower brackets, there's no other options available. SEM9 has to either beat through the rest of RTZ UndeRank, who is currently in the best of shape, but the question is it going to be UndeRank here that will overtake the likes of SEM9? This is what we have been talking about here yesterday. If you guys have missed out, Berjaya Dragons have been able to sink down SEM9 in towards the lower bracket semifinals, and with RTZ UndeRank taking a 3-0 victory against Eminence Raptors, this is where they are on the lower bracket semis. But upper bracket here is where we'll be looking whether or not Geek Fam or Berjaya Dragons lock in their spot for the grand finals.
Yeah, I highly doubt today is going to be a quick and easy day like yesterday. The probability of seeing a 3-0 in the upper bracket finals is, highly improbable, right? We've got two giants here who will not give in. I'm very sure they are going to be throwing in everything they have and most probably taking this to a match 5. Likewise, we might just see the same situation drop down in the fight between SEM9 as well as RTZ UndeRank. And this is today's matches, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We've already walked you through it already, and well, it's nice to see it on visual as well.
That's right, and that influencer show match is going to be a whole lot of fun. I wonder what kind of challenges will we be giving to both Fattahzie as well as Biu Biu. Yep, you heard that right. These two stars will be joining alongside us, and I want you guys to, of course, stay tuned for that. But this first match is what we have been waiting for, to see what is the current power level for both Geek Fam as well as Berjaya Dragons, and not forgetting later on there will be the RTZ versus the likes of SEM9. But over here, we'll start things off with the upper bracket finals where Geek Fam will be facing BJD. So we definitely have to check out who's going to be playing, who's going to be sitting at the benches here for today within this best of 5.
Oh, dude. My heart is already thumping seeing two of these logos on the screen. They have been such big names in the Malaysian scene. So much is on the line here. Even if it is not the grand finals match, both of these teams, they have got all it takes to work their way there, even if one of them were to fall into the lower brackets today. But it's not just about that. It's about the pride as well, right? It's about the opportunity to say we met this team twice at the playoffs of the Icon series, and we slayed them twice as well. It was not an equal match. We are the dominant brand in Malaysia, and both of these brands want to say that.
That's right, and there's only gonna be that 2 slots out there for them to grasp to head in towards the Summer Super Cup. But before that, let's take a look at Geek Fam for a moment.
Cuba untuk masuk, chain of corruption mengena. Mereka pergi punya untuk mendapatkan 1. Bantuan telah pun diberikan. Chili akan menjadi bangsa yang kedua. Lihat, inilah dia kekuatan yang ada. Ikatan yang cantik.
Bantaman untuk pasukan Geek Fam langsung je masuk.
Cantik sepakan rampol. Berjaya untuk mendapatkan zona. Dan terus saja hashtag ultimatum menyekat latih. Dan Ozara Becky ada bantuan di bahagian tepi tahun kepada 4 orang pemain. Ozara Becky ganas di sini.
For Geek Fam, our goals has always been dominate the Malaysian scene. So we are always looking to represent the country for the Summer Super Cup. We want to put out a really good showing in the international scene. But first, we have to actually dominate the Malaysian scene first. So we hope that we can do really well in the playoff.
Lihat di pada bahagian belakang sebentar tadi. Mudah saja mencari kill. Mencari yang kedua. Bantuan diperlukan. Mayday. Tapi lihat bagaimana mereka berjaya untuk mengejar. Double kill berjaya untuk diambil oleh The Shank.
Matikan Zul atau dimati dibunuh terlebih dahulu. Dan itulah dia penutup. Geek Fam menang 2-1.
And this is your lineup, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The Shang himself dropping into that Baron lane. Rumpel will be going into that jungle early on. Whether or not his Lee Sin comes out to play, Zora Veki will be holding a strong mid lane for the Geek Fam side. Momo as well as Nyx will be dominating, or at least looking to dominate the Dragons at the Dragon lane contra.
You've heard from the man himself. Ozorveki states that you first and foremost have to be the best in Malaysia before even thinking about going overseas to challenge the rest. And that's what they want to be. And they have proven from so many tournaments that they have managed to take that #1 spot away from Berjaya Dragons. And you know, Ozorveki is not playing games. He wants to hold that trophy by the very end. But then again, you know, Berjaya Dragons side, they've been so hungry for this. They've lost the very, very slightest of moments. And maybe they might just be the biggest upset that will be happening later on in this series. And, well, I can't wait to see what BJD has to say in response to Geek Fam here with a little bit of highlights of their own as well.
Oh, absolutely, man. Let's go. Let's bring on the hype of the Berjaya Dragons.
Sangat rendah sebentar tadi dan lihat Sagi ke hadapan mencari Wild Rabbit. Satu demi satu akan dijatuhkan damage oleh Ravens. Pasukan Berjaya Dragon mendapatkan serangan yang baik sekali lagi. Lihat bagaimana monster dan itu dia damage dari Karuto. Dia memang nak masuk, dia nak mencari seorang pemain dan damage dikeluarkan ganas daripada Sagi dan juga Tentawans.
To the other competing teams, all of us are competing tournament, so I feel like we should have fun together, try to be good competition and help each other to be better teams in Malaysia. Just have fun lah, good luck and have fun.
Untuk menjadi target, tapi di bahagian backline lihat Chili menangkap pemain-pemain yang ada anchor mengena, tetapi tidak berjaya untuk menyelamatkan sesiapa pun di bahagian hadapan Karuto pun hampir terkorban. Lines cuba untuk mengejar, tapi Winter, happy birthday sebentar tadi. Winter menyelamatkan ahli pasukannya.
Of course, if we manage to qualify for the Summer Cup, we want to, because we are representing the country, representing Malaysia, we want to have a good performance in an international tournament.
Dan itu adalah satu showman yang baik, namun Chili berjaya untuk mendapatkan Ravens. Warabi akan menjadi mangsa terakhir.
And there you have it. That's Berjaya Dragons. Well, sorry to interrupt you there, AJ. But, yep, please do the honors.
Yeah, boys, it's today for the Baron lane, but we might just have to skip that through. Our most deepest apologies, Berjaya Dragons. There you go, Chili for your jungle. Karuto will be meeting his adversary down that mid lane. Sagi as well as Winter will be keeping the Berjaya Dragons name up top by looking to dominate that Dragon lane as well, as they will go on to meet some of the best right down there. Momo as well as Nyx not going to be making it easy for them, as well as Ozora Veki will be looking to meet Karuto eye to eye and slay him contra. Which one of these two will be able to come up on top? Will the two of them be able to qualify for the Summer Super Cup?
That's definitely the biggest question of it all. But, you know, I just want to enjoy a full series that we could potentially get coming from BJD as well as Geek Fam right here. So let's compare some of these statistics that we do have on our screen as we look at the Baron lane. It's the Shang and Zitsude. And you can see that maybe there's just a slight difference when it comes down to KDA, where the Shang has a record with an extra assist as well as a kill. When we look into damage being dealt, the Shang has been proven to be the strongest top laner right now over the Baron lane, and he loves to actually play on the Camille. And when it comes down to goal, you can see maybe there's a little bit of a slight difference here and there, but both sides have 100% of kill participation. And I do want to see this matchup of Camille versus the Fiora, if that can happen without any bans on either side.
Yeah, there's most probably gonna the probability of this happening, I don't want to make any guesses yet, right? Because Camille is a definite auto ban. At least it was last month, right? This month round, with the adjustments coming on, I do expect Camille to get banned as well, because that hook shot, or being able to move around the map itself with that hook shot makes it so much more easier for the Shang to maneuver if he didn't need that already, Contra.
That's right, and I do believe that if some of these sort of picks are not being left available, they've always rotated across with the Garen or even the Darius that has been a staple up in the Baron lane itself. So these are some of the picks that I really do expect. But if we look into the mid lane right now, Gallo is a possibility. Orianna is a hot favorite for Ozorveki alongside with the Ahri. But I'm not entirely sure if this is what they always want to fall back to, because now it's playoffs time and you don't want to show all these sort of conflict picks as well. I believe that there will be a couple of surprises that we'll be seeing within this best of 5 series overall. And I don't know who's going to be taking the lead first, but when we compare these two methodically as well as tactically, they kind of have this really, really solid plan to actually get a grasp on some of these objectives first before even chasing those kills. So I will expect in the first few minutes, it won't be as rowdy as compared to some of the other series that we will witness. But mid-game onwards, that's where we will actually see everything go down.
Yeah, no doubt about that at all, Contra. And I like the fact that you pointed this out, right? Because this is most probably going to be a high bannable character for the side of the Berjaya Dragons, because if at all Geek Fam does manage to bring that Galio in, a lot of the Berjaya Dragons tactic of engaging in these team fights or suckering the side of Geek Fam into these team fights might just break down. Ozorveki being able to bring that Galio in with that hero's entrance as well as that Shield of Duran will be able to extend some of these fights to a point that Berjaya Dragons will not, be looking forward to at all. Because Geek Fam, unlike other teams, as soon as they are down in there, they should be able to put up a great fight against the Berjaya Dragons. And most of the time, some would expect it to drop 50-50. Sometimes it drops on the side of, Geek Fam as well as the Berjaya Dragons. It's all going to go down to the drafts and picks. I cannot wait to see exactly how these two teams take it, Contra.
Exactly, just about that. So we'll get ourselves ready for that. And of course, thank you guys for tuning right in. Make sure you guys hit that share button as well as like or even follow us on ESL Malaysia, ESL Asia, and also show some love to all of our tournament partners out there. We got MAGGI Hot Cup there, of course, keeping you company through the late nights. If you guys are hungry, make sure you guys get yourself some MAGGI Hot Cup. On top of that, we also do have some great free 5 gigs worth of data that will show on your screen from time to time. And all that is thanks to Udo, powered by Cellcom, and not forgetting the JBL Quantum Series headset that's coming from JBL.
Yeah, and make sure, right, you guys have got quite a number of MAGGI Hot Cups on standby, because I anticipate that today is going to be a very, very long day because of the types of matches that we have. We've got 2 series which are best out of 5s, and then we've got Fattah as well as Biu Biu, to light up things between the 2 series later on. So today is going to be quite a long day, unless Contra and I are taken by surprise. Berjaya Dragons as well as Geek Fam meet up, and there is a surprising 3-0 victory by one of them, which in my books right now is virtually impossible. And then the same were to happen between SEM9 as well as RTZ as well. That will just break the day, Contra.
That's right, and speaking of which, we are already here with the drafts at the ready. So let's head over to MAGGI Hot Cup Champion Select.
As we open up the bans here, it is going to be Geek Fam removing Gragas from the equation. Berjaya Dragons do not want to deal with the Akali. They will probably be dropping that Fiora in. We have seen a couple of matchups between the Akali and Fiora, quite equal. But in the hands of Geek Fam, that Fiora might be in a little bit more trouble. Geek Fam themselves removing the Camille from the equation. So no hook shots, no Hextech ultimatums, and that Ziggs will not be available for the taking for the side of Geek Fam. So that opens up the options down mid as well, Contra.
That's right, and speaking of a mid laner, you can see that Corki has been this pick that has been appearing either on the mid lane as well as at the Dragon lane from time to time, and with that, Berjaya Dragons, it seems like we do have a little bit of the, of course, errors with the naming, but don't worry, Berjaya Dragons is the ones that are playing. So Gallo will be the very first pick coming out from the side of BJB, and Olaf has been seeing some significant strengths that has been shown from all these past series, and that's no surprise that BJB wants that Titan for themselves.
Oh, absolutely, man. Now, Ozora Veki has got an opportunity, and we are gonna see Kha'Zix drop into the Rift. This is for the very first time in our playoffs, and the response coming into that pick directly would be from Ravens, bringing that Varus in, and let's see what will that combo be. While Rabbit with that Brom for the Dragon lane, and that's going to be some glacial fissures of change, right? Berjaya Dragons coming in with the team engagement lockup in here. Curious to see what would be the fifth pick to wrap this up contract.
Well, we are seeing a support gap. Well, support Malphite? Okay. I guess this is pretty viable, especially in Wall Rift, where you can slowly harass the enemy side. But then again, it's a Braum that we're talking about, where it's not going to be all too effective to deal with Winter in the early stages of the game. So Sagi should have not too much issues, but I just love the ideation coming in from the side of Berjaya Dragons because they have ample amount of crowd control. Now, this Kha'Zix that is going to be heading in towards the jungle, most likely or not, and Jarvan right now coming in towards the mid lane is something that we really didn't expect, but there is a possibility for him to actually dominate against this Galio.
High probability there, right? We've all seen exactly how useful Jarvan is, his tankiness, his ability to be able to grab and hold those plays with that Cataclysm as well. Yes, there are ways to get out of it, but in the hands of a team like Geek Fam, it really does change things around, right? These are the two biggest teams within the C Icon series right now, Contra. What they will be able to do with this draft, only time will tell. This is a best out of 5. Let's see who gets match number 1.
That's right, and now all eyes are on Veki here as he goes in for some really interesting pick up in the mid lane, but I can understand why, because the very first strike of attack can actually melt down some of the HP bars. And on top of that, the first skill could actually do a whole lot of hook. And you can already see Karudo getting harassed so far away. And this is not going to be all too easy for Karudo to even farm up in the early phase of the game. And we are also seeing a little bit of a switch up here. Berjaya Dragons is sending their Dragon laners up towards the top side.
I like the fact that Rumpel got that a little bit of assist on the red buff, right? Right after that, he should be able to control the jungle on his own. He down at the Dragon lane. Recall coming in from Garen, but he doesn't need to worry because he's already sorted out all of the minions on his path. And that reset won't be doing much, but Ozora Veki in trouble here. One more shot in. The flash from Karuto. And Galio gets Jarvan. And that's 1-0.
Wow, what a starter coming in from Karudo. And I guess this is where you don't mess around with Berjaya Dragons with so many of these different sort of the dark technology being brought forward. Now Rumpel's going to be in trouble. He has already got a shot coming in from Winter, and he has to leave immediately before getting stunned by the passive. So Chili's going to be able to get both of the Scuttle. very strong priorities coming in from Berjaya Dragons.
Yeah, and these are one of the very few games that we will be able to witness, perfection in terms of gameplays at the RIP. Geek Fam as well as Berjaya Dragons, they are, whenever the opportunity does arrive for them to go in for a confirmed takedown, they will go in for that 100% commit. But apart from that, they are just looking to bleed each other out. Who's going to be able to play the higher IQ gameplay here is still left to be seen, as Rumpel will be continuing in that jungle.
That's right, and I'm looking at this current situation for Geek Fam. Yes, they started on a wrong foot, but to amp up on the aggression right now, especially when you look at things, it's going to be really hard to gank this guy up top with Zisune holding the lines pretty well, keeping the waves pretty neutral up towards the mid side, and he can't exactly go into the jungle to challenge Chili as well. So I don't really see a clear passage for this Kha'Zix to actually come up online, because Kha'Zix, he relies on this snowballing volume to actually get himself really up ahead for his teammates. But maybe time will tell when it comes down to some of the contests that will be happening for the mid game. Meanwhile, Zisune holding on to Grasp of the Undying as well as the Ignite to face off against the Shank, but there is a little bit of a hustle coming in from Chili.
Oh, it looks like Shang will be able to pull right back. Chili is waiting for the opportunity, wanting to see if or not Shang will go in for the full commit. Zisune just waiting to bait him in, and this capture can come through, but of course, Chili will drop right back in for a recall. Now, exactly to the point that you were elaborating on moments ago as to the Kha'Zix and that ramp up, I think Geek Fam should be able to have this, under control, even like what we saw at the very start of the match, right? Momo as well as Nyx helping him out with that red buff. I think Geek Fam is going to be able to protect their Kha'Zix for a while towards that mid game, and then things are just going to change around right there, allowing Berjaya Dragons all of this early game momentum, but it doesn't mean they are going to fall back too far, as the Olaf will take the Infernal Dragon for themselves. Berjaya Dragons just got a boost in their attack power.
Sorry, a little bit of exchange going on, giving the break for the turret. Geek Fam now probably will be losing one up the mid side as well. Berjaya Dragons looking absolutely clean thus far, and I'm just thinking about how Rumpel is going to deal with this later on, as we mentioned before. So perhaps he needs a couple more of these evolution on some of these spells whenever you see the upgrade towards the ultimate. That's where he can evolve things like the leap. Every time he goes in for a kill, maybe he can actually make a clearer exit. Now, look at the itemizations as well. We're looking at a Rod of Ages already being built by Karudo, and on the opposing side, this will be the Black Cleaver for Ozura Veki. Meanwhile, both marksmen, they're going in for the Muramana.
Yeah, Rumpel as well as Chili have both picked the Blue Smite to inflict those slows, because they are preparing for some crazy team fights that we will be seeing later on. The Wolves just getting cleared by Chili, as he will continue to look to be the better jungler within this game. The jungles will be carrying quite a bit of this match. In about 10 seconds, Shelly will appear as well, which is going to be quite a big contest for these two.
And I guess they don't really have to rush things out for the moment. And now that Geek Fam has already left the mid side pretty much wide open, there's so much control being established by Berjaya Dragons. And I guess that they will have to let this one slide as well. Now, Rumpel's going to be hopping right in, but Zisune is a little bit tad too tanky, as he has already started off with a Bomby Cinder as well as a little bit of a Bramble Vest to ensure that the Shank will not be able to poke him till he bleeds all the way dry. But right now, just a little bit of dance over the mid side, and everything will be pretty much fine for Berjaya Dragons.
Yeah, Berjaya Dragons have picked up two main objectives in here already, but in terms of the commerce game here, Geek Fam is definitely keeping up not falling back too far, so they're going to be able to play those items as well to counter Berjaya Dragons. Obviously, getting the Infernal Drake is a different story. The extra 8% of damage will be able to keep the Geek Fam line back to make sure the aggression does not come through. But I really wonder how a Geek Fam is planning to turn things around for themselves, right? Because there will be that momentous moment where the pace of the game turns around. And this just might be it with the Cataclysm being popped up. But unfortunately, Ozora Becky does not get that catch.
I don't think that's the target that we've been looking for as well, but the Jag right now getting crowded up. This is going to be Chili coming in, but there's not much minutes left on the table. But with the flash already being popped out, Zisune will be guided here with the Hero's entrance coming in from Karudo. That will be the massive Justice League, sir, with a kill there right down the bottom lane as well. And the rest of the Berjaya Dragons, they're looking for an exit with the Ragnarok already being popped up. Nyx now falling low. They will have to back away. And I guess Geek Fam will only have to lose one member overall. But just look at how sharp Berjaya Dragons is playing this very first half of the match. I'm pretty convinced that if this carries on, they should be able to hold on to a very huge lead. Now, 15 seconds on the clock later on, we'll see a dragon coming in, and that will be the Mountain Drag that they will be contesting for.
Yeah, and I'm curious whether or not Geek Fam is going to get aggressive with this, right? They have already released the Infernal Drake. If they drop the Mountain Drake as well, they're just going to allow Berjaya Dragons to continue scaling in this game in a way which is not going to turn out too great for themselves. Geek Fam has been known to be able to set up some surprise attacks, and being able to get this extra bit of shield with their max health is going to be able to help them. Look at that Galio just holding that line back whilst that Mountain Drake gets taken down, Contra.
Yeah, and I don't think that Geek Family is going to be looking for any of these major objectives other than the turret for now. They're trying to brute force their way up top. Wow, Zisune is going to be making a run for this catch here. Becky probably in a slight bit of trouble, but that Flag and Drax going to be able to give him enough space. And here comes Chili as well. He's going to be joining right in. This going to be a little bit of a goose chase going on. But with that work,
the Malphite is here to jump into the fray as well. And that will be enough warning for Berjaya Dragons to pull away. But they've got a free turret here. And Shelly comes out for the show as well. And this will be an easy turret takedown for the Berjaya Dragons.
Great pressure being applied coming in from BJD. And just look at Rumple. He doesn't seem like he gets any sort of airtime as he's getting rushed over by Karudo. Now, they are forced to retreat. And the only member that has been contributing a whole lot in this matchup is going to be the Shang. Just look at the amount of gold that has been established, and just having so much more things to work on because they need those expensive items. And for the Shang, he's only completed the Trinity Force, and he's looking for even more to come. Perhaps the next item built for this Fiora will be the Death Dance, which, will probably give him a little bit more room to just get a little bit more of that lifesteal done. But the problem is, BJD Sagi, he's already got that mortal reminder, so if he lands a couple of hits on the Shang, he won't be able to get much of lifesteal after all.
I'm thinking of the probabilities of what's going to happen here, right? Because if we get a possibility of the Elder Drake getting taken down later on, it's only going to be either the Ocean Elder Drake or the Cloud Drake. Either way, it's going to give Geek Fam a huge boost if they can take the Elder plus the Baron out, and that's going to be a situation which will give them enough firepower to take on Berjaya Dragons. Not saying that the Berjaya Dragons have scaled up way too far out of reach at the moment, but Geek Fam is playing this really tactically. They are keeping the commas so close, even if they have dropped now 3 of the main objectives in this game, and they don't look fussed at all. They don't even have the first, they only have 1 turret in here for themselves.
Oh boy, they went in for the trap. Instead will be Nyx that immediately gets shut off. And, well, this is the death brush being set up by Berjaya Dragons. And, man, I don't believe that they would have actually fought for that. And now Rumple is the one that gets shoved away. There is no room for the rest of Geek Fam to march right on top. But Setsune is having himself jump down low. Here comes the Cataclysm. There is a chance for a steal. And this might just be it. That will be a little bit of a shutdown there. With a whole lot of kills for the likes of Geek Fam. But Sagi is still there, hunting out Momo as he makes a run for his life. But the Baron still goes over to Berjaya Dragons as they will take down Momo.
Yeah, Momo just didn't even have his flash on him. He couldn't go back in there for that heal last minute. Everything had already been expended. He bought some time for himself, but this is planned failure. They did not expect to lose one man so early on towards Berjaya Dragons, and they have now lost that opportunity for the hand of Baron as well. As time keeps ticking, Berjaya Dragons keep picking up all of these important objectives, and Geek Fam is just not able to answer. In 5 seconds comes in another Drake. It is not the Elder just yet. Geek Fam might be able to turn things around later on, but as the clock will continue ticking, Berjaya Dragons want to secure this victory with the buff.
That's right. The Baron power play comes into effect. That we're going to spot them out, but not that they could actually challenge them for the moment. Geek Fam, it seems to be that they don't really have much room to breathe right now. As the Berjaya Dragons, they are establishing a little bit of a chokehold here, trying to actually brute force their way to break open this inhibitor up in the mid lane. And Geek Fam can only watch.
Yeah, man, they can only freaking watch. Look at all of those super minions. Sorry, not the super minions, but those buffed up minions from the side of Berjaya Dragons. They just dropped down towards the dragon lane as well, giving all of the damage away. No players falling just yet. They are just trying to hold this line back, but Geek Fam cannot go in here for the full-on commit. They need to wear down Berjaya Dragons. They need to make sure they do not lose more than one inhibitor. Dealing with one wave of super minion is already hard enough, Contra.
Oh boy, they've already expended a whole lot of elements early on, especially for Berjaya Dragons. They don't have the Chain of Corruption, but it will come back up online. Now they do have the Ocean Drake up available. This will be the key objective that Berjaya Dragons wants to secure. And just look at how Berjaya Dragons is just pulling up with all these textbook plays. And BJD, the only reason why they dropped 2 kills over is just due to that contest up in the Baron Nasher. Other than that, Berjaya Dragons have been looking a little bit too clean.
And Setsune going in for the catch now. Zora Veki managing to back away. But yeah, man, I could not agree with you more, Contra. Such a clean performance coming in here from Berjaya Dragons. But beyond all that, they just have a 2K lead on gold. Can you believe it?
Even so that you saw so many turrets go down, the Drakes on top of the Baron, it is pure efficiency that's also coming out from all members of Geek Fam. And I can't believe it. Like, Kha'Zix right now on the back foot, yet again, he has established more gold than some of these members of the Berjaya Dragons.
Yeah, and that's all because of the teamwork, the team play, right? Protect your Rumple, and Rumple will deliver. Question is it going to be in game number 1, or is it going to be when the Blind Monk drops into the fray to land some of those roundhouse kicks to the face? This is going to be the side of Berjaya Dragons, who have managed to bring the Garen in here as well, and Setsune has managed to do quite a bit of damage for his high Contra.
It seems like Rumple wants to just send them a little bit of signal warning. He does use the unseen threat. He's mobbing right in. He's hoping to actually steal this Baron away. But have they failed to do it? Berjaya Dragons is not another one, but that will be a chase for resurrect as they will take down Sagi right across. Flash coming through from the side of Karudo, but they cannot do much. They turn golden, and this is the chance for Geek Fam to come back on top.
Oh, are they going to be able to do it? Winter as well as Isu, they should be able to tank quite a bit of this hits, and they are going to back away towards their nexus. Here comes Winter pushing up top towards that mid lane. He should be able to hit the Glacial Fissure as well to kind of hold the line of Geek Fam back. Now, this is nothing much that they have managed to, push back, but, they equalize on the goal just with this crazy attempt.
Yeah, and I guess this very call was a little bit way too risky for the side of Berjaya Dragons. Yes, they managed to get it in the back, but the pure power of Geek Fam and how coordinated they are to actually go in for those takedowns was impeccable. And now, Geek Fam, yes, they're still on the back foot for slightly a tad bit, but just look at the goal difference. Geek Fam, they are currently sitting up there on top, even though it's the Baron power play in effect.
Even with the Baron power play, I highly doubt the Berjaya Dragons are going to be able to do this easily, right? Geek Fam, look at them, drop back in here with a 3-man defense down at the Dragon Lane, taking out all of those buffed up minions. But Chili as well as Winter will come in here for that push, and this might just break out into an all-out battle, Contra.
Well, maybe Geek Fam will need to give this turn away, and if Berjaya Dragons make a final push out there, Geek Fam can still strike. And just look at all the items that has already been set up. 3 Guardian Angels available for Geek Fam, and you know that they can still hold the line pretty well. 3 Death Dance on top, and well, to add on top of that, Mo is going to be getting himself a Phantom Dancer. So, I guess Berjaya really need to find one massive pick, and that massive pick that I'm looking at is either going to be Momo or the Shank. Ruffle, yes, he's been falling twice already and has a secure kill, but I believe that this Kha'Zix can still pull a little bit of impact. But if they were to be clumping up all together, it's going to be hard. So Berjaya Dragons, they want to secure the final Drake right here with the Elder Drake being spawned up, and this will be in the form of Cloud.
Yeah, they need this, man. Can Geek Fam pull this away? That increased movement speed, 7.5. Within those battles, 15% out of combat. That should be able to bring this right back, Contra.
Oh boy, it seems like they managed to flush the rest of BJD all the way back, and this is where they re-engage, and they are looking to take down Nyx. Nyx will be getting his health bar taken depleted, and the Grave Spear awaits the rest of the members of Geek Fam if they do not pull back. But look at the Shank, there's not much health being left available. He still has the GA, so they're actually buying a lot more time. Geek Fam, they are rushing right, and they don't care. They want to throw all the bodies because there's a chance where the Shank could actually close out the game. And this Cloud Elder Drake will be left alone for only this last moment. And look at all the minions. They're marching in towards the mid lane as well as the bottom. And Geek Fam has to secure what's necessary.
Oh, the solo push from the man himself, the Shag, opens up that inhibitor, pushes on. The Nexus of Berjaya Dragons touched before Geek Fam's Nexus even gets a scratch on it. That is the absolute sheer fire and willpower of Geek Fam. Haven't been able to pick up even one major objective in here, but they lead on the side of commerce. 68 to 64k goal. Crazy performance coming in here from Geek Fam, not allowing Berjaya Dragons to pick up that Infernal Drake. And at the same time, with that solo push up top, this is craziness right now. And the engage on Baron might be the end of Berjaya Dragons if Geek Fam manages to pull a crazy takeover here.
Oh boy, here comes another attempt, and this will be it. Now, the rest of the Berjaya Dragons, they are stuck inside of pits, and the rest of Geek Fam, they want to tear them apart. Here comes the viewers and just to make their way out, but then again, Geek Fam, they are shutting them one after another until he goes down. Saki only leaves with a little bit of scratch, and Geek Fam, they manage strength, but Berjaya Dragons, they might have already closed out this game. Look at the minutes already arriving to the scene, and Geek Fam, they are having a great moment right now. Winter now buffing up the minions, and he's already landing a few touches right there. And here comes Tsune, Berjaya Dragons, full nil, game 1.
Oh my God. What did we just witness here, Contra? This has been one of the most mind-blowing games Geek Fam has been able to show us. Berjaya Dragon taking one of the cleanest, most well-thought-out, planned, and executed victories at the Rift, at the Sea Icon series. And Geek Fam They get defeated, but in the most craziest of fashions. They show us exactly what they're capable of. And if they were able to take a couple of these objectives for themselves, as well as those buffs from those dragons, I wonder if the results could have been slightly different, Contra.
Well, I would say that this is definitely got all of our hearts all racing only in game number 1. I can't wait for the rest of it. And well, we have to look at the stats overall, because as much as Berjaya Dragons was trying to play the cleanest possible game, it took them 3 Barons for them to get to this point of victory. And just look at Chili, you know, he didn't manage to get clean kills overall, but it was all done as a unit. And heading into the late game, Geek Fam, they've already established so many of all these core items, and there was even a point where Geek Fam, they were up ahead in terms of goal against Berjaya Dragons.
Yeah. Okay, we need to spell fine and clear, okay? Berjaya Dragons took this victory by taking 3 Baron buffs, okay, as well as 3 Drakes, as well as the Rift Herald, and still Geek Fam managed to collect more gold than them and put up an amazing fight towards the very end, throwing everything on the line, but still not able to pull it off. But that's just been game number 1 in this best out of 5. So much more to come. Look at the sheer damage being dished out by Sagi as well as Momo here as they stand toe-to-toe with each other.
That's right, and on top of that, you just look at Karudo also doing a whole lot, but the Shang is the richest guy on the block just to, of course, get all this sort of pushes done. The Shang almost single-handedly close out the entirety of the game if BJD were not to send Zitsune to take good care of that Baron lane. So it really went down to those small little inches to actually close things out, especially on that very final Baron fight. Geek Fam was just throwing everything, including the kitchen sink, on top of Berjaya Dragons. But at the very end of it all, you saw that there was too many super minions marching down mid as well as bottom. And once Geek Fam were already depleted, they only have 2 members to defend, and it made it a little bit easier for BJD to close things out.
Yeah, man. Contra, I will not lie to you, right? Whenever I see Geek Fam as well as Berjaya Dragons play Wild Rift, bro, it really makes me feel like just picking up the phone and jumping into a game myself, man. They make it... They take the whole gameplay up a few notches, right? They take the whole gameplay up a few levels, and, you know, this sort of an excitement is what we were talking about yesterday. We are on the verge of seeing 2 grand final series back to back, today as well as tomorrow, because the probability of these 2 titans ending up in the grand finals tomorrow is super high as well, Contra.
That's right, and I believe that there's still more to come here. But, you know, that game was absolutely epic. I guess we really have to catch ourselves some of all these breaks. But first, we thank all of you guys here, and make sure you guys still stay tuned, because it's only going to be for this like moment. I guess you can use all of this time just to cook yourself a MAGGI hot cup. And we will just be coming right back at you very, very shortly. And you are currently tuning in the ESL Mobile Open Asia Pacific, presenting to you League of Legends Wild Rift, and this is the Sea Icon Series, Malaysia. We'll be right back here for more action.
Macam tak ada respon diberikan dari penjaga penonton. Dicuri! Dicuri! Silangan nyawa yang agak banyak tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka punya tengah Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul menjadikan. Masih lagi terselamat. Wan Rakit telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari penta. Mencari penta. Mencari penta.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Okay. Nice! Victory! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back?
Macam tak ada respon diberikan dari penjajakan Akanon. Dicuri! Dicuri! Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka bisa mengenai Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul menyebabkan. Masih lagi terselamat. One rocket telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari peta. Mencari peta. Mencari peta.
Welcome back once again. This is the ESL Mobile Open presenting to you League of Legends Wild Rift. And of course, you're currently tuning in to the hottest action here happening in the CE Icon Series, Malaysia, where we just saw Berjaya Dragons taking game number 1 against Geek Fam. My name is Contra. This is the Mustachio AJ. And well, I feel extremely pumped up right after that match because even when Geek Fam's behind, it was so hard to even shut them down.
Yeah, man, it was crazy, right? And whether or not we will be able to see Geek Fam step it up in game number 2, I have got zero doubts in my mind, Contra. Berjaya Dragons, it's not like they were not not Berjaya Dragons. Geek Fam, it's not like they were not attempting to take one of these objectives, right? At the early part of the game, it did look like they wanted to let it go because they wanted to ramp up later on. They wanted to focus in on their Kazakhs. Clearly, that was not the best of choices, right? Because once the Infernal Drake had fallen into the hands of Berjaya Dragons, we could see that the damage output was just slightly underestimated were the power of the Berjaya Dragons players. And time again, every time they went in there for those engagements, the players from Geek Fam were to fall. Maybe in game number 2, no, I don't think maybe. For sure, in game number 2, Contra, we're going to see some shake-up here.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that when it comes down to the Champions Select, we'll be seeing maybe a little bit of switch. And it seems like I did lost you there for a slight moment. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Contra. Can you hear me, bro?
All right, I guess, just a small little of the tech errors for a little bit, but I believe that, heading in towards the entirety of this current series, maybe game number 1, Kazakhs was the odd one out in this current scenario for Geek Fam, and falling back to something like Lee Sin would be proving to be very vital for them to actually get a little bit of edge. Like, the focus on that previous game was to get the Shang online as well as Momo with all these items being stacked up before they get into a fight, but it might have taken a little bit too long. But then again, those finishes when it comes down to challenging that Baron, it looks to be quite convincing, but BJD, they managed to snatch it all.
Yeah, man. Okay, now obviously we are looking at the probabilities of Geek Fam to be able to come right back in here and to pick that one match up, right? And with what they have shown us thus far, it's quite clear that they will be able to do so. Because once again, right, Contra, we are talking about a situation here where they have not gone in, not picked even one of these objectives. And at the very end, they are still able to overcome the side of Berjaya Dragons in terms of those commas. And how this helped them out is through all of those itemizations that they were building on their side as well, right? That was the only thing keeping them afloat, my man. Now, if they were able to take some of these buffs for themselves, like I was saying right earlier on, if at all the Elder as well as one of those Baron, the Hand of Baron buffs had dropped into the hands of Geek Fam, the story would have been turned right around its top, Contra.
Yep, and of course, I absolutely agree with you right there that, things could definitely be a little bit better when it comes down to execution or even going in for some of all these contests up early. But the problem here is that, Geek Fam, they understood that their strength doesn't really come in on the early game, and I guess that you don't really want to lose an unnecessary fight, which I absolutely understand the sort of call to. In exchange for that dragon, they managed to open up the Baron lane itself, and they slowly take more and more of that turret. So I guess that exchange, of course, bite them back much, much later on.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And, whether or not bringing Kazakhs in was a great idea or not, only Geek Fam will be able to show us, right? Because from what we were noticing, Kazakh wasn't really doing badly in that game. He was holding his own quite well. But I guess the focus on the early game part seems to have given the Berjaya Dragons the opportunity or that access to take a couple of steps ahead of Geek Fam. And maybe these are the things that they will want to look to tighten in their drafts later on. And we talked about the Galio being picked up by the side of Geek Fam as well. And that didn't happen, right? That went on to the side of the Berjaya Dragons. And that Galio did seem to be quite an issue whenever they went in there for the takedown. And that Olaf is just so tanky in that jungle to be able to go into that Baron pit and dance with the Baron as well as the players from Geek Fam just made it way too easy for the Berjaya Dragons, right? Camille will get banned out by Geek Fam this time round, and the Berjaya Dragons will have an opportunity here to come back for a ban, and that Fiora might just get ticked off, Contra.
That's right, and just look at the current sort of the bans that we are having. It seems like they're going to be sticking back to what's the usual sort of the common pick of both BJD as well as Geek Fam. They don't want to be seeing a Gragas as well as a Camille for 2 games in a row. Absolutely understand that, because some of these key elements can make or break some of these team fights. And Ziggs, we cannot underestimate a Ziggs right here because of the amount of damage that he can actually put up with the Mega Inferno Bomb. But Geek Fam, they want a second try on this Corki, and they shall get it, with Berjaya Dragons opting to do exactly was the same for the previous draft with the Galio as well as the Olaf, which is really solid.
Hey, if it's not broken, don't fix it, my friend. Why would they, right? Geek Fam going in with the draft once again with the Corki. Hopefully, Rumpel brings in a different fix for himself. Fiora getting grabbed for their side as well. And we know exactly why. The Shang has been able to perform so well up top on that Baron lane. This time, the Glacial Fissure will be giving Geek Fam a little bit of boost in some of these team fights, which means at least they have managed to take away that team fight monster from the Berjaya Dragons. Let's see how else Berjaya Dragons will continue, and they just want to stick to what works here.
That's right. Varus has been a really strong pick, and that will be a Garen that will be brick walling this Fiora. So I guess it's going to be pretty much the same old, but this might just be one of the first few times that we are seeing Rumble going back to that Graves, while Radican, okay, I'm seeing that Veki here is going to be experimenting with something new on the mid lane once again, but this isn't new on the PC counterpart because Radican has been a lane bully overall, and that's where you see this Annie is going to be coming into effect as the support instead of the mid lane. But either side works, you know, like if you really want to put that Annie up in the mid lane, you can still go toe-to-toe against Renekton, but the problem is when that Crocodile jumps in your face, it's going to be really hard to just shake him off.
Yeah, I can see what Geek Fam is playing at here already, and I'm already excited for tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. They are all set to impress us in many more series. That's all I can say, right? Because the way the drafts have gone in for game number 2 here, Contra, do you think you'll be able to make a blind assumption as to who might be able to take it?
Well, it's really hard to say. For Berjaya Dragons, I probably would think that they won't be changing all too much of what they've been actually offering early on. But
correct.
Geek Fam, I want to see how this Renton up in the mid will do, because Jarvan didn't work out. Now we're going in for another brawler up in the mid, and I see Veki immediately going in to slice and dice some of the HP bars of Karuto already.
Yeah, man. Annie is going to be quite a pain later on. But Ozora, Veki will be taking those damages straight up early in here, right? Geek Fam, hopefully they will switch their game style up in here. I kind of sniff what they are about to do in series number 1, but it's okay. We will leave that assumption on towards game number 3. For me to reveal that to you guys. You know, one thing that we have noticed about Geek Fam, right? Berjaya Dragons, if they've got their own meta of suckering people in, Geek Fam have got this habit of allowing their opponents to take, you know, the confidence of the first couple of games and then snatching it all back. Whether it's in this series or and a grand finals, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, is all left to how Geek Fam wants to play this. Whether Berjaya Dragons will make all of their fantasies come true or slap them in their faces and wake them up from their dream is yet to be seen.
That's right, and Veki actually plays this Renton pretty darn well, as we are looking at Karuto here struggling to actually secure some of these farms as well. So I guess he can come in with slice and dice leader just to gap close through some of these minions. But Veki cannot be overzealous as well, because that could possibly lead to a little bit more destruction. Now Chili's just going to be invading right now just to steal a couple of Crocs, and Momo wants to take a little bit of a piece of the pie for himself in the form of cash flow, but this shouldn't be all too much for the rest of Geek Fam to deal with. But the way it's being shoved in, this will be a little bit of a threat coming out. Veki spots out Chili, drops a ward just to say hello, and that's all that Veki could possibly do.
Now this might be a trap setup here, but of course Veki's not going to fall for it like a primary school child. He will be able to back away. Graves continuing in here to invade the other side of the jungle, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, getting a little too confident. Are they going to be able to get this catch onto this Garen early on in the game? I wonder if that is their idea here. A reset will come through for that Olaf as well as Garen. Fiora's not going to be able to catch him, and the wave cannot even be cleared because she needs to wait for her own minions to push up together with her. And Graves is going to continue eating off the plates of Berjaya Dragons, especially Chili.
For Chili, I guess that he's just going to be going on the farming spree for now. I believe that he's working over on that Death Dance, and that will force Momo to build at least a mortal reminder much early on, and now going for a slight invade, and they are trying to force out members from the likes of Geek Fam from retreating. Nyx will be taken out for first blood, while the exchange will happen with Karuto falling out as well. A lot of flashes have to be blown right here, but it seems to be that Berjaya Dragons, they got the better of the trade by taking down Vic.
It's a one-to-one trade in here. Whether they will be able to, kind of recover from this Geek Fam is yet to be seen. So early on in this game, a 2k lead on that goal from Berjaya Dragons clearly won't mean much. As Rumpel will continue to go in here, the red Brambleback will get taken down for the true damage as well as the slows that he will be able to inflict later on. And with his range attack, it is going to be making Rumpel a little bit of a annoying creature to deal with.
Yeah, and I guess that, like from that sort of exchange, getting both the Braum as well as the Renton is going to be really vital. Now, putting this first Shurima, that's King or, Tector, if you want to call it, now a little bit behind. Now, he won't be able to purchase that Black Cleaver, but that forces Ozorveki to first maybe build up a little bit more of a defensive setup later on, as he's already got maybe a little bit of chunk of damage as well as HP. Sagi continues to go in to put down Momo.
Yeah, okay, now let's see if or not they will be able to force the first Drake into their own pockets instead of allowing Berjaya Dragons to once again pick up the Mountain Drake early, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Very important because this gives you about 6% max health as a shield, but you have to not take any damage at all for about 5 seconds. And, this is what's going to give Berjaya Dragons the extra bit of, I would say, insurance if at all they get bounced on by the side of Geek Fam.
Agreed, and currently we are looking at Berjaya Dragons. They're trying to clump up over the bottom side. They've already been spotted out by some of these wards, and Geek Fam, they know what's up. So they will clear some of the minions beforehand, but Chili has already got his position pretty much well set up. Now, some of all these walls come up here coming from Nyx, but here comes Chili. He's looking for that dive. A shot on the sword comes right in. Hero's entrance to connect as well, but so Fisher drops right through. But Sagi, he will not be able to look for that pick. Fully executed by the side of Momo just to negate all the pressure, as Momo has to expend all his summoning spells just to get out.
Oh, look at that perfection right there, man. Momo as well as Nyx. Nyx, balls on the table, man. He just went right in there, facing up against them. He knew exactly what his limits were. Sune, on the other hand, knowing exactly that, with a beautiful slam dunk onto Rumpel, but is not able to get that kill. Karuto, very hungry from the back as well, not able to do much in there, and they'll focus instead onto Schwarzschild.
And Becky is going to be coming in from the back as well just to land a little surprise. Dominance already being popped up. And here comes Geek Fam coming in from the flank. They're looking for Sagi first. And really drops him out of the fight. Now coming in from the back as they will watch the rest of BJD. And this will be one of the big fights that could have turned the tides around. But it seems to be that Rift Herald will still land in the hands of Chili.
Yeah, they know exactly when to disengage. Berjaya Dragons knew exactly what was coming. They were looking out for the absolute ambush once they drop in there for Shelly. It was, a decision made on the fly to drop in for that Rift Herald takeover. And Berjaya Dragons managed to deal with the nuisance of Geek Fam knocking on their doors whilst they were busy. Well played. They lose one, but not too much of complaints from the side of Berjaya Dragons. They still have got all of the objectives they were looking for, just like game number 1. The experimentation from Geek Fam not turning out that well.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing maybe a little bit of a glimpse of what happened right down below as well. This is where the moment that they try to set up a little bit of dive. But don't worry, we'll get more of these replays coming to you shortly. But that fight in that Herald Pit, if you want to call it, because Baron is not out just about yet, right? So I felt that Geek Fam, they were trying to really corner up Berjaya Dragons and, of course, force them to get in towards this fight. And yes, it went on to maybe a sort of a 1-for-1 exchange here from the Chain of Corruption, and I don't think that Momo should get out of this. And well, oh well, that will be a beautiful dive coming in from Chili as well, getting themselves that double kill, and this is where they say hello to the Rift Herald, but the rest of Geek Fam, they coming right in as well. So Becky trying to look for the kill as they will spot out Sagi. Sagi goes down, same goes to Becky, but Rumpel, he tries to land a little bit of the collateral damage, but that's not going to be enough. Rumpel will be chased right by Sune, and I guess that's all that they need to do just to secure one turret up top.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to get Rumpel, man. He goes in there with a blue smite just to slow down his opponent and then use that opportunity to run away. Well played. Amazing response coming in at that very last moment. 28 to 32k, 4k deficit on that goal. Walk me through the items though, Contra.
Well, just looking at the itemization, it seems like both sides of the ADCs are doing exactly the same. But for Corky right here, I believe that he has just started to work on that Trinity Force that will give him a little bit of boost of all these essential stats that he needs. And here comes the Potion Break upward contest as well. And I'm just seeing the Berjaya Dragons here having a little bit of an advantage because the rest of the members of Geek Fam, they're pretty much separated, and there's not much time left. Becky has to pull the trigger here if they really have to move right in. And here comes Rumpel as well. They're clearly looking for that fight, and here comes
Rumpel.
A little bit of justice was coming right through it. Oh my goodness. Seems like Nyx will not be able to actually land all of that. The rest of Geek Fam now trying to actually get a little bit more room out there. Berjaya Dragons should be able to take this one and come back with a little bit of missiles being sent right in from Mobile, but they could not steal it away.
This is not classic Geek Fam at all. They're giving too much of room for Berjaya Dragons, and clearly it's going to be a situation where they get steamrolled later on. Baron Nashor is now online, but obviously it's going to be a crazy gameplay for Berjaya Dragons to take this, so they are going to be looking to set up that classic Berjaya Dragons trap. Let's see if or not that Dragon Pit will see, that Dragon Trap will see any Geek Fam players get stuck in it.
Oh boy. Just look at this Olaf go, and well, I guess we talk about that Olaf. There is a solo kill right down below coming from Zisune.
Zora, Becky, Renekton. Well, how is the little crocodile doing at the Rift so far, Mr. Contra?
I guess not too shabby. He's got 2 kills with 3 deaths. So of course, getting picked off from time to time is not really the best opportunity for him to say that, hey, I got all these sort of highlights, but for the wrong reasons. Now, Chili, 4-0. He's got the death dance already, and now BJ should be able to pry open this mid lane. Chain of Corruption not really landing, coming in from Saki. So that leaves a little more room. Oh, here comes the Timbers! And they really collapse! On top of them, Becky trying to look for the kill as well. Zisune is there. Man on that mission to stop them on the tracks, but Sagi needs help for a drop low. And Geek Fam, they cannot follow up. This is a little bit too overextended for Geek Fam to even follow suit. BJD extends that lead. Now it's 9 kills to 3.
Yeah, so very clearly, Geek Fam not focusing in here for the win at all. They're dropping the ball in the most drastic of fashions, right? Overextending. They knew they would not be able to take that team fight, but yet they just jumped right into the fray for a couple of punches. Were those punches worth it? Clearly not. They have fallen behind in terms of performance as well. Also, Raveki as well as Momo now going in here for a push up top in that mid lane. But the pressure from Annie is going to be too much to handle for Graves alone, so they will need to go and drop in for some backup.
Oh, seems like BJD, they're looking to clear all the route of the jungle, and that can only mean one thing. They want to set up for this Baron buff, and Geek Fam doesn't seem like they have enough of damage to actually dish out to clear out shop, especially when the Berjaya Dragons are looking to be so tanky, and just this dude just going right up front to challenge 2, and yet again still has full health to work with. And that already tells you that this Baron buff could have possibly gone easily to the likes of BJD if they were to start it right now.
You know, if anything, right, Geek Fam is just making themselves look so good whilst losing this game, even in game number 1. And if they lose it in game number 2 the same way as well, it's a crazy statement. Contra.
What? Okay. Almost got out of that alive. Thank goodness for the ignite that was popped by. If there wasn't that ignite, maybe the Shan could have actually survived. But Becky finds himself a turret up top. Meanwhile, up and towards the mid side, here comes Zisune. Try to go for the pick against Rumpel. He dashes through the wall, and here comes Summon Tampers right on top of the face of the Grace. He will have to actually flash over a lot of damage or being popped up. Rumpel survives with a tick of health left. But with that sort of commitment, I guess that buys a little bit more time for Becky to secure tier 2 turret up top.
Oh, this is the perfection from Geek Fam. You know, the point that I was trying to make earlier was how Geek Fam's making a name for themselves is. It's, this is the statement at the end of the day, right? It took Berjaya Dragons, all the objectives, 3 Barons to slay Geek Fam one time. And it looks like it's going to be set up in the exact same way here as well. Question is, how many Barons will it take this time round?
Well, I guess currently it's nil for the moment. But just look at how smooth Rumble actually makes that escape. Every single dash that he makes, alongside with the collateral damage, giving him a little bit of a knockback mechanic, and just slightly moves away from some of the shots coming in from Sagi. I gotta say, that was pretty impressive just to, of course, catch all of the eyeballs of Berjaya Dragons. But attempt number 2 will be coming in shortly, I do believe, and Berjaya Dragons, all they have to worry about is the split push that will come into effect. And Becky's doing exactly the same alongside with the Shank, but now it seems like Crocodile will be hunted now with TPs coming in for Fiora as well. Fiора's entrance to be dropping right in, and the first one to fall will be Ruffle right here. So there's no smite available. Berjaya Dragons, they immediately rush towards the Baron just to secure the buff, and I guess Geek Fam understand that they will have to give this one away.
Yeah, will it come in as a steal though? We have seen the Glacial Fissure dropping in for steals in the past. That might be able to knock everyone up and give the side of Geek Fam the opportunity. Here comes Shang as well, Contra. And yes, the Glacial Fissure drops, but Olaf secures Baron Dasher.
Oh boy, it seems like this is going to be a lost cause, but they do have Becky here trying to secure the kill. He does land one as he will take out Sagi. And that's all that he wants to do the entirety of the game. Momo's coming in for the flank as well, but Becky is going to be melting down like butter. Winter's the next one. Oh my goodness, Winter survives. Berjaya Dragons, they will have 3 to work with the buff. And Ruffle is the only man on this mission to stop the Dragons from pushing in.
Oh no, is this game over already? Zizune as well as Karuto, together with all of the buffed up minions, the hand of Baron, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, is gonna enable Berjaya Dragons to take down Geek Fam. I guess that is a answer straight up. Berjaya Dragons responding to the question that I put forth a moment ago. How many Baron buffs does it take to take down Geek Fam? This time around, 1, Berjaya Dragons wanted to say, but Geek Fam saying, shut up and please go home. We are back into the game. You're not gonna be able to touch our Nexus.
Well, not just about yet. The death timer is a little bit too low for the moment. 16 minutes into the game, we see a difference of 10 kills overall, as well as about, 7,000 gold difference. I'm not sure if my math is failing me, but here comes Becky getting hunted down, and he opts to actually go in for the dash. He tries to dash away, but there is only so much that he could possibly do, as he does not have flash available. Now, one turret being crushed over tier 2 bottom side, and they hope to actually break another inhibitor right down the bottom lane. But Rumble, he's trying to make a couple of all these moves. They still have the Stitchman intact, so Berjaya Dragons should easily close this one here. But the problem is, Berjaya Dragons, they could not just easily come right in, but they know that they don't really have Becky, so that's one problem out of the way. And now they come in for the damage as well, rushing in for the kills, hunting down for Ruffle as well with the Shank trying to defend, and that will be one pickup as Chili goes down. Now that makes it 2 members remaining. Berjaya Dragons comes in to take game number 2.
Victory.
The Berjaya Dragons need 3 drakes as well as the hand of Baron buff to go in for the slay. The drafts coming in from the side of Geek Fam, this time even weaker than the previous round. Not a problem at all for the Berjaya Dragons to go into slay. They come back in with the exact same draft. If it is not broken, don't try to fix it. They didn't try to fix it, and you know what? The fixing all needed to be done on Geek Fam's side. They didn't fix it. They made it slightly worse for themselves, and now they are down 2-0 Contra.
Well, I guess there is still a chance for a reverse sweep, but I guess there's a few problems that I really want to address right here, because whatever sort of the skirmishers, fighters that they put up over mid lane, it's not working out for Zoreki. Let's check out some of these stats here for me to actually highlight even further on, what went wrong and what went right for either side of the teams. Anytime now. So let's have a look at the stats right now. Well, don't worry, we'll get that sorted out. But yeah, finally. So this is where we have a look at some of the numbers. Chile really got themselves a little bit of a head start here, and he's been building a little bit of the semi-tank sort of built on this Olaf, and he's been really storming things out. Veki goes 3-6-1 as he hoped to just hunt down Sagi time and time again. And I guess he has managed to actually go in for the assassination, but hopefully, Geek Fam, they sort out some of these things, and perhaps the Shang this time with Zisune understanding how they've already gone across, I guess they've already expected these sort of split push to come into effect. Well, don't worry about that. I guess we'll give some time for Dear Mustachio to just join right back in. But just look at some of the other stats. I do love some of all the summon tiers that comes in from Annie right here.
Yeah, Conrad. So, I'm not really tickled by the fact that Geek Fam went in there with a loss 2 times back-to-back. But, of course, Momo showing that he can get that damage done with that Corki. Nyx dropping in and pulling the Brom away from the side of Berjaya Dragons was definitely something that was required. Ozora Veki, on the other hand, the fact that he did not have the, Galio on his side may be affecting the side of Geek Fam just a tad bit. But here's the highlight, right? I feel like Geek Fam's not really trying hard enough just yet with their drafts. Maybe when we come back around in game number 2, because clearly Winter is being a pain, and Sagi with that virus is just not allowing Geek Fam to take any bit of an inch in this map. But then that goes back to allowing them to take those characters that are currently focusing on those bans, right? And Berjaya Dragons are still going to be quite solid. So Geek Fam, they need to dig deep for the next one.
And I definitely understand why exactly would they possibly be struggling right here, because first off, Graves, heading in towards the late game, he will have his damage pretty much capped at a certain ratio, and there's not going to be all too much for him to do other than, securing some of these objectives. Maybe he can contribute to some of all of these pushes, but you saw what really happened. Berjaya Dragons, they were just forcing fights everywhere they go, and I just love that chain crowd control that they do offer on their side, which is why that they haven't break free from this current draft that they do have. And the only sort of switch that we are seeing here is the Annie that moves in towards the mid lane. And who have told you that Annie doesn't work in competitive play? That's a lie, and we have already seen it right here, because Timbers, once you actually have the charge of the passive that allows you to get the stun, you can actually stun up the entirety of the team if you have pulled that card right in those specific moments. And we saw Geek Fam had struggled just to answer back some of these aggression.
Are they struggling though? That's my question. My question is whether or not Geek Fam is struggling, or are they going in with some experiments against Berjaya Dragons because they know that nothing much is on the line at the upper bracket finals, right, Contra? Because what's the worst case scenario? Today you go in for these experimentations to see how will Berjaya Dragons respond to certain drafts and picks. And then you see exactly how they're able to respond in certain game situations where you allow them to take all of the objectives. And game number 1 is case in point, right? If at all Geek Fam was to play a game of perfection like that again, but this time around with the drafts that they are serious about at the grand finals, then Berjaya Dragons will have so much to deal with, and that's just going to change up the whole level of gameplay for the grand finals. And that's the kind of storyline that's being set up right now that's really, really exciting me. Geek Fam is not at 100% just yet.
I absolutely agree with that, and I guess that will be the breather here just to rethink what they really want to do. And with that, we'll come right back at you within the span of 3 minutes or so. So with that, we'll see what happens in game number 3.
Macam tak ada respon. Diberikan dari penjajakan apa dong? Dicuri! Dicuri! Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka menyentuh mengenai Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul menjadikan. Masih lagi terselamat. One rocket telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari peta. Mencari peta. Mencari peta.
Nice. Alright, go. Tahu first. Can. Alright, tahu ni. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice. I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire in my hand. I'ma go get 'em. No time looking back, every day gotta do better. I'ma go get 'em. Blow the roof off or I really want to see, now go tell 'em. About to touch the sky, no helmet. Preparing myself on top, no weapons. On my own, I stop caring. Cause they keep telling me you can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire in my hand. Take a seat in the back, yeah. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire in my hand. Take a seat in the back, yeah.
Leader, I got my team up. I've been a dreamer. I switched the scene up. I done got that green up. It don't make me fiend up, but they know I'm being with the rats. Call me the fiend up. Heavy work, smoke up, no lean up in my soda. Fresh and clean, got no hold up. I've been an outcast, we just scared, we told ya. Been in that backseat. Facts we move that word, but it ain't no D-R-U-G-M-B-M-U-S-I-C. I'm only human, if you cut the skin, I bet I bleed. And when my back against the ropes, put in that work, I lead. I see the vision clear, seeing things that y'all don't see. Two dubs on the vision, call it 2020.
Macam tak ada respon. Diberikan dari penjajakan apa dong? Dicuri! Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka menyentuh mengenai Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul menjadikan. Masih lagi terselamat. One rocket telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari peta.
Welcome back to the League of Legends Wild Rift Sea Icon Series MY, a tournament made possible by our sponsors MAGGI Hot Cup UDU as well as JBL. This is the summer season for 2021 brought to you by the ESL Mobile Open, right? And thus far for the opening series of our day here contra, Berjaya Dragons have been taking on Geek Fam, more like dominating Geek Fam in the first two matches of our best out of 5, and one more opportunity here to take a Juggernaut 3-0 victory, or will Geek Fam be able to fight back?
Well, I really do hope to see some of these fights actually coming into this Turk game, because I believe that Geek Fam still has something to offer, unless, they feel like, it's a little bit tougher to actually fight so hard for, that grand final spot so we can actually come back in with the lower bracket run. But that's a little bit of a dangerous move. But you know what? We hear you guys out that you guys want to get your hands on some of these goodies, and JBL is offering you exactly just that. All you have to do, like, comment, and share to win the JBL Quantum Series headset. So you can also use the code JBLO ESL 10 for 10% off on all Quantum products upon checkout on Shopee.
Yeah, the JBL Quantum 600 is ready for giveaway today. The winner will be announced at the end of our stream, so make sure you guys take this opportunity to join this giveaway as well, right? And just like Contra mentioned, if you do not win the giveaway, you can still get that discount onto Shopee. Make sure you do take down that discount code. But how about, you not winning the headphones, but you wanting to know exactly how much you can spend or what can you get with the budget that you have? Drop on down to jbl.com.my to find out more about the full-on Quantum series, all of the headsets that are available, as well as what makes them truly special to make it worth your money.
That's right. We've already got ourselves a hands on the JBL, and mine is pretty much being sent on the way. On top of that, while waiting, I believe that you guys could, of course, call your friends out there and tell them how awesome this entirety of the series have went through, as UDO has been offering us 5 gigs worth of data absolutely for free. All you have to do is scan the QR code or visit the website right down below, and all you have to do is just go ahead, click onto it, and you'll be able to get even the SIM card sent to your doorstep if you haven't really registered for UDO powered by Cellcom. So there's no excuses out there. You feel like your bills are reaching sky high on whatever mobile plans you guys are having. And tell you what, UDO is one of the first out there to offer customizable mobile data plan out there, or even called everything that you need. It's all jam-packed into one SIM card just for you.
Yeah, absolutely, yo. Now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as we will continue in here for our day, we are still asking this question on whether or not Geek Fam can do anything to make a comeback against the Berjaya Dragons. Are they incapable of taking these major objectives? Are they refusing to take these major objectives? Are they going to break away from their experimental phase and go in for their serious drafts? Or are they going to continue to test and see, poke and prod the Berjaya Dragons to see exactly what they will be able to do if they continue experimenting? This is the side of Geek Fam that the whole of the esports world has been so well acquainted with so far. The one and only team that has got the guts to experiment even at this stage because of their skill level as well as confidence. This is the drafts sponsored by the MAGGI Hot Cup. Let's take a quick look. Finally, Geek Fam will take away Sagi's Man of Power. Varus has been struck out, and Berjaya Dragons will respond by taking that Akali away from this equation. They just do not want to face Akali regardless of which team that drops in.
That's right, and I guess that Geek Fam is doing exactly just this, just to see what other cards does Berjaya Dragons have to respond with. So the Shang, he's got the floor options. This is where Camille is the hot pick that is being left out in the open. I guess the Shang should be using this one for himself, while Zisune answers with that Fiora up towards the top lane. And, we had that hit-to-hit record before we even jumped in towards this best of 5. And now we are getting the best picks possible over the Baron lane. And I'm absolutely stoked for this. Chili now locks in that Gragas, could still be going in towards the support, could be going in towards the mid. We don't know just about yet, but we'll see what Rumble wants right here.
Oh, still experimenting. Rengar being dropped into the Rift this time for the jungle side. But this sort of an experiment is not the one that they will be giving a victory away. They want to experiment and show, look, some of our experimentations have been tried and tested, proven to work. Kaisa being dropped in as well. Ozora Veki will be bringing her in, but that response will be immediately set forth by Karuto as he brings Zaya in. The Assault and Battery will be dropping into the jungle for the side of Berjaya Dragons with Vi behind those gloves, Contra. Oh, nice.
All right, I'm looking at this current sort of picks that Geek Fam is actually coming with, and I have to say this because they are setting this dive composition where anyone from Geek Fam could have possibly go into this back line and assassinate any one of these units coming in from Berjaya Dragons. But the thing is that you have the Zaya that could easily pop the Flash, pop the Further Storm just to have that split second immunity. And I guess that should be able to answer some of all the things that Geek Fam has up the sleeve. But with the Rakan, Gragas, as well as Vi, I guess this should be just about enough crowd control for the likes of Berjaya Dragons. So I'm excited to see how this series is going to go, because this is a different sort of take that's coming from Berjaya Dragons as well.
Yeah, it's a very aggressive side from Geek Fam this time round in comparison to the first two matches, right? They should be able to drop into the fray and be able, I mean, because if you take a look at the Hextech Ultimatum itself, it's one of the best isolation mechanics within the game, and you put that into the hands of Geek Fam and the ability to take down the biggest pain point within each and every single match, right? You want to go in for the Baron Steel, you drop right in there, Hextech Ultimatum on their jungler, and then you...
Yep, I guess I definitely caught you right there. And it seems to be that we might have actually lost you right there. I'm not too sure if you can still hear us there, AJ. If you can, just give me a ring. No worries at all. But we are now into our Summoner's Rift for the matches here. Red card being thrown right in towards Karuto. And it seems like there's only going to be slight damages while the Gragas will be holding the fort over the mid.
Just
seems
like we will persevere.
Oh, we've got you back. Welcome back, AJ.
Thanks, man. Ozora Veki, Karuto taking it up very, very, aggressively at that mid. But the Twisted Fate needs to remember that he does not have the tankiness that the Gragas will have. Yes, he does have the ability to, move around the map slightly more freely than that Gragas will be able to do. But being... keeping that distance is something Ozora Veki will be looking to do. But, he will not stop teasing the Gragas, though.
Exactly just that. I guess just showing whatever cards that Becky has up his sleeves just to ensure that he gets maybe a little bit of lead. Blue card will refuel some of the mana, and of course the yellow cat is the most feared, as that won't stun anybody right there. Chili does secure a scuttle right down the bottom side of the river, and here comes Rumple. Rumple's going to be looking for maybe an early takedown, but I guess he's just going to be working on the scuttle as well, while Chili already got a little bit of invade thing done. Wow, that's a good reward that's being placed over on the Crux, and Nyx will be able to spot out the danger already, but the Shank, he's just holding up just fine.
Yeah, Ozora Veki bringing in Twisted Fate. Twisted Fate, of course, getting a slight buff on the speed of his attacks. I don't really feel like, the damage has been increased, but just with that increase of, fire rate, it should make him a little bit more balanced to be played, and that's why Geek Fam bringing him in here confidently to hold down that mid lane. Gragas will have his hands full towards that mid segment of the game. Geek Fam with the composition to be aggressive. Contra. I wonder if or not they'll be able to show that aggression with the first major objective that drops in.
Oh, the moment that you speak of aggression, it seems like they are showing you a tad bit of what Winter can do with a little bit of the grand entrance right across. So, one more point here for Berjaya Dragons to lock themselves in for the regional battle here. And I just can't wait to see who will be the ones that will be able to, of course, get the second slot as well. But then again, it's not assured just about yet, because there can still be a reverse sweep that just comes right in for the taking. So, currently, Geek Fam, they're getting shoved towards the corner of the turret, but it shouldn't be too much of a threat. But Chili, he just moves right on top. And Geek Fam, they're just holding up their line just pretty much fine where it goes neutral. Oh, big knockdown on towards Nyx, but it's just going to be a couple hooks.
Yeah, it's just gonna be those trades between blows, and they're just gonna be backing away for a bit. Both sides not, taking each other lightly in this game. They know Geek Fam's gonna be stepping it up a little bit, maybe suckering them in for a major takeover later on. Shang will be respecting that Fiora as he will back away. The Camille is not able to, I guess, deal with her aggressively early on. But the Fiora, Zizune is not the kind of Fiora that will overstep his boundaries, so he should be fine for quite a bit.
Exactly, just that. Now, the Berjaya Dragons is looking to secure their first break right here. And it will be the Mountain Bird taking on the rest of Geek Fam. They're hoping to actually go in for a pick. And immediately, here comes the yellow card. Swipes back in the face. That will be one kill up top to secure first blood, but they will not be able to secure the turret, even though they try. And here comes the flash coming in from Winter as well as he goes in with the quickness. But mid lane is being opened up. Here comes Becky as well. He's getting smacked upon. And here comes Nyx with that explosive cast being dropped right in. It seems like they couldn't really break open the mid lane either way, so an eye for an eye.
This is Geek Fam. This is what they are able to do. This is the things that they are able to achieve. But of course, not taking down the Mountain Drake may just put a small little dent in their plan. Sagi, Momo still continuing things down at that Baron lane as Gragas will go in here for a quick reset. As of course, Shelly will be dropping into the Rift in about 40 seconds. Once again, Berjaya Dragons will be focusing on taking her into their family. Geek Fam, will they be able to this time, for the first time, pull it away?
Sure, so, and you just look at the goal scorer right now. Geek Fam is currently leading the way just by a very slight margin. And interesting enough, this Rengar is going to be building a Trinity Force to start things off with. And let's look at the other itemization. Chili is go in for a little bit of the executioner's calling, just to cut a little bit of the lifesteal or even the heals that might actually come right across. Rift Herald will come right by to say hello, but then again, the Berjaya Dragons, they haven't really got this river all set up, but immediately, Chili is already punching his ticket to perhaps get the Eye of the Herald down on the ground.
The challenge is coming. Brom is in the house already. Rumple in the scenario as well. Karuto right there on spot contra.
Oh boy, Glacial Fisher connecting onwards all four members of Berjaya Dragons, but Nyx, he's dropping down low, and Berjaya Dragons, they're getting smacked to a pulp, and a double kill. And Geek Fam, you have to worry about Zizune right now, as he will come in with the grand challenge, already connecting. He's looking for his, he flashes out to safety, and Bobo will secure a double kill alongside 6-2. Geek Fam now takes the lead.
See what happens when Geek Fam tries. It is going to be the Shang as well as Azora Veki taking Shelly down. Not hurting Shelly. No. Just beating Shelly into submission so she joins the clan. It is going to be a Geek Fam Rift Herald right now as they will choose to bring it in a little bit later. Twisted Fate still trying to put the damage onto Karuto. Azora Veki doing this really well. And Nyx now in the fray as well to show Karuto that he should not be aggressing so far up front. Now this is what we're talking about. We just might be able to see a fight back here.
Yeah, and I guess that, they'll call this truth for a very temporary moment. Zizune, that was a really impressive challenge, but Mobile, they're in the right position just to punish that sort of aggression that was being shown by the Fiora. And just look at some of the score. It's only a 1-2 for Zizune. But the biggest winner out of that is going to be that Rengar. So, like you said, experimentation has been working very, very well. And Rengar can be very effective when given such a lead.
And in the hands of Geek Fam, in the hands of Rumple, to be specific, this guy is gonna be able to shine. Zizune is gonna be in trouble, but the Shang being able to deal a little bit of damage himself, and he goes in for the slay.
That was an outplay. He had that headset ultimate till the very end. He allowed them to come in with the grand challenge, and it was only one more hit on the vital point to just take out the Shang. but he was calm and composed to just trade right back. So that 1-2 scoreline for ZCNA up 1-3.
Absolute craziness, man. Look at Geek Fam take this match right back. 72 on the kill so far, and they have got the 4K lead on the goal. Not too much for the likes of Berjaya Dragons to catch right back up. In terms of the objectives, the Mountain Drake that has been slain by the Berjaya Dragons. Are we going to be able to see Shang protect Shelly as well? That's exactly what this Camille is doing.
Oh, man. Things are looking for battle words for this Fiora all of a sudden. Now, this will be tier 2 turret pretty much coming in for free after the Shank has just punished and laid a smackdown on top of them. But this will be the Ocean Drake for the contest. Geek Fam now looking to actually pounce right into the hub, immediately bursting down members of the likes of Berjaya Dragons. And there you go. Sagi is the first one to drop after sending his finish storm.
Here comes Camille!
And hashtag Ultimatum just dropped right in from behind. The Shag chases out Chili, and this is a free dragon for Geek Fam.
Oh my god, did you see Shang drop right back in, sending out the communication, I'm on my way, and what a way to drop in there with that hashtag ultimatum for the shutdown, and Geek Fam will also get a turret at that mid segment now. Zora Becky is going to be going in for a recall together with the team, whilst Rega as well as Shang will hold to the mid segment of this map. Amazing plays coming in here from Geek Fam. They weren't really trying to, and you see what happens when they want to try.
That's right. Let's have a quick look once again. Just look at how far away this Camille was. And he just made his way all the way across the corner for the biggest flag that we've ever seen. And next, he just falls back into the right position. This is that golden opportunity for him to drop that X-Tech ultimatum, securing another kill for Geek Fam to extend it to 10 kills in total.
Oh, crazy, man. Taking Winter out in that fashion. Berjaya Dragons is not going to be happy with the situation at all. Nick's going in here, just making sure the side of Berjaya Dragons do not have much vision within the Baron pit, because they are setting it up for themselves. We might just see a situation where this gets pushed on all the way to game number 5, because Geek Fam wants it to go all the way there. Or are we going to be able to see Berjaya Dragons pull a juggernaut victory by stealing the Baron away? They've managed to throw a quick ward in there though, Contra, with this root on Chili. Nothing else is done because there's no follow-up.
I was kind of afraid for their lives right there, because that Trill of the Hunt has already been popped from the Rengar, so he can easily go into hunt them down, getting a little bit of a slight vision of his nearest target, which was Chili. And, you know, now that this is a big fat kitty cat right across, it will be the Shag just hopping over the wall with the hook shot. But here comes the grand challenge, and oh my god! That is illegal! But here comes Winter here going for the knock, and with a little bit of slight shield, I guess it becomes a 2 versus 1 overall, a 1-for-1 trade for both BJD as well as Geek Fam. And this is where it gets a little bit more concerning, right? Like, Geek Fam, they can just throw bodies at every corner, and anybody from Geek Fam can now be a threat.
Do not give Camille to the Shang. You see that X-Tech ultimatum getting popped so many times around. Once again, the best isolation tool within the Rift at the moment. And in the hands of the Shang, it just means game over when he catches you, right? You need a 2-on-1 situation there to be able to get that away. Good trade coming back from the Berjaya Dragons, but not in any way enough just yet, Contra. As we will go through this match, we will see that a 10k lead on the goal is held by Geek Fam at the moment. They've got 1 Drake each, but in terms of those turrets, Berjaya Dragons have not been able to even take 1 down.
Yeah, and you can see that Geek Fam is actually doing this split push very effectively. I'm looking at Berjaya Dragons. Maybe they do have a little bit more slight edge when it comes down to a proper team fight, but the main issue is that Glacial Fissure that drops right in, if it does collect all members of BJD in one particular corner, then it makes it a whole lot more difficult. And Zizune, yes, he may have had a poor start to begin with, but Fiora hitting it towards the late game will always be a killing machine or a split pushing machine, even if he doesn't really get those kills in. Now, Geek Fam opt to take their second break, and this will be left uncontested. But over the top side, it seems like Berjaya Dragons won something else.
Yeah, the speed, man. No, Berjaya Dragons better not start this because the attack from Geek Fam will not be easy to fend off. They will break away from the situation, which is great. Now, Geek Fam looking for that opportunity for themselves as they will push the line of Winter as well as Sagi back and then drop in to see if or not that Baron Pit is available for the day. Fire is already there. Shang getting chased down though.
Oh man, just look at the amount of damage they do. Opera, here comes Destiny! They drop right in, assassinate Chili! He didn't see that one coming, did he? And here comes Gerudo. He's trying to buy a little bit more time, but how much time can be bought right there? Becky says maybe a few seconds from the Stasis enchant, but Geek Fam, they walk away with 2 solid kills, and now contesting and challenging Berjaya Dragons to step right into the Baron Pit, and here comes the Shang, diving right across, trying to look for members of Berjaya Dragons. Winter now going on a little bit of scuffle, but it won't be it. It's the Shang. The confident goes in for 1 versus 3. He's got the GA. The rest of Geek Fam and marching right through. Now there's the bounce for Sagi with only so little health remaining. Flash comes in. Ruffle back them down. Distance and Ace coming from Geek Fam, and they will fight right back. They retaliated. Now it's only going to be 1 more member. Chili can only watch as the Nexus will undoubtedly fall. But Geek Fam, they're still in it to win it.
Oh my God. Contra. All of this whole victory started off with the bans, right? With the drafts going in, removing Galio alone from this equation has already been enough to, hit Berjaya Dragons where it hurts. But to be able to take that virus away from Sagi as well, make them change their gameplay. If it's not broken, why change it? But as far as Geek Fam was concerned, if it's not broken, let me come in here and slap some sense into you and break it for you. They take away those 2 superheroes from them, and what a crazy victory. This was hands down Geek Fam all the way. How are the Berjaya Dragons going to respond in game number 4? The day is still just getting started, Contra.
Right, this is just a little bit of shift of gear, and Geek Fam was running on gear 1 the whole time. It seems like now they pushed it to gear number 3. They're not even the 5th gear just about yet, but I'm just liking what I'm seeing because this Rengar being enabled so early on has proven to be a big threat onto the Berjaya Dragon side. Let's have a look at the match statistics right now to elaborate what just went on, because Geek Fam, just look at this perfect run for Zorvecki. He did not drop a single time. Same goes to Momo. He's got 10 assists, but Momo's the one to take that MVP title. The Shang and Rumble here really has stepped up their game plan. And I gotta say, if I were to give a second MVP, it has to be the Shang. Because he takes so much of all these space away from the Berjaya Dragons and causing so much of a nuisance all across the map just by playing this commit.
Yeah, like I said, bro, even the hook shot has gotten a fix, which, a lot of players would appreciate. The Shang didn't even need that. Mechanically gifted this guy is. And with this now, the Camille is just way too overpowered. If anything, that should be the very first ban that comes in from the side of Berjaya Dragons, especially after what they have just witnessed, right? Just what they could do with that Galio, just what they could do with that Varus, just how, dangerous Sagi was. Now we see it from the side of Geek Fam. They managed to pick up those objectives for themselves. The Rift Herald, Baron Nashor, you name it, they had it, and they take such a unquestionable victory over the side of Berjaya Dragons. To say that the day is just going to get more interesting from here on and is a true understatement, Contra.
Definitely an understatement. And we thought that, Zizune was doing a little bit of a poor start right there. In fact, he was actually the one contributing the most to Berjaya Dragons. Yes, he might have dished out 15,000.5, but he also soaks in 15,000.5. And it was the Shang that was keeping him company the entirety of this game.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, like 12k out of the 13k damage Shang got was on Zisune, right? Because he was just aiming in for him, man. But, talk about communication as well. With the fact that, the Camille can traverse the map so well, so fast, being able to go in for those split pushes, allowing the Shang to take that Baron lane all by himself and be such a pain was already effective even as Geek Fam were losing in matches 1 and 2. But with Geek Fam having a better draft, being able to put on pressure all across the map, plus have Shang have the exact same level of mobility and damage up top on that Baron lane, it's truly what makes Geek Fam such a force to be reckoned with, Contra.
That's right, and the play that has made this game possible for Geek Fam was the sort of a chain combo coming in from not only Rumble, it was also Becky that made the call. He opens up Destiny, and when you open up this ultimate, you can see everybody in the map. And they kept targeting Chili because they wanted the Baron just to end the game. Exactly just that.
Yeah.
They dropped right in. Turtle Hunt was left up in the open. So they just assassinated him and just went in for the chase. Takes down Karudo alongside. And, that was game over. And what a beautiful game it was. As it seems like BJD, they were amazed and baffled by how well that these guys are playing from Geek Fam. So this is going to be extending all the way to game number 4. One more chance for the likes of Berjaya Dragons to just land one more win to get in towards the grand finals to get that slot for the C Icon Series Summer Super Cup. Or it could also still be in the grass for Geek Fam. So I guess, we'll take a little bit of a short few minutes and we'll come right back for even more Wild Rift action here. And present to you League of Legends Wild Rift.
Macam tak ada respon diberikan dari penjaga penonton. Dicuri! Dicuri! Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka bisa mengenai Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul menjadikan. Masih lagi bersama. Wan Rakit telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari peta. Mencari peta. Mencari peta.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! Victory! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Macam tak ada respon diberikan dari penjaga hadapan. Oh, dicuri! Dicuri! Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka berjaya untuk menyalahkan Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul menjadikan. Masih lagi terselamat. One rocket telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari peta. Mencari peta. Mencari peta.
Here we go once again, and you know we have already got 3 games being done, but Geek Fam has just shown themselves here to take their first one. My name's Contra, this is the Mustachio AJ, as this is the ESL Mobile Open, presented to you, League of Legends Wild Rift C Icon Series Malaysia. AJ, oh boy, we've got some beautiful games out there, and things can only get even more heated up from here onwards.
Yeah. Absolutely, man. And the way Berjaya Dragons took the draft, in the previous match, it's as strong as it comes. They've got a very nice composition on their side, but clearly Geek Fam knew that with the aggression that was ramped up in game number 3 in comparison to game number 1 and 2, it would take Berjaya Dragons by surprise. Because in no way am I saying that, the side of Berjaya Dragons and their drafts just weren't able to take on the side of Geek Fam, right? It's just that the ramp up in the pace or the style that they were taking the game was so different compared to game number 1 and 2, where they just weren't showing any bit of that aggression. They allowed Berjaya Dragons, open doors. They welcomed them into the Dragon Pit again and again to take those objectives. Is that going to be the way game number 4 goes? Or are we going to see Geek Fam throw 100% into it once again and dominate this? Bro, the excitement is crazy and the nervousness is there as well, right? Because I'm curious to see how is Berjaya going to respond.
Yeah, and I guess that they really have to go back to the drawing board, because Geek Fam, now that they've got themselves a win, I'm pretty sure that they will step the pedal to the metal instead of, stepping into gear 1 like what we saw earlier. And maybe there's a little bit of a slight panic coming from inside of Berjaya Dragons as well, because this seems a little bit too oddly familiar, because they don't want that reverse sweep to happen again. It has happened before. Mind you that Berjaya Dragons probably have already been traumatized, and they will do whatever's necessary to even close up this entirety of the game 3-1 with the scoreline. But Geek Fam probably will be laughing and say, "Ha, we just got started."
And that's the problem, Contra. That is the problem with the Geek Fam brand itself, right? The players are just so gifted, so skilled, so disciplined as well, that they know exactly how far they can extend. They know when to pick their battles. They know how to pick their battles as well. And we have seen this coming in from not just this title, but from so many other titles in the past, where the same brand drops multiple games and then still comes up at the very end as the grand champion. That's what Geek Fam is all about, the legacy that they have set for themselves within the esports industry here in Malaysia. Question is whether or not, the Berjaya Dragons can put an end to this particular way they've been taking all of these competitions and show them that, hey, if you're not serious from game 1, you're not going to be able to get to the very end, because you underestimate us by going in for a couple of practice rounds, and we'll teach you a heavy lesson. But of course, even if that heavy lesson is learned today, it's not going to kill them. They still have an opportunity at the lower brackets.
That's right. So we just really want to have a quick look at what has been pretty much been the scheme of things that Berjaya Dragons possibly will be pulling up for, the last resort run. But then again, you can't really call it the last resort run, because for them to either get even more to be done in the grand finals or even the lower bracket finals, because either one of these teams will have to hit down towards the lower brackets eventually. So you can't exactly show every one of your cards, which I understand why exactly Geek Fam is doing such a thing in the first 2 rounds.
Correct. Yeah, and because okay, now let's do this shout out first, real quick, for the ones that are making all of this possible, right? Our tournament partners, JBL. Now, JBL is new to the gaming scene, with the audio, solutions that they are providing, but they are not new to the audio segment themselves. They've been providing, perfect audio solutions for concerts, orchestra houses all around the world for years and years now, and dropping in with the Quantum series is going to be able to change the way audio is perceived in these games. Now, are you guys going to be one of the ones that wins the Quantum 600? It is one of the best within the Quantum range. The only one that is better than the Quantum 600, I believe, is the Quantum 1. So you guys have got the opportunity to take the 600 for yourself today. Quantum 1 will be given away tomorrow at the grand final. So yes, you can win this. How? Like, comment, and share. Make sure you have the two hashtags on your end at all times. The hashtag SISMY as well as hashtag JBL people. Do not forget to tag JBL Malaysia's Facebook page in your post if you want to secure the win for yourself. And to those who are not lucky enough to win, to those who are not witty enough to get an amazing comment that wins the headphones, you guys can still get a 10% discount because we've got a Shopee campaign running on with JBL at the moment. So JBL OESL 10 for a 10% discount on any one of these headphones. And Contra, if they want to know how many headphones are in the Quantum range as well as more information, what can they do, my man?
Well, easily you can check out all the ranges of the Quantum series by heading over to www.jbl.com.my just to find out a whole lot more on what sort of stuff that these headsets could possibly offer, and you probably wouldn't regret it. And just a little bit of a reminder, tomorrow is going to be that 666 shopping day out there, so you know that these codes really do come in pretty handy. Now, other than that, I really want to highlight once again that we also do have free stuff for all of you back at home. And starting things off, we got YouTube providing that 5 gigs worth of data. All you have to do is to scan that QR code right down below. And you're asking me, Contra, I'm not using YouTube. Like, get out of here. You can actually just download the app and make that switch, because you could save a whole lot more money throughout, this entirety of this pandemic. I understand that times have been tough. You don't have to make it even tougher. You can have the SIM card being sent to your doorstep, and you know what? You can adjust as much data as you want. You don't really like to call people. You're kind of like a shy person. Yeah, take off those calls and you can save a whole lot of bucks. Up to you on how you want to customize it, and it's all you do, powered by Cellcom, that is giving you guys all the freedom to do so.
Yeah, because they allow you to do it better, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The problem is today, I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to see, hey, you know what? Do I really need YouTube? I didn't go in and I didn't scan the 5 gigabytes for myself. I came in with a different provider today, and look at the technical difficulty that I'm facing, man. I'm lagging all over the place today. I should have just scanned that 5 gigabytes before starting the show. Let's get into the drafts, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, presented to you by MAGGI Hot Cup. And this time around, Fiora is going to be ticked off of the list. Berjaya Dragons does not want Fiora in the game, and Camille is gonna be disappearing in here for the side of Geek Fam as well. Are we sure that these are the right bands coming in? Yeah, these are definitely the right bands. Berjaya Dragons don't want to play with Akali, and Varus will still not be available, and Berjaya Dragons will be on the blue side this time round in game number 4, Contra.
And they start things off with a Gragas pick. I always love a Gragas pick because it's so flexible, but now that Geek Fam has seen that, they finally unlocked the Ziggs, so they will be picking this one up. Becky now hoping to actually get his hands on this. We've also seen, interesting drafts where the Ziggs would go in towards the marksman role instead, just to substitute as an AP carry. But I'm not assuming that Ziggs to be doing just about that. Corky now being locked in for Berjaya Dragons. Olaf, that staple pick coming in for Geek Fam, as Olaf has been the powerhouse of the jungle as of late. And this is Garen in response, just to ensure that they got something of a juggernaut to work out that Baron lane.
Geek Fam's drafts in here already. Berjaya Dragons still not fixing what is not broken. Corki being brought in towards their side. Geek Fam, on the other hand, with the Glacial Fissure as well as Brom Ozora Veki in there, but the Singe being brought in means that Geek Fam once again wants to take the title of the team that has experimented the most. I highly doubt that they will be able to get the title, because I believe someone like, Eminence Raptors would have probably won that by here already. But yeah, but let's see exactly what goes down here, Contra.
Okay. I guess this is where we are pulling some pretty interesting compositions overall. Veki bringing Singe into the middle. Okay. I don't really know what to say. So what I've mentioned has come true. They're not going to be playing with a marksman. They'll ensure that the Ziggs will be hitting it towards the bottom lane, but then again, they will have enough of a poke damage to be moving right in. But the thing is that, Ziggs added on with a Braum, they don't really have, say, the best of all synergies, but I guess they can make do. Yeah. The thing is this. Okay, Singe up in the mid lane is so susceptible to ganks. So I'm not too certain, if this is going to be the whole idea. If it's going to be beating up with Garen, yeah, I'll take it. You want to flip a big Juggernaut with the Bastion, yeah, by all means do so. But, oh boy, we are going in for some really, really interesting showing coming in from Geek Fam as Berjaya Dragons. They want to secure their spot to the Sea Icon Series Summer Super Cup.
And, with the drafts, let me tell you this, Contra. It looks like it's going to be highly probable, right? It's not like the Shang or, Ozora Veki cannot pull it off with the Singe as well as Renekton. It's just like the draft from the side of the Berjaya Dragons looks like it's going to be a composite, very, very hard to go in and take down, right? I mean, you've got the combination of the Garen, the Jarvan, as well as the Gragas. Three very, very tanky, champions to be bringing in here. And you've got Sagi to be able to dish out all of those damages in bulk. And Winter to just, keep everyone there, drag them in closer for all of those explosive class to just, pop on their heads. I feel like Berjaya Dragons are taking this very seriously. On the other hand, they want to see how much of a smile they can pull off here.
Or how much can they actually get away with so much of all these very interesting drafts. But I'm really glad to see Becky going back on the Renekton, because having the Singe on the mid lane will be a death wish, but the Shank, he's going to be doing absolutely fine. Well, Corridor is going to be shoving one big wave all the way towards the turret of Geek Fam, and with that, Becky probably will only miss one shot of a minion, and he should be able to still recuperate. But over the top side here, the Shang now getting cornered up. I guess this is where they want to attack team his way out of there. And Zstune, he's looking for those kills. Ignite being popped right there. Joey, first blood.
Oh, my friend. If that Singe gets locked down so early on, not allowed to ramp up at all, Shang's gonna be, facing a tough time in a bit, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But here's the thing, right? With Geek Fam, we have to touch on this note as well, Gongraf. They are the favorites to qualify in for the Summer Super Cup together with Berjaya Dragons, and the probability of them ending up in the grand finals is very high, even if they do visit the lower brackets. And, Berjaya Dragons are the kind where if you reveal your strat to them one time, you cannot use it against them the second time round. They will punish you so heavily for it, because they just need to see your drafts once. They know who to ban out, and they know those champions to counter each and every one out as well, right? So that's something that Geek Fam really needs to consider, because winning this particular Icon series is huge. So much is on the line.
Oh boy, calculates him right under the turret, and Chili gets punished for it. Becky, he walks away with only a slit, flashes away to safety. Now Rumple's in trouble as well. Zstune, he's gonna be having a little bit of a difficulty, but Rumple has already flashed away, so he's gonna be safe. So this is where I look into the entirety of this draft in particular. I agree Berjaya Dragons as well as Geek Fam, they might just meet again in the grand finals. But SEM9 is definitely could be having a run for their money as well to perhaps prove a point. But just going back to this entirety of the game, I'm just seeing that Ryla's Crystal Scepter eventually coming out for the Shang, and that will possibly slow them down. Oh, here comes the Master's Justice, and with that flash, this should be an easy kill. Zizune, oh, cheekily steals even the Hunting Fruits just to keep himself alive for a tad longer. Now, right down below, I guess that will be just a little bit of shove, as Nyx is going to be going into position straight from Geek Fam. Later on in team fights, they could just run at any enemies as they desire.
Yeah, and okay, so let's elaborate a little bit on. It's actually a very interesting part as we drop in here. The Infernal Drake will be dropping in.
Oh, indeed. And here comes the Encore as well. Just a little bit of the push and shove from both ends. Damage being done, and that Infernal definitely is a very big prize for either sides right now. But the Colons are trying to get a little bit more priorities on the lane.
Okay, now let's see who will be able to secure this for themselves. Berjaya Dragons, Geek Fam, the less likely ones with the way they take this. They will go in for a quick recall together with their opponents in here as well. That Cinch keeping that Gragas on toe in that midsection. Ozora Veki there to say hello as well. Renekton hasn't been able to command that midsection as much as, Ozora Veki would want Contra.
Indeed, and currently already challenging a little bit of the health bars of the Infernal Dragon. While the rest of Geek Fam, they seem to be a little bit too far away, so they will be giving this one up for Berjaya Dragons here, which, fitting to their name, securing dragons everywhere they go. Now, 20 over seconds, it will be the Rift Herald also being opened up for maybe a little bit of challenge from Geek Fam.
Yeah, so continuing off Zizune and Shang. Once again, man, Shang's not going to be able to do much against this Garen, right? So tanky to be able to dish out all of those shots. But Olaf, on the other hand, will be able to make sure Zizune backs away from this engagement. Rift Herald out now, and they will definitely be contesting this. Geek Fam looking to see if or not Shelly can join their family.
Oh, it's going to be a little bit of a tough call, though. But Nyx is going to be leading the chart. Same goes to Veki, who's going to be charging a little bit of the Fury as he's opened up with the Dominus already. It's a little bit of dance, and that will actually waste a little bit of the seconds over on Dominus. But Veki now is going to be looking to get himself in position. A lot of hooks being landed on top of the Nyx. And this isn't really all too good of a sign for the moment. BJD, you're going to be pulling whatever strings necessary, but now that calls for a little bit more of a reset with so much vision being set up over the river right now. Sune once again tickles Shelly, and I guess that Shelly is getting a little bit more frustrated. Who's it going to be to at least summon me at the very end of the day? But over in the back, here comes Veki. Oh boy, this is going to be looking a little bit tricky. A little bit of health left, but Berjaya Dragons, they will be looking to secure this one over. With the capitalism already being popped up, I guess so much of a dance did result to BJD eventually securing it.
Yeah, so this is where, continuing what we were talking about earlier, is where Geek Fam tests themselves through all of these experimentations as well, right? Not coming in here with their main drafts because they want to keep all of that for the grand showdown itself. But even with these experimentational phases, how well can they hold their own against a team of the caliber of the Berjaya Dragons? And, through game one itself, they have shown us very, very much so that they can hold their own regardless of which champions they bring into the game, and even put it to a point where they are able to steal it away, right? Because it's all about the objective gameplay when we drop into the Rift. Yes, the first dragon, the first Drake has been given away to the Berjaya Dragons, and once again they will have that boost in attack. Question is whether or not Shang is going to be able to bump himself up a little bit to slow down the rest of the Berjaya Dragons, so the rest of the Geek Fam can pick up some of these objectives for themselves.
Currently standing at 2,000 gold difference, where we are looking at Rhylight Crystal Scepter being finished up by the Cinch. We also have a Black Cleaver on Ozora Veki, and he's slowly building Is that an Asher's Tooth MC? Not exactly. He's gonna be going for a Maw of the Mordius because of all the magical damage output that can actually come up from the Gragas, as well as something the Corki alongside with the Seraphine. The lot quickly drop right in for Karudo. And oh boy, they've already poked him down to less than 50% of HP, but Berjaya Dragons are having a little bit of an invasion here just to steal a couple of chickens, or whatever you call the raptors. And here comes Rumple already joining in the mid side. I guess they want to find ways to find an opening up in the mid side.
Winter just sending a few notes towards the side of Geek Fam. It's not going to be enticing any one of these boys as they go in here for a recall. Still wanting to take this a step at a time. Geek Fam holding the Berjaya Dragons back, not allowing the side of their own to get bled out. Ozora Vecchi, on the other hand, now gets a beautiful stun onto the Garen and will be able to flash away. What a save! Ozora Vecchi with the opportunity for recall.
Oh boy, that was a little bit iffy to me. And that went toe to toe. It could have been either one to be dropping out in that 1v1. But will only spawn up in the mid side. Berjaya Dragons will now want to force another Drake, and the rest of Geek Fam, they're already marching right in. Rumple wants to actually lead the charge here, opening up the Ragnarok eventually, and here comes the teleport coming from the side of the stage, and oh, down comes the Muffin right across, and eventually the Drake, it got stolen by the Sitch. What on earth? A Sitch stealing the Drake? Is this impossible? And Geek Fam has done it again.
This is what I'm talking about, Contra. Bringing in a draft, an experimental draft like this, right, for most teams would be a hell facing the Berjaya Dragons. Shag steals a Drake with the Sitch.
I mean, he cooks up some dank concoction. I agree with that. But, you know, 2 smites available. Chili couldn't get it. Rumple dropped in that fight. How on earth, with that damage, Shang, of all people, getting the Drake? I don't understand. Get me out of here already, right?
Well,
get me out of here.
Geek Fam are ones who will be able to continuously show us Wild Rift perfection, which is the reason why I said this. Every single time I lay my eyes on Berjaya Dragons or Geek Fam, you know, stepping into the Rift, they inspire me to pick that phone up and start playing because they show me perfection at the Rift. And Zisune this time trying to get aggressive with the Shang, where Shang showing him that his sort of HP is not one that will be going down any easily. Tease me just a little bit more and you will see me retaliating. Zisune goes in for a reset. Let's see if or not this tower can get taken down. Ozora Vecchi, solo defense.
Oh, I don't think that was possibly, I don't even have words for that right now, but here comes Mega Inferno Bomb just to take down Karudo. I guess that's going to be a 1-for-1 coming from different corners, and not make that 2 for Berjaya Dragons, because that comes the tough 2 versus 1. I don't see an exit for Zisune. And this looks like an A-Ram for me, and he gets away. Okay, Jose, hold it up right there because I'm not feeling it right now. But here comes Jag now flipping over Winter, and that will be 1 more kill for the taking. Geek Fam at those numbers.
What? Contra, what? Bring me the Garen, bro. Bring me that freaking How did Zisune get that done? He jumps into the fray, 2-on-1, goes in for the dunk on Rumple, and then just walks out of there like nothing happened with 1 HP, Contra.
Ah, man, you gotta give it to the build as well because he had that Sunfire Cape, Torn Mail on the way, but that force of nature has kept him alive due to that regeneration that it does provide. And oh man, what are we even watching right now? I don't know. Is this the match point that we're expecting it to be? But you know, fam, they're just trying to make life difficult. And it says, oh, we know you really want this point very desperately so, but we're just gonna be getting on your nerves every single second of play. You know, down on the bottom, there was a fight. Up in the mid lane, there was another one. Now, Chili's going to be doubling down on that magic resist because they understand there's no marksman over the side of Geek Fam. So, BJD, they're stacking on all these MR, and I guess late game's going to be in trouble for Geek Fam.
I'm just waiting to see what sort of magic Geek Fam wants to show us here. Next, they're soaking up all of this damage up front, whilst the Momo and Shank combo will get rid of the minion wave, and they will go in for the push onto this turret as well, but not going to be so easy. Karuto is there. If it gets a little bit too dicey, the explosive cast can back all of these players away, but they will be switching on their attention because the Ocean Drake has said hello, and Mr. Baron is in the game as well.
That's right, and here comes the Shank, as he has arrived at the scene just to maybe get rid of this unit, but here comes Becky driving right in, looking for Winter as he flashes away. Here comes Megan for Momo! It does secure a kill, killing three for Momo. He tries to hop over the wall, but he will not be able to do it. Geek Fam, they get themselves a clean take on the Drake. Now Zizune is going to be the man here to maybe not defend his for HP. And that's after charge. Don't get the turret all the way down. He's going to be going for the dog. A rapid for Zizune as he smacks down on top of Rumble. Now almost taking out the Shank. Yes, they will. Oh my goodness. Now Momo's the only one left. And this might just be an ace. Becky's still alive. But oh boy, that's going to be one little bit of the casket being thrown right in front of base. But Berjaya Dragons,
the bomb.
They hold onto this light blade and bottom lane they push. Oh,
Zizune almost survived that nonsense once again with so little HP, man. Lucky Momo was on the fray, goes in there for the quick tap, takes him down. Question here, 51 to 48k. Is it too much for Geek Fam to recover from? Not at all. They should be able to bounce right back in here, on top of the fact that they already have the Ocean Drake in the bag as well, which gives them that 8% physical as well as magical weapon. All of these fights, Berjaya Dragons won nothing on.
Yeah, and going back to this fight, you can see that their focus was kind of all over the place as well. They're hoping to actually take down this unit, but that really takes a whole lot of effort. Sagi, though, you see him having so little health left. Karuto eventually backs away and then left with that 1v1 challenge, which Sagi almost fell to that bomb eventually. But, things are still looking pretty good, I must say, because it can only get better for Sagi as he's slowly building that Infinity Edge.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting Geek Fam to go very far with this drop, but the question was mainly how far they take it, Contra!
Oh, here comes Megan for the bomb dropping right in, and here comes the Juggernaut. Chelsea trying to hold on for Zizune getting chased apart. He gets the vibe once again, and the rest of BJD, they know, okay, we will have to pull right back. Now they have to actually clear the middle waves, and Tomo hoping to actually throw open this turret with the Saddle charge. No problem whatsoever. Less than 25 HP on every turret. You can see that there will be a big gritting Ziggs out there to take it all out.
Oh, Geek Fam, how are you doing this? This time round, man, that Renekton is getting in there to those fights and making sure that his slices are very well known. Zizune, the MVP, if you ask me, in terms of just surviving all of these team fights. He just waltzed in and out of these fights like nothing is wrong at all, Contra.
That's right, and I guess that all you have to do is just to irk him as much as Zizune irks the likes of Geek Fam. So, just looking at how well he's been performing, they just have to stack all these magic resists as well as armor, and he can eventually become unkillable. He's already got, like, what? The Tornado on this side, now building it towards a Black Cleaver. It's going to be adding a little bit more armor penetration. Just to maybe dish a little bit of the extra damage. Now, gold lead will not be mattering all too much. It's only 2,000 overall, but BJD having Chili looking for a lockdown, and here comes the counter locking in place. Mobile, but he will have to charge away. That is a very smooth escape. Chili will have to burn a little bit of that element, but with that Mega Throw Bomb, there will be actually taking a little bit of the health bars off of Berjaya Dragons. The Grants are being popped right in as well. The rest of the minutes are marching right in. And here comes Becky. He's going to be looking for an opening, but Zizune is saying, no, you can't get it away. You shall not pass. And, well, I guess going back to even Stevens they go.
Is this even Stevens though? With Geek Fam pulling off so much in this one game with this drop that doesn't look like it's too much at all, and that beautiful takedown almost drops in and Karuto finally drops.
Oh, that was a good forced push upward mid-side here. Geek Fam now getting more and more of the control, and you can see that they do have more turrets. Right there, being secured. Well, the mid-turret still stands. Berjaya Dragons find it really hard to actually go in for any sort of the clean push. Now, Drake's going to be up online. This is going to be the Elder Cloud Drake. So, adding a little bit more movement speed to this already annoying Garen will be the most ideal of situations for Geek Fam. Having a cinch, running past everybody, going skr skr, brup, brup, brup. Whatever sounds that you want to make out of it. This will be a good contest over a Dragon.
Yeah, they just took the lead on the gold as well. Not by much, of course, but Geek Fam, boys and girls. The question was, what can they pull off with this draft? How much can they impress us even without... This is not Grand Finals draft yet, alright? This is not Geek Fam at 100%, but they are keeping the Berjaya Dragons at bay, Contra. Let's see exactly if or not Shang will fall for this. Drops in very, very cheekily, and Chili Karuto backs away. The Berjaya Dragons want to sucker Geek Fam in. Question is, will they fall for it? Rumpel dropping in very close to Chili with that Olaf, but still this is just gonna be both teams just waiting for one to make the move. And Zizune will start things off against Rumpel.
Oh, but they're still going to be going in for a little bit of the dance over here. But with the division already spotting out the rest of the members of the Berjaya Dragons, this is where the Shang has to actually lead the way. And just maybe a little bit more killing will do the trick. Chili now being dropped to 50%. This does not look all too good. Mega Brutal Bomb drop right in. They do clip some HP cards off of both Sagi as well as Chili. So Berjaya Dragons, they have to force a little bit of an exit. And look at the split push coming in. He's going to be pushing up top, looking for a tier 2 turret. And this is where Geek Fam, they can look to secure more objectives to come. And now Becky should be making a little bit of an exit plan. And all they need is this Olaf to be taking off those health bars on that Elder Drake.
Oh, Zorabeki is not going anywhere. He is keeping that Garen at bay whilst waiting for his own minion wave to drop in. Chili together with the team up of Karuto and Winter. Very, very dangerous together with that Seraphine in there that will be able to drag you in and not let go. Now, Zorabeki finding out that Zizune is not going to be so easy to take down, and Renekton is on the run, Contra.
Oh, a crocodile on the loose, but it seems to me that Rumpel is having a tough time to just solo off that Elder Drake. They will have to fall back. And Berjaya Dragons, they need those minions right in the middle, but you know the Shang's going to be clearing it all too easily. But they are already calling in the Baron. There's no vision coming from Geek Fam. Do they even know? This looks to be a very simple touch from BJD. And all they have to do, buy a little bit more time, and this will be it. BJD should be able to get this one clean.
Okay, now they've taken the hand of Baron buff in hand. They should be able to dominate quite a number of turrets now. Earlier on, Geek Fam clearly the better side in taking turrets down. The Berjaya Dragons have managed to come back up to this point even without the hand of Baron buff. With it, they should be able to achieve so much more and turn the tide around. Geek Fam on the back foot in a bit. Let's see how they respond.
Well, I guess that they really want to at least break open the mid side so that they have more room to play across map. But Geek Fam, they will make sure that they trade something up over on towards the Baron lane up there. And Zizune is likely had too late to do exactly just that. I believe TP is going to be available for Zizune as well, just to join in the fray. But Becky now hoping to actually leave the corners. Immediately dashes over the wall. Sagi now already finding one member out. The rest of Geek Fam, they're looking to be very much in position. Body slams! They caught out Becky. This does not look all too good. He has to flash away as the rest of the members of BJD. They're looking to catch out the Shang as he looks to make a run for his life. He does survive. And oh boy, BJD, they couldn't seem to find a clear answer to that.
Oh, Shang was already stuck with that Seraphine Skull and still managing to get away. This Singe is another level Contra. It's going to be Sagi as well as Winter. Karuto now looking to get the, of course, team of Rumpel, Momo and Nyx off their backs. They can't even push with the hand of Baron Buff away or beyond that mid-segment of this map. This is the Met of Geek Fam with the combination, man. The Singe is doing so much to keep this line back.
Oh boy, I could certainly agree, and now we're going to be heading in towards the late game phase. 24 minutes in, and you can see that they are only like, what, 1,000 gold apart? And it will be pretty much a full build coming in for Chili as soon as he completes that Mortal Reminder and hopefully the Torn Mill as well. So that will be a Gargoyle Stone Plate that's also being finished up much early on so that this Chili could just soak in as much damage as possible. Now, just seeing how things are going so far, I guess Berjaya Dragons, they're kind of holding back as well. They're not really going in with those sort of the solid calls, which, you know, there are opportunities for them to maybe make a decision on this Elder Drake, but they know the risk that's involved, and they don't want to commit any sort of mistakes, especially when Ozorveki is always on that split push, occupying the time. And oh boy, Chili now goes in for the triple lock, and this might just be it. Chili will eventually flash away. That will be the Mega Infernal Bomb dropping right in. Chili as well as Winter, they're trying to fall right back. Shang now going for the chase as well, and this will be it. He's going to be looking for a little connection to the rest of BJD. They're falling right back. The Shang's going to be chasing right in, turning golden. Karuto's going to be making this flicking slow. Feel bad. Here comes Maggi as well, but Sisune, he finally steps into the scene. GA being popped right there. Chili still has a little bit more time. Rapids coming in for Momo. This does not look all too good. BJD, they're losing members left and center. This is an ace. This is where Geek Fam takes it in for game number 5.
What a play, Geek Fam! What a freaking play! Contra! Singe with the seal on the Drake. And it was that Renekton that this time round proved to connect with all of those shots. What a way to turn things around towards the very end. An amazing display of confidence from Geek Fam. Is there a question as to who is the side that will be able to call the pace of Berjaya Dragons, clearly showing us what they're capable of with their full drafts? But, you know, to be able to question whether or not this is the full Met of Berjaya Dragons, that's quite questionable as well. Let's bring on the match stats and see exactly what went down in terms of the numbers.
All right, I guess Berjaya Dragons now is on a tilt train. I would be tilting if I were in their position as well. That fight was determined by one click of a button. Karuto, I would really want to blame him for that, but because of that stasis enchant that he just popped in the middle of the fight, which he was kind of healthy, now he's being stuck in the open where Geek Fam saw that opening, and in the heat of that battle, it forces Berjaya Dragons to recommit. And whether if they don't recommit, they will have to say goodbye to that Gragas. And Sisune, he has so little room to even come right in. Becky was buying so much of that space over the top side of the map. But it was Momo here, impressively enough. You don't need that marksman on your team to secure that MVP. He's got a 406 sweet score line with a full stack of items. Let's see what he has. He's got the Seraphim base. And of course, Luden's Echo and Abyssal Mass on top of that Rabadons, as well as the completion of all that's necessary here with the staff to, of course, finish things off. This has to be it. One game away for any one of these guys to lock right in for the Sea Icon Summer Super Cup.
We called that, it will most probably go to game number 5. But just the way Geek Fam was dropping in here with the drafts, we thought that, okay, you know what? Maybe these guys are just teasing in here, right? With some of their compilations. But when they drop in there with this mix and be able to stun the world with this... I just vomited blood. Look at the damage from that Ziggs.
Oh, okay. This is why you banned the Ziggs. This definitely tells you why exactly Ziggs has been time and time again being banned from some of these games that we've witnessed, and Momo just showing you that despite all the tanks that's being on the side of Berjaya Dragons, with whatever you throw at him, whether it's the Force of Nature, Spirit Visage, it seems like he has managed to find many of these guys depleting their HP bar. He doesn't really have to land the final blow, in fact. And that has already caused too much issues for Berjaya Dragons to order, if they want to commit to any sort of fight or retreat.
Can we acknowledge the fact of how much of damage Geek Fam absorbed, but still managed to get more kills than the side of Berjaya Dragons? And obviously thanks to Momo for the most of that, but Shang as well picking up so many highlight moments for himself. Everyone was taking the damage, but Momo himself didn't actually absorb that much because Nyx was always on the ball, man. One of the best Braum players in here. The Glacial Fissure always hitting at that perfect time, right? Now let's jump back in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I think things are just gonna get heated up. We said that at match number 3, and we said that the day was just starting. If you thought that we were lying to you and Berjaya Dragons was just going to take an easy 3-0 victory, well, this is Geek Fam putting a full stop to that storyline and shaking things up beyond imagination here at the CI God Series Contra.
Oh boy, and there's no more toying around, even with such impressive drafts and creativity being shown from the side of Geek Fam. They have done it again to put Berjaya Dragons into game number 5 and making the reverse sweep very much possible right here. Berjaya Dragons need some time to think and pick themselves up, because 2 defeats in a row is something that's really hard to swallow. But hey, Geek Fam has already swallowed that, and they actually took it very well. So now, mind games aside, it all has gone down to this, and they will have to treat this like a best of 1 once more.
One opportunity, one match in here. Either side can take it, but no matter what, it is not the end of the road. They'll probably just drop into the low brackets to torture the teams in there, but one brand will be looking to put a stop to that, and that is SEM9. But also RTZ UndeRank has shown us how much they have improved in the break that we have taken in here so far, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Like I said, the day has just gotten started, only to get more exciting. Contra and I will take a quick short break. When we come back, the final match in the upper bracket final.
Macam tak ada respon diberikan dari penjajakan penonton. Dicuri. Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka bisa mengenali Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul menyebabkan. Masih lagi bersama. Wan rakit telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari peta.
Nice. Alright, go. Tahu first. Can. Alright, tahu ni. Nexus. Okay. Nice! Victory! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
I'll tell you the truth. Just faster than you. Just faster than you.
yours, cause I'm feeling mine. Slide back to the future, got my own time. It's sniffing dope to feel right. Got my own high, don't need no lies. Sneaky bitches never ever acting so nice. Alright. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the volume up, man. Take a seat in the back, yeah. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the volume up, man. Take a seat in the back, yeah. Alright, hot damn. Not worrying about man's got a plan. It's not really about the dough, got a time frame. Matter of fact, about to blow up the whole thing. So good, hell I'm all fine. Got a sweet little ooh and it's all mine. My shoe games, class high, hit it all the time. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the volume up, man. I'ma go get 'em. No time looking back, every day gotta do better. I'ma go get 'em. Blow the roof off for I really want to see, now go tell 'em. About to touch the sky, no helmet. Preparing myself on top, no weapons. On my own, I stop caring. Cause they keep telling me you can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the volume up, man. Take a seat in the back, yeah. You can tell me nothing.
Macam tak ada respon diberikan dari penjajakan apa dicuri. Dicuri. Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka berjatuh mengenai Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul menyebabkan. Taktik lagi terselamat. Wan rakit telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari peta. Mencari peta. Mencari peta.
Welcome back to the League of Legends Wild Rift C Icon Series MY. This is the summer season for 2021, brought to you by the ESL Mobile Open, made possible by our sponsors MAGGI Hot Cup, Udo, as well as JBL. Day 2 of the playoffs, and we are still stuck with series number 1, albeit at the very final match, where we are still trying to find out who is the better side, Geek Fam or Berjaya Dragons. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Contra to bring you all of the action, and some hot action it has been, Contra.
Yeah, and I gotta say that this is absolutely a masterclass being shown for both sides, and I gotta say that it's down to who really commits the less of the errors to be able to come up on top. And we saw, the Geek Fam, they were forcing members of the side of Berjaya Dragons to commit, or of course not take a very certain fight. And I guess with such a composition, it's really hard to pinpoint who exactly should you target other than Mobile, because that was an absolute stronghold in the front lines for the side of Geek Fam, and they will have to go through all these sort of appeal to even get to where they need to be. And I guess that's where things have been working out for the likes of Geek Fam. Now, pushing this in towards game number 5. So it's really down to this very final graph here to see who will go into the grand finals of the C Icon Series Summer Super Cup 2021. And I just can't wait to see how the results will end up by the very end of this match.
Yeah, this is the problem with Geek Fam that not only Berjaya Dragons will have to deal with, but all of the other teams, if they do manage a opportunity to meet the likes of Geek Fam at any point of time at the Wild Rift, right? As we move on, Wild Rift itself in Malaysia, it's still in its infancy right now, as we usually talk about Contra. But here is the biggest problem that I see with this concoction, right? We go into match number 1 and 2, and you and I could call out very accurately what were the 2 bans that were specifically needed for Geek Fam to take the match away. And that's readable from the side of, Berjaya Dragons. But how can you read what to ban from the side of Geek Fam? These guys keep bringing in these experimental mixes that we are not really used to, and still manage to steal away astounding victories, or at the very least bring it to a point where it looks like, oh goodness me, are they going to take this game away?
Well, I guess so. Like, there's so many questions as well as possibilities out there, and I'm just enjoying this whole battle unfold right before our eyes because of how well both sides have this sort of ideation, and of course every sort of strategy that has been brought forward to play. And yeah, we see this brand new tank Baron lane side that has been juggernauts, where Zizone was taking over that very first half of that game. And then the second half of the game, look who showed up, the Shang. He stole that Drake early on, and after that, he's been flipping orders like a burger patty all over the Summoners Rift. So, oh boy, I don't know what else will Geek Fam come up with.
Yeah, we kind of saw that, coming forth. And, the side of Berjaya Dragons, they saw that coming as well, which is why they, a very early gank and the attempts to stop Geek Fam, kind of allowing their cinch to get out of control towards that mid-game happening, right? And they were able to kind of hold him at bay for the start of the match. But once he started ramping himself up, it was just absolutely no stopping them. But I did not, in no way at all in that match did I see a clear-cut position where it looked like Geek Fam was going to take this game. Like we discussed, in every single point, they were getting trashed, right? They were, getting so much of damage dealt upon them by the side of Berjaya Dragons, and they just had to tank most of it. But they were so disciplined in not going into so many of these matches, and that one final fight that they decided to fully commit to and force that arrow with that stasis enchant as well, and just get all of the Berjaya Dragons back to where they want. Beautiful ace out of nowhere, and the opportunity for Berjaya Dragons now to get taken down by a reverse sweep set up by Geek Fam.
That's right, and that was such a climatic ending out there, and we thought the Berjaya Dragons had at the very least a little bit of a hope to get out of that weird situation, but I guess that was a full punishment because of I don't really want to call them misclick or so. I guess when it comes down to think of all these battles, you kind of want to prioritize on getting yourself healthy, but I guess Karudo, he kind of got it on this sort of a bad happenstance during the heat of that moment. So now, game number 5, I guess that we are taking a few minutes out there for them to think what will they come up with in the next MAGGI Hot Cup Champion Select.
Yeah, Becky, it could be game number 3 or 4 where there was a situation where he was about to get caught out on his own, and his HP was about the 70-80% range, and he did pop the stasis enchant, right? And it was like a 3-on-1 situation, and in that situation, it was not to survive. Obviously, he could have popped it a little bit later, but that was just purely to buy himself some time for that backup, right? And maybe that could have been that decision towards the very end, but a little bit slightly miscommunicated. Whatever it is, we will be able to find out in match number 5 who outplays the other. This is once again an opportunity for the audience as well, Contra, to pick up a Quantum 600 headphone for themselves.
That's right. Today you can walk away with a Quantum 600 at your town. Like, comment, as well as to share the live stream that you are currently watching to win yourself that JBL Quantum Series headset. Or, if you're not as lucky as, whoever becomes the winner eventually, you can use this code. So make sure you snap this one real quick. It's JBL OESL 10 for 10% off on all Quantum Series products upon the checkout on Shopee. So 6/6 is coming on our way, so you can go on your shopping spree, but you can start even today. Pop that code up. You can even get your hands on the Quantum 600, Quantum 1, or even the Quantum 100 out there. So make sure you do just that. And if you want to find out more about the headsets, All you have to do is pretty simple. Just check out this website right here, jbl.com.my.
Absolutely. And now if you are wondering, oh crap, I tried to go to jbl.com.my, but I ran out of data. You do not have to worry about anything because you do, as they always do it better, is doing one up a little bit better than all of the other telco companies in Malaysia out there. They are giving you guys 5 gigabytes of data for absolutely free. And as Contra always reminds all of us, if we don't have that Udu SIM card just yet, all we need to do is download the app, go in there and punch in your details so they can deliver that SIM card to your doorstep for absolutely free of charge. Why do you want to go with anyone else when you've got Udu to just do it better?
Exactly, just that. And first, we are still waiting for the drafts. While at it, I guess you guys can, crack open a hot cup and add a little bit of the hot waters all across. And, just put the seasoning. 2 minutes in, you're probably pretty much set to actually enjoy all the sumptuous meal that MAGGI has to offer. So with that, you can also share with us some of your golden moments or, some of your misplays or shenanigans that you have with your friends by hashtagging MAGGI moments in the chat below. And of course, by the end of that day, we will give you a little bit of shout out as well as a feature. And I heard tomorrow you guys can walk out with something special as well. So make sure you guys be here for the grand finals run.
Yeah, and later on during the key segment that we will be having with Fattahzie as well as Biu Biu will be an exciting one where you guys might be able to win something for yourself. I don't know. You all have to stick around to find out. Let's catch up a little bit on a little bit of prediction here, or even the thought of who would you think would be on the minds of Berjaya Dragon to ban out on the next game, the final game. Which character has been the biggest threat from the side of Geek Fam, in your opinion, Contra?
Well, I guess the biggest side of threat that's coming from Geek Fam is that, Zisude, when he really pops up out there, he will always be the guy that's going to be in your face. Same goes to Sagi. But then again, we haven't really seen him going for picks such as the Kaisa all too much. Frequently so, and I guess there's multiple reasons why they don't really go in for such a pick against the likes of the side of Geek Fam, where you saw if that Sage were to be running in your face, even if you go in with the killing instinct, who exactly are you going to be getting right across?
Yeah.
So I think that they really have to theorize on this very final draft, and it is definitely going to be a whole lot of brainstorming before we get ourselves ready for that Champions League.
Yeah, and don't get us wrong, right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's not like, the selection that the Berjaya Dragons have, they are bringing in their main drafts for the finals because this is the only lineup that they can have now. Clearly, the Berjaya Dragons are in a league of their own, and if they are continuously dropping against a team like Geek Fam with the exact same composition match after match, it's just because they do not want to show you what other mixes that they have in the back of their minds unless they are forced to do so, right? And I think they are finally forced to do so, Contra. In match number 1 and 2, they took easy wins. They weren't really forced to show a little bit of their secrets yet in game number 3, in game number 4. Because they were still opportunities to hide your hand. But maybe now they don't want to battle it out in the lower brackets. Maybe they want to show a little bit of their full wrath in here. Because Berjaya Dragons, when they want to, and when Geek Fam wants to, this match can last for a long, long time without either side even crossing that midsection just yet.
Exactly. So, and I was just thinking, everyone's been playing on their top level of the game. I don't only have specifics to really point out flaws on which player is underperforming or so. There are games where, it just happens to be that sort of scenario where you cannot seem to get the best of that. Back to game number 1, Geek Fam couldn't really secure a single objective. Now, they've managed to fix some of all these sort of issues that they have met back in game 1 as well as game 2. Meanwhile, Berjaya Dragons, you see that they are usually very methodical when it comes down to securing all the drakes as well as the rip barrel. So, but now that Geek Fam is going to be pressing on the nerves for a little bit, and you can see that sometimes they tend to show a little bit of a crack over some of these corners of the wall of their fortress. And I guess that Geek Fam has understood how to actually get these guys to be, sitting down in certain moments out there. And speaking of moments, I guess, currently is the best time to enjoy a MAGGI hot cup. Just buying a little bit more time for the boys just to get themselves ready. And, now it's about 3:54, and it's time for you guys to also listen in, because there is guys to join right in to play alongside with Fattahzie as well as Biu Biu in the MAGGI Hot Cup Community Showmatch.
Yeah, man. And if I'm not mistaken, that will be happening tomorrow, where you will be given the opportunity to jump into the public match to, of course, play. And do they stand a chance to win anything, or do they just stand the chance to be graced by the presence of Fattahzie and all of his crazy antics?
How about both? To actually let you know about that, so you can play with Fattah or Biu Biu, have a chat with them in game, and of course enjoy a whole lot of wholesome action here in Wild Rift. But I've got good news for you guys, because Game 5 now will be on our way. Let's jump into the MAGGI Hot Cup Champion Select.
Go, man. So no way of guessing what the drafts bans will be, but of course the Berjaya Dragons might be taking that Akali out as usual. Fiora will be the first ban, and there you go, Akali being snuffed out as well. Varus will not be available for Sagi as usual, and Camille being sliced off as well, because Shang knows Zisune probably might want to secure that for himself, as they are on the blue side, and therefore Olaf is the pick for Berjaya Dragons to control the jungle. Maybe Geek Fam and Rumpel might bring in Lee Sin this time around, Contra?
Well, I guess that there is options available, but Olaf so far has been showing some really high win rates as of late in this current patch, and of course for very good reasons. He offers a little bit of everything: true damage check, tankiness to soak in all the damage, also checked. Now, Rumpel goes ahead to lock in this Galio. I believe that it might just be a support Galio, or perhaps Momo will continue to bring that Ziggs right down towards the bottom lane venue on this Galio. Now, this is where the signature picks will come in. Sagi as well as Winter will get their champions of Kaisa as well as Braum. And you know that this is going to be a very easy combo to proc the passive of the Braum, especially when he lands any auto attacks or spells. And then the Ekafian Ring could just do the rest of the trick. And there you go! Finally! Rumpel shows himself with the Lee Sin like you expected.
Oh, and the Orianna is being brought in by Momo as well. Geek Fam is going to get down and dirty. They are serious. They want to win this. They are bringing a solid lineup in here. And Annie will be brought in once again by the side of Berjaya Dragons. And the Malphite will be dropping in here as well. Geek Fam starting things off with their first two drafts just to confuse the side of Berjaya Dragons as to where they're going to be bringing in some of these characters. Obviously now it is going to be quite clear. But Shang is continuously teasing Berjaya Dragons. You're not going to find out what I'm up to until the grand finals if you can get past SEM9 as well as RTZ UndeRank. This will wrap the drafts up, and I am excited for the deciding match between these two. Contra.
Okay, now we're getting an Annie versus an Orianna. I do think that there is good burst damage that will come up from the Annie, but both sides will be looking to build things like the Spirit Visage as well as Force of Nature, just to negate a lot of all these magic damage output coming in from the Ziggs, coming in from the Orianna as well. Now, I'm looking at a little bit of a trickiness coming in towards the top side. Now, the Malphite went in for a blind plague, and it was a cinch to complete the draft for the side of Geek Fam. And statistically, I don't really see much ways for this Malphite to really nail some kills on top of that cinch. And I would say in the matter of fact, there is a bigger chance for that Singe to even overcome that Malphite over the top side, which is why you are seeing this Annie going in for the top lane. Okay, very, very interesting. Now, this is going to be a little bit of shuffle of the lanes. Dual lane now over the mid side here for Berjaya Dragons to face off against Becky. Annie to answer that aggression in case if Singe wants to just move right across. But now, 2 versus 1 against the Malphite, that's not really the best of ideas. And an invade from both ends is Rumple goes in to steal the red, and same goes to Berjaya Dragons.
Both, coming up with the exact same idea. There's nobody to protect the jungle on this side of, well, both the teams in here. Malphite will get caught out if this Lee Sin wants to drop in here for a early teaser. And if at all Malphite gets a little bit too excited, but this high line being pushed up by the Galio will make sure Malphite plays this a little safely behind his turret. Shang is on the spot, of course. Annie pushing him right back up. And of course, just very, very interesting openers from both sides in here. Olaf just teasing that Singe. Both of them want to lock each other down early in here, Contra.
A little bit of a hit start coming in from Chili because he does get a little bit more support coming in from this bomb. And now Winter's going to be yoinking away this minion. And that will be a proxy, and that leaves the Shang all alone. 4 versus 1 versus... I don't know. This looks pretty bad, but he will be taken out. First blood clap coming in from Soggy. And the Berjaya Dragons take the lead.
It just shows, right, who Berjaya Dragons feel like is going to be able to make a difference in this match. And they want to clamp him down real quickly. The Shang. It's not just the Singe that is a problem. It is the Shang himself who is the problem behind this job of boys girls. So let's see if or not Berjaya Dragons will continuously be able to clamp down on the Singe. Just barreling his way up towards the top later on. Because just like the previous game, he will be the one that turns things around.
Exactly just that. Now, Chili secures that very first kill. Very good assist coming in from the rest of the team. Meanwhile, a very, very defensive setup has come right in for this Malphite. As you can see that he's already going in for the Negatron Cult, as well as a little bit of the extra magical resist on top, just to ensure that you won't be taking too much coming in from the Singe, and whether if he wants to unleash a lot of gas across the field. Now, the interesting thing to also note is that the Berjaya Dragons, they want to snowball Sagi towards this late game hyper carry, and it started off pretty well on such a note with Karudo, of course, substituting over the top side. Now that they are going for a more classic sort of lineup on towards the lanes, Sasune slowly moves back in towards the top side, and of course, getting himself ahead of the Shang because he will first soak in more EXP from the bottom side initially, and taking that initial hit, already losing his flash.
Shang continuously, targeted by the side of Berjaya Dragons for one specific reason for the bans in here today. Berjaya Dragons want to see what happens when they do not allow him to go in for his regular picks, to see if or not they can exploit and learn to see how they can control the Shang at the grand finals once they are done and dusted with RTZ as well as SEM9, if they are forced into a situation like that. But no, Shang's not revealing anything, even with the Singe in hand. I wonder if this is the final draft or the way they're going to take this. If Shang going to be dominating the finals with Shang, the Singe as well. Beautiful bomb being dropped just to distract them a little bit. Oh, it's going to be something totally different, Contra.
You just saw that happen. Like, the Braum absolutely blocked the entirety of the Mega Influencer Bomb. That's why there was no damage being done to any members of the side of BJD. Now, dancing with the Dragon Cure, BJD will secure the very first one. And here comes the initiation coming from Tsune. He drops right in towards the middle with an unstoppable force. So here comes the hero with entrance on top of the members of BJD. And everyone is skirting for their lives. The Shang walks away with very little help, but in return, that will be a kill. And here comes the flash coming from Rumple. He connects the Sonic Wave. And here comes the strike as he's looking for Soggy. And this will be a 3-for-1 exchange, looking hella beautiful for Geek Fam.
Oh my goodness. Isune in here. Solo hold on to this turret. Ozora Veki as well as Momo just putting in the pressure. But Karuto will be able to save his friend and that turret, forcing Momo to back away. Great plays coming in here from Geek Fam. And with that play, they've managed to take 3 kills and put themselves with a 1k goal lead as well.
Oh boy. That fight looks a little bit messy, and I believe that Berjaya Dragons, they could have chosen not to commit right after securing Drake by just running down in towards the bottom side. But they wanted to actually try, but they've only got, like, what, maybe a little bit of damage done, but no kills whatsoever. The only kill that they had was that drop over onto the Shang much early on. So consider it, you know, small victories for the side of Geek Fam, as you can see, just like goal lead overall. Now over the top side, there is going to be a little bit of a skirmish going on there. And I want to see what goes up there. Mr. Cameraman, show us what you got.
Well, they are just pushing the side of Berjaya Dragons back down. We can see the deep ward placed in by the side of BJD already, so they will know exactly what's going on at the Baron Pit. Interesting as we jump over, and the fight will bring through Contra.
That's right, Glacial Fisher on top of things. That will be the first guy to actually drop out. Then the next one will fall in the form of the Shang. And this leaves so much room for BJD to secure this one out there. Chitlin will take up health left, but he has snatched away with Smite. So it's back towards 3-3. Berjaya Dragons, they're back on top. But then again, is it really so? Because the goal difference is not really too high. It's only going to be 1,000 of a difference. Oh boy. Now, both sides are really fighting for every nook and cranny of an objective that they can get.
Yeah, and this, you know, we clearly saw that some of those objectives were not contested by Geek Fam in the earlier games. And right now, when the contest does fall in, it's not as easy as it was, you know, in those previous games where the Giant Dragons just looked so dominating right within those matches. Let's take a quick look at the replay again.
Right, and Chili and Billy going for the left, and you can see that the Gallows gets nowhere to run, and members of the side of the Berjaya Dragons, they have extended all the way up towards the northern side of the river as well, just to ensure that the escape will not be all too clean. But overall, Berjaya Dragons, they're looking pretty good when it comes down to some of these executions. One fun fact to also note is that Veki here is going to be playing Face Rush on his runes, and that gives him a little bit more mobility every time he gets pre-spells or auto attacks to combine with it as well. So Veki going for a little bit of safer option, while Winter is going to be going for the Font of Life, of course, pairing very well with what a Brahms full kit offers for Sagi and the rest of the teammates.
28-26 on the goal. Not much of a lead for Berjaya Dragons for Geek Fam to catch up on. Even if they do fall back, they won't be too worried about. But you know what they will be worried about is losing the Infernal Drake again to the side of Berjaya Dragons in the most important match of this series. And therefore, a 3-man push will come in early towards that Dragon lane. It's gonna be the Braum up front. Winter just scouting out the area. Now, the fact of the matter is Cuddle has been taken down by a Geek Fam. What is to befall them?
Well, I guess the Shang is looking for a big flip on top of Kuru. That could be the hero entrance all the way diving right in. But this is where Chili has to actually fall back for a little bit more. Glacial Fisher hitting nothing but air. Now, a little bit of reset calling in. BJD is already battered bruised, and they have to actually fall right back. Geek Fam might just be losing once over the bottom side, but they will have a little bit of lead here to maybe secure this Infernal Drake, which is going to be very vital for either sides. But they're calling it truce. Oh, Chili gets a little bit of connection of that resonating strike. Well, Sonic Wave is not going to be fully connected out there, but Geek Fam, they're pressuring over the mid lane here, and Momo, if he does get a little bit of the room, perhaps he won't be able to break open this mid lane.
Now, let's see if or not they do manage to get it. They are constantly teasing the side of Berjaya Dragons to come right in and try to catch the team off guard. Since just hanging back Contra, and he should be able to get the flank on the side of Berjaya Dragons. Now joining the fray as well to go in for a 5-man push. Finally, the time has come. Maybe the rush will come through right now to sucker Berjaya Dragons in, but not BJD ain't falling for it at all.
They are still playing a very defensive stance for the moment. Same goes to the side of Geek Fam. You don't really want to overextend your welcome. Now, few wards have been cleared up, and new one being placed right across the mid lane. And the Shang, he can actually go in with a little bit of a frenzy run, especially with his ultimate up available. And I guess Rumpel is going to be looking for an important connection of the Dragon's Rage if he can go in for an insect kick. And this is where getting a little bit of a vision is going to be very vital. Now, 60% of health left on the Dragon, and the student is going to be looking for an opening with E. Unstoppable Force already coming up online. And here we go! 4 knockouts! That's the way to have it. Berjaya Dragons now crashing right in, looking for the kills. Here comes the Infernal Bomb dropping right in, and the next one to fall is going to use Ozora Becky. Ruffle is going to be on the red alert. He will have to fall right back. BJD, they've got the kills in exchange for Winter.
But the Infernal Drake dropping in here for the side of Geek Fam. Unfortunately, Ozora Veki will be the sacrificial lamb that's placed onto the altar for them to be able to take this dragon. Not a trait that they will mind at all. 5 more seconds and he's right back into the fray, fighting their way back into this match that they weren't really dropping far back from at all. And Berjaya Dragons now have to deal with this additional damage that they'll be raining down on them.
Yeah, indeed. And, well, that fight that just erupted, and I couldn't really believe that they only walk away with only 1 kill apiece. Now, Sagi, this is what Berjaya Dragons really wanted, getting him really up ahead with that 3 kills. Now he's going to be the richest person in the Rift with 9,750 gold up in his pocket. And, well, I guess eventually the rest of the members of BJD will also ramp up. And interesting to also note that this is the Braum going for an instant buy of a Force of Nature, not going in for any sort of all these sort of supportive build just about yet, because they understand there's a whole lot of magic damage being dealt by Geek Fam coming from Cinch, Oriana, Ziggs, as well as the Gather. So that's what you need to do to keep yourself alive.
Okay, now this Oriana might just get caught out here. Ozora Veki about to get taken down, but will back away in under the turret just in the nick of time and save himself. So it's all good as Berjaya Dragons continuously try to secure this river to see if or not Baron will be up for the taking to tease the side of Geek Fam in. And of course, as we do mention that there's no Drake to distract on the other side. So this is all where the fight will be focused on for the next few minutes.
A little bit of dance over the mid side here. They are trying their best to defend this mid turret from dropping down below 25%. And you know what happens when it does, because Momo is just going to be landing that Scepter charge. Here comes the Glacial Fisher dropping right on top of Nix, as they will be able to land the catch. Geek Fam loses 1. This will be good enough for Berjaya Dragons. Now, we'll be moving up over the top side here, cleaning one side of the million waves. They could not start the Baron just about yet, because Rumpel easily could just snatch it away in the blink of an eye. Well, irony is that, you know, Lee Sins, they just can't steal.
You see, here's the problem, right? Yes, you got to worry about Rumpel stealing the Baron away from you. Now you've got the Shang as well, who's gotten a reputation of stealing stuff away with the Cinch. And Momo will be able to drop a couple of well-timed Mega Death Infernal Bombs into the Baron pit as well. Not to go in for the steal, but to distract the players from Berjaya Dragons, whilst, of course, all of the other players come in to do that damage. Whether or not that'll happen truly will depend on when Berjaya Dragons decide to go in for that Baron buff.
That's right, and currently it seems like both sides seems to call it a truce for the moment. And BJD, I guess that they do have a little bit of an advantage coming in towards this upcoming Drake. And the third trick, this will be the Cloud that will be appearing online, adding a little bit more movement speed. It's going to be very vital for the Singe, but even more important for Berjaya Dragons to maybe survive some of the skirmishes out there. But it could have been either sides. Both of these turrets will remain. If anyone leaves for, the Dragon, that's where it can be possibility that the turret from Berjaya Dragons will be crushed. Eventually, Rumple now securing his own Blue Sentinel, while Zitsune has already had a little bit of vision on top of him, as Berjaya Dragons just hoping to keep them from moving right in. Zitsune hoping to actually connect a solid unstoppable force on top of all these members, but he's being flushed right back. And the Dragons is already being startled right now. Berjaya Dragons now taking a little bit of a slight lead. And here comes Mega's bomb dropping right in, and that will be the Sonic Wave as well as the Dragon Switch, and this will be Berjaya Dragons taking the Dragon, but the rest of them will be connected with the Shockwave now, getting a double kill on top for Karuno, now hunting for the triple as well. That will be a kill on top of Zitsune, but Becky gets chased down. Sagi needs to actually land a shot, and he's going to be missing it out. Becky now has nowhere to go, and he will have to give way to Sagi.
Oh, unfortunate for the side of Geek Fam. They really wanted the Cloud Drake. They really wanted the extra bit of movement speed. Can you imagine Shang and the damage that he'll be able to do with all of that noxious smoke with that extra bit of speed? And right now, it's Momo in the vicinity looking to be able to steal this Baron away. Is he gonna be able to get it? Satchel charge in the vicinity in front of Mega Ball! Just shuts that down.
It's so close. What if he actually dropped the bomb on top of the members of BJE? It could have actually killed many of these members. There is that possibility, but then again, good try coming in from the lone unit of Geek Fam. It was almost an ace, and that was like glimmer of hope. But Berjaya Dragons now finally gets maybe a great lead out of this Baron power play that they won't be pulling up over here.
Yeah, so the last game when we saw them get the Baron, they weren't able to capitalize. They weren't able to make anything, it just didn't bear fruit. This time around, what will Geek Fam do? Well, they force them at a stalemate at the midsection of the map and hold and wear out this Baron buff yet again. Winter going in here for a far push up to catch this one player out. The Lee Sin is just a little bit too much of trouble for them. Winter will respond right back. And the waste of time strategy from Geek Fam in here, planning and panning out real well, Contra.
They're looking to actually pick up Rumple, but he only drops him down to 15%. I guess that's actually good enough for the Berjaya Dragons to actually move over to the tier 2, up over the top side, and they do get a turret right down below, and it's all thanks to the minions out there. Well, the Berjaya Dragons now trying to force members of Geek Fam to move to their playground up top, and before we even need it, seems like Tibbers has been able to lead the passage to secure this turret, and now rotating back towards the mid side. They don't really have too much time left on this Baron buff. I guess one turret is better than none. But Berjaya Dragons, I guess they can actually force a fight.
Yeah, excellent move coming in here from Berjaya Dragons. They know exactly how to maneuver to take this. The defense at that mid segment was just way too strong. And, going in for a breach might come out 50-50. And they don't take that risk with the death bomb dropping onto their heads. Singe gets eliminated first. And they're going in for the chase, but Rumple flashes away.
Oh! And that's a beautiful unstoppable force as well. Zitsune now gets the trade. And it's going to be next year. Rip the Timbers coming right back at him. The rest of Geek Fam, they have to retreat. You can see the health bars dropping real low. And there's only going to be one member down there. Berjaya Dragons managed to open up the mid lane. But Spurs giving a little bit of trade. It's okay because it's the tank, the Malphite, the Rock, putting Geek Fam in a hard place.
I did not see the final hit on that.
I believe it was happening a little bit off screen as he was trying to salvage some of the situation out there with his health bars already so low, but he was still dancing around. And I guess that was also going to be a problem. But even if he retreats, Geek Fam will be outnumbered in the 5 versus 4 scenario, to say the very least. So over here, happening off camera once again, it's going to be a killing spree for Karuno on this Annie. Secret weapon of destruction, as they've already got 3 kills in for that mid laner of Berjaya Dragons. But here comes That challenge for the Elder Dragon. This is where Winter tries to hold him for. Chili's gonna be doing for the backup skill. This thing being popped in firmly to the side of Sagi as well. Now the Shang's gonna be blocked right in, and he's now to make a run towards entrance just to buy a little bit more time. Becky gets popped. Becky, he cannot move any further. Karuno secures the kill alongside with the rest of members of Berjaya Dragons, and there is the confidence oozing out of BJD.
Oh, and this might just not might. It will secure them the Elder Mountain Drake, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It gives you 9% of your max health as shield after you don't take damage for quite a bit. 5 seconds if I'm not mistaken, and there's not going to be too much at all for them to worry about. Oh, but they don't finish it, and Geek Fam's right back into the fray.
Making for a ball. Oh, the his blast are depleting at BJD. They are having members having their health bars eliminated. The Jag only has so little left. Geek Fam now, they have to bail out of this mess. But the Berjaya Dragons, they will have to retreat. Look at the minions moving up towards the top side as well. Somebody's got to handle that. And BJD slowly kind of dropped the ball, but they do have the minions helping them to secure their very first inhibitor right down the bottom side.
What a crazy prevention. And now it is Geek Fam with so much of eyes in this river already. They want to engage Berjaya Dragons once again so they can take the Elder Mountain Drake for themselves, Contra.
Oh man, they were just pausing Disune to retreat. Rumple is just teasing him, trying to act his ultimate. And if any ultimates were to be wasted by Berjaya Dragons, it will prove to be very costly. Now, main problem for Geek Fam is this. There's going to be super minions coming in down towards the bottom side, and mid lane now is the sort of threat that Berjaya Dragons is pressing on the issue. Well, Rumple sends out a little bit of a sonic wave, not really going to be doing all too much. Spot out members inside of BJD as they look for a second attempt here, or should you say third attempt on this Elder Drake. But now Rumple knows that this is being serious business, then that will be trying to actually look for a little bit of room, and that will be it. Shield coming in from the side of Nyx as he tries to run for his life, but he will be taken down first and foremost. We've only taken out left, but somehow he survives. Chili goes in for the flash. Chili now in an awkward position, and that's going to be a flip coming from the Shang. That will be securing one kill in for the side of Geek Fam. Now Geek Fam is going to be running right in. Karuno's going to be having his health bars low, and the Shang is making the place. He's making it once more, flipping it over. Sagi's going to be connected with the sonic wave. And oh my goodness, Geek Fam, they turn it around. They will only have 2 members remaining for Berjaya Dragons.
Oh my goodness, 40 seconds of clearance for the Shang and team, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We talked about this. We talked about how they were trying to shut Shang down at the early stages of this game to make sure he does not ramp up, to make sure he cannot do the things that we just saw him do. And the Elder Mountain Drake steal might drop in as Izune comes through, but the Lee Sin secures it.
He tries his level best, but he couldn't really do anything at all. Rumple has his smite available, so there's no chance that he could have actually taken it away from Rumple. But he might as well try, because there wasn't really much left at stake here. You just gotta throw bodies right there, and Zizune, there's just like, what, 35 seconds on the clock for him to come back up. Now, 23 minutes of the game. 14 kills to Berjaya Dragons, 12 to Geek Fam, but we are seeing Geek Fam slowly coming back into the game, especially now with the Elder Drake. They will hit even harder with the true damage buff being intact permanently. Oh boy, 2 Drakes apiece, meaning to say we're only down to the Baron buffs left.
Yeah, health steal as well as the opportunity to move a little bit faster for the side of Berjaya Dragons, but the extra damage as well as the fortified armor from the Elder Drake for the side of Geek Fam, who will be able to get their hands on the Baron buff. The ones that do should be able to smash and annihilate their opponents in here. One more team fight should call this match, Contra.
Oh boy, this classic match between the two Todd and Turo. Can we call this in this El Clasico already? Because it looks to be so. Every time they meet, they go in 5 games, and now going for a very close call. Both sides now 73k goal lead. But members inside of Berjaya Dragons, they're 4th lane. And that's going to be a Mega Infernal Bomb connecting. Sagi now having very little health left. It's going to be a kick landing from inside of Rumple, but he is looking to get close. The rest of the members are TPing right in. Karudo now having very low health bars. I wouldn't really say all too low. He's still hanging for a fight. Veki now trying to defend the top side of the lane. And Berjaya Dragons now threatening this Baron call. But Geek Fam, they're ready for this hot pursuit. And look who is at the bomb side. It seems like the Shang is keeping himself busy now. Rumple is going to be the main priority focus. But easily he can just move aside. One more drop and Karudo has to fall back. This is a good call coming in. Now Momo is the main difference maker to just deplete the health bars of Berjaya Dragons.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, look at this split push coming in from the Shang solo, just clearing out the wave in anticipation for his own so that he can go in for that turret at the Dragon lane. Nobody's keeping an eye on him, and he's managed to shove his minions up so far and keep all of those, super minions away from his own because they've lost 2 inhibitors already. Geek Fam is playing a losing match in here, or are they? As they still will try to find one clean engage. One final team fight. We'll call this, can Shang make the difference yet again?
And you're mentioning about the super minions over the bottom side. Just look at the top side as well. This is slowly creeping right in. So Berjaya Dragons, they're just hoping to actually buy a lot more room. Eventually, somebody has to answer that, and that person is going to be Veki right now. And now, back to square one. Over the bottom side, there's going to be a big, fat super minion wave that will be moving right in. And BJD, they're thinking of calling this shot. And they understand that the Shang, he'll be a little bit way too occupied. You don't really have to worry about this tank that's going to be running in front of the face. Now, 26 minutes in, and it looks to me that Winter is only looking for very huge purchases because he just needs more stacks of all these magic resistance to offer to himself and also to his teammates as well. Now, Rumple keeping an eye out. They know that this Baron call might just actually happen from any point in time. Now, Chili, alongside with Winter, is just going to be doing a little bit of poking, but the Cinch still taking a lot of space here. So I guess maybe he will be going for the turret, but here comes a little bit of threat coming in. Unstoppable force alongside with the Mega Infernal Bomb. This is where Rumple turns golden, and they are calling for a fight. Rumple now gets taken out. He does have the GA though. Here comes Zixune coming right back in, and they look for Tilly. Tilly now being flipped over the wall. Then the rest of Geek Fam, they're recuperating. They do find a kill on top of Rumple. They didn't say they do have to fight the little members of the Berjaya Dragons. They don't really have all this health left. They are trying to actually fall right back over the corners, and now going in, both jungles are down. They can't really do much about this battle.
Oh, but they are going in for the chase, Geek Fam, and Berjaya Dragons. All they can do is just run away, right? Both of their players, Winter especially, needed to go back in there for that health checkup. Is Zixune as well, just jumping right back into the fray to step in the front lines.
Oh my god, they managed to get one more kill on Zixune. That's going to be huge. 50 seconds is the death timer for Zixune. And that Mega Infernal Bomb could have almost killed Karudo, leaving him with only 5% of health. Now, Chili's going to be coming back up online. Instead, he sold his boots off. Now he's looking to take the teleport so that he can immediately TP right here and secure this Baron buff. This is a very risky call, I tell you that, because the lead is coming right into. They have enough time. They had a bomb drop clerk in, and this is where it's gonna be a big call. And this is where they managed to take one in. But Karudo's gonna be going flash over the wall. This is where they have the ball right back. They got the Baron. They just have to hold the line, and they have managed to done it. The super minions are crossing over the top side here, and Geek Fam, they lose this big objective. Now, the next thing to do, Berjaya Dragons, they have to escort every one of these minions on all sides of the wave for this big Baron power play to take effect.
if this is not a win for Berjaya Dragons right here, right now. I have got zero words for Geek Fam, right? Because this is not a situation that they should be able to survive. Look at Shang right now, dropping right back, knowing that the pressure will be coming from the side of Zisune as well. And he was right as he arrives. Zisune strikes him one quick time and then will drop back as well. They don't want to take their chances against the side of Geek Fam, and so they will methodically take down turret number 2 down mid lane as well. One final inhibitor will stand for the side of Geek Fam.
Because both of these super minions are being pushed right in and towards the base as well. This will be an easy takeover to the tier 2, but now the last inhibitor to stand for the moment. Zisune is probably going to be looking for that $1 million unstoppable force if that could be the case, but instead that will be the round's range to pick off Zisune. Oh, one barrel buff down, then 4-4 to go. Wow, DJD. They're still having hopes up high. GA available for the side of Sagi, but it seems like this will be a perfect defense coming in from Geek Fam. And look at that goal lead, even with the Baron. Geek Fam hold strong to their forward.
What in the world? I just said Geek Fam should not be able to defend this. They were in all positions ready to lose, especially with the fact that Berjaya Dragons already have the hand of Baron buff on their side. And as they go in there to push, Rumple just getting it Zisune, and Malphite goes down, 50 seconds on the clock, forcing Berjaya Dragons to back away as well. What a play by Geek Fam. But for how long can they hold on? They have one turret left.
Can you imagine this? Geek Fam on the back foot sees no turrets, but they are about, like, what, 8,000 gold up ahead as compared to Berjaya Dragons here, who has gotten all the things that they probably need right now. And one bad fight, Geek Fam could actually close the game. And this is the reason why Berjaya Dragons, they're being extremely careful about this. The main priority target that they really want to catch is Momo, but they have to go through so many layers. And speaking of which, here comes Winter coming over with the Glacial Fisher. He does have a shockwave that does connect. Here comes Mega News for a rocket as well. Well, that's going to be a bomb, not a rocket. But 25 seconds in, we will see Baron coming back on track. I am not even sure, even with Baron, could Berjaya Dragons do it again, but they need all the criteria to be met with always pushing all at the same time. And you know what? Geek Fam now, they're in the better position when it comes down to vision game. Berjaya Dragons still has a little bit of vision over on the pit. Not really much for Geek Fam.
Yeah, they are waiting for Berjaya Dragons to take the Baron confidently so that they can slice and dice them out. But that was a risk that they took previously as well, which they very nearly paid for. Held on to the very last hope, and thanks to Rumple, they were able to survive a little longer. They cannot afford another bout of that. They do not have more turrets to buy time for themselves. This is do or die. Geek Fam needs the hand of Baron.
Oh boy. Looking so dicey. And at this point, I really don't mind if either sides were to take the very first spot of the Grand Finals. This is such a fitting ending. 33 minutes of the game, and nobody seems to have a clear-cut answer to who will be able to take the entirety of the best of 5. Shang going to peel off all these big fat super minions right down the bottom side. Meanwhile, Rumple is going to be moving over the cross, and here comes Berjaya Dragons now, calling in for I don't know how many Barons has it been, but now there's enough help for less on that Baron. Flash coming in, okay, a little bit more premature coming in from Zisune, but I guess that was very necessary. But now Rumple now forcing them to actually back the heck out of here. And now looking for Chili. Okay, this is going to be a little bit too much overextension. But with the Mega Infernal Bomb, this will be actually bringing them over on the back. Shang does actually connect that to the GA. And here comes the rest of them. They're forcing to fight. Rumple will actually turn golden for a slight bit. But Berjaya Dragons, I think they have to any stop. And that is the only hope. Look at Karuto go. He's trying to look for that room. He's pushing that wave in. Can they actually hold on? Geek Fam They only have so little minutes left. They are tanking the turrets. They will want to push this all the way into the end. There's no way out with the final beverage attack, pulling the Annie right back. Geek Fam completes the reverse sweep.
Victory!
This is it. This is it. Geek Fam is now your grand finalist by completing this crazy feat to sweep everybody under the rug and left us with no words remaining.
I'm dead, man. I'm officially dead, Contra. They just pulled off one of the most exciting opening series of a playoffs. All right, we started this at 1 p.m. Here we are 3.5 hours later, and we are still at just series number 1. What a crazy reverse sweep comeback. They played first 2 games. Berjaya Dragons took it hands down, right? And they were so creative with their drafts. They bring it into game number 3, still creative with their draft. And that Sin showing us exactly what he's made of. Key moments captured again and again and again. 3 Baron buffs plus each and every single one of those Drakes in game number 1 showed how good Geek Fam was, and this reverse sweep just reinforces that fact. Let's take a quick look at the match stats and see exactly how well they got this victory.
Oh boy. Where were you when Geek Fam has taken it away again from Berjaya Dragons? And let's bring this one more time. Momo has been playing the best game possible. You throw in marksman, yeah, that's cool. How about a Ziggs over the bottom lane? Even better. Full itemization, 3 kills, yes, 13 assists. He was everywhere putting pressure out just to put Berjaya Dragons back. I guess Berjaya Dragons, their only problem here is that they don't really know when exactly to call in for the final trigger to really shut out Geek Fam, and we understand why, because Geek Fam, it seems like they are so hard to be stopped on their tracks for many of these occasions, and the Shang really was a big problem. But you saw how aggressive Rumple was playing in the very final fight. And even now, I'm not even touching on the itemization here because everybody has gotten their hands on those full completed set, of course, except for the supports that we're looking to finalize maybe the 4th item onwards. But what a beautiful game. Like, Berjaya Dragons, they had their chances and they just let it slide once again.
Did they let it slide, or did Geek Fam just slap the taste out of their mouths and rip it out of their hands? I think it is the latter, Contra. What a crazy victory taken, but not too shabby at all from the side of Berjaya Dragons. Once again, this does nothing to their confidence. This does nothing to their capabilities of going into the lower brackets and still meeting Geek Fam at the grand finals. Or will it be an absolute upset? RTZ UndeRank as well as SEM9 now have the opportunity to once again meet Berjaya Dragons. And you know, we've seen a little bit of a pre-show when BJD took on the likes of SEM9. I wonder, I don't know, man. In the group stages versus the playoffs, so many things are just changing.
Indeed, and well, I guess this is where SEM9 will be preparing for maybe a second face-off against BJD if they can first get past the likes of RTZ UndeRank. Of course, don't count the chances of RTZ UndeRank out just about yet because they will be performing right about next, and they have shown to be pretty convincing. That's a 3-0 sweep that they've done towards the side of Raptors, and you cannot take that lightly, especially when you have great players like Kagame in the team. Now, remember what they've said early on, because Kagame wants to meet BJD. Let's look at the damage, and oh boy, Momo has done twice the amount of what Sagi has to offer.
Contra, This is the highest damage that we have seen at the C Icon series being dished out by any one player within that one match. And that's just Momo himself, Ozora Veki, dishing out one of the highest damages in the exact same match.
Oh boy,
Geek Fam
I
just blew
wonder.
my mind.
I wonder what will they be talking about later on. What's in the heads of these Geek Fam boys? Because that was a very, very long series. Like you mentioned, it was like 3 hours, 30 minutes long. And with this conclusion, with one of the highest records being set out there in the playoffs run, Momo must be really proud of himself for doing this. But Berjaya Dragons, you see, they were really soaking everything they've got. And it's really about landing all these skill shots when it comes down to playing that Ziggs. We need to say that he's got, like, at the very least, 95% of accuracy to really get all these numbers down.
Yeah, man. I mean, even with the movement, right? Momo with the satchel charge, assisting him to maneuver around the map a little faster, a little better, just using it like a blast cone all over the place, using the same satchel charge as well to take down multiple turrets from the side of Berjaya Dragons. And the damage, man, 86,000 damage from one character. Double, once again, Contra, echoing what you said of what Sagi could deal, and we know what sort of a crazy damage dealer he is whenever he brings the Kaiser in. How can you outshine Berjaya Dragons in this way? Just blows my mind, and I cannot wait for the interview session with one of the players.
This is just the very first series that we do have. And of course, we'll be getting ready for the next one. But before we join in towards our next series, remember this, that we will still have an interview session with our dear winners right here to see what was it like facing the Dragons and once again coming back with a reverse sweep. And in fact, this wasn't the first time. I believe this has happened many a times before. And now history repeats itself and Geek Fam still comes up on top. So we'll be having Rumble to be joining us eventually, and after that, I believe that we will have our MAGGI Hot Cup Influencer Showdown that will be coming up right next. So, AJ, any sort of questions that you have in mind right now? Because my mind has been shattered.
Oh yeah.
I have to pick up some of the pieces on the ground right now. Like give me one moment to just dive right in. Yep. Get my brains back up.
Yeah, the main one I want to ask them is game number 1 and 2, right? Were the drafts, pre-decided, or did they decide that on the fly? And that's really going to give us a little bit of an insight as to just how they were taking the fight up against Berjaya Dragons. Because it really, really looks so well curated by Geek Fam. And I'm not making this up. I can't make this up, Contra. You pull up data on this, on Geek Fam throughout all of the competitions that they drop in. They always have this bad habit of dropping, giving their opponents so much of hope, and then just snatching it all away in one go. And they've done it here again. The question is, can they still pull it off at the grand finals? And the probability of them doing it is still high, because I don't think we've seen their full draft. That being said, I don't think we've seen the best from Berjaya Dragons as well.
I would definitely say it's a little bit of both sides that really added up. So Berjaya Dragons, I know it has been a little bit of a upsetting run for them because they were just one game shy and they dropped 3 in a row to Geek Fam because they have finally understood all the things that the Dragons could have possibly pulled out. So I believe on the lower brackets, maybe there's still a little bit of a shining chance out there. But now it's time for us to speak to our dear winners. And of course, we congratulations, Geek Fam. Now, please do welcome Rumble as he will be gracing us with this interview. Yo, Rumble, what's up? Congratulations. You guys made a big reverse sweep against Berjaya Dragons. This is not the first time, so tell me, how are you feeling right now?
I'm like, when the game is over, because we actually have some problem during the ban pick, during the drafting, but we managed to put it off because not having and marksman, not having a marksman is very hard to start objective and secure objective. But we somehow managed to put it off again, a reverse sweep. So definitely super exciting.
That's right. I can see that you guys are having a lot of smiles on your face, but of course, do put your mic a little bit closer so that we can hear your sweet voice a little bit. Yep, we can, of course, catch everything that you mentioned early on. So, Rumple, like you said, no marksman. So, who was the one who told, Momo, you can go and play Ziggs? Because that Ziggs and that third final game had the most damage in the playoffs right now. 86,000 damage from the Ziggs alone. And I think that you don't need a marksman by then, do you?
How to say? Because we actually planned not to pick Oriana, but like I say, since we kind of messed up a little bit at drafting, so how to say? Wait bear with me.
No problem.
I can't come down right now.
Did you have to bring the Ziggs in to save the situation because of that one error? Because you guys weren't really planning to go in, and you knew that was the secret weapon to recover the situation. Would that be correct, Rumple?
Because we picked Ziggs because it can be flex, and then it's always a strong pick. I said if normally we would have picked another, like not Oriana, maybe pick another marksman, or like pick some bruiser mid, like we do in the first two games. So Ziggs is definitely a really good pick for now. So no matter who play, is a good pick. Yeah,
and of course that was the key to your success for multiple of all these games. So the next thing for you guys, of course, congratulations. Going to the grand finals also mean that you guys have already secured a slot to the Icon Series Summer Super Cup. So let me ask you this first. Of course, there's going to be another Malaysian that will be joining you guys in the grand finals, and of course go to the Summer Super Cup. But who are you excited to meet regionally? Is there a team that you look forward to play against? There's like Abel's Esports from Thailand. There's also going to be so many other teams that's competing from the Philippines. Is there anyone that you want to be challenging when it comes down to facing off head to head?
I think for now we need to focus on our grand final first. All other regions should be like really challenging for us. So I think for now we focus on the grand final first, and then if you want to know which team I would like to play against, definitely EVOS Thailand. I think they are by far the best team. Yeah.
All right, you guys heard it. So hopefully, things will go very well for your side. AJ, any more questions that you do have for Rumple right here?
Yeah, curious about the first two games that you guys took, and obviously you guys got annihilated in the first two games. Although, even without picking a single objective, you guys managed to push, Berjaya Dragons all the way to the brink, making it look like, the victory was not too far away. Did you pre-decide that draft already for game number one, or was that decided on the fly, just like these Ziggs as well?
The first two games we actually prepared team comp, but because Varus is way too annoying in the laning phase, so make us can't execute the team comp that well. So we find it out too late, so it's already 0-2. So we start to change it up the draft a little bit to ban Varus instead.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think that
Contra,
actually
if you don't mind, I want to throw one more quick one towards Rumpel before production comes and tells us to wrap it up, right? Very clearly, obviously, for Geek Fam, the biggest rivals within the Malaysian scene right now is the Berjaya Dragons. Not taking anything away from SEM9 as well as RTZ UndeRank, but we know for sure they're going to be damn salty about this loss, and they're going to be doing anything and everything in their power to get back up into the grand finals and meet you guys and probably even destroy you guys. Do you have any sort of a message for Berjaya Dragons?
I just want
Can
to be
whack me,
kind,
bro.
so,
Don't worry.
Berjaya Dragon, for Berjaya Dragon, even though you guys get reverse sweep again, don't worry. We won't let this happen in the final. We'll beat you 4-0 in the final.
That is what I like. That is what I love. Contra, we've got time for one final question. Fire it off, my man. Rumpel, thank you so much for your time, by the way.
First, I guess the question is, this means a lot to the fans. Give a shout out to your fans right now for those that cheer on for Geek Fam to take on the grand finals to be the champions of Malaysia.
Thank you for all the fans out there, all the fam that always support us. Even though we are 0-2 down, I still saw their comment like cheering up. So very, very thankful. Alright. Once a geek, always a fan.
Yeah, all right. Once again, always a fan. Thank you so much, Rumpel. Thank you so much for your time. Congratulations on your reverse sweep and good luck for the grand finals tomorrow. I'm very sure you guys will be watching the fun segment as well as the final series in here today to see exactly who will be stepping into the fray for the match and earning that opportunity against you guys. Thank you for your time once again. We'll catch you guys later.
Bye.
All right, take care, Rumpel. We'll see you tomorrow. All right, you heard from Rumpel. He doesn't want no more 4-3 score lines, 3-2 score lines. He says, we'll send it to you straight. 4-0 is the answer to every survey challenge that comes his way, whether it's the Berjaya Dragons, a SEM9, or even RTZ UndeRank. So, what a fun interview that was. So, AJ, we can already tell that Rumpel is already collecting his thoughts after that real tough battle. Now, what do we have up next here for our audience tuning in to the Sea Icon Series Malaysia?
I didn't expect to be using this word to describe the playoffs, but today has been crazy, okay, Contra? And things are just going to get crazier with a content creator who's got the nickname, of Crazy tagged along with him, along with a very, very popular oppa within the Malaysian scene. Biu Biu as well as Fattahzie will be joining us for a fun segment later on. But of course, before we jump on to that, we need to acknowledge the player of the match, Momo, Contra.
That's right, 3-1-6 is a score that we see much early on, but the final game we saw his damage went off the roof with a total of 86,000, and the other 3 digits, you can forget about it. Well, total goal, I don't even care because everywhere he goes, he gets all the moolah, and now going into the grand finals, probably going to be earning even more cash prize out of the championship title that could possibly go their way. And 60% of kill participation has been put forward by Momo of Geek Fam. You call him an ADC. I say he might just be the best Ziggs player that we have here in Malaysia.
Yeah, no doubt, man. I mean, I've fallen in love personally with the way, Ziggs just runs the Rift. And I have been maining Ziggs on my own whenever I go into play. Nowhere near this guy. Nowhere near even the shadow of what Momo can pull off with that Ziggs. And once again, Contra, I cannot stop saying this, but whenever I watch these two teams play, and they excite me to pick that, phone to a match myself. And, two content creators within Malaysia have got the exact same effect on anyone that watches any of those content that they check out.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that we're gonna be having some all these fun stuff, and of course, there will be people falling over Biu Biu, and also a whole lot of laughter to be thrown out there when Fattahzie will be stepping right into, have a quick session with us to, of course, enjoy some wild rift matches and also some special things that will be lining up for them. But that was one heck of a series. We need to take a little bit of a break, and when we come back, we'll go to our influencer showdown with Fattahzie as well as Biu Biu.
Macam tak ada respon diberikan dari penjaga penonton. Dicuri! Dicuri! Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka punya pengendali Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul menyedihkan. Masih lagi terselamat. One rocket telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari peta. Mencari peta. Mencari peta.
Nice. Alright, go. Tahu first. Keren. Alright, tahu ni. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! Victory! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go one more. Okay.
Take over my time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm fascinated you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose. Just fascinated you. Fascinated you. I tell you the truth.
Macam ada kena penuh. Dicuri. Dicuri. Silangan nyawa yang agak banyak. Tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka bisa mengenai Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul menjadikan. Masih lagi terselamat. One raket telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari penta. Mencari penta. Mencari penta.
And welcome back to the C Icon series. This is part of the ESL Mobile Open. My name's Contra. This is going to be the Mustachio AJ. And we are your casters for the entirety of the evening that you guys are tuning to for the entirety of the League of Legends Wild Rift actions here on your way. Drop us a follow on our Facebook as well as Instagram. Mine's ContraCast on Facebook, Contra on Instagram. Well, you got the Mustachio Gamer on Facebook as well as IG, I do believe. And we've already got ourselves concluded with the upper bracket final series out there. And Geek Fam is your first team to go into the grand finals.
In spectacular fashion as well, I would have to say, making it there with a reverse sweep once again at the expense of Berjaya Dragons. And you know, BJD is not going to be happy about this at all, but I'm very sure they will be taking their frustration out in the lower brackets against the winner of the series that we will be seeing to wrap our day up. The series that you'll be seeing in a bit, though, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, is of a different nature. There is no prizes. There are no prizes behind, you know, whichever winner. We will be giving them probably a hug and a pat on the back and maybe a kiss on the cheek as well to tell them that they've done a good job for the day. But either way, I foresee a lot of laughs coming up ahead, Contra.
That's right, because we're going to be having so much of fun here with our dear influencers that will be joining alongside us. Of course, you know the hot top, the superstar, Biu Biu. Now he's already stepped into the rift. Now, of course, please do welcome as Biu Biu will take on Evos' funny man, Fattahzie. And you know, he's been, of course, coming up with so many different kind of antics to go around. Now we will start off here with the very first show match in round number 1. So for this, you guys who have participated in the MAGGI Hot Cup Community Challenge, of course, you guys have done very, very well, and you guys will be playing alongside with your stars over here. I believe it's going to be a best of 3 format. So this is going to be open to whatever champions that they really want to play. And later on, I guess there's even more out there for us to, you know, drop a few questions to our dear friends that will be playing the game.
Yeah, okay, so there are 2 best of 3s that you guys are going to be witnessing in here, but 3 games that will be played by Fattahzie as well as Biu Biu. Okay, so what are they? The format of those matches, they are not going to be very straightforward. We have curated those matches in a way which will just, you know, heighten the excitement. Yes, Fattah as well as Biu Biu, they are going to be playing Wild Rift as well for your entertainment. Now, with the twists in that we have in mind and that we'll be revealing later, Contra, do you think Fattah is going to be doing well today?
Well, I believe that he has been sharpening his skills, but Biu Biu has also been training pretty hard, so I'm not too sure. Or perhaps, you know, Fattah might just be carried by his teammates out there. There's also that sort of possibility, but I'm honestly not too sure. I want to see what will be offered on the table in this best of 3. So what kind of champions will they be going for? So I don't know. I just want to see how the drafts will be like.
Absolutely, man. We are still waiting for Fattah as well as Biu Biu to jump right into the lobby, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as well as wait for their teammates to join them as well. And of course, whilst we, you know, anticipate exactly what's going to happen later on, RTZ UndeRank as well as SEM9, they'll be closing the series of here, the playoffs here today. And one of them, Contra, will be going home. Who do you guys think will be victorious in that battle. Let us know in the comments section. I have got my prediction. Contra has his as well. Both of us got it wrong yesterday. We thought that RTZ would get slain and Eminence Raptors would make it through with, Xion just crazy on that Wukong, but match after match after match, Wukong was struck off of the list. Xion wasn't shining. The rest of the team, they went underground, underrank, took that win to meet SEM9. Wills though, because RTZ, they are bringing on a different sort of a face altogether, Contra now.
That's right, and it has been a little bit of a hurdle for some of these guys out there, but I believe that RTZ UndeRank, they've really gone the long way. But now the focus is on our influencers here, because we will go into the Rift eventually. We'll welcome Biu Biu as well as Fattahzie on board to see what they really have to say to each other before we get ourselves into the battle. So with that, let's bring everybody on board just to have a little bit of quick chit-chat session all together.
Oh, maybe we won't.
Wait.
But
just kidding.
You know what?
Just kidding.
Let me
just
walk
kidding.
the audience through the the format of this first game first. It's going to be a best out of 3. Now, 4 players from each winning team will be chosen from the previous open qualifier by absolute random, right? The game mode pick will be a regular blind pick. And the rule is basically, in round 1, the players are only allowed to select and play champions from the support as well as the marksman role, Contra.
That's right, and I guess that you can see that both sides are going to be using the marksman, but Fata is opting to play the misfortune up in the mid lane. I guess that he just want to go double up on this Teemo, and well, that's no good way to bully some of all the other players out there. Goat as well as Biu Biu will be playing over bomb side. But now we're having 2 marksmen out there. And oh boy, Cabinex Gaming immediately looks for the hunt. As he tries to take out Fata, immediately pops the flash. He's got to be going.
Yeah, Vata just wants to stay behind the lines. He wants to stay away from all of the enemies, fire a couple of shots from afar, and just not die that many times. I think that's all Fata's focusing on in this game today.
That's right, and it's still going to be just a little bit of a push and pull coming in from the early phase. Biu Biu's doing not too bad overall, as there will be maybe another vein that's coming over in the top side. It seems to be, slightly of a mirror because this is not rank mode or draft mode. Oh, that's the first blood going on, and it seems like Ame is the first one to fall, and Biu Biu gets the lead.
Look at Fata's profile picture, his logo on the top right-hand corner.
I was about to say that as well.
What the hell? Oh, this guy is just funny. It's just his face itself is funny, okay? And then he opens his mouth and then he don't stop giggling. Ah! A 2-on-1 will eliminate Biu Biu from the fray.
Oh boy, it seems like it's Biu Biu still pretty much well alive, and because there's 2 of these veins, so it's actually Kuro, like you said. So don't worry, it's all pretty cool. Kuro, of course, is our familiar face. We've seen him around for quite some time in some of these competitions as well. Now, going in towards the jungle, I do love to play because of how reliable the ultimate is. The Curse of the Sat Mummy basically locks everybody down on snare on the big circle. And the only problem is the early game for all these Amumu's. But now that pretty much set aside because he's already level 5. And we'll see this big ultimate's really coming right by. And Fata probably will need to really send the bullet time on the right spot. Oh, Kuro! He's going to be looking for the kill. Cabinex Gaming will be on the chopping block. And Kuro almost faulted for the second time coming. Having only a slither of health left. Kings giving him some good assistance.
Yo, Azim, shit, just getting really cheeky with the side of Biu Biu as well as Goat, but they will be able to hold they'll be able to hold a fun line here. I still think that Fattah is too scared to face off against Biu Biu. I'm just waiting for them to have their backup step away and for them to shoot each other in the face.
Oh, speaking of which, they are already going head to head, and Biu Biu is going to be smacked up in the air. Fattah does have a little lead, and oh my goodness, a good stun. But it seems like Fattah doesn't really want to commit. He's a little bit shy. Come on, boy. You can do it. But it seems to be okay. This team is actually wrecking everybody. Abe is getting the smackdown already in the mid lane. And look at him go. Fattahzie side already suffering a little bit of blow in the early game. But Biu Biu is saying, I'm going to stall over you. But Kangs is going to say hello, Biu Biu. You better run. And yep, I want to show you a little bit of the corgi behind. Just say hello.
Well, Azim's right back in there to catch up, so that's not going to be too much of a problem for him at all. In terms of gold, Team Biu Biu is doing slam dunk! And Kuro once again will fall.
Ah, man. I'm not really too certain with this tree marksman setup. Things don't look too well in the early game, and now Fattahzie side looking to secure the Drake, but it might just be a steal! Oh, they killed them all apart! Biu Biu side will take the lead, and Fattah will still have the Drake at the very least. So I guess it ain't all too much of a shameful act, but, you know, Hank's really doing a lot of good work just to really pull Fattah's weight.
Look, Fattah's already playing chicken, alright? He definitely needs the Mountain Drake. That extra bit of armor is going to help him, and that Machan definitely needs it. He will use it to his best ability. I want to see Fattah step into this one-on-one down at that mid lane, or maybe take that Baron lane. Because, you know, we're already stuck with two classes in here. You technically can go anywhere on the map. You don't need the backup, Fattah.
That's right. So, it seems like we'll be seeing a little bit of the push inside the jungle, and that's where Fattah comes in with the bullet time as well. The rest of them actually get knocked up in the air, and it seems like Kang will still try to go in for the kill. Olive Gale flashes over in towards the turret, and oh my goodness.
There you go.
Oh, there it is. Kevin is chasing for Fattah!
Fattah gets his butt whooped and has to go on 14-second cooldown.
Ow.
It's gonna be Ame holding up
man.
a very strong
Kuro!
line, almost taking down Goat.
Oh man, Kuro coming in with the final hour. He's going for the chase, but the Isle of KL is looking for that scuttle. So now 93. Biu Biu side seems to be winning so far, and things aren't looking pretty good. But now Kuro doesn't really have Hanawadu. He's gonna be chasing in. Oh, this is gonna be the Teemo diving under the turret. Wait, this Teemo seems to be very tanky, and it will be able to secure the kill. Still, Wado walks away. Now Kate's be going for the chase as well, but it seems like this won't be all too much. Biu Biu will be shut down by Hazim. Fattah strikes back.
Oh, Fattah! Now right back into the dragon lane. Fattah realizes that, okay, I cannot be doing this mid solo all. Let's go back down there with the backup. And Azim will be more than happy to help him out, man. It's going to be a two-man push down at the bottom for now. Fattah is going to be dancing the tango together with Gold, who almost got slain thanks to his Shield of Duran. He manages to back away, and then, of course, he wouldn't last long. Gets snuffed out at the end.
Indeed, now it seems like they are slowly recuperating, and I just love that every one of these players are just chasing for those kills. We see a couple of all these recipes being bought out there. Bami's in there for the Kevin X gaming on that Garen, and early on it was such a funny moment when Kevin, he didn't have any regards for his real life. He saw Fattah and says, okay, I'm gonna chase you down. I'm gonna shut them off. So I guess that was pretty much the first one going down. Now Biu Biu tries to actually get a little bit more room as he will juggle his way off, hiding Kangs. But now going under the turret, and Goat looks for that knockup. Beautiful Justice Punch, but Biu Biu, he need to land 2 more hits, and he lets it slide. Biu Biu giving them a little bit of mercy. Oh, what's happening right behind? Okay, all right. Abe?
It's an 11-6 already. Yeah, what's happening?
Yeah, they died behind that turret. I don't know what happened. Like, that's tier 2 turret. All the way back there.
Azim almost taken down! Biu Biu will strike! But here comes Fattahzie! Right back in! Getting a double kill as well! Fattah with the freaking double contra!
Oh, and maybe a triple right here as well. As I love KL says that, yes, I do love KL a whole lot, but this is Summoner's Rift, and I am not safe here in the bottom lane. So, Fattahzie, he probably will be very proud of this. Kangs as well, and he's just showing off right now. I guess eventually...
will argue that Fattah had his, friends doing all of the damage, and he came in there with one far away lucky shot. Arguable. Well played by Fattah.
Yep, very much so. The mushrooms will be popped up, and I Love KL now challenges that Infernal Drake. Biu Biu coming in from the lower side as well. Biu Biu curses down above me, and here comes the Chains of Corruption coming in from Ami as well. I Love KL only has a tick of help left, and this will be a rapid coming from KX Gaming. Here comes the Hero's entrance. Hazim now walks away with only 1 HP. Biu Biu survives with only so slightly help.
Biu Biu's
now
low.
Fattah's going for his soul. But Biu Biu, we gotta run!
Okay, Fattah's gonna get an opportunity here. Kevin X Gaming in here, and Fattah with the chase now. He is running the lobby, Contra.
Oh, I could definitely say so. Now Kevin tries to secure this one. There's a little bit of snipe coming from Ame. That will be a smite coming down. As Biu Biu secures break number 1 in the form of Infernal.
Right now, Fattah is asking, "Hey, Berjaya tu siapa, bro?" He found out he's on the way. Sort of the scene. And he will be backing up, man. I wonder if or not Fattah will be dropping back into the Dragon lane or confidently taking this fight against Teemo. I think he's already showed off down at the Dragon path. Maybe admit, no, this virus is going to continue. Ame will just see if or not he can respond some of these questions Teemo has been putting up front from the start of the game, Contra.
So right now, there's going to be a little bit of chase here. Here comes the cleaver, smack on, and the goat's behind. And I guess they will call it a little bit of truce now. A little bit of a shot coming in. And with the Justice Punch almost connecting, that will be the Shield of Duran just taunting them right back. Well, that's a very early Baron Nashor and Biu Biu snuck it under the rock, and finally he gets some big power plays out of this one. And Goat looking to dive right in, Ignite already being popped over the Fattah. Fattah says, "Okay, I'm out of here. I'm flashing away, my dear friend." And now going back to safety. Will Biu Biu actually press on? Oh boy! Oh! Big plays from Goat!
Oh, Hazim backing away now. Fattah has been taken down. They lose the turret as well. The Fattah, the shine will not shine through most of the time because he's actually taking a nap. 15 seconds more, he'll be right back into the game. I was quite surprised to see the side of Biu Biu take down the Baron Nashor so fast.
Yeah, and I was really surprised myself as well because that only took like what, a Teemo and a Mumu as well as the Garen to do exactly just that. And there goes Gold escapes. Oh, I guess I saved too soon. Looks to be a very good heroic entrance, but because he channeled it right there, Biu Biu hasn't really walked too far away. And now Fattahzie, they're losing turrets, but I guess they can just brag a little bit more about their kills for only so slight. With Wadu now annoying them with a lot of mushrooms being set up. Now let's look at the items right now. This laundry's for the likes of the Teemo, and here comes I Love KL, making sure that he stays up front. A lot of damage coming out of Wadu, and this Teemo is really hurting the health bars from Fattahzie's side.
Goat making the hero's entrance look like the comedian's entrance moments ago. Unfortunately, he's not on Fattah's team because, that's the comedian side. Biu Biu is just the handsome, good-looking, superheroes that come in.
Wait. Here we go. Wadu! Miss opportunity, and here comes Biu Biu gets caught out. And immediately, Fattahzie's side will punish him. He's got heal, but then again, no flash to make the escape. I thought that I Love KL wants to open up the ulti, but he just make like a big U-turn. I saw, okay, there's force out there, and he's backing up. Come on, bro. Come on, get some room for Biu Biu at least.
I don't think he wants to give Biu Biu any room, man. Fattahzie, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Well, technically, personally, he's doing a little bit better. Biu Biu's team overall is doing much better than Fattah's team. Let's see if or not this will turn around, as Fattah himself will be leading the charge at the mid section of the map.
The dragon has spawned.
That's right, and here comes a little bit more challenge over Drake as well, and this is where members from the side of Biu Biu, they have to respond and react. They do have a lot of good elements that they have available. Meanwhile, Fattah's side has already scanned out all the other mushrooms and, of course, eat them for breakfast. Now it's really past breakfast. But because of Redemption, they do have a little bit of vision inside of there. And oh, I Love KL is going to be moving right in.
What?
Wow, he connects all
What?
4 members out there.
What?
He locked them in place. And you're going to Hero's entrance. Beautiful ult coming with the bullet time. Fattah gets the double kill. But the rest of members of Biu Biu is trying to fight right back. But I guess this is where both sides actually call it 3-for-3. That was beautiful, honestly. But Wadu, he goes in for the double.
Oh, now Fattah can come in and respond here. Hide on Wadu should be quite easy to take down, but of course he's not going to be getting too excited. Biu Biu's team should be able to engage. No, not really Wadu though. But of course, Kelvin X Gaming will be joining him to take over the fight, whilst Wadu jumps away for the honey fruit, and he's right back in that easy Drake taken by the side of Biu Biu.
Yeah, you can do it with your eyes closed. Well, that happens for most of the Lee Sins, by the way. So, Biu Biu gets to Drake's. To apologize for a lot of lame jokes that will come your way because that's what Fattah does. Oh, wait,
just
Wadu,
try
you
it,
stole
Conrad,
it
just
from
try.
Amumu? That's dirty! Hey, dude! Zoom back to Wadu. He stole the buff. He stole the buff from Amumu. Oh, they're going for Baron.
I don't.
Okay.
I don't think these guys are.
Wait, they don't know.
Players, man. Biu Biu now dropping in. They should go. They get Baron as well. Fattah needs to run home right now, bro.
Oh man, shame. I don't know what else to say because there's no ward, no vision. Then there was that Squires bloom that was popped, but it's only to scan the blue, not on the Baron itself. If they were to just walk sideways for a little bit, they would have actually known. Okay, Biu Biu's going for the blue buff, and this is where the rest of them will actually come in for the challenge. Wadu now in position alongside with Kuro, now taking the blue buff for himself. I guess Goat will just go on a little bit of ship spree, but he gets the Kuro now will be taken down, killing spree for Wadu. Entrance not really needed, but Wadu now will be challenged, and Fattah's side, they're winning this trade with a bullet time, baby! And this is where... Oh, hold up! I Love KL, what's he doing? He's in the Nexus! Oh, come on, guys! Go back to the base! Go back to the base! Oh, no! Oh, no! Biu Biu saw this game one! Oh, boy. That looked like a really good fight. But you should be suspicious when there's no Anumu in this T-fight. Boy, I love KL. I love those plays.
Fattah is rolling on the ground right now. He's like, what the hell happened? How did Amumu get in? And how in the hell did we just lose this? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, one of the most hilarious defeats ever. And what a befitting defeat for Fattah himself, lah.
Yeah, I guess that there's still a few more games to go. It can still be a 1-1 scoreline. I think that, second half of the game, they were playing a lot of team fights a lot better. But, you gotta keep their eyes on that Baron and also keep an eye on your inhibitor or even the Nexus. So let's have a look at some of the stats out there. Who impressed and who snoozed throughout this entirety of this Influencer Showdown. Let's take a quick look. And it seems to be Fattahzie is doing very, very well on his misfortune, getting 5 kills, 2 deaths. Biu Biu, on the other hand, 2, 4, 3 is going to be the scoreline. But Wadu has been stalling on everybody. It was I Love KL as the MVP because he knocked the Nexus down.
What in the world, man? Fattah did not see that coming. I'm very sure, knowing Fattah, at that very moment, he would have been like, "Huh? Wait, macam mana kita? Halah!" He would have been jumping up and down. He would not be accepting this defeat easily, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, which is the exact reason why the next match is going to be even hotter, because Fattah, I feel like, the team has got quite a bit of, capabilities behind them, especially on Ame.
That's right, and you can see that there's so much damage being brought forward by Ame, Fattah, as well as Kuro, but it seems like, the bigger issue was more of like, getting some of all these objectives done, securing turrets, and of course, keeping an eye out. The vision game could have definitely improved. And also, it was a brilliant idea coming from I Love KL because he's been there to secure all these Baron buffs for team. 2 Baron buffs, and it definitely swept Fattahzie out of game number 1. But hey, I hope that he can actually survive that turbulence because they will still be playing game number 2.
Yeah, exactly, man. We are gonna be jumping right back in here. I hope Fattah loses this one as well, just so that we can piss him off a little bit, and he'll be absolutely, furious when we jump into our next segment where we can roast him a little bit more, lah.
Indeed, and I believe that he's already having, a little bit of the frustrations alongside, but I believe that he can pick himself up for game number 2. Biu Biu, of course, feeling very, very happy. Usually he has this positive mental attitude where, it's like, oh, it's okay. I died once, I died twice. It's absolutely fine. I still win the game.
I'm still an oppa.
Yeah, exactly. That's right.
Everybody is all constantly in love. All of the mothers out there, your sisters, young children are the only ones excluded from this list. Apart from that, even down to grandmothers, there's nobody, no lady in the world who's not a fan of Biu Biu, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But, whether or not Fattah will be happy with the situation, also we cannot say, because I know Fattah is not happy the fact that Biu Biu is such a handsome, chick magnet, but he's married already. So he can't even put that argument forth. He cannot express his emotions because his wife will slap him. So, Fattah, you seem to be losing on all fronts today.
I don't know, but hey, hopefully he can at least get a little bit of a glorious moment out there, or else, he'll be just chilling and sipping Maggi hot cups over midnight just to make himself feel a little bit better. And you guys could actually do exactly just that, because we do have a few minutes out here before we get ourselves ready for game 2. So I believe that maybe there will be a switch of sides. Maybe Fattah is more comfortable in the blue side than the red side. Or hard to tell, if this is really this sort of the pointing case that it does affect some of these players. But I look at some of the ways that he's been playing that misfortune. Hey, he's been playing really, really well. He knows when exactly to put the elements out there. And, Wadu was really that player out there that has been cheekily securing many of all these kills, and of course causing a lot of annoyance as a Teemo always does. And well, I want to see more coming from many of all the other summoners that have been joining alongside Fattahzie as well as Biu Biu.
Yeah, overall, the performance from Fatah as well as as a team itself, it was really, really strong, right? But like you mentioned, they weren't really playing in very strong for those objectives. And I think they were jumping in just to have a little bit of fun. Fatah wasn't serious about that. But even in a state of non-seriousness, as he is 99.9999999% of the time, he still managed to do really, really well on Misfortune. And, he slayed a double kill as well, at a certain point of time in the game. And, he brings down those rain of bullets to suppress all of his opponents. And so far, they haven't been able to really dominate him. But I'm looking forward to the highlight of this one-on-one situation between Biu Biu as well as Fatah. And as we go into game number 2, Contra, we have thrown in a little bit of a change for this time round, where the players are only allowed to play champions from the mage as well as tank roles. Okay, so is it going to be a full tank build for the side of Fatah because they want to go in and troll Biu Biu's team with all of that might and power? Or is it going to be a full-on mage side? Is it going to be a crazy balance between the two? Only Fatah can show us, along with the side of Biu.
Well, mages, I wonder what would he actually come up with. Well, technically, you can call Teemo a mage, is he? He is technically a bruiser overall, but then again, he's not really tanky. So, other than that, you get Annie that you could actually probably pay up in the mid lane or whichever other lane, since everyone's going to be playing mages for supports in general. So, many of all these plethora of options, and maybe you see Fatah being the nanny to all the other players just playing healing as a Soraka. Who knows? I just want to see what he picks up.
Well, I'm curious as well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We don't have banned picks as well as drafts in here. It is anything goes. They can pick the same champions on both sides if they want to. Technically, we have to allow two classes in here. So I'm really curious to see if or not we will see the side of Biu Biu and Fatah. Specifically these two players taking the Baron lane fight. And the camera can just focus in on Fatah as well as Biu Biu, nowhere else. I'll be happy with that. And then I want those junglers to drop in on a gank on Fatah just because I want to laugh at him. Because, at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we will end up breaking into teams to support one of these two content creators. And we, the English casting side, have been placed under Biu Biu. So, Fatah, unfortunately, you're going to have me coming after you a long, long time.
That's right. So, now, without further ado, we will hop into match number 2, where we'll see supports as well as mages being brought forward. Flashes available. They're looking for Fatah. Oh, that's going to be the Zakes dropping some mates. I know, that hand coming in from Biu Biu. He's hoping to actually grab him with the rocket grab. And yeah, he's got to play dodgeball for a little bit.
Everyone going in for Fatah straight up, man. They're like, okay, Annie, we are going to look for him and we're going to snuff him out. But of course, Fatah a little bit too smart for them, backs away. Now Biu Biu is the point of contention. Oh, and pulls Ame right in for the punch in the face. But Goat obviously not able to finish him off real quick. Frost in here should be able to, bring in the firepower later on in the game, Contra.
So right now, we'll have them going to level 2. Katarina is going to be having a very tough push. So I'm just looking at the rest of the lanes. You have Malphite over the top side, and somehow Kuro's going to be pulling on that Garen. Now, funny enough, Fatah was trolling. He didn't buy a single item to start off the game.
I know, right? So that's exactly what I want to see from him. That is what Fattahzie is known for in the Malaysian scene. His absolute hilarious mindset, the way he looks at things, the way he explores topics, like the way Malphite will explore that low HP of this Garen. He takes a very, very creative spin on things.
Oh boy, there's a lot going on over the top side as well as the bottom lane. And Fatah, I guess he's just chilling. He's got no items, so he's having a tough time just to even clear minions. So, rocket grab, misses this time. And obviously it's hello. You could do better than that, Biu Biu.
Well, I don't know how often a Biu Biu drops in with the Blitzcrank, but well, at the moment, those little fat fingers aren't doing too well. I'm not saying Biu Biu has got fat fingers in real life. I'm talking about Blitzcranks.
That's true, and of course, that's only upper fingers for you. Well, let's not get into details, shall we? And
what?
Fattah still does not seem to have any items. Okay, I think he's doing it on purpose. He's doing it on purpose.
Yeah, he's definitely doing it on purpose, man. He's like, can I win this game by not buying any items at all? He probably will be able to, okay? The way Biu Biu is not, currently able to grab anything. Wow! Beautiful!
Oh, no, he's walking
One more, Kevin! One more!
Fattah? You got one
Sorry,
HP,
Fattah is currently unavailable.
Okay, now he finally buys items. He says, okay, like, enough of this. I can't reach to my enemies. Oh, rabbits! He goes in with the Powerball. Now looking for her goat. That will be the death note that's already being popped up. Biu Biu now, he will be looking to exchange Hazim. He's going to be coming with the barrier as well, but this will be it. Oh, that's going to be a miss rocket grab, but it doesn't matter as he will be able to duck them down. And that's 2 kills in for Biu Biu's side.
Oh, well, Biu Biu is on a little bit of firepower here as he will push all of his minion wave up towards this turret. He should be able to get that damage done. Not much. Ziggs needs to jump right into the fray of damaging the turret as well, but he's going to be recalling instead. That gives Katarina enough time to jump back in and say hello, Biu Biu out of location.
Now, just at least having a little bit of breather here, they will be dancing for that dragon for now. Oh, a little bit of HP left, and I guess it might just be anybody's here. Just snap this one away. The spike comes through. Got the stone. That one. And this is where Isle of Chaos is stuck in a rut, and that will be 1 kill coming in for this Katarina. Going for the Death Lotus, and she spins, and she will fall. Frost instead goes down, and Hazim, he's now going in for the Powerball to escape. Just getting a little bit of a blast cone here just to secure himself. But they're now running for his life. And Goat goes in for the chase. Wadu, he's going out there. And okay, he's saying goodbye to okay. You gotta give it up to Ami for that one. And now they're going in right back in. They want to punish Wadu, but the Ignite comes in. Oh, unstoppable force. He still gets the kill before going down. Biu Biu puts on the minute. Biu Biu goes down. Now Frost. Oh, beautiful. Death Lotus for a triple kill. Fattahzie now having a solid chance to win this. Oh, thanks to the beautiful teamwork being brought forward by all his teams.
Yeah, his teammates kind of forgot that they don't have the mate into the turret to find out that, no, they shouldn't be doing that, and they'll back away as we have the Lux dropping in to say a little bit more of a closer hello. Crazy plays being dropped by Fattahzie's team. I love the backup by Ame. I love the fact that Fattah's teammate Hazim stole the Drake away as well. I mean, who would have expected Rabbids to drop in there with the steal, man? I mean, he does have the smite on him. No reason why he shouldn't.
That's pretty much true. And right now, over the bottom side, Biu Biu now being collapsed upon. And with the Death Lotus, that will be 1 HP left. But he won't be able to actually hunt him out. Abe says, hello, I got some more questions out there. Question mark. But the Pangu just staying high. With his final spark here, Kevin's all alone. He will have to give this turret away. But over the mid lane, Biu Biu side, having 1 turret being opened up by Goat.
What else do we have in store for us here? Fattahzie backing away, goes in for a quick recall. Question is, what items is he going to be topping right back up into his bag? Because, you know, the game's been quite equal so far. I mean, the side of Fattah! Unable to lose anything as Hazim strikes again with a steal.
Oh boy, now Wadu's right in danger. He crashes over the wall. And this is where they set up a dive. And oh, Hazim's still alive. Final spark out there. Ami wanting him help, and he walks away as well. How are they pulling this one off? Fattahzie in phenomenal form. Now, say hi to the red power roll over the top side here. This will be turret number 1 for Fattahzie.
And now that Brom will be forced to drop in to say hello to Shelly as well, just in case that Mel fight comes in to take her out, and that is anticipation well pulled as Brom will have to go in for the recall. Wait, again?
Oh!
What a shot!
3 elements out there just to get Fattahzie, and they finally have done it. Oh boy, this is not looking all too good. This Garen's gonna be falling off. Kuro goes down. And this is where, you know, things goes back to square one. 9 kills in, but Biu Biu is looking to even the score or even get a little bit of a goal lead out there. Now, 5 seconds is what it takes for the dragon to spawn. Meanwhile, up top, Wadu will be getting himself that turret over there. That makes it turret number 2 for Biu Biu.
Biu's team has managed to pick up victory number 1. Can they do it yet again? With Biu Biu on the push now with this Blitzcrank. Just jumps right behind Brom. Ame will back away from the situation. The steal this time might come through from the side of Biu Biu. I love KL. His smite has just recharged and he is dropping in with Dr. Mundo. Whether or not he will be able to jump into the fray. Yes, the blast code is right there. I love KL on site now, Contra.
Ooh, what a final spark, and here comes a little bit of a spin coming in from Frost, but he will be able to actually get those kills in the connection, and now it goes on a reset. Beautiful jump goal now, looking for a goal as well. He's gonna be able to actually get a few more jumps, and now looking for the penta kill. Make that a triple, and it goes godlike. One best countering the plays that I have seen so far here in the Icon series, and it comes in from Frost.
Oh, what a play! As the dragon gets taken by none other than the better jungler in the game, Hazim with the slay. As they will go in here for that push. Fattahzie looking strong to take this victory. They just need to make sure nobody sneaks in towards their nexus.
That's right, and now it seems like they will be able to actually get one turret off, but Kuro's gonna be licking a little bit of leap. And that's where MAGGI Infernal Bomb drops right across. Kuro's gonna be able to heal up. Ame going in for a perfect defense. Meanwhile, a little bit of a slow run over the bottom side as Fattahzie's gonna be going back. Now, 15 to 10, and Hazim looking for a catch. That's gonna be a miss. Rocket grab coming in from Biu Biu. And I guess they will chase onto this Armadillo. Well, Hadawada goes in for the unstoppable force. TP coming down as well. Final spark being dropped right in. We're going to be going for a chase. And people says, okay, it's time for us to retreat. Frost says hello. And with that, he will be able to actually lock Hazim in place. And here comes the ult, dropping right in, pulling them down. The rest of people members, they're running across, and that will be a knockup, stopping Frost right there. Triple coming in, and that will be Gold getting chased upon, but they could not really connect those kills. Kuro's still chasing in. Dude, that's a little bit too far. You gotta retreat.
What?
He's going for the
Kuro,
kill.
what? What the hell,
okay,
Kuro?
Got it.
But I don't care.
Hey, that works. Oh, wait, he's still alive. He's still alive.
He's still alive. Kuro is still alive.
Oh boy, what am I seeing?
Dude, Garen needs a nerf, man.
Maybe, or some of these guys have to step up to kill him off.
Okay, now let's see what else Fattahzie can pull off in here. Still having quite a great hold on the game. Kuro clearly showing that they are confident in this match. They will be able to pull the win off. I love KL dropping in real close. Shouldn't be getting closer than that towards Fattahzie, who will be able to fire right back. Ame is my MVP of the day. He's pulled off so many crazy saves in here at the very last moment, Contra.
That's right, and oh, dude. I'm just loving every single one of these moments that I am seeing for now. And I guess, for the moment, Kuro, he's just showing a lot of shenanigans that Fata would definitely enjoy. But it is actually Forrest that's actually carrying the team. So I guess, it's a fair share of a balance from both.
Now let's see how much more will Fata be able to grab for his team. Oh, the chase is coming on. Everybody one side on Wadu. Hazim and Frost going in for that jump. Hide on Wadu, all he can do is run. Have you ever seen a Malphite run? Yeah! The Katarina won't allow that.
Oh boy, now they managed to get the catch. One member down, and this is going to be a very important pickup. Hazim's going to be crushing out as well. Now, you're going to be all too serious looking for Fattahzie. Here comes the knockup as well, but they can only buy so much time. I love KO going for the triple kill. Ravage it goes, and he's looking for Ami. Make that a quadra for I love KL.
Dr. Mundo on the quadra and straight up pick onto the hand of Baron buff as well. Starting it off for the team. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, on that note, this looks like a victory that might just be sealed by the side of Biu Biu. Now, one player dropping in for the steal, but will be rooted to the core. And it is the guy with the balls of steel, Kuro, none other than him. But of course, Biu Biu gets taken down by the Katarina once again as the side of Fata comes back for blood.
Shut down.
Oh, Spirit Visage now being purchased by I Love KL. Well, I guess a little bit of exchange here, meaning to say that will only be 3 more buffs left from the side of Biu Biu. Showing his body the moment I mentioned Biu Biu. So, here comes trick number 3. Before we get ourselves that Elder Frost now needs to be laser focused. We don't want this to be stolen away by Kevin. And oh, drop try! Oh, they stole it! With the Mega Bomb as well! Oh boy! Oh boy, that's got
What
to
a play, bro! What a play! Goat got the right name, man. Greatest of all time steal right there from that Ziggs.
You gotta say, this OG is killing it. Oh well. I guess the only thing that Fattahzie's side will really need to build is going to be a Morello or the Mortal Reminder to deal with this Dr. Mundo, who is going to be a menace, just healing himself up. Meanwhile, Hazim now looking for another Powerball run just to get a little bit more farm. And it's now 22 to 15. We see a lot of flare coming in from Kuro as well as Frost, but now hitting the late game, members of Biu Biu, they're getting a lot more tankier for Fattahzie to deal with.
Yeah. And I don't think this is going to be easy. Fata has been able to go in for the recall. Right back in there. Kevin does not connect. Nice play coming in here from Fata and team. Fata just trying to get that surprise jump on them and will be inching forward ever so closer. Hazim doing the same as well. Onto as that Ramus super fast with the movement in the rip. I Love KL. Dr. Mundo moving right back up. Hazim on the attack right now onto Wadu. Not being able to secure any one of these for themselves. Ooh. Kevin will be able to see this. Let's go, Contra.
Oh, 1%, and he doesn't really care. He's going for the Demon's Justice. He gets the kill on top of Biu Biu. And that's all that he needs. And the rest of them will follow. Fattahzie is looking for the win. Here comes a triple kill for Frost. With such a beautiful Lotus being spawned up. Now, they're crushing in towards the bomb side inhibitor, and there's only so much that this guy can do. I Love KL will chase in for Ami as he buys time, and eventually that Ignite should be able to drop him right there. And I Love KL, he gets one kill, and he survives.
How does this Dr. Mundo survive this, man? I Love KL with the crazy plays. Kuro's still alive. Now I Love KL dropping right back in there for the chase. And Fattahzie's team have to back off from the Nexus, all because of Dr. Mundo. Biu Biu has got some firepower on his side as well. Give this guy a medal.
Oh, man. I'm just looking at Fattahzie's side. They do pack some quite a surprise. But this Dr. Mundo, like you said, incredible. Just like the Hulk. So every time he pops up his ultimate, he's just gonna be zooming right in now. What is Fattahzie up to as he's just hiding inside the bush?
Fattah's taking a toilet break at the moment, waiting
he's
for the jump on Biu Biu. Biu Biu will get the opportunity to meet Fattah right now. Fattah! Biu Biu balls inside the grass! Fattah! Got back right here! Fattah! Run, Fattah!
Okay. What the Flash used and Proto Belt being used as well. But over here we have a little bit of chase going on towards Dr. Mundo once again. Not getting it up in the air, but this will also mean that there is going to be backup coming in. Watt is looking for a beautiful setup here with potentially an unstoppable force, but they are looking for the right target, and that's going to be Frost out there coming in with the Death Lotus. That will be a kill being secured by Hazim. Now hopping right in, MAGGI Influencer Bomb, dropping right in, dropping Wadu as well for a double kill for Hazim. For I love KL, but instead they say hi to Biu Biu. Where are you lurking, Biu Biu? And here goes triple kill for a Ramus on a killing spree. Whoop whoop low.
Alamak, I think this might just be game over. They're not even going in here for the Infernal Elder Drake, except for one player, Hazim, trying to get it done on his own. The rest of the players just shoving down all of those minions down the throat of Goat, being able to take that inhibitor out as well, and will back away as they have suffered too much of damage. The recall will set forth. Ramus clearly not able to take the Infernal Elder Drake on his own, as I Love KL will drop by to check in on him.
Oh, here comes the teleport as well. I Love KL really wants to get his hands on it, but here comes a missing Glacial Fissure hitting only air. I Love KL now tries some damage. Here comes the Death Lotus, and he still survives. None of them actually come in. He flashes back. He wants to steal it. Oh, man! Oh boy! And this goes from bad to worse. 4 members falling flat. Frost survives, but for only a tad bit.
Oh no!
Oh boy!
Oh no!
My brains are out. I'm out.
Fattah. Oh no! Fattah has got 30 kills. 30 kills, and Fattah still couldn't finish it. Fattah still couldn't get to the end, bro.
Be right back. I'm gonna go to the loo just to wash my face, and I want to check my eyes. 2 minutes. I'll be back.
Oh goodness me, this is gonna be such a ridiculous situation for Fattah to get stuck in. Hide on Wadu now, meeting Frost as well as Fattahzie head on to close this match off earlier on, but the steal and the force coming through from this Dr. Mundo again and again and again and again has just proven to be such a huge pain in the butt for the side of Fattah. Will they be able to do anything right now as they approach this Baron pick? I don't know, as Contra is washing his face, in inverted commas, washing his face in the toilet, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I'll have to take over commentary for a bit. But I don't think we are anywhere near a opportunity of a team fight, although Fattah is forcing the case down mid-Contra.
Yeah, I wasn't kidding when I said I needed that 2 minutes. So, yep, thank you so much, Mustachio. So, yeah, I finally re-downloaded my brain. And I guess that we will start off here with another big brain play coming in from Kuro with the Sebastian Justice, and that will only bring him for a little bit. Turning golden.
Okay, wait. Pause for a while.
Bye, Kevin. Bye, Kevin.
He paused in the middle of a match. Okay, he was like, "Hey, bro, wait, bro, itchy, bro."
Mercy, bro. Don't like that, bro. Come on, dude. I give you a Maggi hot cup, lah, bro.
Ain't gonna happen. I got sponsored 1 box already. as he will just continue to snuff him out. No turning golden, no Maggie Cup is going to be able to win them anything. Oh, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this whole fun segment is sponsored to you, brought to you by our tournament partner, MAGGI Influencer.
That's right, and oh, another fight breaks loose, and I guess they do get a kill on top of Ross. And that quick shot does not really land, but now they do have a base to defend. On the Z side, he can actually call for Baron, but after what just happened in the Elder Drake, I don't think that they dare to do exactly just that, especially in the presence of I Love KL on that Dr. Mundo.
20 to 32 so far. Biu Biu, you know, he has been tanking quite a number of deaths on his side, but the comeback is real, La Contra.
And speaking of which, 1 versus 1, 2 Juggernauts fighting each other once again, and I guess Kuro wants to secure this. Now he popped out the ultimate, and that leaves not much room to actually do much. Oh, Ami as well as Kuro, they have to fall back, and here comes a little bit of the race coming in. I Love KL, he might just actually secure a triple kill. Oh, they're running for their lives.
He gets the one! He gets the double! He gets the triple, maybe! Frost right in front of him! Reviving! Come on, I Love KL! Come on! No! Lux steals it away.
Oh, is this gonna be the biggest throw that we have seen for the entirety of day 2 here in this Icon series? Well, maybe. Maybe, just maybe. And here comes a miss on that unstoppable force, but Wadu's still gonna be chasing right in. The power buff now in the hands of Biu Biu as he's going to say, hey, I'm going to be doing split push. I'm not really a support. So move aside, ladies and gentlemen, because Biu Biu is looking to secure game number 2. Oh!
Fatah had to be slapped at the very end as well, huh? He can't do anything as he loses his Nexus. Biu Biu takes 2-0. Fattahzie surprisingly has fallen. I expected so much more out of Fatah.
Well, I guess that was a beautiful game being played out. They got so many kills, but it was Biu Biu's side that has got this unkillable Dr. Mundo at the very end to really steal away the dragon and also get that beautiful play up towards the top side and ending it with that Baron power play.
Yeah, let's bring in the ridiculous math stats of this Dr. Mundo and just see what sort of wreckage he has brought forth in this match. If he's not the he's not the MVP. God pulls it off with a 6-5-13 KDA. I Love KL with the 10-5-5. Mundo just one step below.
That's right, and I gotta say that, Hazim as well as Frost, they come in with some really impressive stats alongside with Kuro, Ame as well with 20 assists. Fatah was trying very hard on this Annie, but he was getting hunted down. Same goes to Biu Biu. So you can say that overall, Fattahzie, 2 games in a row, he kind of have a little bit of better stats as compared to Biu Biu. But hey, the win matters a lot for right here, I tell you that. And with a lot of all these massive plays, I would still personally give the MVP title to I Love KL because of that massive, gutsy play on that dragon.
Oh, absolutely, man. Are we going to be able to see more action from all of these guys? Absolutely, yes, we will have another one of this exact same type of series for our 3rd segment of the day later on, Contra.
That's right, so I guess we'll have our game later on, but hey, it's a 2 in a row for Biu Biu, which means that he's won this one out. And we still got a little bit of a challenge for some of these guys out there. And let's have a look at the damage output. Look at the amount of damage tanked by Dr. Mundo. 39.9k. What
And how much did Goat dish out? 62k. Ziggs is really, really strong. And everyone just wants to prove that today. And of course, not too bad done by Frost as well as Kuro on their side. We saw exactly how Kuro was chasing down each and every single one of those opportunities for those kills. Not getting the win at the end of the day, but the boys from Fattah's side definitely shine a lot. Ame with the Brom defense setup. Those were some crazy plays, Contra.
That's right, and I really gotta say that was really fun to watch, and really kudos to all of these guys who have participated in the MAGGI Hot Cup Influencer Showdown, and of course, you guys have played through the Community Cup and have made your way here. You guys will be rewarded with some great goodies out there, and of course, there's a whole lot more to talk about right here before we get through with our program. I wonder what is the reaction coming in from Fattah as well as Biu Biu. And of course, later on, we'll be checking in on these gentlemen.
Yeah, man. I cannot wait to see Fattah's facial reactions when we ask him some very, very interesting questions about this match. Mainly how he managed to screw it up 2 times in a row and not get it even after he was hyper carried by some amazing players in the game. I think he did so much better as, a little misfortune, but not too shabby at all on that Addy Contra.
Yeah, not too shabby at all. I guess, practice does makes perfect, and his misfortune has been very much impressive. Same goes to Biu Biu, who has done both, playing on the support as well as the marksman earlier on. So, what's going to be up next for us here, Mustachio? Because I believe that, other than that best of 5 series that will be happening up next, I guess there's still going to be something special in our program.
Absolutely, we are gonna play a game, my man. It is called 2 Truths, 1 Lie. Dua benar, satu palsu in Bahasa Melayu. We don't have Malay viewers here. If we don't, it's 2 Truths, 1 Lie, where we will be presenting a few statements to our 2 key, opinion leaders here, Biu Biu as well as Fattahzie. And the one to win doesn't get anything, but the one to lose will have some punishments to face.
Yep, that's right. So I hope they're actually ready for some of all these kind of stuff. So, we're going to be checking in on them. So, talking about punishments, it could come in, multiple forms, whether it's going to be, dancing or anything at all. I guess we'll let them select which one do they want to do, whether it's squats or taking some shameless photo and to upload on their profile pics. So, I guess we'll just have to find out who will actually win this challenge of 2 truths, 1 lie, because you know what they say, to actually beat your enemy, you first have to keep your enemy, you keep your friends close and your enemies even closer. So yeah, that's the best way to go. Yeah, I butchered it. I absolutely butchered it.
Good job, Contra. You slayed that, bro.
I had one job. I had only one job.
You took it.
I killed it.
You put it onto the chopping board and you chopped it up very, very. So, okay, wait. Let's discuss here first, Contra. Okay, because Fattah as well as Biu Biu, they're not on just yet, which means we can plot exactly how we want to torture them. Okay, so. What sort of punishment shall we dish out to them?
So for a few that we initially planned out was to make the losers sing, or to actually make them do squats through the live stream. I guess 10 squats, 20 squats. Which one would you prefer if that's the case?
20 squats? Anybody can do 20 squats. Are we talking about 50 squats? 50 squats is difficult. 100 squats is very difficult. 50 squats is like, you'll see them,
I'm making it easy because I don't think Fattah can even do 10.
I don't think he can even do 5. Okay, let's see. Okay, we've got them with 50 squads. We can even make them sing a song. There was one of getting them to take an embarrassing selfie and post it as their profile picture on social media, probably on their Facebook pages. Okay, one, I asked some suggestion from my friends, and this guy gave me a brilliant suggestion. Okay, and this guy is actually a 10-year-old kid. He said, "Uncle, can you please tell those uncles the one that loses this game needs to put their right finger or their left finger inside their mouth and take that red finger out and put it up their nose." And I think that's a brilliant suggestion.
That's actually disgusting. But, okay, I'm not sure
It
if
came
they
from
would
a
agree to
10-year-old
that.
kid, Contra. It came from a 10-year-old kid. How could you break his heart? He's watching this show right now.
So, put your index finger in your mouth and then into your nose.
Yes. If it was the
I
other
don't
way
think
around, it
that's-
would be worse.
You have a point.
Think about it.
But it's
Think
equally
about it.
bad. I don't think anybody wants saliva up their nostrils.
Some might argue, but in all honesty, this is a great way to see which one brushed their teeth just before their show. Because the one that did would not be worried about this at all. Unless Fattah just had some Maggi curry, or, you know, where you had a tom yum and then you've got that spice still in your mouth. That's probably going to end up quite badly for him.
Yeah, I guess you can say so, but I guess, we'll see what they're comfortable with. I don't want to, chase them out of the stream. Like, okay, guys, this is a little bit too weird. I guess this is where we end that session on day number 2. But, we're just making sure that, everybody's cozy, everybody's having a lot of fun. We don't take it a little bit too weird of notch, hopefully. But I like the idea. Of course, shout out to the kid.
You are
that
a
has
man
came up with that.
of... You're not fun at parties, Contra. Although I have heard some wild party, stories from you, but you ain't fun at parties, man. Yeah, how could you take away the wish of a 10-year-old kid? I know Fattah would have been damn excited at the opportunity of sticking his own wet finger up his... I swear to God, Fattah would be in on the idea.
Okay. Let's see who loses first, and then we'll put that challenge out there. Okay. I'm pretty sure that they will be negotiating for something better. I'm very certain of that.
Let's see.
So
we'll give them the list of... We'll give them the list of punishments and we'll let them choose which punishments they want. I think that's a fair way to do it before we give them the question, so that when they fail, we can just dish out the punishment straight up.
Okay, that's definitely a good way to go. So let's see. First, before we get into that, we want to thank all of you guys once again who are currently enjoying this broadcast here on ESL Asia or even ESL Malaysia. All of this is, of course, highlighting all the action here on League of Legends Wild Rift for the Sea Icon Series Malaysia. And, well, as we go through this fun segment altogether, we also have to thank MAGGI Hot Cup for putting all of this together, alongside with our partners as well, YouTube powered by Cellcom, and not forgetting JBL.
I cannot wait. I'm wondering what is taking Biu Biu as well as Fattah so long. Is Fattah still crying after the defeat? Fattah is... I'm just getting news that Biu Biu is already waiting and Fattah is still crying. He's... Cepat lah, bro.
Yeah, I guess that, that's why, like, some of all these champions, they buy Tear of the Goddess. But now, there's going to be a new item inside the shop. You can buy Tears of Fattahzie, maybe available in the next upcoming patch. So, hopefully, Rito is actually hearing us out. that would be a good idea. So, other than these tiers, I honestly don't know if, this is the most brilliant of ideas to, be purchasing tiers out there. But then again, we got a lot of stories from ourselves as well, other than Fattah's tiers. So I've got stories of, receiving that box just the other day. I was kind of upset, I was hungry with this brand new lockdown that was in Malaysia. And I was like scratching my head, and suddenly this random call from this delivery guy says, "Hey, I've got this package for you. Where are you?" Like, okay, give me a sec, I'll come down. And lo and behold, right down on my apartment block, 2 giant boxes of Maggi. One with the soup ayam, and another with the chilies. I love it. And that has kept me company, even though I was here, of course, enjoying my time in this broadcast. What's your story, AJ?
My story is a very valid one. Any one of my followers on my Facebook page, they know that I started streaming just slightly before the pandemic hit, and during these very, very tough times and the lockdown, times were quite hard. And I ran out of my essential item for survival. I ran out of Maggi, and I had such a bad Maggi craving. Okay, but all of the shops were closed. You know how lockdowns are, right? They all closed early. I had such a bad Maggi craving that I had to depend on my community. So I went to my Facebook page and I put up a post saying that, hey guys, I'm having a terrible Maggi craving right now. Any Maggi lover out there will understand what I'm talking about.
Oh, I remember that.
Immediately,
I saw the post.
Immediately, so many people started messaging me. People were like, "Oh, bro, Grab is still up. Can we send it over to you?" And on that night itself, I got my double Maggi curry. I threw some egg in there. I threw some slices of cheese in there. I streamed the whole thing out, and thousands of people watched me make Maggi curry that night on Facebook. That's my Maggi story. Now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. You were one of them, yes. Now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you guys, what is your Maggi story? Share your story with us, and 5 winners will be picked to win the Maggi Icon Series merchandise. This is exclusive, yeah? Nobody has any one of these merchandise just yet. You guys might be the lucky ones to pick it up.
That's right. You guys can definitely share with us your stories out there. You guys have all the chance to win yourself some cool, awesome merch. Limited time only, and you can only get it here in the C Icon series. Drop in your contact. Well, not contact. Your comments down below with the hashtag.
Good job, Contra.
I was trying to fish for some contacts out there. Just kidding.
PM him. No. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, a quick short break. We'll be right back. Fattah is still crying in the toilet. We need to go and pull him out and console him. Okay, 5 minutes. We'll be back. We'll be back with Fattah.
Macam tak ada respon Bibikan dan itu tadi kadang penuh dicuri. Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak. Tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka punya tengah Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul menjadikan. Masih lagi terselamat. Wan rakit telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari peta.
Take me to a place unknown, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home.
Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back?
They're looking at us, an audience. Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause stop, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. We love the thrill.
Macam tak ada respon diberikan dari penjajakan penonton. Dicuri! Dicuri! Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka bisa mengenai Ozora berikan. Masih lagi terselamat. Wan rakit telah puan dimilikinya. Mencari peta. Mencari peta. Mencari peta.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Sea Icon series where we are at day 2 of our playoffs. Series number 1 has already concluded, where we have seen Berjaya Dragons take on Geek Fam and of course get reverse swept. And of course we jumped right into our fun segment with Fattahzie as well as Biu Biu and have been having quite the day in here so far. My name is AJ, I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only to bring you all of the hottest action along with all of the comedy in here today for our fun segment. But unfortunately, Fattah is still crying in the toilet.
Yeah, I guess that, he does have some significant lead out there, but he just can't seem to seal the deal, and he got so many things stolen away from him, and now, 2 games in a row. I guess that, sulking over it can be something that we can all relate after some frustrating games in the Rift. But hey, I guess Berjaya Dragons could definitely relate to that after that reverse sweep that they have actually had to swallow once again against Geek Fam. Yeah, just of course not trying to rub the salt
difficult
too hard
part of
on
the pill.
wound.
Yeah, the difficult part of the pill to swallow about that reverse sweep was the fact that it's happening again. Right? It's not that it was a real sweep. It's that second time round, to the fact that the call out from Rumpel was, we're sorry for reverse sweeping you so many times, bro. Next time we take a clean game against you. Ow. I tell you, shots have been fired in here today, Contra. And I believe shots are going to continuously be fired in the the next segment as well. But if Fattah doesn't come out of the toilet, we can't go on to the next segment. And I'm actually getting news from production saying that if Fattah doesn't come out of the toilet, we won't be able to interview him for segment number 2. So we have to jump into segment 3, where he will be playing again. He just wants to win against Biu Biu.
Yeah, that's right. I guess that the other game mode that they'll be playing is called, get the Teemo or catch the Teemo. So who's going to be the Teemo? Biu Biu as well as Fattahzie. So you have two that he can actually go camouflaging for a little bit. So the goal here for both teams is to protect their captain technically, so that if they were to actually have some of all these sort of the kills, of course, being acquired on either Biu Biu or even Fattahzie, that's where they get 1 point each. So the game will end by the time that the Nexus explodes, and whoever has
let me help you out, Contra. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Contra is having the worst case of hiccups that I've ever seen this man have. So please go get yourself a drink of water, my good man. Okay, what we're going to be having is Protect the Captain. Oh, Fattah is back! Fattah has stopped crying, which means we will not be playing Protect the Captain. We will go in to our second segment that was already planned. Gee, thanks, Fattah, for delaying the show. 2 truths, 1 lie. And then later on, we will play Protect the Captain, all right? And I'll give you guys the rundown.
That's right. Now we are here with our dear friends Biu Biu as well as Fattahzie, and of course not forgetting our casters on the BM segment as well. First and foremost, of course, welcome to the show, Biu Biu. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. Hello, guys.
All right. Of course, you have managed to win 2-0 against Fattahzie. How do you feel? Anything you want to say to Fattah right now, since that he's just technically next to you?
I guess he's still, he's still in a very sad mood right now. So let's not try to harm him anymore. So yeah, I guess my teammates are good.
Tapi Fattah,
That's
tengok
right.
orang rasa kesian dengan kau. Kenapa ni Fattah? Bibi macam nak trash talk kau je ni.
Oh.
Fattah punya mic pun tak berfungsi pula dah.
Agak betul tu.
Ada. Jangan risau. Ada bang. Jangan saya bang.
Assalamualaikum semua. Minta maaf. Tadi saya tengah tengok game tadi.
Tengah review lah. Apa tadi?
Fair enough.
Okay, so
macam mana Biu tadi? Macam mana kalah dengan saya tadi 2 game? Macam mana, okey tak?
How about me? Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you, bro.
How was your feel when you losing from me?
What? I lost to you? Oh, sorry, Biu Biu. I didn't know you're Biu Biu. Oh yeah, actually I'm Fattah. I'm Fattah, right? I just came out from the toilet crying just now because I lost 2 times consecutively.
It's okay, Fattah. It's okay, Fattah. Sometimes losses do come.
Ya. Tapi kan nak cakap kan, tadi I kalah sebab I tak makan sambil makan Maggi Cup. So lepas ni I akan main sambil makan Maggi Cup sambil tak, sebab I tak makan. Kalau I makan Maggi Cup, I akan menang.
Right.
So next game ni saya akan makan Maggi Cup sambil menyogok, confirm menang, takkan ada mati pun. Itu je.
Settle bro. We take your word for it.
We shall see.
Jangan lupa beli item Fattah.
Sebenarnya saya terlalu underestimated Biu. Sebab tu saya rasa macam tak perlu beli item. Tapi sometimes people make wrong kan. Macam tu kan. I speak English right now. Okay. You see?
Alright, okay. Next time remember your item. Okay, now we will jump into the next segment here. So, of course, you need to know your enemies before, of course, getting into the next program a little bit better. So, now we're going to be playing this game called 2 Truths and 1 Lie. So, we're going to be having a few fun facts out there for each of our respective superstars here, Biu Biu as well as Fattahzie, and they will have to guess which is the truth and which is the lie. Only 1 lie and 2 truths. Okay, so right now, let's start things off. Biu Biu, we got a couple of things of fun facts or wow factors about Fattahzie, and right down below the screen is going to be some of the answers that you will have to pick, and whoever loses this challenge by the very end with the lowest score, you guys will be punished. All right? So,
okay, what kind of punishment you said?
Adalah.
Punishment.
Adalah. Nanti baik ada orang jawab bahasa Melayu. Kalau tak, aku dah tak tahu cakap apa dah lepas tu. Okay, faham.
Tak apa. Pantai jangan risau. Kita tim belah sini, kita akan kalahkan tim belah sana. Boleh?
Faham? Boleh. No problem lah. Kan muka kontra tu yang macam clean shave tu easy. Dah hadapan.
Excuse me, because I'm also this side, you know. Saya pun ada kat sini. Muka saya tak clean shave.
Abang suara macam garau sikit.
Okay. Now, back to Biu Biu. So, you kena jawab soalan ni. So, 2 truths, 1 lie. Okay. Fact number 1, Fattah's nickname is Gila, crazy. Number 2, Fattah has 25 ex-girlfriends. Number 3, Fattah showers only 3 times a day. And which is the lie?
Kau biar betul ni Fattah 25 ex-girlfriend. Kau gila.
What do I feel like there are 2 lies? What do I feel like there are 2 lies and just 1 truth? But anyways, I'll go for the second one. The second one is a lie. Fattah has 25 ex-girlfriends. That one.
Would you like to log in that answer, Biu Biu? Because I give you an opportunity, sir. There are punishments for wrong answers.
Okay.
Wait. As much as I think Fattah isn't the type of guy that will shower 3 times a day, but having 25 ex-girlfriends is more ridiculous. So, I think I'll lock in my answer.
Especially for this place lah, right?
Aku tak tahu dia dah mandi ke belum. Nampak rambut kering.
If I can show my 6-pack, I can show you right now, okay? But I cannot right now. Okay? only for my 26 girlfriend can see my 6-pack.
Nasib baik cakap 26 bro. Yang 25 tu yang trouble tu.
Okay. It's time for us to reveal 2 truths, 1 lie. Producers, what is the answer? Okay, Biu Biu locks in. Fattah has 25 ex-girlfriends as he thinks that that's a lie. And it seems like the lie is that Fattah does not shower for 3 times in a day. Oh!
He showers 3 times a month!
Ini lah aku tak mandi lagi tu.
Wait. So you're saying you have 25 ex-girlfriends?
Baru dia mandi.
Yes, I do. My first girlfriend on my 6 years old.
Oh, 6 years old.
Okay.
What? Girlfriend.
Okay.
Oh, dekat tadi kan ada girlfriend dia.
Okay.
Power.
Contra. I think you need to get some tips from Fattah lah, bro. You forever single, right?
Apa lah bang. Okay. I guess so. So, alright. Tunjuk aku situ. Okay, so next one. I guess we still have, now people got 1 wrong, but now let's see if Fattah can get this one correct.
Easy for me.
Oh, so we give them the punishment at the same time, or we give the punishment now?
At the end. At the very end.
At the end bro, so that means so many punishment lah, so many question, you know. Okay.
So who has
Macam tu kita kena
the most
ingat lah,
wrong,
kita
I
kena
think?
keep track siapa yang dapat berapa salah.
Yeah. Okay.
Siapa kat salah paling banyak dapat ni, kena semua. Jahat kat kalau semua. Sebab sekelok kati
Okay lah,
sekelok
siapa
kata
yang
tadi,
paling
kalau
banyak
kalah,
salah lah.
makan bawang.
Senang cerita.
Alright, okay.
Okay.
So, Cloud, I guess you can read this one.
Okay, ni untuk Fattah lah Okay, ni untuk Fattah. Biu Biu alah kepada makanan laut. Yang pertama. Yang kedua, Biu Biu suka makan Maggi hot cup perisa ayam. Yang ketiga, Biu Biu suka Blackpink. Mana satu? Salah.
Tanpa mengendahkan masa.
Confident tu, muka confident tu. Biar tak ingat pun apa soalan ni.
Tanpa mengendahkan masa. Biu Biu alah pada makanan laut adalah benar. Dan
Ada pasti.
Biu Biu suka makan Maggi hot cup perisa ayam adalah salah. Biu Biu suka Blackpink. Betul.
Adakah anda
Sebab kita boleh
pasti?
kaitkan Biu Biu dengan Blackpink lah kan.
Blackpink.
You know, macam opa
Okay,
dengan
Biu Biu nyanyi sikit lagu Blackpink. Biu Biu kalau Biu Biu tahu. Sikit je,
Hit
sikit je
you with that
Blackpink. So maknanya Fattah mengatakan bahawa Biu Biu alah pada makanan laut adalah betul.
Betul.
Okay,
Betul,
so
betul,
maknanya
betul,
Biu
betul.
Biu suka makan Maggi hot cup ayam adalah salah. Alright, mari
Betul.
kita tengok apa jawapan dia.
Kari.
Betul tak betul?
Okay. Let's see what's the answer. Oh! Apanya Fattah pun salah.
Ni dua-dua pun kena kata dapi ni.
Dia takut ada yang berdiri atas kursi 10 minit.
Biu, you said, darling, I don't like to eat makanan laut because I'm allergic on it. Hey, but why suddenly something like this? Biu, come on, Biu.
Cause I've been waiting for this moment to happen.
A man who planned this move 20 steps ahead, Fattah.
Genius.
Okay. It's 1-1. Okay, it's 1-1 as in both also have got one punishment each lah. Let's skip on over this. Biu Biu, this is your opportunity to save your butt, my friend. Okay, here are your three statements. Come on, production, let's bring it out. Fattah is a forgetful person. Number 2, Fattah likes fishing. Number 3, Fattah is afraid of cockroaches.
Tapi kalau ikutkan tadi,
Fattah likes fishing is a
Fattah
lie.
takut lipas.
I don't think he's that patient.
Okay, wait. Biu Biu,
So I think the
my
middle
friend,
one's a lie.
my friend. Contra and I are on your side. I give you one more chance, my friend. You sure you want to lock in that answer, Biu Biu?
Really?
You
For
have to
real?
remember, Fattah never shower, so lipas will be his best friend.
No, I'm. Hey, okay, Biu Biu. I take it back as to whose side I'm on. I just want to know if you want to lock in that answer, okay?
Dapat ikan terbuka.
Yes, I want to lock in that answer. That Fattah likes fishing.
Okay, locks in that answer.
Rindu nak pergi mancing lah. Rindu lah nak pergi mancing.
Pancing apa tu?
So, one
Sampai 25
Pancing
wrong
25
answer.
awet dia lah.
Okay.
This Biu Biu
It's time for us to know.
get the right one. Oh, everything. Yes, he does.
You dah tahu takkan kena scare punya.
Easy guess.
Easy,
Basically, when you look at that face, you ask yourself, there's no way in hell it goes fishing. No way in hell that face has that much of patience.
Yeah.
Mungkin akan kalau pegang ikan pun dapat allergic.
Okay, Fattah, bro. This is your chance.
Alright, game yang keempat.
Come back chance.
Soalan dia, kita tanya Fattah lah. Hang kenal tak hang punya baby ni? Soalan yang pertama, Biu Biu pernah melancong ke 9 buah negara. Yang kedua, Biu Biu anak tunggal, alah seorang je. Yang ketiga, Biu Biu pandai main piano. Mana satu yang salah?
Google
apa tu?
His Google.
No, you hai. Biu Biu dah ada tunggal ke you hai?
Oh, tengah tadi you hai lah.
Number 2 is a false.
So maknanya yang salah nombor
Wait. Fattah.
Awal sangat.
I bagi Biu Biu chance tadi, I nak tanya you juga, Fattah. Are you sure about the answer? Would you like to kuncikan that answer inside?
Yes, because dia pernah bagi tahu abang dia tolong buat sesuatu untuk dia. Sebab apa? Ada satu malam tu dia call I, okay? Dia call I.
Okay, tak payah. Tak apa. Tak ke mana dah.
Tapi sketsa dia macam best lah. Kenapa? Fattah, why? Fattah, why?
Kita dengar.
Okay, now I'm curious too. Kenapa Biu Biu panggil you malam-malam, Fattah?
Okay, dia macam ni. Fattah, tonight I cannot play games with you because my brother asked me to accompany him eating Maggi together. So macam tu lah. So saya tahulah kan. So abang dia ada macam tu. Okay, so kita tahu.
Ini lain punya abang ni.
Detective Fattah. Private investigator Fattah.
Mari kita tengok yang mana sebenarnya yang salah. Tengok, berani tak berani dia. Muka confident dia. Yang salah adalah Biu pandai main piano. Aku patah tadi. Tapi aku patah.
Because I tell you why. Wait. Biar I jawab kenapa Biu Biu dapat menang dengan amat senang. Because this is a problem with the face. Face problem, some people say. Muka Fattah tak nampak macam nak pergi memancing. Tapi muka Biu Biu nampak macam budak baik. Confirm dia tahu main piano. That's the problem.
Betul. Muka budak tak sempat. Memang dia main piano lah. Cakap kan.
Dalam muka opa-opa takkan tak tahu nak ngorat perempuan. You know, with the piano skills. Come on, man. You know, I understand, Fattah. I understand, bro.
You are on my shoes, right? You are on my shoes, right? Apa bak kata?
Baik tak cakap underwear, bro.
You are on my shoes, right? You are on my shoes, right?
I am on your shoes, my man. I am on your shoes.
Yes.
On your shoes. Okay, Fattah. Okay. Bro. I tell you lah, bro. Since you recognize the fact that, you know, we are both from the same shoe. Okay? We are both from the same shoe.
Yeah.
There's one more question available. If Biu Biu gets it right first, then menang terus lah, you know. But if you can get it right first, bro, you can pull one back. Alright? Bonus question. We throw one in there. Okay, production. Okay, let's go.
Okay, soalan cepumas. Let's go. Biu Biu ataupun Fattah. Tapi diorang boleh balas dendam dekat game selepas ini.
Alright.
Soalan nombor 1. Melambangkan panas pada logo. Okay, silakan baca.
Siapa baca je lah.
Okay. Melambangkan panas pada logo MAGGI Hot Cup. Nombor 2. MAGGI Hot Cup ada 5 perisa. 3. MAGGI Hot Cup hanya perlu 3 minit untuk disediakan. Ada bunyi bell ke?
Tak payah baca habis. Nombor 1 salah. Dah, sudah.
Laju betul.
Would you like to lock your answer in?
Tak payah baca habis.
Confirm.
Tak payah baca habis. Nombor 1 salah.
Nah lah, dia ada 50 MAGGI Cup kat sana.
Masa kita baca dia tengah tengok tu.
Tak payah. Takkan satu cup salah tulis, dua lagi salah tulis. Kita memang confirm
Biu,
dah.
Biu.
Memang aku lock jawapan tu. Dah. Nombor
What?
satu salah. Sudah.
Regardless, Fattah, Abang Fattah, unfortunately saya perlu menyampaikan berita yang agak buruk, Abang Fattah. Saya baru dapat berita daripada production crew kita ni yang mengatakan Biu Biu tetap menang dan Fattah telah kalah.
Okay, baby.
Sebab
Because you main tipu.
Ada lagi tak, baby?
Nice try, Fattah. Nice try.
Ada lagi ke? Oh, dah.
It's okay. You can go to the toilet again after we finish the game.
Okay.
Boleh tunggu.
Looks like we have a clear winner. Congratulations, Biu Biu. You have won our challenger of 2 Truths 1 Lie. And that means adalah seorang yang akan didenda di sini.
Kontra.
So, yeah.
Kontra.
Fattah. Yeah.
One second.
Yeah.
Producer, can you send me your account number right now, please? 1 second.
Account number at the end of the quick. We give them 10 seconds. Okay. So, apa denda? Okay, AJ, you can actually decide what the punishment is. So, let's have a look at what we have on the list.
Very simple, okay? I'll make this very, very easy. Okay, Biu Biu, there are 4 choices for you, and since you are the winner, you can choose the punishment for Fattah. Okay, all right. And
sounds
okay,
good.
so the punishments got different levels lah. Okay, got different levels. One severe, one is like okay lah. All right. But before you dish out the punishment, Fattah got one chance.
I'll go for severe.
One chance. Okay, one chance to steal your heart. All right. If he manages to steal your heart, then maybe you go a little easy on him. Okay. But if he falls flat on his face like how he fell flat in the first series between you guys and how you whooped his butt, then maybe you give him the severe one. Okay? So 4 punishments you can pick from.
Okay.
Number 1, 50 squats. Okay, 50 squats.
50?
Full squats,
Wow.
alright?
50
squat. Number 2,
confirm.
sing a song, but cannot just be 2-3 line must be at least 2 rangkap lah, right?
I got a song for
Number
you. I got a
3.
song for you, Biu. Don't worry, I got song.
Mana boleh pilih sendiri? Biu kena bagi. Amboi pilih pula.
Okay, punishment number 3, take an embarrassing selfie and post it as your profile picture on Facebook and tag MAGGI as well as ESL. Alright? And the punishment number 4 is take your finger, put it in your mouth, lick it, and stick it up your nose. I'm not going to show the second part lah, because that's a punishment. I'm not being punished here, right? So that is the 4th punishment. And for Fattah, that is the most severe punishment. Alright? So,
Tapi untuk Fattah ada satu lagi sebenarnya boleh tau. Sebab dia ada 25 ex-girlfriend. Kalau dia call satu, tak kira punishment ke?
bro, yang tu punishment bukan punishment bro. Talak 3 terus, satu pun nampar pun datang.
Aku boleh terima call girlfriend, apa salahnya? Okey je.
Okay. Alright, Biu Biu.
Tapi
Fattah has
Biu lah kena pilih.
accepted the 5th one in as well.
Okay, which one would you choose, Biu?
Yang mana satu? Supreme
Isn't
leader?
Wait,
Isn't it
Fattah got
time
one
that
chance.
Fattah should? Yeah.
Kau Fattah, kau kena ayat Biu supaya diringankan beban kau. Kena ayat dia.
Hi, baby Biu. I would like to be one day walking at the lake while eating bee taming together.
What? Okay.
Walaupun kau tak kasi macam tu, tapi Biu termakan aku punya kata-kata. So kau nak kenapa?
Kena cari satu tasik Tasik mana tu?
Aku speechless. Aku tak mahu.
Okay, Biu.
Alright, guys, I have to choose.
No, sorry. I just tak faham that ending part. You guys nak makan apa bersama-sama?
Itulah tu. Aku
Vitamin tu sesuatu gula-gula yang I dengan Bibiu je suka makan tu. Vitamin.
Okay.
That one candy, the one not candy lah. That one supplement yang kita orang suka makan sama-sama. Vitamin.
Okay.
So
Understand.
kadang-kadang I swap dia, kadang-kadang
Okay,
dia
Biu
swap
Biu.
I, something like that. Right, correct Bibiu?
Okay, faham.
Now you got it. Now you got it, my man.
Correct.
Now I don't know if he stole your heart
Oh.
or not, or he's going to fall flat on his face.
No.
But Biu Biu, you now have.
Am I stole your heart? Bibiu?
Alright, so yes, Fattah, you totally stole my heart. So you want 50 squats or you want to, you know? Alright, okay. Just kidding.
Up to you.
Alright, just kidding. Since you just came out from the toilet, right? I can see your eyes are still swollen. So maybe I'll go for option 2. Sing us a song.
Option 2.
Two. Option 2.
Cantik one lah.
Which is singing us a song.
Okay, so you want me to say okay, how about talking All of Me song? Do you like it? All of Me song?
Wow.
Wait. If you're gonna play that, if you're gonna play that thing, I'm not gonna go for this one.
Okay.
I was just going to tell
Okay, I can
production
sing.
to prepare to mute the stream so that we don't get violated for copyright. Because once Fattah starts singing, it'll be like the original singer, bro.
Alright, okay. So you want me to sing a song,
Wow,
right?
such a compliment.
Bibiu?
Confirm kena
Yeah.
copyright.
Okay, so
Wait.
ready?
About which song? I'll leave it to Sir Cloud to choose.
Fattah.
Sir Cloud, pilih lagu. Boleh, Sir Cloud, pilih lagu
Wow.
Sir Cloud.
Okay, ni kena
Pilih
pilih
satu
lagu-lagu sendu ni. Dia kena pilih lagu sendu untuk 25 ex-girlfriend dia.
Okay. Lagu apa?
Kita nak lagu apa lagu sendu. Tadi saya tengok ada satu lagu tengah nak ingat ni. Dia lagu old school. Dia kalau orang-orang otai je dia akan tahu. Sejarah mungkin berulang. Let's go.
Sejarah mungkin berulang
Ingat tak?
Macam mana lagu dia awal dia macam mana? Cuba nyanyi sikit.
Ini tak boleh, ini scam. Dia dah scam tu.
Cuba nyanyi sikit.
Reverse scam terus.
Dia nak reverse scam tu.
Cubalah sikit je.
Lagu Karok ni,
Yang
lagu
mana
Karok.
tu?
Okey lah.
Tapi nak cerita pasal sejarah berulang. Dia dah berulang dah pun. Geek Fam bertemu Berjaya Dragon 3-2.
Yang bertemu ke?
Ni. Dia nyanyi Pak Korean.
Alright, mari.
You nyanyi Pak Korean je. I tak tahu. I sekali. Sikit je.
Okay, boleh je.
Alright.
Let's go.
Ini reverse
Three.
scam ni. Okay. We can change
No.
the
Sikit saya tak tahu.
Tapi Aaron boleh nyanyi sikit.
Reverse
Rasa
ni.
tak Aaron tahu. Dia pernah karuk lagu ni.
Itulah.
Diwan, okay ya.
Boleh Nohan. Ajar sikit lah Fattah. Dia macam tak tahu sangat lagu ni. Macam mana bunyi dia.
See, production has even silenced the song already.
Itulah.
Okey lah.
Production dah ready dah ni, Pak.
Saya dah tahu lah. Andai ku turut rasa hati. Betul lah lagu tu?
Betul.
Teruskan.
Jauh ku bawa diri, tapi kemaafanku lahir dari hati mengatasi. Sejarah mungkin berulang. Okay, dan. Zai. Okay.
All right. That was
Well played,
awesome.
well played.
And of course, well done, Biu Biu. You won the challenge, and thank you, Fattah, for being such a good sport. Now, I believe that we still have another special program coming up next, and next up is going to be Catch the Teemo. So you guys will be playing that Teemo later on. So let's see who will be winning that challenge. Is it going to be Fattahzie Or is it going to be Biu Biu? Drop the comments right down below, and we'll catch you guys in a short moment from now. So, of course, once again, thank you, Fattahzie, as well as Biu Biu. And shout out to you, Maggie Hot Cup, because you guys are awesome.
Bye.
Okay, and there you go, Contra.
That was quite a session. I didn't expect him to really sing that one really well, though. Like, it was pretty enjoyable.
I don't know if I would say that was very well.
Throwing some hot balls.
Okay, man. No, okay, so here's the thing. Fattah's not off the hook just yet. Our session is not done just yet. We are gonna go right into what you mentioned earlier. The battle of... Yeah. Exactly. We are going to go into the battle of the captains, right? So, here's the thing. The game mode will be a regular blind pick, except for Fattah as well as Biu Biu. They are going to be picking Teemo only. And the winner will be decided by the amount of deaths the influencer has in the game, which means whichever influencer dies more loses. Okay, straightforward. All right. And there's a second rule here as well. The game will come to an end by the destruction of the Nexus or by surrender. All right. That means, let's say if Fattah has got 10 kills and Biu Biu has 30 kills, but Fattah manages to go in and kill the Nexus, or if he destroys the Nexus, then straight up Biu Biu will still win. Why? Because Biu Biu has got more number of kills in here, right? So protect the captain, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls. Will the boys and girls who drop into this lobby be able to protect their captain, Contra? Because the Teemo is not going to be easy to run away with.
Yeah, I guess it's not just going to be the Teemo that's going to be available. There's also going to be many of all the other options out there. But, maybe that will be coming in the next day or so. So don't worry, guys. We'll get that sorted out. But protect the captain it is. Whatever champions that they bring forward, they just got to make sure they go in with the 0 deaths KDA to actually win the whole show, or perhaps, just have slightly less amount of that D at the very end of that game. So, yeah, you guys know the drill already. Very simple rules out there. Now we are getting the lobbies all sorted out, and we'll see, how things are going to be faring out. Is it finally Fattahzie's turn to actually show up? Because he's been showing some pretty convincing numbers at the very least.
Yeah, exactly. And thank you for pointing that out, Contra. So sorry that we got that mix up there. So yeah, the way they win will still be based on the number of deaths. The game will still end by the destruction of the Nexus, just like Contra has pointed out, but they can use any champs in there whatsoever. With the fact that Fattah has already lost the first series, and then he ended up crying so long in the toilet that he had to beg and plead to drag him out of the toilet, bring him back to the studio. And then now he has lost that as well. Is this going to be a day where Fattah loses 3-0, or will there finally be a rise to come back in here, Contra?
Well, I believe that, we should give him a little bit of leeway because, it's not only his own skills that's going to be displayed, there's also going to be the ones that have participated in the MAGGI Hot Cup Community Showdown there that has been climbing their way up, and now they get a shot to not only play with all these fun guys out there, and they manage to walk away with some prizes once they get the wins. And I just got to take a little breather here because we're about to get ourselves ready for another exciting matchup. Yep, AJ, no more hiccups, hopefully, as we'll get this show underway.
It has been a long day indeed, man. It's been a long day in here, but we will still soldier on, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because this is not even the start to the end. This is still the fun segment. Later on, we've got some serious stuff up on the board for you guys. And, SEM9 will not be looking to take it easy on RTZ UndeRank. Neither will they be looking to give it in that easily towards the other side, right? Whether or not Fattah can stand up and take this victory for himself will not only depend on him, but his team members as well. How well can they protect their captain? How this also brings me to the question as to what champion, Biu Biu as well as Fattah's gonna be going in for the pick with. And, Fattah, very interesting with Biu Biu picking that Fiora. He should be able to bully Fattah later on. But, what do you think of this composition, Contra?
Oh, this is actually pretty interesting because we are seeing a Kabil on Fattah's side. Know what the Hex element can actually bring to the table. Chappy the Potato is a friend of mine, but oh boy, you gotta show your skills out there, or else I'll be, casting you on the wall of shame. But Biu Biu goes 1v1 against Fattahzie. He's going to rebuild already.
Oh!
First blood for Fattahzie's side is over here. We'll see Chappy the Potato as well as Amatsu getting the very first blood.
Yeah, all of these kills that the other players get means nothing. Securing the objectives mean nothing. Going in and taking the dragons or, the Baron buff means nothing. The kills on Biu Biu as well as Fattahzie means every single thing in here. And I'm still curious as to what's the plan gonna be for the side of Biu Biu as well as Fattah, right? Are they just gonna focus in on catching them off once they unlock their ultis? Or, are they gonna be taking this nice and slow?
Well, I'm not too sure what Ashton is doing, but he's running down the turret. So I guess that there's going to be a little bit of assassination coming on the bottom side. There's going to be another kill coming in for Chappy the Potato. And I guess this is where Fattahzie extends their hit start right there. One kill goes over the top of Biu Biu. But Biu Biu now getting pretty low. One tick of HP left. Oh, he survives. Oh, okay. Honey fruit out there. Fattah is walking back to his base. And he says, nah, I'm a man. I'll just take this honey fruit. I'll continue with the show.
I don't think that's a great idea though. Biu Biu goes in for a quick recall. Fattah trying to prevent it, and he will do so. Biu Biu, how will he respond? Will he go in here for the poke with that Fiora? And let's see.
Oh, here goes. There is going to be one member out there, and Fattah is going to be chased right now. And that will be it. 1 point out. Oh, it's a 1-for-1. Okay, they are pretty much drawn out. Fair and square. But hey, that's not too fair for Fattah.
Did he just get taken down by a minion?
Yeah, he got killed by the minion, I believe. Syntax goes down, and currently, as it stands, 6-2. But like we mentioned earlier, now it's even up, 1-for-1. I guess if, let's say, both Biu Biu as well as Fattahzie, when they end the game, and maybe both of them share the same amount of death, then maybe the overall kill score will count. Is that fair enough?
Yeah, I feel it is, right? Now let's see if or not Biu Biu will be able to get Fattah down. It looks like it is possible. Fattah gets laid.
Oh boy, now Biu Biu is just flexing with those styles of play as he goes in for the grand challenge. And even though the death mark has come out of Fattahzie, he didn't seem to have landed all the spells that he required to, of course, eliminate Biu Biu, or it's a little bit too early to actually connect with the ultimate as well. Biu Biu is going to be having a really good scoreline, 1-1-1. While Fattah is getting slightly annoyed already. But here comes Nidus. And they're looking for a dive. Oh, they're not giving a kill! They don't care about their own living beings. They just want to ensure that they get ahead. The assassination from behind. Biu Biu will have to go back to the gray screen.
Oh, I love it, man. I love the play coming in from both sides in here. Oh, Amatsumi Kaboshi gonna get taken down here. Fattahzie needs to back away as well. But he will very smartly go in for the assist on his friend. And Amatsu will survive thanks to Fattah.
Oh, okay. Now the game is on. So Biu Biu probably will try to play a little bit safer. Now Nidus looking to solo the Drake, but maybe it's a little bit too tough. Now passing it over to this Olaf for a little bit of challenge, but there is a Warwick Wing placed right inside. While Amatsu Mikabushi, I guess that's the full name. Hopefully I don't butcher it. Chappy the Potato now with 3 kills, leading the fray, but here comes the more members coming from Biu Biu's side. And Syntax hoping to smite this one away. Now they're looking for Biu Biu. They're going for the kill, and they have already laid this back down. And Lizak is the first one to fall. Now with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, where are you going, my friends? It seems like they will be able to actually burn them down. Biu Biu still survives. But on the Z side, they have already lost that dragon to Biu Biu.
Yeah, but they're still quite equal in this match. You need to focus in on those kills, just like how Biu Biu's team, did not do and Fattah's did. I mean, if he had gone in with the exact same composition as earlier, maybe that would have been great for Fattahzi's side, right? Then again, that didn't really account to the full depths of Biu Biu as well as Fattah themselves.
Indeed, and now just looking at some of the atomization, Fattah has yet to complete his Yumu's Ghost Blade. While for the likes of Biu Biu, because he does get a little bit more spacing, it seems to be that he has already got himself that Trinity Force. So over here, that repulse will only do so much. A little bit of a tickle coming in from Fattah on this 1v1 skirmish, but over the river, there seems to be a little bit of drama happening right here. Psycho probably needs to find a little bit more room, but Psychics gonna be diving right in with his ribbon. Oh, it's gonna be hopping right there with the broken plate. Now Fattahzi, he's still surviving. He blasts away in 9, and now they're chasing right in as they are gonna be hopping in to secure the kill on this Olaf. Well, Charlton moving right in with the last breath, just having that Yasuo style points, but Biu Biu side already crashing down below, and there goes double kill coming in for feedback.
Yeah, but Biu Biu is still alive and kicking in here, has not gone in and fallen just yet. The side of Fattahzi taking this so well. I am so impressed with the confidence that Fattah is showing in this series, Contra.
That's right, and things are just going absolutely in favor of Fattahzi now. So this is the chance for him to redeem what was lost much early on. Now, that's going to be a little bit of a Scar's Bloom just to scout things out ahead. Happy Potato down in the front line, and Psychic is hopping right in, immediately got eaten up by that Enchanted Crystal Arrow. That's not the kill that they've been looking for. It's going to keep people up in the mid side there, going for the ping and say, hey guys, that's the kill that you need. Nidus Inversus goes down. Wow, it almost would have been a double, but Lizak comes in with his Akali plays.
Now, if only the Nexus was already, exposed at the moment, there's might be that opportunity that they go in for the distraction and then, try to end this game, later on. But still so early, even if these kills do fall in, there's no way they can end this just yet. So, they also need to focus on this objective because we still need to play the game, Contra.
That's right. So 15-7. Time to time as well to catch up on how Biu Biu as well as Fattahzi has been coping so far. I think that Fattahzi side we can see a little bit more being displayed, but Biu Biu side, everyone seems to be trying very hard to impress Biu Biu himself. So currently, actually, Biu Biu is taking a little bit more of a win because Fattah has gone down 3 times already.
Okay, now how will they take this? Fattah can still make a comeback in here. Nothing too much to recover from. Just need to make sure he keeps a very high backline. Biu Biu doing the exact same thing as well. So it's going to be quite difficult to catch him out. And on top of that, that Fiora should be able to handle business should the need arise. Oh, good catch.
Oh, here comes the Hatagi coming in, but Yasuo going down. Remember this, they still need to find the kill against Biu Biu, and yes, they will. Now, scores even up. 2-3 on both of our influencers. And, well, over the top side, I guess there is a push in effect. So, this Ribbon's going to be chased right there. Psychics now need to make a run, but I want to see some big plays coming in from the Exile. And it seems to me, Ribbon is still trying to actually move around. What's going up there? But it seems like it won't be him going down. Syntax now trying to make an escape right down the turn. It seems like Chappie, the potato, could not land the final blow. Olaf remains to be safe.
Okay, a good recall will come through, and Shelly will be brought down that mid lane. Biu Biu will have to back away, and now this is a strong point that'll come through. 3 players at the same time. Fattahzie going straight up in here, and the challenge has been accepted. Biu Biu will be left behind to run away.
Oh, he dove a little bit too deep, and now they will have to pay the price. Biu Biu securing that kill. Here comes the last breath as well. Not through this. He will have his health depleted. Now he does have the Guardian Angel. He flashes over the wall. Same goes to Charlton as he goes in to knock him up in the air once again. But, you know, it's easy for them to just make a little bit of move. Charlton now will just have to submit to defeat.
This is all equaled up in here. Or is it? Because Fatah went down, right? So Biu Biu should be 1 up right now. If they do go ahead for that Baron lane and take down turret number 2, that should open up the match a little bit more for them. I don't see the teams going in here for a Baron play. What do you think, Contra?
Well, I guess they don't necessarily have to end it, especially now that Fatah doesn't really have the cleanest score, meaning to saying that they just have to make sure that they kill off Biu Biu. It's really not about the win. I'm not too sure if they have actually known about what the rule is for this entirety of the rule. The gameplay, like he's now waiting for the chase, as they are looking to go in for a battle. Lizak now stalling on him, and once again getting another number off by taking down the roof.
Now they will survive that one. They'll come out quite well on top. Biu Biu still trying to see exactly how can he get a 1-up on Fatah in this game. He should be able to find his footing in a bit, but so far Fatah's team really doing well on the kill segment. Oh, beautiful enchanted crystal arrow.
That's right, and now it seems to be that these guys are going to be looking for another kill, but Biu Biu is going to be staying right under the turret. Oh, here comes actually a little bit, but not on the right target. Biu Biu runs back to the face, and that's a sleeping Yasuo right there. Double kill, going out for Nidus through this. But still, remains to be seen. Biu Biu now going back to 100% of health. Fatah just roaming around real quick. And then Biu Biu playing it really safely. Now, some really good highlights of all the other plays, but this is a typical Yasuo that I'm seeing that is going 0-6. So, Charlton, I believe you can do better.
Okay, now Biu Biu's side, pushing very well. They can win the game, but I don't think it's enough to secure, because even if they go in for the push now, the probability of losing Biu Biu is still high. Let's see exactly how the team decides to take this. Fatah has been a little bit more aggressive throughout the whole match. Hopefully it doesn't do their team in as they get suckered into, you know, just looking for these kills.
Oh, now Biu Biu is going to be here on the chopping block. Here comes the Hexen ultimate, and they won't be able to find him up there, and they still have Biu Biu being alive. What? Instead, Insiders there gets taken down, and with that, it's just going to get a little bit harder, but Biu Biu is just outsmarting them. And now, over the top side, Sidekicks is looking to end the game.
Yeah, solid play coming through from the side of Biu Biu. Literally by Biu Biu himself, right? That extract ultimatum locking him in. Yeah, no problem at all. You know, putting me into this nice room. I will snuff you out, and Nidus went night straight up.
That's right. So, Chappie's got a clean scoreline, but he needs to start getting the kills on Biu Biu. So, we want to see how would Fattazzie's side actually pull this one off. Now, Biu Biu's appearing over the mid side once again. Spots out Fattahzie as well. Here comes Sidekicks. Now they're going to be going for a team up. Oh, there goes Fattahzie again. Oh, man. Now it's going 3-5 on the score. And on the other side, it's Biu Biu with 5 kills and 3. So, I guess this is not working out for now.
If or not he'll be able to do this. Sidekicks should not be able to get away. He gets stunned by that beautiful arrow, by that Ash Chappie, the potato. Not so much of a potato, Contra.
That's right. I guess, you know, potatoes don't send arrows to your face. That's the key difference right there. But as for my dear friend, he's just trying to play a zero depth score overall. If only he could reverse the scoreline with Fatah, perhaps he will be able to win.
Let's see if or not Fatah will be able to recover from this. Biu Biu needs to be dropped twice, and playing this Fiora, Biu Biu is just getting stronger and stronger and stronger. Nidus' spirit just gets getting a little confident on this charlatan here.
Oh boy, Charlatan tries to actually go in for those kills, and here comes Nidus Espiritus will be able to actually cut through those walls, and now here comes the TP, and they are hunting out for this Ash, and he'll be sending out the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Lizak coming in for sidekicks, but Biu Biu is the one man that they're looking for. Finally locking him down. There's no way for Biu Biu to run away. Finally, they get the kill down. So this is where they're just maybe buying a little bit more time, hoping to catch Biu Biu again and again, and then that's where they will look to end the game.
Pretty sure that he might just drop in for them. Let's see if or not the Infernal Drake will fall into the hands of Fattahzie, and it does. Now, I mean, Biu Biu has been taking this nice and easy, quite slow so far, Contra. But the confidence as well as the patience that he is showing in there. Okay, there's just this one match, by the way. We're just getting an update from our production team that there's this one match that they need to play, and the winner takes all. 54 on the goal versus 47 on the side of Biu Biu. Doesn't matter too much because Biu Biu is still winning because he has died lesser than the number of times Fatah has fallen.
That's right. So this is just going to be a best of one, just to let you guys know about this current format, and later we'll still have to, of course, continue with the program. So hope you guys are well informed, as Musacha has just mentioned. Now that's going to be Enchanted Crystal Arrow being sent out, but we are not getting much of those kills as of now. Psychics just passed right by. Nidus tries to actually pin him down, while Biu Biu has already been getting himself first across the field. That work's going to be able to see him right through Mikaboshi, waiting alongside. And all he has to worry about is this big play maker out there in the form of Nidus. Because once he gets that Hextech element down, you know Biu Biu's got nowhere to hide.
Yeah, and you know, Biu Biu's still alive and kicking, and he's not falling as many times as Fatah already has. And yet, Fattah's team seems to take that aggression on, getting all of those skills. It seems to excite them. It seems to propel them the right way forward. Let's see if or not that will help them achieve the victory in this match as well, because the inhibitor now can be opened at the mid portion. They've already started on it, but Fiora is on the case. Biu Biu on the defense.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate to see that there's actually two members from the side of Biu Biu that's not really going to be active. They're just staying inside of the base, especially for Shoutout. I do believe he might have disconnected because he's still level 10. And I don't really know what's really happening right now, but Biu Biu seems to be having a little bit of slight disadvantage. But oh boy, comes damage output out there, and they will be able to look for that kill. Lizak walks away with so little HP. Chappy the Potato unleashing a lot of all these shots. Now here comes the Bobby as well. I guess Biu Biu's side just have to fight right back, and Charlatan actually has to go in for those kills. And there it goes. That will be a little bit of trial for that last breath, but here is that kill. And it's going to be a rampage as they will be able to shut down Amatsu. And Syntax now will have the death mark on top. They are running for their life, and they don't seem to have exit out of the base.
Good. I think this is good. I mean, as far as Biu Biu is supposed to be playing this, he should just allow Fattah's side to come into the to their end and just break it and just look for one final kill, one final lock onto Fattah, right? Just get that one kill, allow Fattah's side to take down their nexus. But of course, the plan cannot be any different because Fattah's already knocking on Biu Biu's door right now.
That's right, and seems like they are already recalling for now. Fattah seems like there's no enemies for them. Now, I do remember the rule saying that you can't exactly stay inside the base. So, maybe Fata could possibly still win with this ruling set in place. So I don't really know. Now here comes Charlton. He's going to be chasing it for Fattahzie. Oh, they do get the knockup though. Flash coming in. Get the kill on top of the Yasuo. Meanwhile, Biu is just chilling along over top side.
The base rule is for the Timo game that we'll be playing tomorrow contra. So that's the confusion that we had earlier on. But yeah, in this one, Biu Biu's still all right. I'm looking for him to. I mean, we haven't had a peek at the score now, have we? Is Biu Biu still leading in terms of dying less?
Well, I believe he is still having maybe a very slight edge. The last time we saw Biu Biu getting caught out once. And yes, indeed. So if they were to get one more kill on Biu Biu, I guess Fattazzie's side will be technically leading with the current KDs that they are having.
Yeah, I think Biu Biu should just hide and fake it. Allow Fattah's side to just aggress and just take down the Nexus and win the game. Biu Biu has got no reasons whatsoever to continuously defend and break apart. I mean, even if Fattah's side does not force in a break, they can just allow those minions to strut right in.
That is very, very true. I guess this is where they're just playing for time now, hitting into the late game. And we are seeing maybe Fattah should start building on that Guardian Angel. I do see that plate of the armor already being set up. So let's see what are these guys up to. Meanwhile, Biu Biu will send one of their members' sidekicks to be pushing over the side lane.
Yeah, I think, Biu Biu's side should just push the Baron as well as Dragon lane. Allow Fattah to think that, oh my goodness, these people left the Nexus wide open and then step right in and take the Nexus down. It'll be quite a funny situation to end up with. Oh, Kali getting a double kill there.
Boy, now that triple kill, I guess. Yeah. Biu Biu has already been taken into that same number already. So Fattah can start playing safe, or they can even end the game, I do believe, because they have been able to finally spot him up.
They can't end the game, because if they end the game now, it's going to end up in a draw. Fattah needs another kill on top of Biu Biu. That was so unfortunate. Biu Biu wasting a very big opportunity on his side, losing his life, not allowing Fattah's side to take down his Nexus. But it's okay. Yeah, let's see exactly how Biu Biu goes into recover, because that little timeout that Fattah put him as well as Shadan and Charlatan in is going to give them an easy Baron and yet another push down this path. Now, if at all Fattah gets caught out, GG, my friend.
And now, Biu Biu is just going to be holding the line over the mid side here. Shadan doesn't seem to be contributing at all, unfortunately. Boo-hoo. I would send reports if usually this is the case. But I guess maybe this is just part of the tactics out there that, you just want to make sure that you get a little bit of the slight edge, even if you do lose. But here comes the knockup for the Tapio Potato. But the damage is looking pretty good. Sidekicks. Oh! That's a shot that goes across.
Nice, beauty.
And now they're looking to perhaps end the game. Where is Biu Biu? Biu Biu's going to be over the back. They don't seem to find that sort of connection. He's now hiding inside of Fountain. And with that, that's going to be a dive all the way through the back line. A few more shots, but Biu Biu survives. He's trying to recuperate, but it will be Fattahzie here having those minions coming in. And this might just be game over. Fattahzie has a lot of all these kills. But is this going to be enough? We'll wait for the producers to tell us who is the clear winner in this fight.
There is no winner, unfortunately, because that's just the game mode, man. Unless there's a tiebreaker. I don't know if there was a tiebreaker. It was supposed to be a best out of 3. And then now we just have one match. So it's quite interesting as to how it ended. If at all Biu Biu did not take down the super minions that were also already heading towards the Nexus, he would have won that game.
Perhaps so, there was that sort of few moments out there that they were unwilling to end the game as well. Even with the push coming in from Riven, she tried pretty hard. But hey, I guess it's going to be a draw after all. So that is where, both sides, they have 5 deaths. So it's not going to be fair if we count either sides as losers. So they can actually celebrate together and say, hey, well, let's settle for, the best of friendships, because this seems to be an even scoreline.
Absolutely, man. I'm surprised that I'm not tired. We've been on for about 6 hours plus now, and we still have got quite a way to go, because this is the end of the fun segment. We are right back into day 2 of our playoffs, and RTZ UndeRank is still waiting. Their little fingers itching to get some of the SEM9 players. Are we going to be able to see them defeat SEM9, or is SEM9 going to be able to tap out, kick RTZ UndeRank out of the CI God series and meet the side of Berjaya Dragons tomorrow?
Well, we just have to really find out, as we will eventually continue on with our program right here. Big shout out to all of the tournament partners here that has made it all possible, with MAGGI Hot Cup, and of course, YouTube, powered by Cellcom, and not forgetting JBL. Speaking of which, you've been using their headset, and I believe that you've been charging it as well for today. But mine is on the way, being sent to me by my doorstep, because I can't really go out to the store. But tell you guys what, you guys can actually make your purchase by visiting Shopee, and that's where you can get all of the best discounts out there available. And there is a chance that you guys may walk away with that Quantum 600 by the very end of the show. So, any more words out there, AJ, of how awesome JBL is?
Well, we all know exactly how well they've done in the audio industry, and to be able to put all of that research into, these very premium headphones for gaming, you need that level up. If this is a pay to win, if you ask me. So, if you want to win, I guess. Because, the audio really decides the fate of your own life in most of these games, especially when you're dropping in there and you need to hear those footsteps and all that. It's exactly the sort of clarity that JBL gives you. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Contra and I will be taking a well-deserved 5-minute break. But when we come back, we are going to be pumped full of energy. The final series of the day is headed towards you.
Macam tak ada respon diberikan dari penunjukan penonton. Dicuri! Dicuri! Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka bisa mengenai Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul menjadikan. Masih lagi terselamat. Wan Rakit telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari peta. Mencari peta. Mencari peta.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! Victory! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
They say that we're too young, I hate it. They say we're being dumb, so let them talk. We're living on the run, we'll make it, you and I. I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes. Ooh. We're 17 and we're not afraid. They say that we're too young. Can we go back? Can we go back? Won't fall apart to break. Can we go back? Can we go back? Like we're 17 and we're not afraid. They tell us that we're wrong, we might be. This life, it isn't long enough to feel. My love for you is strong, I'm fighting you and I know that we're not.
Macam tak ada respon diberikan dari penjaga kanan. Dicuri! Dicuri! Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka menyentuh mengenai Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul menyebabkan. Taktik lagi terselamat. 1 rakit telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari peta, mencari peta, mencari peta.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome to the League of Legends Wild Rift C Icon Series MY. This is the summer season for 2021, brought to you by the ESL Mobile Open, made possible by our sponsors MAGGI Hot Cup UDU as well as JBL. Let's bring Contra back in here as well, as we will try to kick off our day 2 of our playoffs. This is the 3rd segment of the day, the final series that we can witness a best out of 5, where RTZ UndeRank will go up against SEM9 and only one can move on. One will have to go home tonight, Contra.
That's right. So far, we've already got the fun segment out of the way, and now back to serious business in this best of 5. And it's so sad to even say goodbye to even 4 of these teams to come, but we are here to find who will be advancing forward to not only represent Malaysia in the international stage, or should we just say regional stages here in the C Icon Series Summer Super Cup, and only the best will prevail and take the very first tournament title here for League of Legends Wild Rift in Malaysia.
So much is on the line here, okay? And for SEM9 to step in and be able to perform at their highest level, at their highest ability, is not a question of are they going to be able to. They do not have a choice. They have dropped into the low brackets, but they can salvage this. They can have and they can earn another opportunity to fight against the Berjaya Dragons tomorrow, as well as an opportunity to take it away from Berjaya Dragons and meet Geek Fam at the grand finals? Or will it be RTZ UndeRank running that storyline? More improbable, but still not entirely impossible.
I won't count them up just about yet, because we see them actually playing some really clean games from yesterday, but to really say that when they go in for those sort of team fights, they could have possibly executed some of these better. Now that they're facing against SEM9, who we know that they are going to be coming out with something not only creative, but also methodical in their gameplay on how to secure majority of these objectives. I want to see how aggressive more can RTZ's eye actually offer to take any of these guys down. Now, getting in towards the couple of all these sort of champ selects, we're going to be making a few assumptions on what's going to be shown here in the entirety of the series. And my key player for RTZ UndeRank is got to be Kagami. They usually would see him playing very, very boldly. Even as a marksman, he won't go up to the front line, which SEM9 now needs to find a way to punish.
Oh, absolutely, man. And as far as SEM9 is concerned, they have got a lineup of champions, right? Each and every single individual within the team has always been able to shine in their own manner. RTZ, Kazuo, Ravens, Wild Rabbit, as well as Swag, they've all as moments where we have all lit up with smiles because we don't expect SEM9 to go in here and pull off some of these crazy victories in the way they do. They draw blood from Berjaya Dragons, they draw blood from Geek Fam, but just so far, not able to go in for that final kill just yet. Maybe it will change at the final day of the playoffs. We don't know, man. The final day of the playoffs could just be the day of SEM9. But like you said, Contra, nothing can be taken away from the side of RTZ UndeRank at all. Crown Overlords, Kagame, as well as Shanks, they have always showed us the reason why they have been in this competition for this long. They opened up the qualifiers in the group stages as well. They experimented so much and they have managed to find their footing to reach the playoffs. It is definitely a huge achievement for them, but can they take it another step forward?
That's right, RTZ UndeRank. Now, as much as the odds are against their favor right now, SEM9, the hot favorites of the community, will see a whole lot of support, but that's probably what they need and even more when heading towards this best of 5, because the stakes are high. RTZ UndeRank won't let this opportunity slide once again, so they will fight really hard for this. And first, before we hop in towards any of this action, later we'll be introducing you the entirety of the roster as well as the highlights of their journey so far in the ESL Mobile Open Series in the C Icon Series MY. Well, of course, I do have a few of these words jumbled up, but let's start things off here with SEM9 with what they really have to say against RTZ UndeRank.
Sudah digunakan, tapi Leona solo play itu dah tak ada, tapi dia keluar rapid langsung saja ke belakang. Memang tidak akan tekan. No, SEM9 Fam yang akan memulakan, tapi Kazuo masuk disepak ke belakang. Cantik daripada Kazuo.
Sekarang ada kesempatan boleh dicuri oleh curi lagi sekali because Aris Berjaya untuk mencuri Dragon buat kali kedua, 2 kali curi. Sekarang ni mereka cuba untuk mencuri nyawa pula dengan mereka boleh dapat lagi double kill.
We are looking forward to have a rematch against BJD and Geek Fam because we lost to them in the regular season and we will try to get better and come back for the Super Cup spot.
One rapid ke depan, one rapid kanan, one rapid menjadi 3, Berjaya menjadi ke 4, menjadi quadra, one rapid dengan quadra kill. Dan diantar terkena. Itu dia combo cuba untuk dilakukan. Kazuo berjaya untuk mendapatkan Momo.
Get ready guys, train hard because we SEM9 are coming for you guys.
8 lagi nyawa naga dan itu the infernal bomb dan curi solar flare langsung saja masuk pasukan RTZ tidak dapat melawan, tapi Sheng sekarang mungkin akan ditangkap. Suak memang tak bagi Suak.
Well, here they are, Contra. RTZ dropping into that Baron lane. Kazuo, your jungler for SEM9. Ravens will be holding on to that mid lane. Wild Rabbit as well as the formidable support Swak will be dropping into that Dragon lane to see if or not they can snuff out RTZ UndeRank in a 3-0 game.
Well, it's really hard to say whether it's going to be 3-0. And maybe there might just be that sort of scenario where teams actually pull off a Geek Fam. Doesn't matter if RTZ leads first or SEM9. Reverse sweep has been the story of the day. And well, oh well, our dear friends at Berjaya Dragons possibly has been allergic to this word already. So, going in towards the series, all eyes right now is being set on a few key players here Ravens, RH, phenomenal at their role. And of course, not taking care of it away from some of these guys, but they really have to show that prowess right now against RTZ UndeRank, because RTZ UndeRank has got a lot to prove. And let's start off with the highlights here to see what they have to say.
Memangnya berbaloi, Kral mempaling dua orang pemain hadapan. Explosive gas telah pun dipaling. Ikatan like binding. RTZ UndeRank membersihkan terlebih dahulu. Oh, mereka semua masuk. Demi dikeluarkan dan Kaisar tidak bersedia. Bersih sebentar tadi. Guardian Angel hidup balik. Matilah balik.
Expectation korang daripada ini, korang akan terus dari payah untuk menang. Akan cerahkan future-future yang korang nampak gelap. Ya, kita orang buat suluh lampuan nanti nak lawan korang.
Kita lihat bagaimana di bahagian belakang Kato sudah dikejar. Kato akan menjadi masa dan mencari yang ketiga. Adakah dia berjaya? Tidak. Kami cuba untuk menjadi masa yang berbeza. Kuro sudah dikejar. Kuro akan terkorban. Triple kill untuk Kagame. Kagame ditarik tetapi ala-ala tarik dia masuk. Berjaya untuk Diana jatuhkan tetapi Lee Sin untuk melarikan diri. Two shot barrage mendapatkan damage dan itulah dia perbezaan gol yang begitu tinggi.
Icon series play off. Bertemu kita di sana.
Damage lakukan kepada Kato. Start telah pun dilakukan. Kato tidak bergerak pusingan sebentar tadi. Berjaya untuk mendapatkan satu. Diperlahankan dan round.
Yeah, boy, Contra, this is the lineup of RTZ UndeRank, with Crown dropping into the Baron lane over for the jungle. Yoshi will be holding on to that mid lane, looking to see exactly who steps up from the side of SEM9. Ravens, too easy. Kagame as well as Shanks taking on the Dragon lane. RTZ UndeRank, a team that many had written off already, and even in their own words, right? Many said that their future would be dark. They have brought those flashlights in. They want to write their own destiny in here, and they've done it once yesterday. Can they do it again today? 3-0 SEM9. What about a 3-2? Just like you said, Contra, maybe the story of the day is just all about that reverse sweep.
Perhaps so, and if you guys are supporting RTZ UndeRank, and all you have to do is simple drop in the comments down below hashtag too easy for RTZ to hit from our veterans here. Is going to be our dear supporters that will be hopping on your screen. It's Shanks versus Swak, and you are seeing pretty much a very similar sort of scoreline. Yes, maybe a slightly different number for the assist as well as depth, but I would still say that they're pretty even. Damage dealt maybe a little bit more coming from Shank, as he's playing a little bit more of those control mages as a support. And in terms of goal, yeah, you can't really run too far, but the Leona seems to be getting slightly richer. And in terms of kill participation, that's going to be a little bit less of a 5% for Swak. And it seems to be that Shank has shown that he is slightly better of support as compared to Swak.
Yeah, see, RTZ UndeRank, on paper, they look slightly better than, of course, Swak as well as the whole of SEM9. I don't know, right? That's just a comparison between a 1-to-1. You know, if we have taken the performance of SEM9 as well as the performance of RTZ UndeRank into direct comparison here over the course of the whole Icon C, are the favorites. But the upset that we look forward to from the underdog, you know, makes to be the better storyline sometimes. And if anyone can carry it, it's most definitely RTZ UndeRank, right? Even with their matchup against Eminence Raptors, many expected Eminence Raptors to come out of it victorious. But no, RTZ managed to, you know, sweep that under the rug, take that victory in here for themselves. The bans will be called by SEM9 first, and they will slice off that Camille and her Hextech ultimatum out of this match. And RTZ can come in here with a respawn, and they will say no to a hero's entrance from the Galio.
That's right, and I think that this is a very good way to start for either side. SEM9 usually going for this kind of picks that will at least negate that sort of a flex pick option out there. Now, Galio's favorite when it comes down to this, and same goes to the Gragas. Same sort of reasons as I have managed to pull out because of the flex pick potential, and of course, explosive cast can just displace your entire team if you were to face off against that Gragas. So, now, no Kali, this is something that has been consistently being shown throughout the entirety of the series for today. Now, my question now is that we haven't seen that much Diana's being played out, and the last time we saw it, it was Endless Raptors versus RTZ UndeRank match from yesterday. I'm not really too sure whether if that Diana is going to be coming up online, but then again, that big moonfall out there could possibly turn tides around. But from what we've seen early on, Ziggs has been the true pick to pull in those damage numbers.
Yeah, and Diana used to be really, amazing in the early game where she will be able to bully you quite a bit, right? With the nerves on her health, we've seen the Diana being used early on and she just hasn't been effective in this competition, and a lot of these teams clearly picking up on that because Diana used to be, like ban number 1, right? And if she's not banned, she's definitely going to be in those games. Jarvan going to be dropping into the jungle most probably for RTZ UndeRank. The response of the Kaiser and Ari pick for Kazuo and Ravens dropping in here. The side of SEM9 look like solid as they come. Seraphine will be picked up for the side of Shanks.
And I really do like how this is actually going for RTZ UndeRank. They have a very solid bottom lane. The moment that they draw the Enchanted Crystal Arrow to hit, you will expect the Encore to connect as well. Wild Rabbit now securing that Fiora for our hedge up over the Baron lane. And Swak will be the support with the Leona coming in for the Fire Final pick, meaning to say that they are looking for those dives, and it's going to be easy to catch out that Seraphine if she goes maybe slightly off of position. Now, Ziggs versus Ari, I guess this is a very classic matchup of a skill shot base sort of a trait over the mid lane, but now comparing that Olaf to the Jarvan, I do like what Olaf has to offer from the early game all the way to late, but if the Olaf has a very poor start of the game, that will set him back a whole lot, while Jarvan can be very much reliable with his skill kit overall.
Yeah, and the team fights that are engaged on by SEM9, I feel like the response and the tanking all of those hits as well as coming right back into the match is not going to be that difficult based on the composition set in here by RTZ UndeRank, right? And, being able to drop that Ziggs into the mid there, we have already seen the potential of the Ziggs in the day here today. Twice now, one in the fun segment and one in a serious match between two titans of the Icon series. Will the Ziggs still perform in here as well? Yet to be seen. RTZ UndeRank going up against SEM9. This is match number 1 in a best out of 5 contract.
Minions have spawned.
And here we go. SEM9 versus RTZ UndeRank. I've been waiting to see this for quite some time, and predictions aside, everything has gone under the bus. Maybe the one that has gotten the streak is going to be Circle. Shout out to him. Now, Yoshi has already started off with a little bit of those pokes, and I believe that we do have a little bit of technicalities for only a very short moment, I believe. But don't worry, we'll get that sorted out. Now, we're going to be, of course, hearing out from our producers on what's really going on. But don't worry, it shouldn't be too much of a big hoo-ha, to say the least.
Yeah, it won't be too much at all. We'll just have to wait a little bit longer, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So don't worry about it. You can chill with Contra and I. We've already spoken for an hour, 42 minutes now. We can continue for about 4 to 5 more hours before we start getting a little bit tired. So we've got a little bit of battery juice left in us, right, Contra? With the drafts that we have already seen, I wonder if they restart the match. Will they go in for a brand new drafts, or will they just go in with the exact same bans and picks?
Well, I believe that, it shouldn't be too much of a heavy differences when it comes down to the sort of draft that we have already witnessed. So we haven't really gotten news what exactly was the issue. But don't worry, I'm pretty sure that they are working behind the scenes on this. And of course, a little bit of slight apologies for maybe a slight little delay, but I'm pretty sure that you guys can take a little breather like I do. I've been having a little bit of hiccup throughout the entirety of the day. AJ's just trying to, cope with me for now. And it seems like we are actually getting news that Crown, he was supposed to be locking in Garen. And instead of Garen, they locked something else in this regard.
Yeah.
So I guess this is where we are going to
So they'll be
go
redrafting,
back
basically.
for-
Yeah.
Yep, pretty much a redraft. So just
Yeah.
gonna be heading right back in. And I believe once we swap out that Garen, it should be A-okay for them to actually face off Fiora versus Garen. So I think that this is still going to be a very decent matchup.
Contra, they're going back for a redraft, and at the bands, Garen's banned.
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying, right? What if? Or will it just be like everything's the same and they just allow Crown to swap his Garen and leave everything else as is? Because I'm curious, right? Because this is a very, very early possibility of a upset in terms of, mindset. Because either side has been already pumped up, waiting to go into the match, and now what's up, bro? How can you not pick a champion? You're trying to delay this on purpose, are you? Emotions will be flying high because what's at stake here is a lot, Contra.
That's right. I don't believe that they'll be banning it out. I guess it's more of a gentleman's code where it's just about the swapping of positions as well. So it's just, some of all these usuals where you just really gotta make sure you double check everything. But of course, we give them a little bit of a slight chance because we have barely just started the show, right? So this is going to be the first out of this best of 5. And, well, lay out your predictions right now. If you guys are still thinking, who will be the ones to take this entirety of the series. And you know what? So far, I hope that we're not going to be breaking some of your speakers out there or even your headphones. And if you were hearing my voice or even AJ's voice here stuttering for a little bit, that's time for a brand new headset, and you know who to call and where to get it. It's JBL. Like, comment, and share to win the brand new JBL Quantum Series. Just use the code out there, JBL OESL10 for 10% off on all Quantum Series products on Shopee upon checkout. So, good news is also that you can also walk away with a free headset by the end of the day. All you have to do is just follow the like, comment, and share. Make sure you set your account to public with first hashtag JBL People and hashtag SISMY.
Yeah, boy, the Quantum 600 is up for grabs. Who doesn't want it? It is one of the best in terms of the quantum range. It comes with a wireless 2.4 Hz dongle that gives you zero latency audio, even if it's a wireless headphone, right? And to be getting that for an absolute free for a couple of comments in there, I would highly recommend you all throw your comments into the comment section. www.jbl.com.my to get more information on the whole of the Quantum Series headphones.
That is right. So, AJ, I guess we are just going to be resetting the lobbies for a little tad bit. And, when we talk about getting ourselves in calls, once you get yourself that crystal clear, crisp sounds on your ears, of course you want to listen to your sweet voice of your girlfriend, your boyfriend, your family members who don't really want to hear your mom nagging, of course, but at least it makes it a lot more bearable. And what you got to do, get those 5 gigs worth of data, all courtesy of UDO, powered by Cellcom. So right on your screen right now, pop it down below, as this is going to be your QR code to claim that 5 gigs worth of data.
Absolutely. Now, if Crown had already, of course, topped up his data, he would have been able to click, He ran out of data at that very moment, and he had to, switch over to his Wi-Fi, which is why we had to wait for you guys. If he had UDO, he would have not had this problem.
That's right. So, Mr. Crow, I guess we'll get one sent your way. Hopefully things are going very smoothly. Or, if you can't scan the QR code, just, log on to the website, bit.ly UDOWR, or WR meaning Wild Rift, or, of course, with the UDOWR, that also increases your chances of getting higher win rates.
Yeah, okay. Now, Contra, we are going to be spending about 5 more minutes looking at each other's faces, continuing on this conversation whilst we wait for that lobby to be remade, as well as all of those bans and picks to move on its way before we can jump back into the match. Let's see if or not we can sort this out, right? Okay, we've got 1 more minute here. Thank you for the update, production. Do you have a change in your prediction? Because your prediction and my prediction was almost the same. We only differ towards who's gonna be able to become the grand champions of the Sea Icons. RTZ UndeRank, both of us thought that Eminence Raptors would be able to overcome their prowess and be here to meet SEM9, but that did not happen. Do we change our assumptions now?
I won't be changing all too much of my prediction, because I look at the way that SEM9 takes fights, or even the likes of RTZ UndeRank. RTZ UndeRank, they have pretty much this sort of a roller coaster, right? Where if all things go smooth, they should be winning the game. But when there's a little bit of a curveball being thrown at them, that's where, they will show a little sign of hesitation when they try to commit to maybe a certain fight. They don't look all too clean per se. Of course, they could go ahead and change my mind in the series itself, but I haven't really been fully convinced, really steal the show, like go on the sort of solid hot storm. Even with that sort of win with Eminence Raptors, there were certain moments that they do show a little sign of struggle, but hey, guess what? We are already getting ourselves back in the game. This is going to be game number 1. It's SEM9 versus RTZ UndeRank. Let's get it started, ladies and gentlemen. And now, crowd will get his Garen. And we are ready for the show. Kagami, now, trying a little bit of volley. And that will possibly shoo away some members of SEM9. And Swak possibly would just say, I'm not a mosquito, so please don't swat me away.
What? He's not going to be happy to hear the joke at all.
Well, there was that post, though. He had this flam on his palm. It only reminds me of, of an advertisement that I seen back in, ages ago.
I know. I know exactly which one you're referring to, and I absolutely agree. And I think someone memed him out as well with that image. So he's not going to take too lightly to the joke, although that is his brand, unfortunately, moving forward. Let's see if Smith beautiful attempt at going in for that call, but she will not be able to pull the side of Swak as well as Wild Rabbit in.
Now, RH is going to be hitting level 3 in the short bit, but there's only going to be a little bit of hook being shown from across the corner. It's going to be a parallel jungle for both ends here, for both RTZ UndeRank as well as SEM9.
Kazuo will be meeting Ovo for a quick coffee by the Scuttle. And Ovo will be able to tell him that, you know what, bro, I've got another appointment. Maybe we'll catch up a little bit later. Oh, beautiful catch on Shanks. Kazuo opportunity. Kagami goes in. Kazuo does not take that opportunity for himself.
Maybe if they actually won't go in for another axe pickup, then they can actually go in for the undertow. But here comes the flash coming out there. RTZ UndeRank, they do celebrate the first blood, but it could have honestly went better for SEM9, like you mentioned early on. But bottom side, it seems like Wild Rabbit as well as Swak, they kind of overcommitted that they're welcome. They almost get a kill onto Shanks, and overall, Shanks walk away scot-free out of that, which shouldn't have happened. Now Swak goes in to clear the ward. Very early scanner being brought forward, and of course this is discipline that is being shown just to negate a lot of the vision from RTZ UndeRank.
Yeah, and RTZ just threw another ward right there, so Swak's got to go back and start his clearing business in a bit once again. While Rabbit, Swag still having their line pushed back up. Shanks and Kagame will be taking on a very aggressive stance. There's no need to take full control of the river just yet, but soon there will be a need for it. Swag as well as Wild Rabbit. SEM9, they are playing it cool for the time being, but RTZ cannot get too confident with this. Ovo, opportunity in here. Will Swag as well as Wild Rabbit overextend?
You don't really have vision. Here comes the encounter. Crystal arrow. Flag and drag. Will catch the kill. Wild Rabbit down. Same goes to Swap eventually, but there will be a little rescue. On four! Wow! RTZ underway. They are wowing everyone off. And now, 3-0 lead. And you had questions early on. This is where they answer.
Yeah, boy. I mean, you know, RTZ clearly said a lot of you thought our future was dark. We are bringing in a little bit of a torchlight with us to help us with our way. And it looks like that torchlight is also in the form of Shanks and his beautiful voice, man. I mean, Kagame hits that the enchanted arrow, crystal arrow first, getting the freeze. Then they go in for the jump as well. Ovo, you know, just that cataclysm to catch him in, and the final slice as well. Shanks pulling off the encore towards the very end, just put the small little cherry on top of that icing. Perfect play coming in from RTZ. Let's see what SEM9 has in store for us.
Well, start off with a little bit of snare on top of Swak. That ward's going to be placed right there. The scanner will be able to remove some of the effort that has been set up coming from Swak. Meanwhile, SEM9, they're getting themselves in towards this corner of the position as they are trying to stop this sort of contest for that Ocean Drain.
Will they be able to stop it? Ovo picking up the blue buff for himself. The blue sentinel will be able to assist him to regain his a little bit of his mana as well as restore his health out of battle. Jawan, who is setting himself up to pick the first Drake for himself as well as RTZ UndeRank.
Sato chart coming out from the side of Yoshi. A little bit of a push and pull situation going on. You can see that the Fog of War is going to show that SEM9 probably will have very slight vision over in the corner. And RTZ UndeRank, they've already spotted out members inside of SEM9. A little bit of push and pull, but hoping to access security. The whole player has already dropped right in. They're looking for a snatch, but they are a little bit too far away. RTZ UndeRank, they will be able to secure their first dragon, but in exchange, our head is looking to break down this top lane turret.
Yeah, SEM9 looks like they are saying, hey, sorry. No. You want reverse sweep? We will give you reverse sweep. How about you take the first 2 games first? Megadeth's Infernal Bomb dropped by Yoshi does not connect. Are we going to see SEM9 drop the first match? Yeah, RTZ looks very solid in this game, although on the commerce side, they have equaled each other up contract.
That's right. Now, for those of you guys who are tuning in as well, these marksmen are actually building, a recipe which is going to be the executioner's calling. There's a few benefactors to doing so. First of all, the cost efficiency on execution is pretty low that you can easily get on your first back within less than 5 minutes. But here comes Over Talent coming in for the River! That's that beautiful solo flare. Does get SEM9 the advantage. Now they're moving in to catch Kagame. Kagame flashes up. There's no turret left. He has to move further back. SEM9 now bites them down. And Thor's chewing it and spitting it to the ground. 2-3. This is still not going to be a big statement coming from SEM9 until they unleash that Rift Herald eventually.
Yeah, so the distraction needs to happen first. They'll go in for a quick reset. They need to prime themselves for the next attack. SEM9 managing to take a very important objective there with the Rift Herald. It should allow them at least an easy take on one of these turrets as long as they play it well, right? We've seen some of the, Rift Heralds being used in the game where they get slain so early on before they even manage to touch one of these turrets. Hopefully that's not a situation we see this time around in here.
That's right. Now SEM9, I guess they are pretty much back on track. They do have slight goal leads here and there. This is what I was talking about for RTZ UndeRank. Once they perform, they look pretty good, but when there's a slight setback, they go tumbling downward. though Kagame, he didn't really have much space here. He had to force a flash, or else he'll also be taken down for 3 kills in the favor of SEM9. And that Rift Herald challenge was absolutely beautiful. SEM9, now they could actually look to open up the map for a little bit more and exerting a little bit more pressure over the mid side here, while Rabbit's going to be looking for a little bit of a tussle of exchange. Swak moving forward, trying to actually land another beautiful solo flare, but there will be a little bit of connection out there. They don't really seem to have thwarts being placed up, but Swak will still get spotted out. A little bit of Hawkeye vision coming in from that Ash.
Let's see, as Kagami as well as Shanks will be meeting up with Swak as well as Wild Rabbit once again, this time at that midsection. Ovo will be able to change the course of the fight. Are we going to be able to see him drop in to say hello as well? No, he's just going to remain at the back line for backup as the reset. The recall will drop in for Shanks and team.
And over here around the mid lane, it seems to me that Fattahzie and RTZ has just arrived to the scene. And here comes the counter crystal arrow. Here comes Black and Dragon literally connecting with that cataclysm as well. Quick flash coming out of Wild Rabbit. And he must pull the trigger right there. Yes, he might have actually had the element, but they don't really need to actually pull that one out. Kazo now getting chunked out. Wild Rabbit, oh, he almost gets taken out. He's got to be extremely careful about this. Now, Inferno is up for taking RTZ UndeRank with advantage.
Okay, now let's see if or not they will go in to take it. RTZ wants it, but whether or not SEM9 will allow this is, of course, a totally different question. Kazuo right now backing away towards the Dragon Pit, and the Rift Herald finally gets brought out. So SEM9 asks the question, you want your turret or do you want the Infernal Ray?
Oh, Solo Flare really dropping right in, and here comes the rest of the members. Don't really falling through, and immediately going in towards the middle of that Mega Infernal Bomb. SEM9, they're taking a losing battle, and I mentioned this. RTZ UndeRank, they have the advantage to take this Infernal Dragon for very good reasons, because they don't really have the health bars to work with. And even though Shelly was popped up in the mid side, that's not enough to take the turret down. SEM9 now being set on the back foot, and RTZ UndeRank pulling the right cards out of their pockets. While Rabbit now getting challenged for a little bit, but they are doing whatever they can to defend his turret. I guess they do have what it takes, but that turret is already being blown wide open with only 94 HP left.
Well played by RTZ. They had to capitalize on the fact that they, had been able to win that fight in such a spectacular manner, and they go in for the attack on the turret. And that was a great call, Contra. That was the easiest objective that was nearest towards them, and they managed to do enough damage. I mean, 94 HP is not too much at all. Even the minion wave should be able to sort that out as long as SEM9 drops the ball. Maybe a distraction on one of these other lanes. We can see Crown going in for a solo push, clearing off all of that minion wave, and this Fiora RH should be able to say, please go back home, sir.
And just to look at some of the atomizations as well, the reason why you see RH dealing almost no damage to this Garen is due to the fact that this Garen is stacking a lot of armor, starting off with the Sunfire Cape, now having the Barrel Vest, Gravel Vest, and I guess he's working his way towards a Spirit Visage, and it's going to be really, really tough to eventually take down this Garen, but they just have to try time and time again. Now, looks to me that the goal difference will not matter too much. It's only going to be 200 gold that sets them apart. Well, that is actually pretty impressive coming from SEM9, because RTZ UndeRank, they've already secured like 2 dragons on their side, and this possibly should have been RTZ with a bigger lead, but somehow, I guess SEM9 was a little bit more efficient when it comes down to farming.
Yeah, as they always are, right? SEM9 has always been able to show us that they know how to play the game, and for obvious reasons. They've got veterans in here who have been, so well known in the scene itself. They come in here bringing all of that name together with, quite a bit of backing from the community as well, and for a real good reason. Contra, they are all that hype is worth, right? But, to be able to take this match now and have RTZ up, what a catch.
Oh, that's a lot of damage being done to Yoshi, but with the satchel charge, he will blast himself back to the safety net. And I think Ravens have just overextended right there. The rest of the entirety of RTZ UndeRank is going to be chasing on top of just one Ari. And I guess with all the communication signals being sent out, SEM9 now looks to actually push in the mid turret, but they really have to watch out because Enchanted Crystal Arrow is one global ultimate that you do not want to underestimate. Now RH going in to take another turret over on the bottom side of the map.
Okay, now Garen crowned in here with the pushback onto the minions, but RH will be able to continuously force him to back away from his line. Now, are we going to be able to see this Garen go in for the aggression and maybe put the Fiora out of commission for a while? We will see in a bit. 24 seconds for the Mountain Drake to come in. The Baron has been alive for a bit. Nobody has gone in just yet. They are not ready for that battle contract.
Yeah, and I guess preparing for that battle, RH now purchasing that steroid gauge. And he will be having a little bit of a lifeline there on his passive, giving him a little bit more shield to work with. Already building on that Blade of the Ring King just to shred some tanks. Same goes to Wild Rabbit. Meanwhile, Raven's almost getting caught out. Oh, he does get snared. Now Raven's forced to use the Spirit Rush just to get his safety, and that will be him turning golden. But this will still be him falling down eventually, but he does have a tick of health left. With the Cataclysm locking them just a tad bit. Kazo now forcing you retreat. No flash available. RH now going on the split push instead. Going with the Geek Fam strategy with this sort of split push, giving the strength away. But in exchange, looking down a turret, Gobu on that tier 2 up top.
Oh, was that trade worth it for the second turret up top? I don't know. Garen should be able to tease the Fiora in towards him. I don't think she wants to come anywhere near, and RH will continue just clearing out all of the Krugs from the jungle of RTZ.
I guess that with this sort of exchange, RTZ UndeRank now is going to be collecting their, well, I won't really call it Infinity Stones because this ain't no Avengers, but you see different sort of colors, which means the final Drake will be the Elder Cloud Dragon, which will be very, very vital for either side to really secure. SEM9 really giving too much of a leeway here, but they are still having a little bit of an edge due to the amount of turrets that they secured. And on top of that, just having better farm overall. Just look at the amount of gold that RH have gathered up. He's going to be hitting 14k. Meanwhile, the rest of UndeRank, they're hoping to actually gather their troop and forces here, as there will be SEM9 having RH pushing down bottom side.
Okay, now let's see if or not this composition here will help. They want to go in for the take on Baron, and RTZ UndeRank is definitely in the space to do so. But the problem is they haven't snuffed out the side of SEM9, who will be able to catch them off guard. Swalk as well as Wild Rabbit stopping in to say hello.
Oh boy, there goes the Ragnarok as well. Now this will be the Damascene Justice being served. Arden's now 10 pieces towards the fight. This doesn't seem to be looking good. Kagami does not really have the help to work with. Same goes to SEM9, and this is where they call truce. But SEM9, they kind of won a little bit of the war here because they've secured 2 turrets for their effort, and now looking for the tier 1 over the tier 2. And with this small, slight bit of a misplay, RTZ UndeRank fall back and suddenly had to turn 7,000 gold lead for SEM9.
Oh, what happened there?
Wait.
Do not know.
Did that arrow just miss by swerving right across? Wild Rabbit? Okay.
Yeah, it's so close. They could have gone in there and taken that Baron out, but instead they get a little distracted with SEM9. I think that engagement was very good though, to make sure they don't get snuffed out. But SEM9, the better side, choosing to focus in on that turret, and RTZ UndeRank just does not see that coming at all. They force a recall as a team, and that's exactly what SEM9 wanted, to make sure they don't take the Baron for themselves. SEM9 wants it for themselves.
That's right. SEM9. They played it really smart, and RH was very, very well prepared. He made sure that his TP was left up available. Now, RTZ UndeRank. They do have 4 stack of an item on this Garen, so Crown can easily just move right in and possibly walk out of that alive. Now, perhaps the only thing that he needs is a Guardian Angel, but the moment that Garen builds Guardian Angel, people will stop aiming him. But then again, when you are quite a menace or a threat, that's where things will be a little bit different. Now, on the side, we earlier see that RH has already popped his ultimate, which is the Grand Challenge. He managed to get all 4 procs, but still not enough to take down Crap. There we go. One player dropping right down. They're looking for a kill. Immediately hunting down Jack, but Jack is still alive. He got a clip of locking them in place, and SEM9, they're losing members.
Oh no, Fiora!
It's gonna be the game.
Fiora!
Look at the Nexus. The Nexus. Fiora's gonna be out of here now, and oh my goodness, Rebels have to find the time. There's not enough minions for this Fiora to do that dirty work. How much HP is left on the Nexus? I got to take a look.
Oh my god, too little Contra, way too little. Now RH, he will force a recall for himself, buying a little bit of time for SEM9. But the damage has been done already. This was like the fun segment that we were watching between Biu Biu as well as Fattahzie, more like it.
Oh boy, RH now having a lot on his shoulders, but there's 10 more seconds to buy time. I believe this should be enough. RTZ UndeRank will be able to actually get all too much more coming from this standpoint. But I guess this is good enough of a trade. Now, RTZ UndeRank knows what exactly to expect, and with that, I guess this dragon will be left alone for this short moment. RH now trying to actually scout out ahead. And here comes a little bit of reset coming out of RTZ UndeRank. Meaning to say, SEM9 now with advantage to lay their hands on this Elder Cloud Break.
Yeah, this is going to be a perfect one because they should be able to take the Cloud Break down the Elder Cloud. Oh, beautiful job! Dropping in!
Oh, here comes the Ragnarok as well. They're looking for the kills, and the massive shutdown walk over the back. RH now goes in to pop the health burst of Kagami. 1-for-1 exchange, but this ain't gonna be looking all too good. SEM9 does secure the Elder Drag. They eventually take down Ravens as well. But you can see that SEM9, they're running around like headless chickens after that fight. But hey, they got their teeth all gritted up, and I believe that they have the formula right now. Big fat minion wave with super minions right down bottom, and RTZ UndeRank, they're way too occupied to do anything at all. And SEM9, they call for Baron.
The Elder Cloud Break, it gives you a movement speed boost in and out of combat slightly faster. They should be able to get around the map a little bit faster. Backup as well can come through. Crown! Is this steal going to drop through? Almost in there!
Oh, there might just be it. They managed to kill him off, and now RTZ UndeRank, they stole the Baron as they take Kazuo off the map. Here comes the Shadow Crystal Arrow down the mid lane as well, but this is just going to show you a little flex. And, you know, RTZ UndeRank just telling them, you did not want to mess with us in game number 1. 12-4, SEM9. I haven't seen them play like this, and they are showing a little bit of sign of weakness here and there. RTZ UndeRank, I'm starting to believe they have this shot to actually cut into the lower bracket finals.
Oh, Shanks was not kidding. Shanks was not kidding at all. But I love people like Shanks. I love people like the likes of RTZ UndeRank, where, you know, all of those jeers, all of, you know, those words of insult is not taken as a point to demotivate, but a beautiful source of motivation to prove people wrong. Here comes that battalion to prove people wrong with all of those buffed minions, with the hand of Baron himself to bring in the destruction towards SEM9. A quick recall coming through, but a prevention bit swap.
What a catch, and now Wildrep is trying to overcommit right here. They throw whatever elements that they do have just to try to catch Ovo. Even on top, Swak with the flash, not being able to catch them due to Kagame's great time reaction with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. I guess the next biggest point of objective is going to be a few more minutes in. The next Baron Nashor will probably be the deciding factor in game number 1.
So let's see if or not RTZ UndeRank wait that long, right? They are all out of the Baron buff. Gazuo as well as Swak. Oh, they're not out of Baron buff yet. My apologies. They are going in here for a beautiful push, and they take down turret number 2 up on that Baron lane as well. In for the inhibitor. They should be able to make easy work off of this. The 3 players from SEM9 standing there will be delaying it for just a few seconds. What a game RTZ is taking Contra.
Where's another TP going over the top side here, or bottom lane? It's gonna be a double commitment. They're looking to take down Crown. How much can Crown actually do? So little HP left, and they're trying to actually buy a little bit more time. SEM9! Oh my goodness! They turn it around! Whoa! What on earth have I just witnessed? An upset! A big upset!
Recall, bro!
So dramatic! I can't believe my eyes. Double TP. And it worked out for SEM9 in game 1. Wow.
RTZ is gonna be so broken, just like Fattahzie was in the fun segment that we had earlier. On every single segment, they looked like they were about to win. An early open of the Nexus by that Fiora on that solo push. RTZ played a great game. They focused in on many aspects that were so important. SEM9 just chose one weak link and exploited it to the very end, and they got the victory right under the noses of an RTZ team that was so confident for that win, Contra.
Oh, let's take a look at this statistics right here. Because on paper, RTZ UndeRank is doing so well. SEM9 only has 5 kills in this game, but yet again, it's all about the big brain mechanism of what RH has brought in, and Kazo comes in for that big surprise. He sold his boots, and he converted it towards a teleport enchant, and that's where RH says hi to Kralin. Kralin was like, I can deal with this Fiora. But can he deal with the Olaf with true damage? Not at all. A big surprise that has left RTZ UndeRank devastated. Just look at the score. Every one of these RTZ UndeRank members are playing so well. I cannot even believe that they dropped this game.
They are going to be so tilted, Contra. It'll take a miracle right now to put that flashlight back into their sweaty palms. They've dropped the flashlight already. They accidentally kicked the flashlight away as well. I wouldn't be surprised if Shanks accidentally stepped on it and broke it all one shot. SEM9 with the crazy upset towards the very end. Unexpected at all. The first time through, and we actually forgot the exploit by RH because of the way RTZ was taking some of these, important objectives in that game, right? But, they went to pull our attention right back to the Nexus.
SEM9. I only can say this. You guys are amazing. That's all I'm going to say about SEM9 for this game. Kagame doing so much. He even topped out the damage that was provided by Ravens. But after all of that, how could you recover? How could you even answer that double TP that came out of nowhere? Thank goodness it wasn't 5 TPs on SEM9's side. Or else I'll be pissed with the biggest backdoor that we've been seeing in this whole series here in Malaysia.
Yeah, Contra. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Doesn't it feel like RTZ has been able to level up their gameplay each and every single series back to back to back? I mean, yes, they were impressive, but today they stepped it up even further. Yes, that mistake was made. Yes, they lost the Nexus, but this is a whole new side of RTZ that's very, very exciting to watch, Contra.
That's right. I can only agree with you that RTZ UndeRank, they just look to improve every single game that they played. And I'm believing that there is still chances available up there for them to grasp, so long as they can show us something of similar sorts inside of game number 1, but of course improvise it a little bit more, taking a couple of all these careful steps to make sure that everything in the back line is going to be very much intact before they get backdoored by a pesky Fiora, as well as the teleport coming in from maybe an Olaf. So what's going to change in game number 2? I do believe there are bans being set, maybe for the Fiora, maybe for the Olaf. I do not know, but I believe that we'll give some time out for some of these players out there just to re-strategize on how they really want to play the entirety of the series. So AJ, I guess we're just going to be seeing what's going to be unfolding eventually.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, for RTZ to come back in here and show us another strong side of themselves, my confidence in that happening is quite low, because that sort of a surprise would break any team, right? It will be able to undermine. But RTZ has been able to fight to this spot without much support from anyone. I think they will be able to pull it off here as well. Let's take a quick look on whether or not that happens, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, in match number 2 when we come back from a break.
Macam tak ada respon diberikan dari penjaga penonton. Dicuri! Dicuri! Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka bisa mengenai Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul menyebabkan. Masih lagi terselamat. Wan rakit telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari peta. Mencari peta. Mencari peta.
Nice. Alright, go. Tahu first. Can. Alright, tahu ni. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! Victory! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Feel it in my bones, gotta find my space. These emotions on my face. I'm paying it forward, I'll give it all that I can. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood. And I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. Yeah, no what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood. And I won't take it no more if I won't. Oh, baby. Just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find if you see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find the key. Lifting me, lifting you. Can't go alone, let's do by two. Doing this together, it's me by you. All through the night, all through the night. This is me, this is you. When we get together, we can all pull through. I don't ever wanna stop this groove. Let's get it right. Take it to the Lord, then take it to the grave. Listen to the wise man, tell me what to say. Listen to your heartbeat like it still bleed. A little bit of hope, yeah, it's what we still need. Say a little prayer for the moment. Give what you got, just go in. Can't hold you back if you own it. Live your life like you're chosen. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood. And I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. Yeah, what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood. And I won't take it no more if I won't. Oh, baby. Just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find if you see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find the key.
Aduh, dicuri! Dicuri! Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka punya mengenai Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul menjadikan. Masih lagi terselamat. One rocket telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari peta, mencari peta, mencari peta.
Thank you for staying with us here at the ESL Mobile Open, and my name's Contra. This is the Mustachio AJ, and you're currently witnessing some of the best League of Legends Wild Rift action here at the C Icon Series Malaysia. You know, upper brackets finals have been looking to be pretty intense, but then again, here in the lower bracket semifinals, here is where things get extremely dramatic. It was such a close call. We thought RTZ UndeRank has got it in the back until that teleport happened for the backdoor. And it's our hedge alongside with Cosmo that has smacked down that Nexus for game number 1 secure for SEM9.
And this is exactly why SEM9 has become more and more popular within the Wild Rift community in Malaysia, right? Because of their abilities to pull off moments like these. And this is not a one-off. They've been doing this the whole competition. Just going in there and impressing each and every single one of us day in, day out, right? Let's see if or not they'll be able to pull it off yet again from as an equally impressive side of RTZ UndeRank. These are your Champion Select the drafts, of course, sponsored and brought to you by MAGGI Hot Cup. Fiora, rightfully, will be struck off the list this time round, and SEM9 will not be wanting any of the explosive cars, pushing them away from one of their objectives. Camille probably going to get struck out here by RTZ. Let's see if that is locked in. So no Hextech ultimatum as well for sure, Contra.
Well, of course, all of these fighters, as well as the bruisers that has been picked up from SEM9, has been proving to be very much of an unstoppable force. So taking out the Camille is probably the same reason why you don't want that Fiora to actually come right in. So Crown has got a lot of options, and they are opting to secure the Ziggs once again, just to secure maybe a lot more damage output coming in from Yoshi. It can also be flexed for Kagame to be playing on this AP carry role, if you really want to put out. But Akali now being opened up, and RH did not hesitate to lock that one in. So you can expect some real big perfect executions to be coming right up. But pairing it with Akali, we are seeing this Ringer coming into play. So Trail the Hunt is going to be very vital, and what I assume they really want to do is not to leave any room for the Ziggs to even pull up with all these Mega Inferno Bomb. They want to be hunting him out, and that's where they answer back, having Fizz here to come right in, meaning to say the Ziggs will go in the hands of Kagame.
Oh, yeah, man. But where will the Fizz go, Contra? I mean, it can be used down mid as well. She should be able to bring it into the jungle as well. Very curious to see exactly how, playful this little trickster is going to be for the side of RTZ UndeRank, and whether or not those tricks can be pulled off against SEM9. Ari as well as Kaisa being pulled in by Ravens as well as Wild Rabbit to give them the unsurmountable damage that they're looking to tag and drag all of these RTZ UndeRank players in for. And they've also removed those key, disruptors of these team fights so that the side of RTZ won't be able to come back in with much of a response by the looks of it.
Exactly. You called it out right, as we are looking at this Fizz potentially being flexed in towards the jungle pick, because Kagame has managed to actually get his hands on that Ezreal, which has, of course, answered all the things that we have in mind. But currently, with this sort of lineup, is this going to be a little bit of a struggle for that Fizz to even hit level 5 early on to get that Chum of the Waters, just to correct myself. But what I'm saying is this: if this works out from the early game, I don't see a problem how they could possibly assassinate a few of all these champions coming from SEM9, especially Swap. Now, playing on that Seraphine, it also means that they will have to drop a pixel perfect Encore and hopefully turn that tides around. And just look at the tier craft. This is a double-edged sword that's coming from RTZ UndeRank, which I don't really expect. But after what they suffered in game number 1, I know that they want to throw everything here on the line just to say that we're going double or nothing to secure, at the very least, their very first point.
Yeah, and you were spot on with the pixel perfect, encore that Swak needs to pull in. If anything, I think this guy has shown us that he will be able to do exactly that. How many times have we seen he just fall for his beautiful tunes, right? And with such an aggressive, damage dealing setup that they have got going on the side of SEM9, and Swak just leading everyone into this, trap house. It's going to be quite the show when we break into a team fight later on. RTZ UndeRank and their ability to respond, of course, will be there because Shanks, together with that Brom, if he can jump in like earlier on and go in for those last minute saves as well, it'll of course be an icing on the cake that RTZ is looking for, Roger.
That's right. Now, you guys must be wondering how exactly do you jungle as a Fizz? So, instead of leveling up the playful stricture for level 1, or even, the Titan Strike, or for I might have actually watched the name. So, you level up the second spell, which you can actually get a little bit more of extra damage with that strike of a basic attack, and you can also cancel the animation on that basic attack just to land a double real quickly. So that makes it easier for you to clear up some of all these neutral objectives that's on the table for grabs. Now he's already working on the Scuttle. Our hit spots him out, so Ovo should have no issues to actually get this one in the back. He's already level 4, Kazuo's the same as well. And just look at how things are going so far for his very standard start of the itemization. Now, just check out the runes for a tad bit, what you really want and need. Okay, I'm kind of surprised here. I'm looking at Yoshi locking in Conqueror as a rune for the Ziggs, meaning to say that he needs to keep dropping in auto attacks or even whatever skills that he has. But Kazuo is coming right in. This is going to be a dive right down the bottom side as well. Not looking all too good. Here comes Mega Info Bomb, actually changing the tides. But Kazuo, he survives with a tick of health and eventually goes down to the hands of RTZ UndeRank. 2 for 1. Here comes Jump the Waters. Goodbye, Swap. 2 for 2.
There you go, that's how Fizz works. A beautiful ulti pulled out there and jump that the little shark went. Ovo, beautiful gank pulled off as well. I mean, I have been waiting to see, the Fizz pop off in the Icon series here a little bit more. Haven't had that much of a chance. So a big thanks to Ovo here for showing us a little bit of perfection.
Yeah, and I just look at RTZ UndeRank right there. A lot of people have discounted them, saying that they won't be able to make it. They'll be the 5th place team in the entirety of this playoffs. Now, they secure at least a top 4 finish, to say the least, but they're not stopping at number 4. They're looking at number 1. And you can already tell the spirits being shown here. Now, Moon's Echo already being completed by Yoshi after a stellar performance, dropping in with a big Mega Inferno Bomb, securing 1 kill overall. And with the Fizz now getting the first kill, things are getting more amped up for RTZ UndeRank. But for some reason, you're actually having less of a goal as compared to SEM9, although they do have an even exchange.
Okay, now let's see exactly what goes to happen in here, because first objective is going to be a heavy objective. Infernal Drake in 10 seconds. Now, of course, RTZ UndeRank wants it. SEM9 will set up the area. Oh, beautiful.
Wow. And there we go. Chum the Waters again. The secret weapon coming in. Fizz in the jungle. Just absolutely take down Swak. And this is what I have expected, especially when you are going in for an assassin pick inside the jungle. Now, big question mark. Oh, outplay! Outplay! Wall Rabbit showing off, but then again, it's not over just about yet. He says, I'm still gonna survive with 1 HP. He just spams it right there. Kagame says, hi. What about Swak? What's going on? Okay. All right. Yoshi! Wait!
Oh! What?
Okay. Okay, guys, calm down for a moment. Here comes all the emotes for a ton. So, now,
oh goodness me,
the real drama starts. Kagame stays up. Come on, show me some punches because you're out of mana, and I know you got nothing more to offer, Ravens.
SEM9 is just having some fun here, and I love to see that. Oh,
What? Wait. Are we seeing this?
Victory.
What? Is that a surrender? Oh, okay.
We are going to be remaking the whole of that lobby, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because unfortunately all of the players were lagging in there. They weren't able to perform their best, and we don't want to bring you anything but the best. And so does SEM9 as well as RTZ, right? So, it's okay. I really wanted to see the end do that,
I absolutely agree. I was just having fun casting some of the matches, and all of a sudden they've been trolling for a bit. I thought that, hey, this is a real beef that's actually going on, and I guess that they're both suffering the biggest enemy to whatever gaming lag. So it's okay. I believe that we're going in for the same sort of draft. Unfortunately, for now, there's no pause button in any of all these custom lobbies or even, of course, tournament lobbies just for now. Hopefully that will be introduced in the future so that we can still continue where we left off. But I guess this is where we just have to accept that we just have to go in for a little bit of restart.
Absolutely. Now, we don't have news as to whether or not we will be going on a break, so let's continue the chat here, Contra. See, unfortunately, I swear, right, that was a damn good game where I thought, we were seeing one of the best performance in here by both sides, but I thought the lag was just on our side, man. I'm just so disappointed halfway through.
Yeah, I guess there's a reason why Squawk was just standing still as well, and I guess he wasn't exactly saying, I dare you to hit me. It's more like, guys, please, I'm lagging. Please don't come near me. And at the very end of it all, I guess that we show both sides a little bit of mercy, especially, we saw even the likes of Ravens. It doesn't make sense for him to have no mana and still walking forward, unless if Ravens were to be playing in Iron Tier or Bronze Tier, which, of course, jokes aside, Ravens is actually Challenger at one point in time. So this is where, we go back out there and we think about this whole sort of possibility that has been offered. RTZ UndeRank introducing us that fist in that jungle, like you called it. And I thought that, hey, maybe it's better in the mid lane, but I can see why Oval has been rocking really, really well. So now we'll give them a little bit more time here just to, of course, assess that current situation, and then we will go back into the lobby. Hopefully everything is going to be smooth as butter when we go back into the Summoner's Rift.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Whether or not they will go in with the exact same drafts, I am not so sure just yet. We will be waiting for more information from production as well. So bear with us. We are trying to catch up on this live just with you as well. RTZ so far, I guess we can't count in game number 2, but based on game number 1, they were strong, Contra. And I hope this doesn't, further throw some salt into the wound, right? Because there was already a very big disappointment in game number 1 for them, allowing the backdoor towards that Nexus, and then to get taken down even if they were having such a commanding lead on that game. Plus, all of these issues, being able to overcome it is not going to be easy. And if they do, it will be a very, very impressive stunt.
I would say exactly the same as well. So now that we are actually taking a little bit of a spacing, let's appreciate some of all these players' work overall. we initially saw those perfect tumbler waters actually landing out there, and of course, that is crystal clear that this fest has a whole lot of things to offer. And if you want to get, of course, enjoy Wild Rift in the best of abilities, I myself recently have been blasting it on their portable speaker, Bluetooth speaker, to say the least, with the Clip Tree. But I've been waiting to also get my hands on the Quantum Series headset, and it's already on the way. You guys can also get your hands on one as well. Like, comment, and share to win the JBL Quantum Series. Today, we are giving out the Quantum 600. So make sure you guys hashtag your way out that JBL people, and hashtag SISMY. If you guys can't win, don't worry. Save this code just in case, as you can use JBL ESL10 for 10% off on your purchase through Shopee.
Yeah, don't forget to tag Facebook, JBL Malaysia's Facebook page in that post that you do throw in those two hashtags. Now, if you want more information, if you don't happen to win, if you want to use that discount code, but you don't know which particular, Quantum Series headphone you want to go for, just jump into jbl.com.my and you'll be able to get 100% of all of the information as to which of these devices would be best suited for you.
That's right. So make sure you guys, while you guys have the time, just, of course, open a brand new tab. You don't want to close this tab for sure because you're watching the C Icon series. Just key it in www.jbl.com.my. And not only that, you guys can also see what YouTube powered by Cellcom has to offer. And start things off, we give you supplementary data with 5 gigs worth. Tell me, who else would have given you all of this for free other than you do? I promise you, nobody has been this generous, and it all starts from here. Head over to the website as well, bit.ly UDOWR. So, other than that, we've talked a lot about the SIM card, and I guess you guys already know. All you have to do, download UDO app on your phone. Doesn't matter if it's going to be your iOS or Android. It's all available on each one of these platforms. And you guys could just key in your details and where you want your SIM card to be delivered. And you can activate it and enjoy all of these customizable plans for yourself.
Absolutely correct, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Now, I am excited to have a little bit of the action that SEM9 as well as RTZ would like to serve up for all of us. We are still waiting for information from our league operations on whether or not it is going to be kicking off, but we will be chilling for a bit. I wish I had a MAGGI hot cup in my hands right now, Contra.
That's right. I guess that they are currently going in towards the lobby. So, yeah. Giving them a little bit more of the extra minutes just to stretch their fingers for a bit for ourselves. I guess, AJ, you can't take a little bit sip of water. It's been, 8 hours already and more since we have got ourselves, of course, casting all of these matches. But I'm still pretty much pumped to see what's the overall results before we get ourselves ready for the finals and grand final runs tomorrow, as we are seeing who will join in the ranks of Berjaya Dragons, Geek Fam for tomorrow. But now, I want to ask you this question, right? Who do you actually think that's... Well, let me rephrase that before I first drop you the question. Who do you feel has the better chance to defeat Berjaya Dragons for tomorrow? Judging from current performance. I know I'm dropping you a really tough question right here.
No, it's not a tough one. It's SEM9, man. I mean, no matter how you want to put it, no matter how you want to play it, I feel like RTZ has been able to prove to everyone that underestimating them is not a great idea at all. And I feel like in a certain way, it was proven in game number 1 as well. And that is the main reason why so many of the objectives, so many of those skills were methodically taken by the RTZ side. SEM9 could not do anything about it. But what puts SEM9 on one level ahead of the side of RTZ is they play Wild Rift. And in Wild Rift, it's not ABC, you reach the Nexus and you win the game, right? And this is something that you've taught me as well, Contra. There's so many ways to take a game in Wild Rift. And that's SEM9 for you. They find that backdoor. They continue.
That insane backdoor.
Yeah, but it's not just about finding that backdoor. It's finding that backdoor, but inconspicuously finding that backdoor. Making your opponents think that, hey bro, I'm going to focus in all of my efforts here, and you are doing such an amazing job annihilating me. Oh my goodness, RTZ, you are the man. And then bam, right in that back door, and they take the Nexus for themselves, right? And I think that sort of a gameplay puts SEM9 a level above, and they will be the more likely ones to meet Berjaya Dragons, and if anything, even possibly pull a surprise off tomorrow and beat the Berjaya Dragons.
Now, I do have a little bit of a different take to this as well. Yes, I absolutely admire SEM9, but now they have shown one card on the table, which means that they can't possibly pull this again. Or can they? Or RTZ UndeRank, they can take a copy of the playbook and, you know, the meme that goes, hey, can I borrow your homework? It's like, yeah, sure. Go ahead. Just make sure you don't copy 100%. Oh, maybe that's where RTZ could have possibly used this for themselves in this upcoming series. So, with the players already in the lobby, do we have any news from the production team? We'll just have to wait and see. But I believe that we are already getting ourselves into the game in a couple more seconds from now. So, AJ, you know, we've already seen all the champions select. It will have to be the same champions, same sort of rune setups as they have done previously as we get ourselves ready for game number 2.
Fair and square. Let's see exactly who is able to pick this up for themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, just like Contra said, we resume, well, not as how it was, but we resume estimating that, you know what, that match just freshly started, right? Now let's see if or not the side of SEM9 will be able to show us some flashy styles down there at the Rift, taking some, you know, crazy kills, or is that all attributed just to that lag moments ago? We will see.
Well, we definitely will have to take a little bit of a sneak peek later on, as now we'll continue the action. Back to square one. Everybody starts with 2.5k gold, 500 gold to start things off with. Supports going in for the boots. Now, I'm a little bit tilted that, you know, things are not really in the most organized order, so I'm supposed to be over the bottom of that list when it comes down to champions, but it's okay. I'll accept whatever I'm getting as long as I'm having the smoothest of plays coming in from both RTZ UndeRank as well as SEM9 here in Game 2.
Couldn't have said it better myself, my friend. Now let's see exactly how this will be taken. Of course, slow at the start. Nobody wants to overextend. Nobody wants to overstay their welcome as well. Both sides will be respecting each other. They are just testing it out. Now that's just Swak constantly going round and round with this beautiful stuff.
That's right. A little bit of a shield just to protect Wall Rabbit for the moment. Kagami hoping to land as much pokes as possible. And you can notice that Kagami, he's one of these Ezreal players that will be utilizing that arcane shift as an offensive tool instead of defensive, most often the case. And yep, once again proving my case in point. Oh, good stun on top of Swap, forcing it to flash away. Shanks looking to commit as well. Wall Rabbit now trading right back. Says you do not go anywhere near my Seraphine.
Well played by both sides. And of course the warning bells are hitting Kazuo! Dropping in! Bye-bye, my dearest Shanks, because where are you gonna run right now, my friend?
Oh, what a flash coming in. They are still surviving for the moment. They do have a 1-for-1 trade now, it seems like. Shanks, they're pretty much stuck in a rock in a hard place. Now going on the opposite direction. That will be another kill coming in for Kazuo. 2-1 for SEM9.
Okay, now things are starting off a little hot in here. SEM9 is going to be taking the scuttle as well. And of course, Kazuo will be more than happy to lay the final blow.
Wow. And it seems to me that SEM9 is just having a step quicker because of the rotation that Kazuo took. Instead of finishing directly in towards the enemy jungle, and went in for a very early flank, and that got them a very huge advantage. But I'm not too certain of what's to come. But to my surprise, Swak, moment that he secures that first blood, you look at what he purchased. A stasis enchant. Okay, Swak doesn't want to drop more kills to RTZ UndeRank, to say the very least.
Yeah, that's the first and last, hopefully, as he would say. Our hedge crown almost just waiting for the opportunity, and of course for the moment for our hedge to just step one little inch out of line there. Because that's not going to be happening, as they will go back in for a recall. Ravens as well as Yoshi here, Contra, both respecting each other very well.
And of course, a lot of mana has already been expended coming in from Yoshi to try to actually poke down this Ahri, but Kagami, hey, dude, he didn't leave a single honey fruit for Shanks. Well, that's also due to the fact that there is that part of the rune where it gives you a little bit more of an extra gold, knowing that you, of course, digest some of all these honey fruits. And anyways, they were hoping to, of course, going for a little bit of reset. Now, Manamune, Blip, Ring King, already been purchased by the side of UndeRank, and they're looking for a set up. Immediately sending signals to Kazuo, as there's no boards to be taken out by the Rengar.
Oh, still waiting for the opportunity. Kazuo and Swak too smart for that. Kazuo will look to tease the Drake here, the Cloud Drake, as we will see that none of the players from the side of RTZ UndeRank want to go in here for the early engage. Wild Rabbit.
Seems like they've already expended some of water. Now looking for Yoshi as well. Oh, nice encore just by the tip. Yoshi Master escaped with the satchel charge. So here comes Mega Infernal Bomb to drop right in towards mid, so that will negate SEM9 from pushing inwards. Good response overall, but I'm still looking at the Drake. Cloud Drake here seems to be tickled by both ends. There's a little dance coming in from Kagami and the rest of the members of SEM9 as they go in to farm even more of these mutants. And I guess SEM9, they're honestly not looking to contest even further.
Yeah, Swak being called out there. Stop hiding, Swak. Steps right out. Says, I'm sorry for trying that trick. Oh, beautiful shot onto Kagami, but it's not going to be enough. They will disengage, and both sides go in for a recall. They haven't gone in for the attempt on the Cloud Drake just yet, and another objective will be arriving in about 30 seconds, and that is the Rift Herald. Is that going to be a split-in decision here?
It's really hard to say whether or not will they be splitting their decision-making here on the objectives that they want to secure. Now, I'm looking at Crown. On this Renekton, he's honestly holding his own against our hedge. And usually the case that, when you're playing a Renekton or even a Kali, you want to flex on them. And speaking of flexing, oh boy, they're diving right in. And Crown, he's looking to survive, but RH will land the killing blow. This is the third kill for SEM9. And this will open doors for perhaps that Rift Herald. But bottom lane, absolutely clear. They're looking to exchange turret for turret. Now, tries to buy a little bit more time. They won't be able to do it. What's this? Mega Infernal Bomb dropping right in. RH survives. Does not.
Whoa. How did RH get out of that alive? And he goes in for the recall as well. The bomb will be dropped once again. Kagame as well as Shanks going in for the push towards the Dragon. Are they going to be able to take this down? Yes, the answer will be a distraction that will be called forth and taken out of the equation as well. Ravens.
Oh boy, Kazuo now getting stunned up, but he is playing this Rengar very well with the Tulip Hunt. Looking for Kagame, they do shut him off. Now, 2,000 in terms of gold difference between the two of them. 5 kills to 2. And I guess that SEM9, they have responded at the very least very decently. So, I'm going to look at some of the itemization right now just to see what are they up to. 3 force for Ezreal up in the making. And on top of that, a very classic old way to start off for SEM9, as they do have this Rift Herald here to be challenged. And Swak, oh boy, Trishop Barrage connects, but not going to be doing much. I guess RTZ, they will prioritize on this Cloud train.
Yeah, so they do go in there for that split objective. They agree that they'll call a truce. RTZ takes the Cloud Break as the Rift Herald will fall into the hands of SEM9. Now, SEM9 have got an opportunity in here for the distraction gameplay, which I believe is a little bit more powerful of a benefit to have at this stage of the competition, Contra. At this stage of the game itself, at the 8-minute mark. Now, RTZ doesn't know when this distraction will be coming through as they will proceed in this game. SEM9 has been able to show us exactly, the surprise attacks that they pull off usually don't fail.
That's right. Now, the True Shot Barrage trying to actually chip over on towards these mutants. Things expect a dive coming directly onto Kumagami. Beautiful block coming in from Shags as well, just to negate this sort of push. Now, Kazo is trying to make an escape, but there will be the Glacial Fisher dropping on top of SEM9. Temple Bar is on top of the ground. Oh, will be assassinated as well. Yoshi now gets blown again. Oh, SEM9, you're working so beautifully, baby. And this will be Raven Clip a quarter kill.
Yeah. So, like I was saying, right, whenever SEM9 wants to go in there and jump on someone and bring in the surprise, they will be able to do it. And they drop it in hard on RTZ UndeRank. They don't even need Shelly. Come on, Shelly's pissed off. Shelly just knocked into nothing.
Yeah, I guess she's still got a little bit more HP work to knock onto the inhibitor. Yep.
Oh,
taking down a big chunk of health. So, SEM9, they have a huge control over the map, especially coming from mid all the way down to bottom, which means only one thing. They really want to lay hands on Baron Nashor eventually, or will he spawn over on the 10-minute mark. I don't think that it will immediately start it, as they want to look for maybe a few more picks. So, I'm not too certain, first time before we even start off with the remake, RTZ UndeRank, they were playing really, really well to start things off. Now, only a little bit to look for those picks.
Yeah. And this is this is the exact thing we were talking about, right? How's your mental state within the competition itself after you've suffered the blow of losing a match that you really thought, you were 100% gonna be able to secure a win for at the very last moment. And of course, with whatever that has happened so far. But RTZ UndeRank, they need to understand that's exactly what champions need, and they do have that value. They've shown us over quite a number of times. Wild Rabbit now has got that true damage on him as he will be making his way towards the bottom side.
And you can see that Ravens currently has been snowballed out of control, especially getting that quarter kill in that previous fight. Now, going in for a big kiss, behind the ground. Oh, look at the damage being dealt. That was just coming from Ravens, as well as a little bit of tingle coming out of Swak. So, the KDA members here just gonna be your perfect pop stars. Honestly, I can't imagine Swak as a member of KDA. Okay, I'm not trying to corrupt your minds right now, but please don't think about it.
Yeah. It won't be an image you can take out of your heads easily, man. Can't wait. Oh, Shanks going in here for a push. RTZ will see a very hasty response coming in from Swak immediately, and they will choose to back away. I mean, you were talking about those pixel perfect encores, and I think Swak has been able to deliver more than a few Contra.
I would agree with that statement. So, a random True Shot Barrage goes in. Oh, well, now will be the target. Oh, this time the encore will not be sufficient. Missed by a small margin, but Raven's now turning golden. He will be able to actually use the reward. Oh, there goes Wall Rabbit down the ground and flip. Kagami popping over and looking for those kills, and they managed to actually shut down. Already that has been looking for. Here comes the flash, and Kazo's looking for the hunt. He's looking for. Oh, well, he knows there's so little help left. Kagami now going Arcane shifting over the wall, but RTZ can still come in with some good response, as there will be that Mountain Drake up available, but both sides not looking to be in the perfect position to just go in for that challenge.
Yeah, so they go in here for a recall, which is, of course, very much needed. But SEM9 were the ones who made that call first, right? So they will be able to push for the Drake. RTZ UndeRank just is taking a little bit too long, but they do have 3 men pushed up towards the back of the Dragon Pit here. Ovo jumping out. RH has been spotted. There's no Blast Cone. They won't be able to get a... Oh, there you go. Blast Cone's right back for that easy access.
What a steal coming from the Mega Inferno Bomb as well. Now it's going to be RH and the real tough spot. He used the perfect execution. That's going to escape, but the rest of RTZ UndeRank, they're crossing right through. Beautiful doing some Fisher as well. And suddenly, the time that turn, RTZ UndeRank, they have the advantage in terms of numbers. Now, Turtle Hunter has already diluted. And now, Kagami looking for another pick, and RH will have to back away, giving 1 turret and maybe even 2 over the mid side.
Okay, now let's see if or not they'll be able to get it. They call for the Baron instead. RTZ UndeRank pulling off a very, very good call in here, because SEM9 won't be able to respond, or will they? Because here comes Kazuo in for the fray. RH as well right there behind him, but that would just be a terrible idea, Kazuo. Don't go in for the steal. And of course, that fist will secure it.
I love the calls coming in from RTZ UndeRank. They understood that the rest of the members of SEM9 had to retreat, and you saw what happened when Kazuo tries to set foot anywhere near that Baron Pit. There was not much vision being set up by SEM9 because they are not looking to lose out that previous fight anyways. So RTZ UndeRank, they finally get this big Baron power play that they needed to get back on track.
Let's see if or not that is more than enough. SEM9 should be able to hold this back, but the question is, how will they pull it off? The Seraphine needs a little bit of backup, and that is why Ravens is dropping back fast. And of course, the recall has been done by Kazuo, so he will be able to provide that support as well to respond to this 3-man push.
Oh boy, make that 4-man up mid lane and committing whip 5. Here it comes, Jump the Waters on top of Ravens. That will buy them a little bit more time. Encore being dropped right in. Now, Inhib being opened up with RH pushing down the bottom side. Doughty will appear over on the top as they try to salvage whatever they can. RTZ UndeRank, they want to secure at the very least 1 point and get some great chances here in this opening series. Now Kazuo going in for the Trillion. The rest of the members are trying to back away, and they managed to do so thanks to the Baron buff. The Hand of Baron empowering the recalls and immediately swiftly resetting things for RTZ UndeRank.
Very, very nice call, as well as an advantage taken in here by RTZ UndeRank, right? That Baron call, if it had not been made at that very precise moment, we wouldn't be able to see all of this contra. But the question is, of course, still whether or not SEM9 can make a comeback in here. If anything, the damage hasn't been too extensive. Look at the gold. They are on a 3k deficit, but now losing yet another turret. They're not going to be too happy about that.
Oh, here comes the Champion Waters now. Going on that Seraphine swap, coming in, pops and turns gold. And Crown, he opens up dominance, but he will have his health bar depleted. Going for the stun, he throws catch on top of Raven. Raven took golden. Oh, this is turn around. And not only the time to turn, SEM9 now going for Drill Hunt, going for the Kagami will be able to survive. The rest of them have to actually fall back. And look at this what's coming in from our heads. He picked out 1 more turn. The rest of RTZ UndeRank, they have to back away. This looks like a deja vu. SEM9, they are buying time. And now things are even up.
Oh my goodness, our edge. Is he going to be able to break through the inhibitor? The answer is no. Yoshi's already on side, Kagame as well as Shanks, but the distraction has been more than enough. The time, like you said, Contra, has been bought. Now let's see if or not when the Ocean Drake spawns, not just any Ocean Drake, the Elder Ocean Drake spawns, who will be able to pick this up, because Baron Nash is on the way back in 18 seconds as well. Are they going to go in for a truce and split yet again?
And you know, this is going to be a very valuable Drake out there. Of course, there's always going to be that true damage that's going to be intact for whoever secures the Elder Drake. But it's more of that Omni Bam that we are looking at, especially when Kagami gets it in hand. You know that he's going to be able to survive much longer, and here comes the setup coming from Kazuo. This is going to be a Death Rush camp. I'm not sure, but here goes the dodge! Oh, they're looking for it! You're coming from the back as well. They're taking it personally. And here comes the Encore dropping into his stream members out there. But they spot on Kazuo. Things looking bad for us on a SEM9 as RTZ UndeRank the match to defend this one. And now it's marching up the mid lane here. They don't have those inhibs intact. They cannot afford to lose even more. Now that Kazuo has been out of the equation, there's no spot available for Sam. This Elder Drake, but there is a contest coming in. Here comes Swak. Swak down, getting a little vision. A little health bar coming down low. Wow, he gets popped out as well. Things are not looking too good. CP coming up a level first side of RTZ UndeRank. And this one won't be in the back. Finally, RTZ UndeRank salvage this now. Looking for the hunt. Looking for a Wild Rabbit with an exhaust. This should be possible. Flash coming in. Mega Inferno Bomb. And he is still running for his life. Can he do it? Yes, he can. Turns golden, but RTZ UndeRank secure to kill.
Where are you running, my friend? As Kazuo will be standing tall in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I mean, SEM9, just when you think that they were having a proper foothold within the game, RTZ immediately steps it back up right now. They know the firepower will be coming back through, but like you said, Contra, true damage from that Elder Drake. Now they also have a faster movement speed outside of combat, in combat as well. RTZ UndeRank should be able to outmaneuver and overtake SEM9 in this match, as they've already been doing.
Now, getting in prime position, one thing removed, RTZ UndeRank. Now, Process on them over TP coming in as well. And with the 5-man advantage, maybe they will be able to do something right here. Tell them on it, but this won't be it. Now, Dasher in the hands of RTZ. Now, the win condition has been enabled. They are looking for the kills, hunting down Swap for that double. As Crown will be able to take 2 down. And this is going to be enough. They will march into the mid lane. And RTZ UndeRank will even the score as they march through victorious. And with this, it's the play that's necessary for them to even up the score. RTZ, the first point for themselves in this series.
The exact value that we were looking for in a champion. The question was asked whether or not they can, make sure all of these external factors do not affect them. To make sure that they can still take away, a match from SEM9. They almost did it in game 1. In game 2, they pull it back for themselves. What a comeback from RTZ, Contra.
Yeah, and I was saying that the results may even be a little bit different before the remake, where it was a 2-2 and there was a big lead for this inside the jungle, but it doesn't really matter. It was coming down to some of these execution, and RTZ pulled their game. Let's have a look at the stats right now to see what goes down, and Kagami is the difference maker yet again for the likes of RTZ UndeRank.
Oh, absolutely, man. Look at that KDA, 637. He picks up the most number of kills compared to anyone else within this match, right? SEM9, of course, not too shabby at all in terms of the kills department, while Rabbit was able to dish out quite a number of blows. And I believe he was involved in quite a number of key fights within the matches itself, bringing in all of that damage. Yoshi, has there ever been a time where you don't see that Yoshi picking up all of that damage? It is when the Ezreal drops in, Contra.
Yeah, I guess this is where you see it went down to a few of all these calls that have resulted in SEM9 coming down to bow out and survive. And one fight that they absolutely fallen through was the one that we saw for that Elder Drake. They've already lost Kazuo. They shouldn't have recommitted. It's okay to maybe give one and take another later on. But with that recommitment, we don't really see them coming on top. but it was still a very decent effort. And for this game, I will also give credit to Crown because he has managed to hold against RH. It's not an easy task, especially RH playing his signature pick. You can see that he doubled the amount of damage as compared to what RH has to offer on that Baron lane itself.
Yeah, Kagame as well as Yoshi in, of course, dealing so much of the damage. You know, Yoshi dealing all of the damage with that precise aimed Mega Infernal Bomb all the time. And it was not about the bombs that were laid to waste. It was in anticipation of every single time SEM9 was backing away from one of these matchups that, you know, RTZ was looking in to pick up. And every single time he threw that bomb, Yoshi managed to secure quite a bit of damage. And you know, each and every single time it landed on their heads, it put the team of SEM9 so vulnerable, and Kagame just had to finish it off, Contra.
Yeah, so far it has been a picture-perfect showdown coming in from both ends. And now we get, at the very least, 4 games inside of this series. That's what I would expect at the very least here in the playoffs. But if it goes to game number 5, oh boy, I guess our lungs possibly won't be having a little bit of a guess of error to be moving in and out, but don't worry about that too much. We got show some love for all of us here that has been bringing you the C Icon series. And first shout out goes out to ESL Asia as well as ESL Malaysia, because they are here to organize all this together with our tournament partners, MAGGI Hot Cup. Also, big shout out to Udo, powered by Cellcom, and not forgetting JBL, because they've been making sure that you guys have the best offering here in the C Icon series while Rift here in Malaysia. So I guess that we will first give them a little bit more time to restrat once again. AJ, I'm pretty sure you have something to say before we go on the break.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, SEM9 has... I don't know if they underestimated RTZ UndeRank, but whatever it was, they need to step their gameplay up, right? If they don't serve their best, RTZ is here to take it back for themselves. Reverse sweep or not, a win is all RTZ wants. So let's see what will happen, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, in game number 3 when we come back from a short break.
Macam tak ada respon diberikan dari penjaga kanan. Dicuri! Dicuri! Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka punya pengendali Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul menyebabkan. Masih lagi terselamat. 100 telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari peta. Mencari peta. Mencari peta.
Nice. Alright, go. Tahu first. Can. Alright, tahu ni. Nexus. Okay. Nice! Victory! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
They tell us that we're wrong, we might be. This life, it isn't long enough to feel. My love for you is strong, I'm fighting you and I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes. Ooh. We're 17 and we're not afraid. They say that we're too young. Can we go back? Won't fall apart, don't let my heart break. Can we go back?
We're living for the moment now, we're one with the world. I can't lose this feeling I get. My heart's in the right place, and so is my soul, yeah. I won't take no excuses for it. Love it, need it, live it. I feel like something's missing when I do not have it. I feel it in my bones, gotta find my space. These emotions on my face, taking a toll, I gotta pay it forward. I'll give it all that I can. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. Yeah, no what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more. If I won't, I will be there.
Macam tak ada respon diberikan dari penjajakan apa dicuri. Dicuri. Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka menyentuh menyalahkan Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul menyebabkan. Masih lagi terselamat. Wan rakit telah puan dimilikinya. Mencari peta. Mencari peta. Mencari peta.
It's 9:15 p.m. at 8 GMT here, whether if you're from Malaysia, Singapore, or even the Philippines. And if you guys are from all over the world, we welcome you on board. This is the ESL Mobile Open, of course, presenting you League of Legends Wild Rift for the Sea Icon Series Malaysia. We'll see which will be the best two teams to hit towards the Summer Super Cup. On his contract, this is the Mustachio AJ. We've been here since the afternoon here, delivering you all the goodness as your casters for today. As well as your host, we've already had all the fun segment with Fattahzie and Biu Biu. We had to say goodbye to teams such as Emmons Raptor yesterday. Unfortunately, here in the lower brackets, somebody has to say goodbye, and none of these teams here between RTZ UndeRank or even SEM9 is looking forward for that defeat.
Yeah, they're not, man. They are giving it all they have, and all they have seems to be a lot of fun for us to consume, right? Now, 3 more opportunities in here, possibly for the use. Are they going to make use of all of those opportunities? Either way, we have a guaranteed match number 4. Now, SEM9, can we say that what RTZ has managed to do in this game is somewhat similar to what SEM9 pulled off of them in game number 1, where we were quite sure it was swinging one way, and then the climax just, turns 180 and we've got the other team up at the top?
Well, I guess you can say so. It has always been this topsy-turvy ride ever since I set foot on League of Legends, from PC days all the way here in Wild Rift. And I just love how the essence of the beauty of the game has been translated and can be enjoyed by everybody on this mobile platform ever since it was released last year. I was fortunate enough to get the closed beta access, and I was hooked ever since. I'm pretty sure that you played a few games yourself and you've been enjoying it. Now, this is where the competitive scene has shown us that limitless amount of possibilities on how you can close out those games. And SEM9 started off with that backdoor with the double TPs, and not only that, now RTZ returning the favor with some of these big fights that they've been offering. It's time for us to head in towards the MAGGI Hot Cup Champions Select for game number 3.
Okay, now Fiora's going to be taken out by RTZ UndeRank. They don't want RH poking around too much in their neighborhood. And of course, the explosive Gus and the Gragas will be snuffed out by the side of SEM9. Now let's see how does RTZ want to take this, as they will continuously aim to cripple RH as well as his plan. Maybe even Kazuo if that Camille, wants to go into that jungle. So, very solid bans, very targeted bans coming in here from RTZ UndeRank to open up the game for themselves as well. And that Ziggs, they don't want any much more damage from that mid Yoshi contract.
And now I'm going to be looking at this Renekton that has been very successfully pulled out by Crown to go against our Hedge's signature pick of the Akali. So, no Fiora, no Camille. Our Hedge, is he going to fall back to Akali? The answer is yes. Recently, we've seen quite a number of nerfs coming in for the Akali where she has lower base HP. And I guess that's where early game you won't really see her going for efficient trading all too much. Now, Kazo coming in, locking that Galio either for Ravens or Swak, so it remains to be seen. And RTZ UndeRank going in with efficiency. Now, I'm loving this. They're considering Diana to face off against Galio because this is usually the answer to take down Galios up in the mid lane.
Oh, perfect, man. Now, Lee Sin's going to be dropping into the jungle for the side of SEM9. Zaya and probably Rakan for a support by Swak. Let's see exactly how he swings that later on. Kagame will have the opportunity to bring in their own ADC, and that's going to be the enchanted crystal arrow. And they will take that Seraphine away, so Swak's definitely not going to be able to sing those beautiful tunes that he was hitting quite well in the previous game contra.
Well, I don't really want to imagine Swak singing. Maybe I should hang around with karaoke with him somewhere in the future, not now. But hey, if they win this series, maybe he can sing a song. So Braum is something that is going to be something that is comfortable for him to really fall back to. Now, Seraphine versus a Braum. I always prefer a Braum because you could have this chance to block that encore that's going to be coming in the way. And on top of that, now we look into this sort of graph and we're seeing a Zaya, which is going to be a safer pick on that marksman option. And to my surprise, you know, there has been so many of these games and we haven't yet seen the likes of Wild Rabbit going on that Varus, which was being shown by the teams such as Berjaya Dragons and a couple of times Geek Fam as well.
Yeah, and you know, the Barons will be able to deal so much of that damage that, you know, we know for sure that, you know, the likes of SEM9 can deal with. But of course, as we will drop into our match here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, at the moment, we are just stuck at a stalemate, 1-1. Neither side want to concede defeat into game number 3 in this best out of 5. Who will be able to finish this off, or are we going to see a match number 5 decided in here?
Oh boy, a very early invade. Scanners being popped right there. No wards for Swak, and even if there is, they will be hanging around just to clear that ward on the enemy lines. So this will be a little bit of leash here to get a little bit of hit start. Then goes to what exactly Swak will be doing on that blue buff for their Lee Sin. Now, Yoshi up in the mid side here. Just 1 minute, don't worry. Okay, he loses 2, but he managed to secure 1. So the last hits definitely won't be able to give you a little bit more money, and Small Rift is going to be a little bit more forgiving. Even if you don't get the last hits, if you were to be near enough, you get maybe half the goal that's being offered.
The Ravens should be a very annoying piece of creature to deal with later on in the suit of that Galio. Diana will come to find out. Lee Sin dropping dangerously close in here towards this Diana and will be able to interfere as well. Yoshi in trouble here, Contra.
Oh! And immediately he has to force the flash because Yoshi is smart enough to take barrier in this battle, expecting this Lee Sin to come right by. So, life being saved just by the summoner spell.
See how they will pull this off. Kazuo, of course, taking the scuttle for himself. The first Drake later we will see in the game would be a Mountain Drake. We will wait for that objective. His Ravens will continue to clear off all of his minion wave.
Oh boy. Oh, here comes the dive and Swak the first man down. It seems like they do have a deep hatred for the support, and here comes a double kill. For Olo as he risks his life, giving one back to SEM9. Oh, Yoshi in danger as well. And it might just be a 1-for-1 trade. Oh, beautiful! Shield of Duran as they match it. Also catch Sang off guard. Double kills in for Kazuo.
Oh, beautiful played by SEM9. Kazuo and his Ravens in there as well. Shield of Duran at that very good moment to pull it off. You know, just deflect all of the damage that he would have soaked in. Ground pushing up all of his wave, but not too much for RH to deal with, as he will rush on back to deal with the situation.
Yeah, now, very good start for Bull. But the thing is, what could this translate into? Now, Ravens just give a little bit of gust of wins, but it's only going to be poking Yoshi for a tad bit. So, back to that fight, it really was a big difference, especially when Kazuo as well as Ravens has arrived to the scene. So with the shield during the master tandem, keeping members of RTZ UndeRank stuck close by, with Kazuo landing a few final blows. But I still think that this is going to be a decent exchange because of who actually gets up ahead. But the only problem that they probably will face is this pretty high damaging Wild Rabbit on the Zaya, who have already completed a BF sword to start things off over the bottom side, which, you know, yeah, she'll be looking to finish off the Muramana eventually.
Yeah, and finally the Mountain Drake will be making an appearance in a bit. I don't think it's going to be highly contested by either side aggressively early on. So let's see exactly who decides to go in for the bait first, right? Because it might just be our first exciting team fight in here.
Yeah. With that, a little bit of the hawk shot will be able to spot out Swak. So Ash definitely provides a whole lot of vision in that regards. Ward being dropped in towards the Druidic Pit, and now SEM9 is going to welcome the rest of RTZ UndeRank. There is the Enchanted Crystal Arrow dropping right in. They will be able to actually find a beautiful Encore immediately going in for the help Marcel Swak, as he will have to flash away. The rest of UndeRank, they're looking to secure the dragon, but this will be a double kill coming in for our heads. The rest of RTZ UndeRank, they're stuck inside of the pit, and Swak survives. Now, SEM9 with a huge lead as they also take down the Mountain Dragon.
Okay, so there's no other way that could have ended for the side of RTZ, right? Moving in there a little bit too slowly. Now let's see if or not SEM9 will be able to use this and then snowball all of their other objectives in here. RH will be able to push his wave up forth, but not do too much of damage towards the tower. We've got the Diana right back on cue to protect it. Wild Rabbit still going in face-to-face against Crown. And that's going to be quite a stalemate for a little bit as we will continue in on this game. 5 minutes, still early on, as the laning phase continues into the contract.
I really wanted to see what really went wrong for the side of RTZ UndeRank, because we saw them taking charge of, you know, the initial stages. But SEM9, of course, they were ready to take on that fight, especially with RTZ UndeRank. They really were doubling it down to trying to take down Swak. But, you know, it's a tank support that we're talking about. It really does take a very high commitment to actually secure the kill. But Kazuo, you see him go 3-0 on his KDA right now. And that fight for SEM9, it was a clean 3-0 kill that they've garnered. And this is where RTZ UndeRank, they want to chase right back. The only sort of difference in terms of goal is less than 2,000 for the moment. Our heads now switching over. As RTZ UndeRank, they have been gelling very well. Now the rest of the members of SEM9, they're hoping to actually get another big dance off here in the Rift Herald pit, so that they could possibly farm a few more kills, unless if RTZ UndeRank looks to change it up by snatching this off.
Well, Ovo does have the smite, but he will be pushed back way too far to contest the Rift Herald. And SEM9 once again will pick it up for themselves. Crown will be pushed back as RH will drop right back in to ensure his turret does not get taken down. And we are still at a stalemate in terms of those turret pushes as well. But great plays coming in here from both sides, Contra.
Yeah, but this ward has already spotted out Kazuo, while there will be Owo there at the ready as he's trying to actually secure his Arrayed Brambleback buff. And over here, it seems to me that RTZ UndeRank is just looking to farm up and then look for a bigger fight later on. So we're seeing a little bit of a phage already being set up by RTZ's very own marksman Kagame. Shanks now just trailing behind. I guess if this encore here, the only person that they could easily take down is going to be Desire. Now, that's going to be a little bit of flash coming in from Crown. Is it necessary? I do not know, but I guess to negate the trouble, why not? Kindle Gem now being bought in by Kazo. I believe that he's working on that Black Cleaver.
Yeah, 2-on-1 situation. He definitely did not want to get caught in that. Flash in the nick of time, that was like, split-second decision-making right there. And I guess that was the right one to do because there was a disengage immediately. There's nothing much for him to fuss about. 25 seconds in for the Ocean Drake now. That will be yet another opportunity for SEM9 to look for an ace on RTZ UndeRank. Or will they be able to respond accordingly this time? The Diana hasn't been able to shine as bright as she wants at these team fights. Together with the Seraphine as well. The tunes that she has been singing is not as sweet as the ones Swak was hitting.
Yeah, and I guess that's enough damage to actually clear off the minion waves. That will actually negate the push, but Crown has already used his flash early on. A little bit of damage being soaked right in from both Kazo as well as Swak. And this time, you're going to be spawning out there, Harold. That will be a miss on an Enchanted Crystal Arrow. But Shelly stays high from behind, giving a little bit of surprise and give a glimpse of a backdoor of what we saw back in game number 1. I guess there's nothing much to be taken out there. SEM9 will not get the turret just about yet. And now they are saying that we want this Ocean Break right here, right now.
Yeah, they are just suckering all of the players from RTZ in, and RTZ knows exactly what's happening. Swak just keeping the Drake alive, waiting for Wild Rabbit as well as Gazo to drop in there, and Gazo should be able to go in for the smite. 2,900 HP on the Drake shouldn't be too much at all, as the attention from RTZ UndeRank seems to be going somewhere else, Contra.
Yeah, and that somewhere else is going to be the Baron lane turret all the way up top, and we saw the pings going down. They understand, okay, this is going to be a little bit too difficult to challenge to, of course, contest with Kazo just to get that Ocean Break. They're willing to go in for slight exchanges there, but SEM9, they get the better of both. They get the Drake, they got the turret, and now pretty much jet set for the next objective out there. But look at the itemization right now. Is going to be really hard for RTZ UndeRank to really fully commit because GA being set up here coming from Kazo, meaning that he has a second chance in life. More critical strike coming in with the Sack Shiv for Wild Rabbit. So he's going to be getting much harder than what Kagame has to offer on that Black Cleaver.
Yeah, and Lee Sin as well bleeding out Ovo as the game progresses, constantly dropping in to see if he can steal all of his buffs. Picks up the Red Bramble back for himself, leaving Ovo nothing much to go in here and consume. Let's see if or not we will be able to see a aggressive Diana now, because it is a 3-on-1 situation with the Olaf there as well for backup. Kazuo won't be able to step in a little confidently, and that's a prevention of a takedown on Yoshi. For how long?
Oh, here comes Enchanted Crystal Arrow landing on top of Swak. Something that he could possibly avoid it, but then again, here comes the Encore as well, knocking onto tree. Beautiful whirling out of Shanks, but this effort will not be laid to waste. And here comes a beautiful Julep Duran on top of 4 as well. SEM9 strikes right back, but they cannot march forward. A little bit of health left for Kazo. He saves his Guardian Angel passive, and somehow nobody falls in that fight.
Yeah. I don't know if that was the cleanest fight taken. The hero's entrance could have been a little bit more grand from Ravens. It didn't really make that much of an impact in here, but it did manage to change the course of that match with the Shield of Duran in. So let's hope and see if or not RTZ UndeRank can get another opportunity like that. But it's going to be hard with Ravens and that Galio in the mix, right? Wild Rabbit this time round has picked up the 2 damage buff for himself.
I believe Wild Rabbit has got himself, a little bit of a red buff here just to maybe burn a little bit more HP from RTZ UndeRank if they were to go into the fight. It doesn't really last forever though, but
yeah,
for now, I guess Yoshi will have to play a very vital part in some of these fights because they've been looking for a clean moonfall. SEM9 is not going to be falling for it. They've already got 2 Drakes in hand. Now, waiting for the next one, and the next Drake is going to be the Cloud Drake, which gives them a lot more mobility right down below. A challenge on top of Crown. This Shuriken Strike has already landed. But they are going into the jungle, going for a dive, looking for Kagami as well, stealing that red buff away. Kazuo will be able to snatch them up and loss out with our hedge. But there comes Crown, trying to slice and dice, trying to cull the Meek as well. But our hedge survives, even though that ignite was popped by Frank.
Oh, what a cutoff here now. Kazuo, Swak just absorbing all of the damage here. Contra, it's not going to be enough for RTZ, but they'll still press on with this.
Oh boy, they do lose one turret though. SEM9 looking to exchange and run over the top side. Ravens will be able to secure it. So, just looking back into its goal leads. SEM9 only has a tad bit. Oh, Kazuo dodged that bullet. Encore being popped up. Shang so far doing a whole lot just to keep SEM9 at bay. But the problem now is they don't really have the encore for this contest over on the Cloud Drake. And I guess RTZ UndeRank, they might need to leave this be, or of course commit and maybe have some unforced error right down below. Instead, they want to focus their attention on towards the mid lane turret. SEM9, they're falling right back, only having one member in form of Lee Sin trying to take that dragon. I guess they will be able to secure it nonetheless.
Yeah, nicely done by Kazuo, but the damage had already been done there by the assist from the other members of SEM9, leaving him with the true damage buff as well as the smite was more than enough to secure that Drake. Before the final challenge comes through, we are going to be having an Elder Infernal Drake drop in with the 12% increased damage as well as the constant true damage. That is something which SEM9 will not want to pass up on. With Baron alive in here as well, that might truly turn into a split where we see RTZ UndeRank go in to take Baron up alive. Or are we going to see a situation where we see them getting snuffed out first? Aggression up in mid, Contra on the verge of another team fight.
Well, I guess they're just keeping a little bit of safe distance for now, but like you mentioned, this Inferno Elder Drake will be one of the biggest buffs that any side would possibly be ruling out for RTZ UndeRank. Now moves right in towards Baron Nashor. Unfortunately, I believe that Sunfire Cape has tickled down some HP bars of OO as much as he does not intend to startle the Baron buff. But a little bit of invasion coming in from Kazuo. He's hoping to hijack that red buff. Okay, a little bit of the problem here for the side of RTZ UndeRank, but our hedge buying a lot of eyeballs. That's 2 members being pulled down towards the bottom side. Meanwhile, Ravens can join in any fight with the hero's entrance. But our hedge being a pain in the hind, as SEM9 looks to just startle them once again, looking for another steal. Oh, well, instead goes into smite it off away. So, no hijack coming in. And here comes Space Up Pressure. Oh, SEM9 in a great position as they find Shang as well as Kagami. No bot lane duo in this sort of work. RTZ UndeRank now. They might just be starling the Baron and maybe pull Olo in the side.
Yeah, exactly, man. This is the perfect way to sucker the rest of RTZ UndeRank in. Maybe they just might make the same mistake SEM9 did at the Drake pit.
Oh boy, just look at all the HP bars. They almost managed to get a kill onto that Zaya. And oh, what dive coming from RS! That was a mistake that you did not want to commit. Now, UndeRank, they're trying to respond here. And RH, that was something that I didn't really think that he would possibly do. He went in for the perfect execution. He even flashed for it on top of using that barrier. But he doesn't know how many members were under that turret. A little bit of blunder out there, as much as SEM9 is slightly ahead. That is not something that you can forgive in the upcoming fights.
Swag as well as Caswell, obviously not going to be starting up on Baron anytime soon. We'll go in for a quick recall. The next, of course, objective on the map, like I've mentioned already, the Elder Infernal Drake. A hot objective to contest for. As hot as Baron Nashor. It depends on which side RTZ and SEM9 want to go in here for the full. Kagame and Shanks, as they focus in on clearing this minion wave, they will be backing away as well as the rest of the players from SEM9 come in here for that push. 17 seconds, that recall will set through, and RTZ know that they want to contest this Drake.
Oh boy, SEM9 probably will be having a little bit of a head start right here, but Raven's still on the lookout. He doesn't really have to fully commit in for a full-blown fight. Now, Necton does actually scout out ahead for this Galio. So, going in towards position, SEM9 now already pulling the Drake aside. Now, that forces UndeRank to respond. RTZ now getting a foot through the door. They do have the ward, but the rest of them can burn back like Kagami turns golden. Alright, almost assassinated. He goes right back for the kill. Will fall on top of the rest of them, but there's Zero's entrance on top as well just to respond. 10 kills in for SEM9 overall. Here comes a very late encore. And I guess, will they still be able to catch one? Yes, it will be. Crowd now turns it right back. Counter some comes right through. Crowd with the next one on the topping block. Yoshi has to go away from this. So it's couple because SEM9, they still have 4 members intact. And now, looking for Elder Drake Inferno.
And this will be an easy take for them. Nobody from the side of RTZ UndeRank will be able to drop in for the steal. Or am I wrong? Yoshi as well as Shanks on the way already for the distraction here, Contra.
Oh boy, a little bit of a close call, but this is where Ravens comes in to zone them all out. Bob bringing his shields as well. Oh, he's going in ball! And yet again, SEM9 did not disappoint. They smited away. No chance for RTZ UndeRank to secure it. And oh boy, that's a very big enchanted crystal arrow. Luckily not landing on top of our head.
Okay, quick reset coming through in here, and this just might be a game that has been won by SEM9. Now they can instantly go in and start for Baron with a full team on their side. RTZ UndeRank, if they choose to come in here for the engage, might be in a little bit of trouble just because of that extra bit of damage, man. On top of that, the true damage as well should be able to give them the advantage that they've been looking for in here so far. Contra. RTZ not falling for it just yet. SEM9 just enticing them. Would you like to come in, or do you want me to take that Baron, they say?
I'm not even certain if they have what it takes to actually snatch the Baron away. RTZ UndeRank, they can only try. Here comes the TP as well. There's so little help on left. I guess that SEM9 should be able to get this one. Oh, they arrived, but it will still be in the hands of SEM9. Now, pressing right through. It's going to be RS. What about the kill move? Oh, not going to be enough. Rampage going in for RS. That's the final effort now. Saying goodbye to RTZ UndeRank for game number 3. Because SEM9 is looking to close this up and get themselves in for match point.
Oh, they just walked through the... They just walked through 2 turrets as well as the Nexus. They didn't stop to attack any one of it. They literally just walked through all of them. What a crazy finish by the likes of SEM9 towards the very end. They're picking up 2 heavy objectives in the game. The Elder Infernal Drake, like we were talking about it earlier on Contra, such a, big piece on the chessboard. And whoever who takes it in their, ownership would be able to get that advantage. And what a well-used advantage as well. They didn't even waste a little bit of time. Straight up went in for that Baron engage and went in for the finisher. Let's bring on the match stats and run through some of these numbers.
Well, let's have a look right now. SEM9 looks to win this on a more convincing note. And this has been a perfect play that has been brought out by Ravens. Not only is he the savior when it comes down to important moments as such, you can see that he's going in for almost a complete build. And he's opting for a very late line breeze, I do believe, with that build that he's going for. and he even managed to get himself that point staff overall. So RTZ has been making a lot of these plays coming in towards this sort of team fights. The only time that he's committed the error is when he was diving over the mid lane turret with 3 members of RTZ still intact. Still, very good effort coming in from the rest of the members of RTZ UndeRank, but there wasn't too huge of an impact this time around coming in for Kagame as well as Yoshi. Shanks did try. A lot of times that Encore didn't manage to land all too perfectly, or even if it does, some of it these skills have been blocked by Swak, so far playing a massive Braum to be holding the fort for SEM9.
Yeah, so most of those blocks that Swak managed to absorb in here were instrumental in SEM9 being able to walk away from some of these engages from RTZ UndeRank. And of course, the ones that were bringing in all of the damage, right? RTZ as well as Ravens, Wild Rabbit in there as well to shower in all of the attack. And, you know, picking up 2-4 is a clear message to RTZ UndeRank that SEM9 is not taking this easy. Kagame, of course, for the side of RTZ, dishing out the attack in his own fair manner, and most of those crystal arrows did land, but just not capitalize on Contra.
Absolutely agree. I guess that, you know, this is where RTZ UndeRank is going to be giving everything that they have for the upcoming game. There's not going to be any more second chance available. SEM9 this time around, they play a little bit cleaner, and you saw RTZ goes once again high rolling on top of RTZ members. And this Akali, yes, despite all the nerves and all that, you can't take the skills away from the man called RTZ. Chan Rong Han.
Absolutely, man. And throw in the other bit as well, right? Now, you know, this is one opportunity for SEM9 to kick RTZ out of the competition and book a date for themselves with Berjaya Dragons. You've heard RTZ say that already. At the group stages, they didn't manage to pull it off, but they are bringing the Thunder in during the playoffs. And they're to do, but of course, just like they have the chance to kick RTZ out, RTZ has got one opportunity in here to earn a fighting chance in the 5th match. Is that gonna be happening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? I don't know. Contra, you know, with the way things have been swinging back and forth, with the considerations that we have taken in here so far, I think it would be an understatement to say that RTZ rank has been very consistently overachieving in terms of being able to deliver and then over-deliver on those expectations.
That's right. And now expectations have already been set and of course been exceeded. Now we could potentially get our final game if SEM9 actually wins it, or it could be brought to a game 5 if RTZ UndeRank will come forth to claim another point. So with that, we'll go on a 9 minutes break, and when we come back, game number 4 should be coming your way.
Macam tak ada respon diberikan dari penjaga penonton. Dicuri! Dicuri! Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka berjaya mengenai Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul menyebabkan. Masih lagi terselamat. One rocket telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari peta. Mencari peta. Mencari peta.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! Victory! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back?
They're looking at us, an audience. Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause that we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. We love the thrill. They're looking at us, an audience. Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. I think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause that we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. It's just the way we live. We know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause that we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. We're grown-up kids. Introduce me. I'm the renegade. Every single night, I crave the taste. It's the adrenaline running through my gait. It gets me high, high, high. Got no time to waste. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose. Just faster than you. Look into my eyes. I'm not afraid. Take over my mind till it fades. Like a medicine, it keeps me safe. This neon lights lead the way. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose. Just faster than you. Faster faster than you.
Glasses on, my hood is right. Break the door, give me side eyes. Are you feeling yours? Cause I'm feeling mine. Slide back to the future, got my own time. You're sniffing dope to feel right. Got my own high, don't need no lies. Sneaky bitches never ever act with zone eyes. Alright. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you get something to say. Just put the volume up, man. Drink a seat in the back, yeah. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the volume up, man. Drink a seat in the back, yeah. Alright.
Macam tak ada respon diberikan dari penjaga penonton. Dicuri! Dicuri! Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka bisa mengenai Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul menyebabkan. Masih lagi terselamat. One rocket telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari peta. Mencari peta. Mencari peta.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the League of Legends Wild Rift Sea Icon Series MY. We are continuing on what could possibly be the very final match of the day, or if RTZ UndeRank manages to pull an upset over SEM9, we may just be pushed into a game number 5. My name is AJ, I'm the Mustachio, down here with Contra, bringing you the summer season for 2021, brought to you by the ESL Mobile Open, made possible by our sponsors, MAGGI Hot Cup, Udu, as well as JBL.
That's right. Now we're going to be looking at this potential final game for SEM9, or chances for RTZ UndeRank here to come in to wow us and sweep us off our feet once again to pull it to game number 5. There's always that sort of chance here, especially when we look at RTZ, the way that they've been playing in game 1 as well as game number 2. They look to be very solid, but it's only down towards the final few execution out there that they need to refine to get the scorers back on track. So without further ado, let's bring it over to the MAGGI Hot Cup Champion Select for game number 4 and what is our final series for the evening. And tomorrow, we'll see who will make it in towards the lower bracket finals with this deciding match. So, no Fiora, no Gragas, and the next one on that list is going to be the Camille.
And is this going to be a standard ban that will drop in? Or maybe SEM9 might take the Seraphine away from Shanks? I don't know. Let's see exactly how SEM9 will pull this and what they feel like has been impeding them from finishing this off. They do not want Yoshi to bring in that Ziggs for understandable reason, but the Ezreal is still open for Kagame as usual to get all of his skill shots thrown off. Akali gonna be taken by RTZ UndeRank. Let's see if or not they will go in here for that lock, because if they do, then RH, I wonder how his response is going to fall through.
Okay, Akali usually would see them playing on the Baron lane. It could also go in towards the mid lane as well, which is why it's a very good flex. But most often than not, it's going to the Baron lane. Now, how would I actually answer to this? Gallo is not too bad of an answer. SEM9 so far having Kazo playing efficiently on that Lee Sin. So it would be going for that once again. A big hero entrance that will be coming in from Ravens, of course. Now, Corki is going to be a little bit of a change that RTZ UndeRank is going to be willing to risk to take. Kagame could also hold this instead of Yoshi. Now, being paired with that Braum, this is going to be giving them a little bit of that good factor in. But now, we are seeing Janna coming in for SEM9.
Yeah, probably. I'm thinking the Corki might drop into mid. That will be answered or, solved in a bit. There you go. Ezreal dropping in. Kagame is definitely going to be holding on to him. Jarvan's going to be dropping into the jungle for RTZ UndeRank, which makes it quite possible for the Corgi to take that mid segment. Olaf will be the jungler for the side of SEM9 here, Contra, and that's going to be giving them some... Oh, there you go. They switch it over to Rengar, a better pick. But dropping into this mix, though, obviously Lee Sin in that jungle, Rengar up top on that Baron lane. Let's see exactly how SEM9 pulls this off.
Okay, this is rather interesting because I haven't seen too much of a Rengar top lane. But back in the PC days, yes, it is very viable, especially when you have the brush. So that's where you can see the passive being utilized into the full effect, using Unseen Predator to dish out a little bit more of that leap damage that comes out from Rengar. But the problem here is that if Akali finds a way to snowball, this is going to be RTZ UndeRank having a lot of room to work with coming into this team fight to assassinate anybody they want. But with Rengar coming into the scene, that also sees a very good dive potential coming out for SEM9. Let me tell you this. I love the combo when you have a Rengar on top of a Galio, because it doesn't matter where he goes, he won't be able to go in for a turtle hunt, at least with a little bit of assurance with the Galio.
Yeah, and for Ravens to drop in for the save whenever RH needs it, you can most definitely count on him. He has jumped in so many a times to make those differences within those matchups. And of course, as usual, we'll start off things nice and easy. Lee Sin going in for the red Brambleback Fist, whereas the Jarvan is going to be getting some assists from Shanks and to continue for the take a little bit on his own. Shanks with the teaser onto Swak, but of course, nothing much more than that.
Yeah, a very standard pickup coming in for most of these supports. To start off on those boots, 5-point strike going in, but Crown now getting harassed by our head, showing us a different take on Rengar, especially on a very risky game. SEM9, if they can, they want to close out the game here, but now we've seen a little bit of the hindsight of what Geek Fam likes to do, which is to experiment, and we will see how RH plays on this top kitty cat Rengar as he looks to go for this setup with the Grasp of the Undying, as well as a barrier for his Summoner spell.
Is this the time to be experimenting, though? I mean, yes, given the fact that if they do go ahead and fail this particular experiment, they still do have one more chance to close it off. But RTZ, looking at the fact that they've managed to outshine SEM9 once already today, nothing's stopping them from doing it yet again in that final matchup as well. So, needs to be those calculated risks here. Ovo taking down the Scuttle for himself to open up that river a little bit more.
And now, with the wards in place, I believe that RTZ UndeRank has expected this gank, because the past few games, this is the same sort of rotation that SEM9 has been taking. RTZ has read those movements very clearly to not fall prey to that once again. Real good expectations being set. Now, one thing that you guys out there watching will have to note is power spikes. Now, let me tell you this. SEM9, their window of opportunity is from early to mid-game. That's where RH and Kazo on their champions will be shining bright with a lot of all these opportunities. But heading into the late game, once Kagami gets those items up, same goes to Yoshi, I would see a little bit more shift of power going back to RTZ UndeRank. So maybe pulling in towards 26-minute mark is where RTZ will have majority of the control in the game by then.
Let's see if the side of SEM9 will just be able to remove that one side ward that's preventing the ganks for them at this very moment. The Jarvan doing the exact opposite. I believe now he didn't clear that ward off for himself. Still a risky situation here towards that Dragon Pit. The Cloud Drake is probably going to be the first one that drops in here. Let's see exactly how Yoshi takes this. The engage coming in with Ravens, very much equal, 50-50, but either one extending a little too much. Wild Rabbit and Swak need to drop right back. Honey Fruit in here, so Swak will not need to... Oh no, he does go in for the recall.
Yeah, I guess he wants to get his hands on a few of these items, and sometimes Honey Fruit can only last you so long, so he'd rather pass it over to Wild Rabbit, where he can first get a little bit of extra gold due to his rune setup. Now, look at our Hitch. He's hoping to build a very early Sunfire Cape, which is something that's very, very interesting as a Rengar. Usual Rengars would say, oh, I want pure damage. I want that Yuumu's Ghost Blade with the Drakta just to maximize a little bit on that armor penetration. But I've heard from a few of these Rengar players myself that sometimes that build could also be a little bit of risk when that Rengar could not really cope with damage. And here comes SEM9 securing that first strike. Now, all these members will be caught up with the Glacial Fissure with a beautiful package coming in from Yoshi as well. Now they look to pick up RH. RH will have his health bars depleted. There goes Swak as well. 2 kills in. Clean for Fattahzie UndeRank. Make that kill number 3. Wow! Fattahzie! Where were they the past few games? This is a different Fattahzie we're looking at.
Is that the second hero's entrance that you're seeing not really connect to perfection? The knockup could have changed the path of that particular fight, giving the side of SEM9 a little bit more breathing room. This is so early on in the game, and getting those kills is, not going to be doing much in terms of hurting SEM9. They are right back into the fray. The timeout's not that long to, cry about.
But then again, it definitely depends on where was the kill distributed to, because I saw that particular fight. One problem was also the fact that Yoshi was dropping a beautiful package that kind of segregated towards the SEM9 with that line being drawn across the field and towards the mid side. But I wanted to have a look at the itemization once again to see who has been the big battle factor of that past fight. Now, 3 kills, Fattahzie UndeRank. They definitely have something to shout about, and I mentioned to you that SEM9, they really needed that early lead. Now, being set back for ever so slightly doesn't seem to be, the best of news. Something that they can still recover from, but they really do need to set their eyes on this Herald.
Yeah, RTZ immediately dropping in to pick up the Rift Herald. They know exactly what they want. Crown will be keeping an eye on the vicinity. Yoshi as well. And this is an easy pickup of the Rift Herald by Ovo. Now, as a trade, SEM9 will take the turret down at the Dragon Lane for themselves.
Yeah, and great focus coming in from the side of Fattahzie UndeRank, now pulling many of the members of SEM9 all together in towards the mid side. Kazuo coming in for a big flank. Here comes Dragon's Rage. Does not really see the right target. Here comes the entrance, but too little, too late. Here comes response. Full Glacial Fissure as well to reply. Now, Ravens will be threatened by the existence of the Sakali. Now, perfect execution. Diving to the backline. Does he have the second strike, though? Now he has to turn golden, but instead, that will be Crown going taken out there. But he does get a big purchase on this Lish Bane. 4-1. It looks to be a very close one. SEM9 battered, but then again, you're not out for the taking just yet.
Yeah, what a response immediately coming through for RTZ UndeRank. Not even wasting a second, bringing out the Rift Herald as support, managing to trade one tower right back right now. The turret, of course, would fall very, very easily. Not able to reach that second turret. Little Shelly as she gets slain. Yoshi moving in, giving the Krugs a hard time at the jungle as they will continue to look for another opportunity against SEM9 in here. RTZ UndeRank look like they are all set to push this into a game number 5, but anything can still happen.
I absolutely agree with that. Now, one thing to also note is that SEM9, they are the ones who should be the one who pulls the trigger, but with that sort of circumstances, it doesn't seem likely so. 1 kill already for the Akali, and many of these kill distribution is all apart for the side of Fattahzie UndeRank. Now, Crown goes in for a perfect execution challenge there, but this should be good enough damage. Here comes the second strike. He does have a little bit of health left. Has to flash for those honey fruit. Oh boy, that was a close call.
A little too close for comfort, but RH knows exactly how far he can extend. Lucky for him that one final strike did not fall through. The honey fruit was available. A well-calculated risk there, and it'll be a 4-man push down towards the side of Shelly, as they will be recalling here now.
And SEM9, they understand their limitations once again. They rather go in for a turret exchange instead of going for a contest on that first Drake for RTZ UndeRank. And in fact, it's going to be the second dragon over here that has already been spun up. Now, 9 minutes of play. RTZ UndeRank is currently leading the charge. Now, Trillifun's coming out there. They hope to defend the turret, but this is a little bit too much to do. So that ultimate will go down in vain. But they're going to be going for it. I don't think they can actually get too much out of this situation. But SEM9 responding with this mid lane turret. Very, very risky, I would say. True Shot Barrage connecting to Wild Rabbit. But RH, he's ready to first negate the danger. Hey, that was absolutely clean. So not too shabby after all for SEM9.
Yeah, very clean from both sides, right? RTZ goes in for one, SEM9 comes back through with the response, and, you know, split-second decision, of course, to back away from the attempt for engage by RTZ. If they hadn't backed away, of course, it would have been quite the fight that we would have had to see on our hands there. Kagame, Shanks, Yoshi in here as well, all together, as they will be approaching to deward the side of the Baron Pit to ensure they've got full-on eyes here. Maybe this will be the time they come back. They are waiting for the pounce onto the players of SEM9. They anticipate this Baron play.
That's right. I believe that they do need a few more huge items here to come into effect. SEM9 is going to build a tank kitty cat on that Ranger RH. As he's going to be looking to buy a lot of attention. And remember this, RH is quite efficient on some of the split pushes. But now 4 members commitment coming in from RTZ UndeRank. As SEM9 goes in for an equal amount of response. Krishap Barrage is only going to take a Raven to get back that heal with that Honey Fruit. While Kagame is going to be going in for a little bit of the positioning. Kazo lands a little bit of a Sonic Wave, not going to be connecting with the Resident Strike. Prince Shadow being brought out there. Now, a little bit of push coming in from mid lane from Crown. And I'm just thinking, how exactly will they be able to break through this? I believe that Stitch Minion will be the answer. One more kick does not connect. That's going to be hitting just about air. Oh, Wild Rabbit, he needs to actually fall right back. Here comes the Glacial Fisher, and Kazo responds right at him. Now, GA being popped. Our hit has already appeared, and here comes a very late Hero's entrance, but that's only to negate a little bit of danger. I guess this is where RTZ UndeRank knows their limit. They will call this one off.
Very well pushed by RTZ UndeRank, and they will go in for a recall as well. Enough damage has been sustained, but of course, at the same time, enough of the damage has been dished out onto the turret as well. And I think that is a small micro battle won by the side of RTZ. Now, as we will proceed in here, 40 seconds or so, we will be able to see the Ocean Drake arrive in the match. How highly contested will this Drake be? To be able to give you a little bit of physical as well as magical vamp, definitely a high contest as far as SEM9 and RTZ are concerned. A quick clear off of the wolves for the side of Kagame. And then right into the Red Brambleback as well.
Kagame getting a little bit of a extra boost, especially in terms of damage. You always want to give maybe the double buff to a marksman as such, especially Kagame, who can land a whole lot of all these skill shots. Undoubtedly one of the bit better Ezreal players that we have seen coming in from this part of the country. Now, with the spawn of the Drake, they're already setting their sights at it, immediately putting the HP bars down. Tanks now needing to actually fall right back. Resonating Strike might just be coming right through, but the rest of members of RTZ UndeRank, they should be able to get this one in their hands. And Swak, they have to fall back. A little bit of that movement's in. Oh, they do land the Dragon Stretch on top of Kagame, but he's being stuck. They don't really have to do much. Lee Sin has to go down. Cataclysm locks every member of SEM9 in place. Is this going to be game number 5? RTZ, they're forcing members to fall right back. Here comes the Hero's entrance. Where was it when it was needed the most? Now, This should be an ace coming in the way. RTZ UndeRank, they still have every polygon flash. But Kagami last no kill. Now we are setting our sights into game number 5. Is there going to be enough time though? 9 more seconds for Kazuo to march right in. But they should be able to open up the end him right up in the mid lane.
Kazuo should be able, alongside Swag, to, of course, bring in a little bit of a delay in here. But no, RTZ does not want to force that engage at all. They will very quickly go in for that recall because they've done enough contra. But SEM9, yeah, even though that was an amazing opener for RTZ to just close this match off, how will SEM9 now defend the wide open mid lane along with the attack?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, exactly. Well, sorry to cut you off halfway through your stuff that you were talking about. Like, I was just thinking for a very slight moment, like, who is the proud owner of RTZ UndeRank is going to be extremely happy with their performance, regardless of the sort of results that they will churn out by the very end. Because now, putting SEM9 on the back foot is not an easy task at all. And I believe with all these advantages already intact, RTZ UndeRank should have a little bit of an ease to close out the game.
Yeah, if anything, RTZ has been so consistent by improving consistently every single time. A wild rabbit, come on! That should be illegal, Contra!
Oh, what a true shot barrage! And now, Kagami snipes him off of his feet. And this might just be the biggest opening. They don't have their marksmen to clear this wave. They have to let one more hit slide. Now RH, all he's got to do is to stalk right in. Can they actually get the hunt onto Kagami? It seems like RH, they don't really have much response. This is the reason why they picked this pick. But then again, RH, he has no answers to this sort of aggression. RTZ UndeRank. I'm starting to believe this ain't no underdog story. It's just UndeRank holding every string here to make it to the grand finals if they can.
Now they have to deal with 2 waves of super minions up top on that Baron as well as mid. Dragon lane still secure with the second as well as inhib. Wild Rabbit, wonder what their plan is going to be. Could it be the attack on Baron? The Elder Infernal Drake should be the game changer. SEM9 will be able to secure as well as turn everything around for themselves in here. But of course, getting caught at that Drake pit as well is going to be troublesome. A smallest of opener is enough for RTZ UndeRank to finish the Nexus of Contra here.
Oh boy. SEM9. They need to react real quick. There is still a lot of health bars out there, but Ravens is getting cornered up as Crown hoping to actually land the shuriken flip, but it's going to be missing out. Trail of the Hunt already popped up, which means that RTZ UndeRank, they have to give space. They need to respect SEM9 because one steal could have possibly changed this one. Now, the eye on the bigger prize is going to be set because this is Infernal Elder Drake. Up available for RTZ or even SEM9.
Oh, is SEM9 just trying to pull RTZ in here so that they can go and try for Baron? Or are they going to attempt the steal at the very end? Lee Sin is in the vicinity already, should be able to flash in, but he needs a little bit of distraction, which does come through. Kazuo should be able to fall in, but he doesn't.
Oh, Kazuo still needing a little bit more space, a little bit of reset. RTZ UndeRank, they're hoping to actually get a catch. Yes, they will break that Guardian Angel. Now they don't really have the smite available anymore. And that will be a very late SEM9. They have to flash away, which means that this is going to be the biggest opening that RTZ is going to get. Now they try open all these kills, but instead, that's a big turnaround coming from Kazuo, getting a kill. And now, we'll try to actually move right in. They will have to reset that Drake, unfortunately. But SEM9, they have 2 members down. Now, going back to where they started off. And they understand that SEM9 now should not be coming anywhere close by. Kazuo still wants a chance. As he's looking for that pick. Here comes the teleport as well. Oh my goodness, already trying to do it. Teleport comes right in, but it's a little bit too late. Cataclysm catches that Rengar, and now the next one to fall is going to be Ravens, but they won't be able to actually take down Crown. Oh boy, 2 members out for the side of RTZ, but Kagami is going to be moving right in. And Thunderstorm has been popped. SEM9 needs to buy a little bit more time. RTZ is not going to be out there. It's all down to Kazuo to make those plays. And I'm not saying it does work. Now, looking at the gold graph, it's 8,000 in gold in favor of RTZ.
Yeah, well, what can SEM9 possibly do to turn things around in here, Contra? They cannot take their eyes off of the goal. They cannot go in for the Baron attempt because Ravens as well as RH is not here. All they can do is attempt a steal. Swak in the vicinity. Kazuo as well. Going in, are we going to be able to see him flash and get a quick smite? He does have it available. We have got Wild Rabbit joining the fray as well right now.
Oh no, they managed to take down Swak, and oh, with that kick, this will be maybe the end of the line right here. They did manage to get that steal. RTZ UndeRank, they absolutely crushed SEM9 for the ace, leaving only our head. So that's not going to be ace just about yet. Or could Crowd possibly change this? Our heads can only watch. Trillion Hunt is not going to do anything at all. Surprise, surprise. RTZ UndeRank, they're pushing it for our final game in Game 5.
Oh, what a way to push right back in the final series here at day 2 of the playoffs. And all of a sudden, could RTZ UndeRank, could they make the run of the century in here? Kicking out SEM9 from the competition as well would not be a possibility. Many would have thought is even in the slightest way possible in here. Let's bring on the match stats, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and run through the numbers as we see exactly how did RTZ take this victory over SEM9.
Okay, I guess now we really have to break it down. RTZ UndeRank triumphed over SEM9 and proves to be a title contender. Kagami, perfect record alongside with Yoshi. I told it to you straight up that if this game extends to the late game phase, it will be these 2 names that will be popping up on your kill feed. And the time frame for SEM9 to really get advantages is absolutely over. There isn't much way but to rely back on, Wild Rabbit as well as Ravens. RH couldn't have an impact on this top lane Rengar, and this is the reason why that they have been, of course, faltering in this 4th match. So,
yeah, can we
going down towards, the final game, I don't know what should be changed.
Yeah, we need to talk about Ravens and his unheroic entrance multiple times into situations which could have called for his appearance a little bit earlier, right? and that just fell short in some of those moments in there. RTZ UndeRank, on the other hand, were doing every single thing possible. And, Ovo as well, Contra. He was almost everywhere in all of those engagements. And RTZ just pulled this off so cleanly. SEM9, if they are not scared just yet, they better start thinking twice before they step in to that final match confident.
Okay, now every one of these players will have to go in for a mental reset. Just look at all these damage being done here by Kagami himself. And to my surprise, Kazuo as well as Owo, they don't really seem to deal the most amount of damage. They were basically utility machines overall, as Kazuo has been soaking majority of the numbers alongside with Ravens just playing, tank. But, how much more can they possibly soak if this is going to be the case? I just want to see a lot more of the ferocity that the usual SEM9 offers than to, fall back to safe ways.
Absolutely. Now, of course, Kagami with the flurry of damage. Ravens dished out quite a bit on his own as well with those 22k. But are we going to be able to see him step back in here ever so much stronger? Game number 5 Contra. We are down to the very last match in here for the day 2 of playoffs. 10 possible matches within 2 best of 5 series. And we are actually getting the money's worth for anything that any one of these sponsors have invested into this show. All of the players are going all out, Contra.
I kind of wish that, the pandemic wasn't around, that we can actually enjoy this on and offline stage itself. But, I'm already getting all these sort of the great action, and I can't possibly ask for more. Like you said, 10 potential games. Now, 10 games have already been met right here. Whoever takes the kick here definitely deserves it to hit in towards the lower bracket finals eventually. Of course, they will have to go through the semis overall before taking on the likes of Berjaya Dragons as well as the last man standing. We'll see Geek Fam at the top. So with that being said, 4 minutes and we'll be right back for game number 5.
Macam tak ada respon diberikan dari penjajakan apa dicuri! Dicuri! Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka menyentuh mengenai Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul dia menjadikan. Masih lagi terselamat. One rocket telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari penta. Mencari penta. Mencari penta.
Nice. Alright, go. Tahu. First. Can. Alright, tahu ni. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! Victory! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Macam tak ada respon diberikan dari penjajakan apa dah. Dicuri. Dicuri. Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak. Tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka menyentuh menyalahkan Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul menyebabkan. Masih lagi terselamat. One rocket telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari peta. Mencari peta. Mencari peta.
If you aren't tuning in, you are absolutely missing out on the best performance that is being brought forward by our top 4 teams available in Malaysia. RTZ UndeRank now pushes it to game number 5, and I'm pretty sure the momentum is rolling right in. And SEM9 needs to finally find the answers to secure this to meet up with Berjaya Dragons. My name's Contra, this is the Mustachio AJ, and this is ESL Mobile Open. That is presenting to you League of Legends Wild Rift C Icon Series Malaysia. Of course, big thanks and shout out to our tournament sponsors as well as our partners. Starting off here with MAGGI Hot Cup, and not forgetting our dear friends at UDO. And last but not least, it is JBL. Speaking of JBL, can you just show me a little glimpse of what you have just about next to you, if it's totally next to you?
Yes, indeed, my friend. The JBL Quantum 600 Contra.
Whoa, okay. I want that bad boy in my house if I could. But I pretty offered myself the Quantum 100, which is, pretty much equivalent in that sort of quality that I can expect from JBL. But, it comes a lot more with pulse and stuff. And speaking of the JBL Quantum 600, you guys can actually walk away with the Quantum 600 by just first liking, commenting, as well as sharing the stream out there. And I do believe we will have our winners. And the Mustachio AJ, you can do the honors to announce it right here, right now.
No, absolutely. Are we announcing the winner already?
Well, I think it might just be. Of course, we need to get a little bit more confirmation coming in from our dear producers, and I guess I'm just teasing you guys. So there's one last chance for you guys to like, comment, and share to win this JBL Quantum Series.
You're too much, Contra.
I guess I just want to pull the attention span back here, just to ensure that they drop the comments before they start complaining. Oh, how come I don't get to win this JBL Quantum 600? So, yep.
One more opportunity is here for you guys, all right? One more opportunity. Hashtag SISMY, hashtag JBL people. And when you throw in your comment, don't forget to tag JBL Malaysia's Facebook page as well to stand a chance to win the JBL Quantum 600. Tomorrow, we've got the Quantum 1 to give away. So if you are not lucky today, you can still try again tomorrow. If you want to see all of the headphones from the Quantum range and check them out, see exactly what makes them superior to all of the other audio solutions out there in the gaming world, all you need to do is jump over to jbl.com.my.
That's right. So all the details is already out there. Remember, once again, hashtag JBL people, hashtag SISMY. If you guys forget about that, it's basically C Icon Series Malaysia. So, and last but not least, make sure you tag our buddies at JBL Malaysia. Simple as that. So, AJ, this is our very final game, and it has gone all the way through. But it's time for us to connect with some of you once again. It's been a long day. Some of you guys are running on mobile data. You guys might just be running out, but here is more supply of free data, in courtesy of UDO, powered by Telcom. Just scan this QR code right down below, or visit that website just to get yourself that 5 gigs for free.
Okay, so unfortunately, we do have to, delay this for a little bit more, Contra, because we do have one of those players facing a little bit of a issue with connecting into the game. So they do have to shift over to a different location and connect to a stronger Wi-Fi and jump in, because obviously they cannot take any chances, and League Operations has been willing to give them a little bit of a leeway in here. So let's see if or not we will be able to kick it off in a bit. But SEM9, I am very, very sure they did not expect to get pushed all the way in here to a game number 5. RTZ UndeRank, you know, we did talk about this. We did talk about a reverse sweep, but, you know, would the possibility of a 3-2 victory for RTZ UndeRank be out of the box to think that it might be possible anymore, Contra? I don't know.
That's right. For SEM9 fans, I don't mean to jinx it, but here we are. We mentioned about reverse sweeps, and this is a big potential right now. RTZ UndeRank, I'm pretty sure that they are so hyped up to land that one final win to tell everyone in Malaysia that we are, at the very least, the top 3 teams in Malaysia. Or could it be SEM9 still? Of course, being the fan favorites here, you guys need to give them your energy right down below. Have you guys been convinced on your brand new favorite teams out there, or the I say more? I don't really want to pick a side. I just want the best of action. So, you know, we managed to, of course, get a little bit of news of, you know, player that have been suffering a little bit of a latency issue out there, and it seems like it's quite apparent that last game Kazo hasn't been really landing the sort of kicks that he really wants to connect with, especially Lee Sin. It is very, very vital that you move very smoothly, and I guess, you know, he wasn't having enough of that data coming in from Yudu, our buy-sell comp. But then again, don't worry, we'll get him his fix later on, but I'm pretty sure that Kazo should be ready for game number 5. So, just giving a little bit more room for them to set up. Of course, communication is key, how they really want to draft into this very final skirmish between RTZ UndeRank as well as SEM9. So far, we will have to bid goodbye to one of them, but you know what the good news? Next season, all 4 of these teams will still be here to play for our league.
Oh, and I'm looking forward to that already, right, Contra? Because the amount of growth that RTZ UndeRank has been able to show us just within this league itself, from the group stages up to the playoffs, has been very, it would be an understatement to say it has been phenomenal, right? SEM9 has been impressive, but it's even more impressive that RTZ has been able to hold them back and drag this out into a game number 5. SEM9 this time round will be able to go in with the first picks as well as bans, and they will remove that Gragas from the equation. Fiora is going to be removed from the list as well from the side of RTZ UndeRank to open up, you know, a little bit more opportunities in here for them, and they still do not want to allow Yoshi anywhere near the Ziggs and the Zetsu charge.
This is going to be a little bit of a difference maker here. Camille is being left out in the open for SEM9. Is this a big fade coming from RTZ UndeRank? They banned out the Ziggs though. So what is going to be the big replacement for RTZ UndeRank in the mid lane? Now, Crown possibly has some concoction in his side, and now he's hoping to bring in the big plays with his Akali to challenge our heads to see who is the better Baron laner right now. Corky now being locked in for RTZ.
Yeah, and I think Corky is most probably going to be taking that mid together with Yoshi. More than once now he has replaced the Ziggs with that Corky. Assault and Battery, Vi dropping into the jungle. Ezreal will be taken by Wild Rabbit. Or is he going to be just changing things up in here? Braum will be snatched away by the side of RTZ UndeRank, with the Glacial Fissure bringing in the destruction as well. A little bit of a delay to swing some of these group fights into the way of RTZ UndeRank here, Contra.
It seems to me that RTZ UndeRank is feeling a lot more confident. You can see that they instantly lock it right in. Kagabe now getting the favorite pick of the Kai'Sa. And now Twisted Fate here to go in towards the mid lane. Now, this is something that's really different, and I really do the aggressive play that can potentially come out of SEM9. Swak now really has to show up on the Seraphine. Final pick that will be going in towards the jungle has to be this Jarvan that will be challenging Kazo. Now, just looking at both sides, I think there's a little bit of a difference when it comes down to the ideation. RTZ UndeRank looking to actually, of course, go in for more of a team fight orientation. But SEM9, they want to play for these big picks coming in across the map if they could, or even that Camille from our hedge that could potentially go in for another sort of cross map play with all these backdoors that can be cooked up with those split pushes.
Yeah, leaving that Camille wide open here for SEM9 to pick up might just be the main thing or the main point of regret for the side of RTZ UndeRank. And Swak has been able to show us time and time again just how good he is on the Seraphine. And, hitting those pixel perfect notes was something that he has already been on display for us here today as well. For him to be able to swing so many of these, team fights towards the way of SEM9 by just dragging it, holding the players of RTZ UndeRank in place. Yeah, I don't see that to be, impossible at all. And of course, Wild Rabbit is going to be putting in those finishers. Our hedge to single out a couple of problem players from the side of RTZ. Yeah, that's not going to be too difficult for him to do as well. So SEM9, how will RTZ respond?
So far, I have believed that Yoshi has been performing very well on this Corki. We've seen some big packages that has been delivered, and first that has sent RTZ winning 1 out of the 2 matches that they have played so far. Now, no leash coming in for both junglers to start things off, while Yoshi starts off with a Mana Crystal, meaning to say that he'll be rushing for that Mana Moon, whichever one you want to call it. And our hedge now getting a little bit more of that advantage here, just slicing up the HP bars of Crown. Of course, the 5-point strike ward that has been placed on blue buff. I guess RTZ UndeRank knows what to expect.
Wild Rabbit manages to back away from this situation. Unfortunately for him, he has to expand the flash. But of course, well used, and he will be able to push Kagami as well as Shanks way back up top again.
But the thing is that there is a wall just by the corner. But SEM9, they're playing with good enough discipline. While Rabbit has already forced a flash early on. With the appearance of Kato up top, Owo immediately goes in to smite down this Skull Crab easily, as he will be claiming some of the crux for himself. I guess he's taking some slight precaution, understanding that, members of SEM9, he could just move right back, maybe poke him down to bits, so he opts to take the grump instead, while our hedge completes 2 recipes of what he needs to build up that Trinity Force.
I think it's a, good, well-paced lane here for both teams. Ravens as well as Yoshi not overstepping at all. Swak has been quite the troublesome player down at the Dragon lane, and we might just see a little bit of extra forces drop in and assist Baron as well as Kagame in here to take out this nuisance, just so that they stop aggressing and pushing their lines back. Let's see exactly what happens. And of course, up top at that Baron lane, our hedge is holding Crown back with all of that pressure, as you would expect the Camille to do.
Exactly, just that. And also interesting to note for the fact that our hedge is running fleet footwork, so he will be able to heal up from time to time every time that he does land an auto attack with the cooldown set in place, and also a barrier just to get a little bit more to the safety space. Something that is not all too frequently being brought up by most Camille players nowadays, as many would prefer the Conqueror route, or even at times, oh, what a big play that's being popped up. They're looking for that hectic automated flash available for Ravens to just secure a little bit more room, but now our head's just stuck under the turret as well. He's looking to back away, he will flash off. Oh, we're still going for the chase as well. Kazo hoping to actually reconnect with a little bit of the stall charge if he could. Now, whoa, that is a big one, a flash forward. Kagami risks his life, but will not take down Swak. 2 kills for SEM9.
Was that worth for Kagame to go in for the full commit though? I really don't think so. And they will pay quite a heavy price for that. RH manages to get away one of the, unfortunate advantages that the Camille will have that RTZ just needs to deal with since she wasn't taken out of the list. We have been talking about the nerf on the Akali and not being able to spam the 5-point strike so much at the early phase has truly been able to affect the way Crown takes the game early on.
Exactly, and now I guess that definitely affects Akali players overall, whether it's competitive or not. SEM9, they understand that there will be more commitment coming from RTZ just to secure the first strike. They opt to open up the map instead, so this has been the usual exchange that we have been seeing. Oh, what a big catch, and now Kazuo will be knocked up in the air with a beautiful Glacial Fissure. I guess you have to say goodbye to Kazuo. And he even burned out his assault and battery before going down. This is a double kill for Kagame. I believe this is what they need to achieve a win by just snowballing this Kai'Sa up online.
Okay, now how much of snowballing will they be able to do? This is quite an early one, and they managed to secure the river as well in anticipation of the Rift Herald. They will go ahead to ward it out as well, spotting out any players that will attempt to start it whilst they go in for a quick recall. Swap not going in for the B ward together with the support up top. They know exactly what's going to be coming through in a bit, Contra.
Oh boy. Over the mid side, the Ravens is going to be clearing one wave at a time. Now, dual lane moving up top, while the Camille will be shifting downwards. I guess priority is given toward the likes of RTZ UndeRank for the moment as they manage to break this one down. Turning golden for a little bit, Crown looking for an escape with the shuriken flip, but this will leave the bottom lane wide open. Exchanging objectives one after another here, but RTZ UndeRank is going to be taking down the mid lane as well. Kelly has appeared now. Here comes Kagame with the killer instinct. With the Cataclysm, it seems to be Wild Rabbit getting stuck. Response! SEM9, they're diving right in. Here comes Walk as well. Now the health bars are being depleted. They have to kill on top of Jags. And the rest of RTZ UndeRank, they're getting beaten down to a pulp. While Kajo back off. Oh my goodness! What is that damage coming from Kagame for the killing spree?
Yeah, Kazuo tried to get away, but no, he will get taken down at the end as well. What a response coming through from RTZ UndeRank. Still in the early phases of the game, SEM9 has got a very, very slim lead on the goal. As far as the objectives are concerned, they have been trading them quite well, just like Contra has mentioned, right? RTZ UndeRank, as you can see, the Ocean Drake had been picked up a little early on. And of course, the Mountain Drake will be the next one that spawns in a bit. SEM9, on the other hand, of course, 2 turrets up top on that Baron lane, as well as the Dragon lane taken down, as they will go in here for the continued push. SEM9 is taking things slow. Let's watch this replay again now.
That's right, and yep, a little bit of replay just to show you how well Kagame is playing, even though there is that Vi who has already slid over the wall now. 2 early blows have forced Kazuo to immediately go in for Guardian Angel as the very first item. He does not really want to drop even more of these points. 3 kills already for this massive Kai'Sa who has finished off that Blade of the Ring King. Of course, having the recipe of what they want to build into its model reminder, which is the Executioner, and of course, a big fat sword. Just to build maybe in towards Infinity Edge, Bloodthirster, anything that comes out with the BF recipe is going to be the big possibility out here. RTZ UndeRank now preparing for the upcoming Drake in the form of Mountain Dragon.
Uh-oh, here comes that Camille. She's going in for the approach. As you can see, SEM9 is just waiting for the arrival of RH, and now that he is here, that Hextech ultimate can come in to go in for the catch.
Oh boy, turns golden, and oh my goodness, SEM9, they do get that steal across. Wall Rabbit will be taken out there. SEM9 now losing members after members, and now this looks to be pretty bad. They do get one kill off in return. It's an ace. Is this gonna be that sort of finisher for RTZ UndeRank as they see the light at the end of the tunnel? This is what they've been mentioning about the brilliance. Now, knocking down one turret up in the mid lane, but there will be Kazuo that will spawn up. Baron now coming up in 20 seconds from here.
Yeah, great ace, but just a little bit too early in there. Mountain Drake secured by SEM9. Is that going to be enough? They get themselves aced out, but of course, the one turret that they traded out for getting taken down, they're not going to be sweating too much about that at all. SEM9 now making a push towards up top as Baron Nashor comes out for the spawn. They're not going to, try for Mr. Baron just yet. But let's see what the objectives are played in here, as the Camille has already gone in for the swap on lanes now here, Contra.
I guess this is where they are trying to play a little bit of the cross-map action. SEM9 going in for an attempt to break into Tier 2. There is the Jarvan just to manage a little bit of the expectation of SEM9 of hoping to break this one in. Meanwhile, right down below, RTZ, he does have TP up available, and this is where another clash will happen. Assault Battery gets the catch. They look for Kagami. Kagami turns golden for his half bit. He will be slain off. Countlism will not have any sort of effect. Oh, over the next one to fall. SEM9, they traded well enough, and now they look to actually reset over on the corner. Baron is not going to be the perfect call. RTZ does not have the HP bars to work with. But I guess it's a small little victory when it comes down to the kill exchange. SEM9 showing off a little bit more firepower.
Both of them not overextending at all, which is great to see, right? Looking at how much of, how much exactly is on the line here for both of these teams. RTZ UndeRank SEM9. Either one that loses is out of the competition. The one that wins meets Berjaya Dragons tomorrow in the final day of the playoffs. Of course, the Baron teaser coming in from Oval, while Rabbit will be picking up the red Brambleback for himself. Ravens in here for the mid scout just to see exactly what is going on up in here whilst he clears off his own minion wave.
Now SEM9 recuperating. The goal difference is not going to be very significant between the two, as it's only going to be less than 1,000 gold to set them apart. Meanwhile, all eyes on Baron once again. SEM9. They're hoping to knock down this mid lane turret that has been standing tall with so many HP still left available. So next point of contest is going to be the Cloud Drake. Now, surprising enough, I'm just looking at the builds for RTZ UndeRank and Akali. They're going to be building half of the recipe for the Liandries and now opting for a Rabadon. I guess this is going to be okay, but they won't be able to actually burn some of the HP bars out there with the effect of the Liandries on that 5-point strike that will automatically slow the enemies. And just look at how efficient Yoshi is playing. 403 on this Corki.
Let's see exactly how else are we going to be able to see the side of RTZ come in here and shine a little bit brighter than they are already doing. Shanks has been performing really well with all of those assists, 9 in here so far, and this Braum isn't done just yet. Going in, always holding a high line to make sure he can absorb all of the damage that might befall his team, as they will go in here to start things up against the Cloud Drake. And of course, SEM9 in the perfect position to come in and interfere, Contra.
Assault and Battery, and there you go. RTZ UndeRank still secures the Drake, but this is RTZ in danger. He dives right in. He tries to lock Kagami down, but the rest of the members of SEM9 did not follow up just about enough. Damage being done towards the side of Skank. Now Owo tries to actually get enough damage coming from Slog. Now that is a 1-for-1 exchange. SEM9 now breaking in towards the middle of the turret if they want to. Now escorting the minion waves while they still have Yoshi as well as Kagami. They will have to leave Tier 1 turret alone. Now, there's not enough time to break in towards Tier 2 without the help of the minions. while Rabbit has been playing much better in this game. As much as he's already died 3 times, RTZ UndeRank knows which is the priority targets that they need to set their eyes on.
They lost our heads, but they used that opportunity to make sure they pick their objectives right. They push on back, Ovo gets taken down, and the attention straight up goes towards the turret, but now our hedge, once again, the attention-seeking Camille will get all of it. Beautiful! Hashtag ultimatum!
What on earth? I don't believe my eyes! He had 1 HP and he still survived, and he kept that Hextech ultimatum until Kagami dives in with that killer instinct as well. Unbelievable, Sam! Oh my word! That has to be the play of today. But here comes Baron now being startled. And SEM9, they're looking for the towers. They do have the hook shot connecting. Now, looking for 11 of the battery. Members of RTZ UndeRank, they're all over the place. And with that, there's another hook shot just to clip them all across. One more turret. And in fact, SEM9 should be able to break this one down. And they're looking to secure Baron for themselves.
Oh, Raven's just doing all of the damage on his own, leaving the minions to finish off that turret as they will go back in here to focus all of their powers onto Baron. Raven's just holding a great line to make sure nobody else interferes and to deal with them if they do go ahead to show their face. Baron, enhanced recall as well. They jump right back towards the Nexus and the Fountain and back out into the fray. Now together with the hand of the Baron, how much of destruction will SEM9 be able to bring on? Wild Rabbit picking up the red Brambleback for himself before he jumps back into the fray.
I can honestly say I am sweating it out for RTZ UndeRank right now. They need to play a perfect defense. And how would you actually come out of that situation where they were just a few HP away from securing the kill upon our hitch, and suddenly that got turned around, and speaking of which, crowd goes down, 50 seconds on the death timer, no barrier being shown, our hitch should be able to secure this turret all alone. Now they're going for another case, he's buying all the attention, and somehow, RTZ UndeRank, they're falling for it, which means mid lane is going to be up in the open, Encore dropping right in, Shaggy pick him out. And this is where she comes right in from the back. He will be looking for a Hextech ultimatum on top of Kagami. SEM9, they are crushing it. RTZ UndeRank. The story will close right here. The chapter now will unfold. And SEM9 are your winners to hit the lower bracket finals.
Back to back, back and forth. They went contra, but at the very end, SEM9 manages to clinch this unbelievable victory over RTZ UndeRank. The hand of Baron was all it took to get all of that extra advantage that they needed, and it managed to push them over. And RTZ UndeRank, unfortunately, will be saying their goodbyes.
It has been the best series that I have witnessed in a long while. Yes, the first series of today between BJD as well as Geek Fam was spectacular, but it wasn't as heart-wrenching here between RTZ's showing against SEM9. And I have to credit only one guy in this entirety of this final fight. It was RH. You saw it going down.
Yeah.
4 members chasing on top of this Camille. Camille goes all the way back to her own turret, and we thought Kagami could secure that final blow. No, he gets locked right under that tier 2 with that Hextech ultimatum. Now, let's head over to the stats for one last time of the evening.
MVP getting picked up by none other than Hartsavak, as well as his Seraphine, and that beautiful voice that he has. Contra, of course, will choose to disagree. 3-1-10 KDA he picked up for himself. Very, very interesting victory as SEM9 focuses all of their brows onto, picking up the objectives, but of course, not forgetting the crazy plays that RH has been able to show us with it, Camille. We were surprised that, she was allowed into this game, and RH has made RTZ UndeRank regret for allowing him the room to pick that Camille.
Wow. This has got to be one of the sweatiest best of fives that I have seen for so long. I have to reiterate this because it really was that difference in terms of the pick. Swapping out that Akali for Camille has worked wonders. Just look at the damage output as well as the damage soaked in by RH. He's not only going for a quick push, he is literally the pseudo tank for SEM9 in this entirety of the series. Like, he even soaks in more damage than what OO have done throughout the entirety of this battle. And it can only show to you once again, Yoshi honestly has been playing out of his mind. And I really do hope to see RTZ UndeRank in the upcoming league that will be happening, a month or two down the road, because they are looking to be one heck of a challenger for that trophy by the end of the day. But unfortunately, that journey will end right here. We should, of course, thank them for making it this far in towards the top four. And for SEM9, congratulations. They are going to be having a showdown against Berjaya Dragons for tomorrow.
Well, the dream that, RH spoke of will definitely come through. They want to go in here and they want to get a little bit of revenge. They have managed to surpass the challenges of day 2 in here, the first day for them at the playoffs. And tomorrow will be that one challenge. Will it be the final challenge at the Icon series? Of course, only SEM9 can show us later on. We are waiting for a player from the SEM9 team to jump into a, Raven is going to be joining us, Contra.
Oh boy, we got some questions for him because this series was jaw-dropping to really sum it all up. So now that we have to pick our jaws back up, we have casted a total of 10 games overall for today. And it led us down towards this rabbit hole, as it will be SEM9 here that will be coming on top. Now, let's welcome our dear friend, the mid lane ace of SEM9.
Yeah, boy. Welcome aboard, Ravens. Congratulations
Hello,
on your
I'm
victory, my friend.
And
can you guys hear?
Yep, we can hear you loud and clear. So Ravens, congratulations.
Okay.
That was 120 best of 5 that you have managed to conquer after that. Now tell me about your challenges out there. You guys managed to take, of course, 2 games initially, and then that's where RTZ UndeRank kind of strike back. So what happened in some of these games that you guys have lost out earlier on?
It happened that we are having some lag issue, that internet problem.
I see. So internet is probably the one that is pulling you guys back. But then again, going towards the very final game, were you guys actually surprised with Camille being opened up in the picks and bans? Because in a few of these games, you guys either managed to pick or you guys will have that being banned off. So with that, you think that RTZ UndeRank could have possibly think, okay, maybe they shouldn't have let the Camille out?
Camille, I think they let it out for maybe they got something to counter it.
I guess that eventually the response didn't seem to be the appropriate answer, and you were also playing the Twisted Fate. Twisted Fate is such a high skill cap champion that can be brought into play in such a high level, and I think you've been playing it really, really well. Is there any sort of the tips that you would give to players that is hoping to climb ranks with TF?
For TF, I think is always remember time your time card and rotate more.
That's right. And AJ, do you have any more dear Ravens here who have gone through that grueling best of 5?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's all about the drama stirring in here as well, right? Ravens, just like what RH has already said within the introduction video for SEM9 itself, you guys did not manage to do a or to perform as well as you wanted to against Berjaya Dragons, as well as the likes of Geek Fam during the group stages. And now you have earned the right. You have earned the right to move into the final day of the playoffs in here, a date with Berjaya Dragons. Who's that one troublesome player that you guys are going to be looking out for tomorrow?
I think we will try our best and win Berjaya to go back to finals, grand finals.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
I'm pretty sure
Fair
you would
enough.
do that.
Well said.
And if there's one player that you really want to, challenge on a 1v1 from BJD side, who do you want to kill off in game, of course?
I think I want to challenge. I know him since a long time.
All right, Karuno's going to be meeting you in the mid lane again. So, of course, all the best in that best of 5 for tomorrow. I believe that you guys want to exact your revenge because, earlier there was BJD that knocked you guys down towards the lower bracket. So, any sort of signal warning to some of the members of Berjaya Dragons who might just be watching the live stream right now?
I think remember to ban
Remember to ban Camille. That's all you gotta say. I get the drill. I get the drill. So look out for RH with the Camille or anybody playing in jungle. So, Ravens, you guys have been phenomenal. And I'm pretty sure that your fans wants to hear from you guys what you guys got to say to all the supporters of SEM9 thus far. Ravens, are you there?
Thank you for voting us. You win. We try our best and not letting you guys down.
All right.
Very nice. Very nice.
Much. And of course, it has been a very long day for you guys out there who has been playing game in, game out. We'll be first seeing you guys tomorrow for the finals in the lower brackets, and hopefully you guys will be making it out to the grand finals to beat Geek Fam.
All right, cheers, Ravens. Thank you so much for your time, buddy. Good luck.
I guess he wasn't really lying when he has a little bit of the internet connection issues, but hey, they made it out of the gauntlet, and now we are in the lower brackets final.
Absolutely, man. We should have told him to scan the Udo QR code as well. Missed that opportunity, but it's okay. We will send him a message later on and ask them to make sure they are all set with the scanned QR codes even before the grand finals match, where they're definitely going to need great internet to take Berjaya Dragon. I mean, Berjaya Dragon's already tough enough without, extra external factors jumping into the fray and affecting the gameplay as well, right? But if anything, SEM9 has been able to show us today that they are able to overcome these challenges no matter what they are, even with the trouble with, the internet. We had one of those players when we were waiting literally go over to his friend's house, which is nearby, just so that he can use his friend's Wi-Fi to continue in the game. And, that's the sort of commitment as well as dedication. But, no space for any one of those issues tomorrow, Contra. And there are no redos as well.
That's right. And of course, this goes to show that there is no excuse when it comes down to performing, and SEM9 is the ones that have been showing us the right ways to hit and towards any. You know what? We have come to the very end of our best of 5 series overall, but something to offer to all the viewers out there, because I know you guys have been waiting for quite some time to win yourself that Quantum 600. And all thanks to JBL for this. Remember, tomorrow you guys will also have a chance and sharing the live stream with the hashtag SISMY as well as hashtag JBLPeopWin. That JBL Quantum 1 for tomorrow. But today, we've got our lucky winner for the Quantum 600.
Yeah, boy, and it is none other than Daniel Ayman. And here is his winning caption, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. He said that some of these players use JBL Malaysia's headset. When they use their headset, they will own the jungle and Baron lane, in brackets JBL. JBL, Jungle and Baron Lane. Get it? Get it? Get it? Yeah, exactly. I
Oh,
see
that's a great one.
BJD pulverizing Geek Fam, and they were using the JBL headset. Coincidence? I think not. Hashtag conspiracy. You are absolutely right. Put on the JBL headphones, you'll start winning Wild Rift games. Not a guarantee from me, it's a guarantee from Contra.
Yeah, I guess that it is pretty much factual. I'm really happy to see that there's so many of all these commenters as well as participants out there coming with something so creative. Jungle, Baron Lane, domination. That's where you need the JBL. So, Jungle Mains, where are you at? Well, I believe this is Flicker. So congratulations to Daniel Iman for walking away with that Quantum 600. That leaves one more prize for tomorrow, the Quantum 1. We've already told you what exactly to do for the entirety of the Sea Icon Series Malaysia. This will remind you for tomorrow, but you know, after a long day's work, good job, AJ. I think that we've been an incredible tag team duo here. We've got one more day to go.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you so much for the hyper carry as usual, Mr. Contra. I absolutely missed what production just whispered in my ear as I was speaking loudly. So if production can very kindly whisper whatever you just whispered again, please.
Oh, I can actually whisper it back to you. The MVP coming in for the final series. But again, we have to make a little bit of wait.
Before we jump over to the MVP, you think production's gonna let us go that easily, Contra? I think we still have at about 11:30 p.m. in here to wrap the day up. All right, so let's give them a little bit more time to whip up the graphics for the MVP in this game. On the side of SEM9, is it gonna be RH with that Camille with the crazy plays, or is it gonna be one of the other champions? Could it be Harsawak as well as his Seraphine, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? Let's take a quick look.
Here we go. The MVP for that series will go to a member of SEM9, I do believe. Let the drum rolls go. And, well, production, you're going to be trolling us another time. Come on, drop us the graphics already for the MVP of this match between SEM9 as well as RTZ. Here we go. Yeah. It will be Swak as your main support for this entire best of 5.
That's how he kills mosquitoes in his kampung, Contra.
Where's his kampung? We have to know. Is it Negeri Sembilan? SEM9.
It's most
you know the drill.
Hey, if he's a Negeri Sembilan boy, that means he's my kampung boy lah. Okay, that's exactly how we kill mosquitoes. All right, so whack with the well-deserved Seraphine MVP. He's the player of the match for all of the matches in here. 137 on the average KDA. Damage dealt with a Seraphine, mind you, 9304. One of the highest damages in the game, quite honestly. On the gold at the 15-minute mark with a 7.5k, 100% kill participation. I mean, when this guy sings, all the other guys turn around and look.
Well, I guess it's going to be a big stare of awe as well as shock at a certain point of time. I'm not going to judge. So, let's see. I want to make this a challenge. If SEM9 is going to be your champion for tomorrow, we want to hear real live singing from Mr. Hasawak on the finals.
Oh, absolutely.
Can we get that? Can we make that happen, producers? I hope that could possibly go down.
Contra, what would you do if you get charmed?
Oh boy, I'm just gonna shut off my mic from there and not speak a word.
Berjaya Dragons, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, will be meeting SEM9 tomorrow on the day of our grand finals, the lower bracket finals. And the winner of this best of 5 will be going on to the grand finals match, tentatively at 4 p.m. Yeah, it's not going to end that fast between SEM9 and Berjaya Dragons. They're definitely going to drag it on all the way towards game number 5. Whether or not 4 p.m. is enough is yet to be seen. Geek Fam taking on the winner of that match is a best out of 7, and I expect less than 7 games in there.
Best of 7. Imagine if you were to go 3 points in and you just drop the ball. and the reverse sweep comes in. I am not trying to jinx anything right here, but there is the chance that we will possibly get a total of 12 games in total for tomorrow.
Oh, and I'm absolutely excited for that to happen. I mean, we've already had a full day of games in here, and I think, the energy levels may have dropped a little bit, which is quite expected, but we're still alive and kicking. To tackle on tomorrow is not going to be too much of an issue at all. I'll have all of my caffeine on standby, Contra, and I'm sure you'll have some Maggi Cup by your side as well. To be able to see SEM9 tomorrow meeting Berjaya Dragons as well as getting a victory over them will be a phenomenal turnover to open up the day, but it's not going to be as easy as that. Yes, Berjaya Dragons got reverse swept earlier on today, but they still are one of two titans of the Wild Rift scene here at Malaysia, Contra.
That's right. We had a lot of fun with Fattahzie as well as Biu Biu for today. Tomorrow we'll be seeing them back in action, and hopefully Fattahzie will be able to actually get themselves a lot of all these big plays coming out of Fattah, and maybe he finally gets his win.
The probability of that happening, I want to say, is high, only because I like Fattah, but then the way, the things run at the Rift itself, I think Fattah is going to lose to Biu Biu once again, because don't forget, Contra, tomorrow we are going to be a part of some of these matches as well, and Fattah winning means us losing, so Fattah cannot win.
You actually have a very solid point. Now, I don't want to drop more games.
Why do you think I've been burning him the whole day?
Okay. I've been really close friends with him, so I'm kind of used to just tuning into a lot of all the funny things that he has to say, and I'm absolutely entertained. But tomorrow, we've already warmed up our voice for day number 2. Tomorrow is where we also warm up our fingers to kick Fattah's butt.
The combination of words of what we do in anticipation of kicking his butt just does not mix, but it's okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We'll just gloss over that. Tomorrow will be a day where, fights will not be taken easily. SEM9 will not be going down any easy, and anybody who thinks Berjaya Dragons will be making it difficult for SEM9 will be more than correct, Contra. I cannot wait. Do you have any final words before we wrap this day up and get ready for tomorrow?
Well, I'm pretty sure that if you guys have been starting your stream much early today in the afternoon, you guys might have possibly got enough of Contra as well as AJ. And we will be resting our voice for a little bit because tomorrow, that's playoffs day 3 with the grand finals on your way, as well as the show matches coming here from MAGGI Influencer Showdown. So all that goodness, on top of that, a lot more prizes to be given away, courtesy of our official tournament organizers as well as our partners right here. First of all, big shout out to ESL for putting all of this together alongside with MAGGI UndeRank, as well as JPL. We can't thank you enough, but we will be taking a little bit of a sleep over the night, and we'll come back to you to see who will be the champions of CE Icon Series MY.
All you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and clear my throat.
nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! Victory! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Macam tak ada respon diberikan dari penjagaan penuh. Dicuri. Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka punya pengendali Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul menyebabkan. Masih lagi terselamat. 108 dimilikinya. Mencari peta.
They say that we're too young, I hate it. They say we're being dumb, so let them talk. We're living on the run, we'll make it, you and I. I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes.